the state, knocking out the Republican governor. This is Kentucky. This is not a blue or a purple state. It was a tiny margin, just about 5,000 votes. That's under 0.5% of the vote. But this is just a brutal loss, not just for Kentucky Republicans, but also for Trump because of what this race represents. Now, the immediate question after these results came in last night was if the Republican Kentucky governor lost, then maybe Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, Republican senator from Kentucky, could also lose in Kentucky in 2020. It's hard to say. It's a very different race. McConnell is not as unpopular as Bevin had become over the last few months, although McConnell is not particularly popular. And there is actually more of a history in Kentucky, if you go back, of having Democratic governors. And there is not a similar, a likewise history of having Democratic senators. So we'll see. Either way, McConnell is going to have to run a campaign, right? He's going to have to run a real race against Amy McGrath, who's challenging him. He's not going to be able to just ignore the threat from her. That's a great race to work on, by the way, if you live in Kentucky, or even if you don't, eventually, I'm sure there will be phone banking opportunities. So that's Kentucky. Let's go from Kentucky to Virginia. In Virginia, Democrats have taken over control of both the Virginia State House and the Virginia State Senate. They now are going to control the entire state legislature. They already have a Democratic governor, and Virginia is looking more and more like a blue state. Democrats have been out of power for 20 years in the Virginia House of Delegates, and they swept yesterday's election. So in Virginia, Democratic governor, Ralph Northam, Democratic House and Democratic Senate incoming. And Virginia has been a sort of, it's interesting what's happened in Virginia. It's kind of sad, actually. They've been held back at the state level from adopting a lot of the policies that other solidly blue states have adopted. That could now change with Democrats taking over total control in Virginia. So that's a very good sign for Democrats. Here's another one. Democrats have taken over control of Mike Pence's hometown for the first time in almost 4 decades. Now, it's true, Columbus, Indiana, which most of you have never heard of, it's not a huge player on the national political stage. I agree with you. But in terms of the Trumpist element to this, Mike Pence is Donald Trump's vice president. His hometown has voted for Democrats to take over control of the city council, electing 4 Democrats to the city council, taking control for the first time there in 38 years. Even when you look at some of the races that Democrats lost last night, it still doesn't look good for Republicans. And I'll give you a really interesting example out of Minnesota, which is the governor's race there. When you look at the results out of Mississippi, not Minnesota. When you look at the Mississippi results from yesterday, you see that the Republican incumbent lieutenant governor, Tate Reeves, won, defeating the Democratic challenger, Jim Hood. Okay, it's Mississippi and a Republican won, but what does this really tell us? Well, what it tells us is this is one of the reddest states in the country. Trump won it by 17 points in 2016 over Hillary. In the 2015 gubernatorial election in Mississippi, the Republican won by 34 points. And last night, the Republican only won by 6. Turnout was up more than 70% overall, but Republican turnout was down by 6% in this race. That is terrible news for Republicans heading into 2020. And later on in the show, we're going to get into some of the battleground states. How much does national polling matter? We're going to start getting into the internals of a lot of this stuff. But if you want, listen, the Kentucky result from last night is great. The Virginia results from last night are great. But if you want to see a drastic change from years past and a major, major red flag for Republicans, it's that Mississippi, one of the reddest states in the country, which they often win in the gubernatorial races by more than 30 points, they only won by 6, with voter turnout disproportionately up, not from Republicans, but from Democrats and from independents. Terrible news from Republicans heading into 2020. We'll talk about 2020 a little bit more. If I missed, I obviously didn't get to everything that happened yesterday, but if there are races that you think are important lenses through which we should be looking to 2020 that I didn't talk about today, get in touch and I will continue to cover the results on tomorrow's program. One of the biggest breaks on the Ukraine story has happened in the last 24 hours with the release of testimony from Ambassador to the European Union, Gordon Sondland. Now, I'm going to go through this with you because the guy that Trump has been pointing to saying, look, he says there was no quid pro quo. That guy has now testified that there was a quid pro quo. So this is major. But there's actually a bigger issue to address here. There is I guess I would call it, let's use a building analogy. There's a systemic rot that is taking over the issue of Ukraine for Donald Trump and for Republicans. And for the last few weeks, the foundation has been starting to fracture and rot and weaken below ground level, right? It was only visible, though, if you were standing in the basement. But outside, they were still keeping up the facade of the house as if it were solid and strong. But over the last 48 hours, that foundational rot has started to be noticeable from the outside because the house is starting to implode on itself. It can't be avoided. Even standing out in the street, you see the house starting to slump over in disrepair. And Republicans don't know what to do because they can't defend Donald Trump anymore on the facts. Early on, they were trying to defend Donald Trump on the facts. There was no quid pro quo. The phone call was fine. The military aid, so on and so forth. They now have been relegated to just having to attack the whistleblower, like Kentucky Senator Rand Paul did, and which we talked about yesterday or the day before. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham a month ago said there's no evidence of a quid pro quo. Now there is, thanks in part to Gordon Sondland. So Lindsey Graham now is saying, I'm not even going to read his testimony because it's just not worth my time. What? Well, then you shouldn't get your $175,000 a year from taxpayers, right? If you're not even willing to do your job, at least you shouldn't get your $175,000. He probably will continue to. So here's what happened. Donald Trump has been saying for weeks, Gordon Sondland, the ambassador to the European Union, he said it. There was no quid pro quo on my call with Ukraine. So clearly, Donald Trump believes we can trust the word of Gordon Sondland, right? Well, no, it's Trump. You can trust the word of Gordon Sondland if his word is convenient for Donald Trump. Remember that Gordon Sondland was appointed by Donald Trump. Sondland was a major Trump mega donor who gave $1 million to Trump's inauguration. By the way, that entire thing is another fiasco that needs to be fixed. These inauguration funds serve effectively as slush money for what is effectively political bribery and influence peddling, but that's a story for a different day. But Gordon Sondland has now amended his testimony, saying, you know what? Trump's dealings with Ukraine, they were a quid pro quo. Sondland talks about a meeting that happened on September 1st with a top aide to the Ukrainian president, during which it was made clear, according to Sondland, U.S. military aid to Ukraine is contingent upon President Zelensky publicly saying he's launching investigations into Joe Biden, which Donald Trump wanted in order to help him in his 2020 reelection campaign. So that's it, right? I mean, whistleblowers are now irrelevant. The guy Trump appointed, who said we should be looking for him for the truth, says there was a quid pro quo. Now, let's get into the reaction to this, because we knew that anytime there's an amended testimony that is not convenient for Donald Trump, the conspiracy theories would start. So if you ask Republicans, why did Gordon Sondland first say one thing and now say something else? They are coming up with all sorts of theories. And the most popular one is the Dems got to Sondland. They threatened his life. They made it clear that they'll destroy his family and his career if he doesn't lie and say there was a quid pro quo. Is that theoretically possible? Sure. But with so many other people who are corroborating the same story, why do Democrats need to do something criminal in threatening Gordon Sondland in this way in order to get just one guy to change his testimony when there are so many other people that are saying the exact same thing happened? The more likely scenario is that earlier on, Gordon Sondland didn't yet know how big the Ukraine fiasco was going to get. Sondland thought, I can get away with some kind of mealy-mouthed statement saying, this is sort of what I recall right now. Things might be missing. I might update my testimony in the future, and hoping it would all sort of die down and that he wouldn't end up actually a part of a much bigger scandal. It's now clear it's not going away. It's now clear that everybody else who was involved, who has any knowledge of what happened with Ukraine, says there was a quid pro quo, and Sondland simply has to come totally clean, which he is now doing. Tell me what you think explains Gordon Sondland's change of position on this issue. I believe that Republicans have absolutely No evidence whatsoever for their theory that he was strong-armed, pressured, threatened by Democrats. I mean, there's no evidence whatsoever. And absent evidence, what I would imagine is that he went in, as many people who have to give testimony do. Initially, what's best for them is to say as little as possible, to be as least controversial as they can be, with the hopes that they'll be forgotten, because people generally don't like the idea of having to go and testify in these ways. That didn't happen, and he is now coming totally clean. That's my view. Let me know. Either leave a comment if you're watching on YouTube, send me a tweet. I'm on Twitter @dpacman. And while you're there, make sure you're following me. I am approaching 100,000 Twitter followers, a completely arbitrary and meaningless but nice-looking round number, and I would appreciate your help in getting to that. Tonight, live stream, join me on Twitch at twitch.tv/David Pakman.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Calvin Neufeld and Mark Waddingham. Calvin and Mark, thank you for your support. I really do appreciate it. And I hope that as we get into now what is less than a year until the 2020 election, that we will have another really strong 12 months of new members building up to the election. We have historically, and hopefully that will happen again. Somebody who's been with us as a member for a while, almost 5 years, is Charles Gibson. Charles, thank you. You are today's sustaining member of the day. Join these great people, Calvin, Mark, and Charles, by signing up at www.joinpakman.com. The normal membership prices are very reasonable. We're talking about pennies a day. But if you want to drop the price to even fewer pennies a day, you can use the coupon code THISIS2020, all one word, all lowercase. It'll save you 40%. You get 100% of the member benefits, including the daily bonus show, the commercial-free audio feed, the commercial-free video feed, but you pay 40% less. All right, let's get into Hatriot Mail for the week. We are going, we've had a lot of Hatriot Mail related to a lot of timely things about Trump and so on and so forth. Today, we're going back to an old faithful in Hatriot Mail. But first, quick reminder about what Hatriot Mail is.
Brace yourselves for the only information that can successfully penetrate a tinfoil hat. Hatriot Mail. Written by patriots who hate David Pakman. Because America. And because freedom.
All right, so here it is, just going back to old-fashioned anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. Let's take a listen.
A Jew is running the David Pakman Show. What a coincidence. You soft-spoken, stupid, passive-aggressive idiot, Pakman, who probably thinks that Holocaust happened to the Jews. You have 1 million subscribers, which this Jewish-owned platform, owned by Google's Jewish owners and run by a Jewish woman, that has promoted you to get more exposure based on you being a liberal and a Jew.
Hasn't Holocaust denial just sort of become kind of boring? Like at this point, is that really where you're going to put your eggs in the basket of patriotism? I just don't know. And of course, if you're not familiar, and I envy you if you just don't know about this, a lot of conspiracy theories about, the Jewish conspiracy to control media. And that's what is being implied by, a Jew running the David Pakman Show? What a coincidence. Wow. Don't fall for patriotism. Fight against it with the coupon code HATRIOT40. The coupon code HATRIOT40 saves you 40% off of membership, and it is a middle finger, proverbially, metaphorically, to the Hatriots. It is spelled HATRIOT40. It saves you 40% off of any membership at joinpacman.com. And the Hatriots hate it because the Hatriots want to hurt the show. And when Hatriot40 is used for memberships, Hatriots know that they're the futility of their Hatriot mail. Okay, let's get now to new polling that really tells us a lot about what we need to know about electoral strategy in 2020. There are some very good numbers for Donald Trump. We're going to get to bad numbers for Trump a little bit later in the show, but there are some really good numbers from Donald Trump. Those numbers are that 62% of his supporters say there is nothing he could do, even hypothetically, that would cause them to abandon Donald Trump. For years, I've been explaining that most of the voting public is not convincible. Now, this is on the Democratic side and on the Republican side, in the sense that there's some portion of the electorate that will always vote for the Democrat. There is some portion of the electorate that will always vote for the Republican. So the focus becomes turnout of the people that are already on your side, and also focusing on the small portion of people who are actually willing to see reason and arguments and maybe change their minds about who they're going to support. Now, likewise, it's not just about party, because party applies to the presidential election, the Senate, local elections, whatever. Any individual president also has some solid, unwavering, unchanging, unflinching base of support, regardless of what they do, partially typically because of things that go beyond just politics, right? It could be a cult of personality. It could be ideological in some way that is less directly related to policy, whatever the case may be. So when we look at a presidential approval number like 40%, the floor isn't zero. I've estimated that it's probably somewhere between 22 and 28%. And similarly, I've said for Donald Trump, when his approval rating wavers between 35 and 42%, as it mostly has during his presidency, that is actually a pretty significant swing, because I don't believe it could ever go lower than somewhere in the range of 22 to 28%, no matter what Donald Trump does. And there's a new poll from Monmouth University which finds exactly that. It finds that 62% of Trumpists can't think of anything. They can't think of a single thing, even hypothetically, that Donald Trump could do that would cause them to reevaluate their support for him. So let's do some simple math. In this same poll, Donald Trump's approval rating is currently 43%. 43% of the entire public approves of the job that Donald Trump is doing. That's extraordinarily disturbing. And it's absolutely an indictment of the population of the U.S. But let's just deal with the number. 43% of the total public approves of the job that Donald Trump is doing. 62% of that cohort is about 26%. This is exactly in line of what I've been saying for a year. 62% of Trumpists works out to about 26 or 27% of the total population who will never abandon Donald Trump. This is why convincing Trumpists to change their minds is a losing strategy. So at the big picture level, Democratic candidates should lay out a policy that will appeal to people, to Americans, period. If you lay out a policy that simply makes sense for Americans, you're going to pick up some Trump voters and some centrists and whatever the case may be. But as a strategy in the nitty gritty, our goal is to get the vote out from people who are already on our side. Because remember, nearly 2/3 of the Trumpists will never change their minds, even if, as Donald Trump likes to say, he starts shooting people on Fifth Avenue. So two things I want to say about this. This is very relevant to impeachment. What I mean by that is impeachment will only remove Donald Trump more quickly than voting him out in November of 2020, which is just 12 months away at this point, if Trump truly loses the support of the Republican Party. And we're only 12 months away. We're probably coming to the end of that window as well. Because remember, Republican senators are tools. They are worthless bottom feeders who put their fingers to the wind, and they're not going to do what is right for the country. They are going to do what is politically expedient. If the Republican base turns against Trump, okay, Republican senators might also turn against Trump. But 62% of Republicans are telling us that they will never, ever, no matter what Trump does, turn against him. Never mind, by the way, that normal people already would have turned against Trump for what he's already done. 62% of Trumpists say they will never turn against Trump. That means no impeachment. Republican senators are not going to jump on the bandwagon, so to speak, even if deep down they think it's the right thing to do, if nearly 2/3 of Trumpists never get behind impeachment. So it's time to really start thinking about legacy here, in a sense. Whatever age group you are in next year, an election year, whether it's millennials, whether you'll be 18 and it'll be your first opportunity to vote in a presidential election, whether you're a baby boomer, everyone, what is the legacy of your generation going to be with regard to what you did about Trump? Did you support him? Wow. Wow. Did you stand aside and allow him to be elected? Still not good. Or are you actually going to be a part of the solution? Because 2020 is a potential inflection point, okay? Everything that has been building, Democrats taking the House in 2018, Democrats with some big wins yesterday in state elections in Kentucky and in Virginia, and one of the narrowest defeats for Democrats in Mississippi in the gubernatorial election in a very long time. This is all building to a possible inflection point in 2020. And there's two ways that it could go. Either we start to pull back the insanity and go back to something that makes sense or a little more sense, or do we go completely off the rails into a lame duck Trump that will be further uninhibited, that will be more corrupt, that will be more briberous? I don't know if that's really a word. I know which side I'm going to be on. I hope most of you will be joining me on that right side of history. We will have a poll about this on our Instagram page at David Pakman Show. Follow at David Pakman Show on Instagram. By the way, while you're there, we've been having a problem at my place with people using our trash cans. And I decided to take action and concoct a little flow chart to help people figure out if they should be using my trash cans. I posted it to my Instagram page at david.pakman. Check it out. We'll take a quick break and a lot more to discuss today.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
It's great to welcome to the program today Peter Pomerantsev, who is a contributing editor at the American Interest and director of the Arena program at the London School of Economics. He's author most recently of the book This Is Not Propaganda: Adventures in the War Against Reality, as well as other books, some of which I've previously recommended to my audience. So it's great to talk to you, Peter. I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you for the recommendations. That's really kind of you.
So to start with, give the audience a bit of your background in Russia and the places you've lived, because I think that's a big part of your insight into what we'll be talking about.
Sure. I mean, like, from a family point of view, my parents were Soviet dissidents. They ran into trouble with the KGB in the 1970s and ended up being exiled, which was quite common at the time. And I ended up growing up in London. Then after 2001, after university, I went back to Russia and ended up working in television, actually, kind of in entertainment television, making reality shows and factual entertainment shows and all these terrible, terrible things. But that gave me a lot of insights about kind of the development of the Putin propaganda model, because I was kind of working near the belly of the beast, maybe not inside of it, but not far away from it. And I wrote my first book about that, trying to define the way that the Putin regime uses propaganda in this very, very, pretty original way. And then, of course, what's happened since then is that, the techniques that were honed inside of Russia have been used for foreign influence campaigns. And my second book kind of looks at propaganda across the world and how it's changing, and thinks about why Russia is particularly adept at playing the contemporary game. And now I run this little think tank at the London School of Economics, which studies that and thinks about how we overcome some of the challenges of disinformation, of polarization, and the other pathologies that I'm sure your kind of viewers and listeners are more than aware of.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess let's start with that. In the last 5 to 7 years, or in the last decade, maybe, are there ways in which what we are seeing in the West reminds you of the Russian techniques that were not as visible in the West more than a decade ago?
Sure. I mean, even you can go back to the 1990s and you see these things develop there. I think a lot of it is actually cultural rather than just technical. I mean, this focus on nostalgia rather than an idea of the future, this kind of post-left-right moment, a kind of post-ideological moment where policies and sort of rational arguments become much less important and all politics just becomes about capturing some sort of feeling. I mean, feelings were always present in politics, but now the feeling becomes everything. This constant redefinition of the people and the non-people is kind of 21st century version of populism. This constant kind of mixing of different messages to different audiences, the lack of any kind of coherence for a lot of successful political movements. And perhaps most importantly, this idea that you can't hold power accountable with the truth anymore. This bizarre place we're in where politicians kind of revel in lying and even make a thing out of it. And show complete disdain for factuality and factual language. All of that was really evident in Russia already in the 1990s for reasons I explore in the book. Then there's also the technical side, the kind of the use of troll farms, online mobs, and cyber militias. And that's something the Kremlin's already playing with in 2010 as a way to respond to kind of the democratic use of the internet. So yeah, Russia's been somewhat of a pioneer in these things, partly because it lost the Cold War. By losing the Cold War, they ended up in a place in the 1990s where kind of all old versions of the future, of left and right politics, of of social definitions had collapsed. And so political technologists, that's a Russian kind of term for propagandists, and politicians start experimenting with how to survive in this kind of in this new world.
Yeah, so I want to dig into that a little bit because there are many in the West who know the techniques, but they don't necessarily know the genesis and what catalyzed those techniques to be pioneered in Russia, as you're pointing out. And it's very easy to just say, they're just evil, or, it's conniving Putin, or these very simplistic explanations. So can you talk a little bit more about what were the circumstances that led to Russia being the place where a lot of these techniques were pioneered?
Well, as often actually and historically, because they lost the Cold War, and then because democratic capitalism kind of collapsed as any kind of coherent ideology by 1993 in Russia, with sort of absolutely disastrous consequences for reforms, they were kind of left in this vacuum. And there was no idea of the future left. So making kind of fact-based arguments about the future became pointless. So instead, there was a reveling in nostalgia. And I interview a lot of these kind of spin doctors who were operating Russia in the 1990s. And they're like, look, we couldn't make any kind of coherent policy arguments anymore because all the coherent, rational policies were making people unhappy. So instead, we just focused on uniting people around a vague feeling, bringing Russia off its knees, which obviously sort of anticipates making America great again. So that's kind of the cultural moment. But also you have this kind of understanding that, look, we live in kind of an increasingly fractured world, an increasingly fractured environment. And you win by really targeting different messages at different groups in very honed and specific ways. And in the early 2000s, which is when I was in Russia, I mean, that was so remarkable about that version of Putin, the way he would sort of completely transform for different audiences. So, they'd sell the far left one version of Buddhism, the far right another one. And not even ideologies, interest groups. Here's your thing, and here's your thing. And it didn't need to come together into a coherent whole in a political, ideological sense, but it only had to make sense, again, by uniting around a very vague feeling that anybody could interpret their own way. So what we see Russia doing abroad since then is, masterfully really finding completely contradictory audiences, whether it's the far left in Britain or the far right in the US, and sort of like, dragging them in to the Kremlin's web and interests. So kind of the techniques honed inside the country have proven very useful abroad. But I wouldn't overestimate Russia's kind of influence on things. I mean, it can only play a sort of a tactical game. I mean, what's much more important is that we're seeing Western countries, and especially America, arrive culturally at a very similar place that Russia arrived to in the 1990s. I mean, we can think of many reasons why all kind of versions of left and right politics collapsed, why all versions of the future collapsed for enough people. 2008 crisis, the sense that people's children are going to be poorer than them. We can talk about many factors. But in many ways, America culturally has arrived to Russia in the early 1990s. Maybe not politically, of course, or in the sense of its institutions or in its court systems and so on and so forth. I'm kind of talking about like the political culture, kind of the permafrost underneath the institutions is melting in a very similar way.
When you think back to the time where some of these techniques were maybe in their heyday, so to speak, and not to suggest that they've diminished, but maybe when they were more prevalent in a particular way, how did they affect the personal and family lives of Russians? We have sort of a sense, in North Korea, of the way that North Korean propaganda is woven into the daily lives with the speaker you can't turn off, with the speeches and sort of these other ways. But how, if at all, did the daily lives of Russians change by virtue of these techniques that started being used domestically?
Listen, I mean, in that sense, Russia is not like North Korea, not like the Soviet Union. It has, when I was there, it still had sort of the last vestiges of pluralism. But at the end of the day, you can get information from the West online very, very easily. There's no kind of like Soviet style or North Korean style censorship. You can leave the country. So in that sense, a much more open system. And what the Kremlin did was realize that, look, instead of trying to censor the space, they would flood it with so much information, disinformation. People couldn't find a way through this murky world anymore. In this dark, chaotic world, you turn to strong leaders to kind of to guide you. And they began to use conspiracy thinking and cynicism as a kind of quasi replacement for ideology. Conspiracies, weren't just a way to sort of explain the world, but the propaganda pushed out nonstop the sense that the truth is unknowable, that we live in this, dark world where conspiracy is layered on conspiracy and layered on conspiracy. And in this confusing world, you can't believe in anything. Everything is corrupt. Democracy in the West is rigged. And you need a strong Putin to protect you. And, it's remarkable seeing how effective that is. I mean, we now see that across the world, in Turkey and Yugoslavia and former Yugoslavia, and of course in America, where, you have a leadership that maybe they believe in some of the conspiracy theories, which is really scary, but they definitely use conspiracy theories all the time, again, to give people the sense that the truth is unknowable. I mean, that's a big difference between 21st century propaganda and 20th century propaganda. It's not trying to convince people of a truth. It's trying to seed so much doubt that people just lose the will to struggle and live in a political sense.
Yeah, I've said that it's much more, even though people like to say that it's like 1984, it's actually much more like Aldous Huxley's Brave New World in that sense.
Yeah. I mean, I think there is still a lot to learn from Orwell, without
Sure.
a doubt. But maybe Huxley is the better guide. But it's, I mean, this is something that the Kremlin did early, and out of a sense of crisis, I was like, okay, we can't impose censorship. What do we do? How do we impose what this Russian media critic Vasily Gatov calls white jamming? Just confuse people so much and make them feel that they can't change anything, because that's the nasty little thing about this conspiracy thinking. If you live in a world full of dark conspiracies, full of deep states, and full of endless media plots, then that means you, the little guy, can't change anything. It's a wonderfully clever way of demotivating people and undermining their democratic potential. The Kremlin kind of turned to it out of desperation. They kind of they had nothing else to work with, because imposing censorship, that really, total censorship is really hard nowadays. But I see it now used across the world, and it's used in mature democracies as well, which is very, very disturbing.
One of the things that I see skeptics of Russian meddling in the U.S. repeat very often here in the United States are sort of isolated counterpoints about where the current administration's actions appear not to line up cleanly with Russian interests. And what I feel like is missing from these analyses is an understanding of the level of sophistication and nuance that goes into a lot of these techniques that are being used by Putin, where it's not about on any particular issue necessarily getting the immediate alignment on policy, but it is about what you're talking about: sowing the doubt, destabilizing some of the main systems that are used to make policy in the first place, making people question whether the democratic system is properly working as designed. Can you talk a little bit about the level of nuance that is needed to understand that just looking at, well, Trump bombed Syria, so therefore that's just not deep enough to really understand the level at which these techniques operate?
Yeah, Trump's pulled out of Syria, so that's complete alignment with
yes,
Russia.
It's completely reversed, of course,
but
since that, yeah.
Russia had already boxed. Russia already had Obama's kind of game on Syria, so that wasn't. I don't think that's what they were looking at.
No.
Look, we're speculating about what their game plan was, but we assume, given on really the bits of evidence that we have, that the aim was to seed doubts, so to push up Trump as much as they could, assuming Hillary would win, but then readying this narrative that it was rigged, that the system's rigged, that Trump lost because the other side cheated. It's that sowing doubt, which is kind of the meta narrative all the time. That's the meta narrative that they use at home. Basically, they don't say that they're, nobody in Russia claims that it's a healthy democracy or that it's not corrupt. Their argument is, well, the West is just as corrupted as us. Yeah, the whole world is rotten. So we assumed that was it. That was the kind of the game plan. And then Trump went and won, and well, that was a bit of a that may have been as stunning to them as to us. So we don't know. But look, Trump aligns with the Kremlin in a very deep way, which is in his deep cynicism. When Trump, recently we had transcripts from 2016 where Trump sort of tells the Russians, look, I don't mind what you did in the US, because the US government does the same sort of thing. That kind of equivalence is the essence of kind of the Putin anti-ideology. Yeah.
And the other thing that seems powerful in that, it seems to me, is that very often the conspiratorial ideas do have an element of truth, in the sense that, for example, the idea that the system is rigged and democracy may not be functioning as designed. That's something a lot of people on the American left have been saying for a long time, but in different ways than became the talking point after the 2016 election. And that's probably something that helps these ideas self-perpetuate in society, when there is an element of truth to them, but the details are going completely awry.
Well, all good propaganda does that. It always mixes truth and fiction, or takes a good idea and then pushes it to sort of an absurd and destructive conclusion. But look, I think it's quite a simple sort of dividing line. There is a difference between constructive, policy suggestions, which should be based on criticism, that's fine, and a kind of cynicism which says, democracy is impossible, full stop, therefore, every system is rigged, therefore, we should just leave the world open to strong men, and no, all universal values are just a charade, so therefore let's have zones of influence where every country makes up their own their own system of norms, and human rights are just a myth. So I think look, there's a difference between a criticism that's meant to strengthen democracy, and you can tell that usually by the speech, the nature of the speech, because it invites argument and genuine debate. There's lots of theories of democracy which talk about that. It's the nature of the conversation that's important, and this kind of conspiratorial cynicism which ends any conversation because it says, well, everything's rigged, therefore there's nothing to talk about. So I don't find it very hard to differentiate between the two, and I think most people, if they think about it, wouldn't find that very hard either. But maybe on a certain kind of momentary level, you can fall for this kind of arty nonsense. But I really don't think people do. I mean, I hope not, because that's so depressing.
To what degree do you see as what's going on in the UK with Boris Johnson as tracking some of what is happening in the US? Similarities, differences?
So listen, look, the way I encourage people to talk about what I'm talking about, which is sort of political culture, propaganda as in the formation of public opinion,
yes,
political rhetoric, which are the things that I'm interested in. Look, I compare it to art. I mean, art is very similar in the same way that it kind of manifests itself in similar ways in different countries. So you have, in the turn of the 20th century, you have modernism in Russia, in the Soviet Union, what became the Soviet Union, in America and Britain. So you have these common phenomena break out because that's the zeitgeist. They all manifest themselves in national idioms, so they're going to be very, very different in Britain to America because they're different countries. But without a doubt, Boris Johnson is someone who's been caught lying, who lost his job as a journalist because he lied, and that hasn't stopped him succeeding. He's someone also sort of peddling nostalgia nonstop. So there are clear motifs that repeat. We've moved away. I mean, Brexit was a move away from left and right politics or centrist politics, which is the way attempt to marry the two, to pure emotions, targeted messaging, and a kind of creation of the people. It's not a populism isn't an ideology; it's a strategy. It's a creation of an idea of the people, or a sense of the people for every election. So that's the similarities. But then there are a million differences. I mean, Johnson, unlike Trump, is not a he's a highly educated man, et cetera, and probably a very different kind of dinner companion to Trump. So there are huge differences as well. But no, there's some sort of zeitgeist. I mean, we see it in the Philippines with Duterte, with Orban. I mean, it's not a coincidence that all these people are also men of a certain age. There's a lot of similarities. In my book, I took a lot about their language, this obsession with kind of jokes about human private parts, about, like dirty jokes, how all of them indulge in this language. And what does that mean? What does that say about us?
We've been talking somewhat about what is in the book, This Is Not Propaganda, Adventures in the War Against Reality, and about many other things with the book's author, Peter Pomerantsev, who's a contributing editor at The American Interest and also directs the Arena program at LSE. Peter, so great having you on. I really appreciate your time.
It's my pleasure. Anytime.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex or French press or a David Pakman Show t-shirt, it's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. Don't miss the bumper stickers too, davidpakman.com/gear. Find our videos online at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show and on Steemit at steemit.com/@David Pakman.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
So let's talk about some battleground states for 2020 right now, because we've got to be honest. Very rarely are presidential elections decided by who wins Massachusetts or how big a margin of victory the Democrat has in California. Those things influence the popular vote. But of course, we have an electoral college system in the U.S. So reality check time. Tomorrow, we will talk about how in national polls, Donald Trump is way, way, way down in hypothetical matchups against Joe Biden by 17 points, against Elizabeth Warren by 16 points, against Bernie Sanders by 14 points. But do we believe that Donald Trump is going to lose the popular vote by 15, 16, or 17 points in 2020? I don't think so. It would be historic. It wouldn't be impossible, but it would be historic. And we haven't seen anything like that for a very long time. So if we assume that the popular vote nationally is going to tighten up as we get closer and closer to the election, The most likely scenario is that a few key battleground states are going to decide 2020. So I think it's a logical time, less than a year out from the election at this point, to start looking at who of the Democratic frontrunners is doing best in those states. And right now, it is not Elizabeth Warren. Now, of course, I know that there's constant discussions over, am I a Bernie bro? Am I a Warren shill or whatever? I'm not any of those things. I tell you what the facts are and what the polls say. A new New York Times poll looked at 6 important states. Those states are Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Florida, Arizona, and North Carolina. In hypothetical matchups against Donald Trump in those states, Joe Biden is winning 4 states, Bernie is winning 3, and Elizabeth Warren is winning only 1, Arizona. Right now, according to state polls, Biden would defeat Trump in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Florida, and Arizona, but lose North Carolina. And they are tied in Michigan. So that's 4 for Biden. Bernie right now would beat Trump in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, but would lose to Trump in Florida, Arizona, and North Carolina. And Warren is leading Trump in Arizona, losing in Michigan, Florida, and North Carolina, and tied in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. So on this basis, if we say electoral college presidential elections in the United States typically come down to these states, Biden and Bernie are looking far stronger than Warren. But there's actually even worse news for Elizabeth Warren. That polling was among registered voters. But as we know, not everybody who is registered actually votes. If you look at likely voters, it is a disaster for Elizabeth Warren. It's also slightly worse for Bernie, but not nearly as much worse as it is for Warren. Among likely voters, Biden wins 5 of these key states, all of them from North Carolina, all of them but North Carolina. Bernie wins just 1, Michigan, while he's losing to Trump in 4. And Elizabeth Warren, among likely voters, is behind in 5 of the 6 states, and even only in 1 of them, Arizona. But let's dig deeper. This is not enough. What about Ohio? Ohio has been a big marker for presidential elections and a big battleground. Ohio was not included in this poll of key states. If we look at polling in Ohio, which is admittedly a month old at this point, Warren is +4 over Trump in Ohio. Bernie has a bigger lead with +6, and Biden also at +6. So all of the normal caveats here, things can change between now and November of 2020. It's early. Electability is a fraught issue. Likability as part of that is an even more fraught issue. But as we get closer and closer, these are going to be real issues to talk about. Now, as far as it being early, it is early, but in the last 3 presidential elections, when you looked at polls head-to-head hypothetical matchups a year in advance, they were essentially just as accurate as the day before the election. So while it is early and things can change, often they don't. And often hypothetical matchups at this point can actually tell us quite a bit. So these numbers don't look good for Elizabeth Warren. I want to hear from you. What do you make of them? But the other thing we should really be looking at are voter cross sections, because Donald Trump's advantage with white voters, particularly those that are not college educated, continues to be something that is truly a house of horrors and effectively a dystopian nightmare. And that's what I want to get into next in detail. So we've talked about this New York Times poll that shows that in some key battleground states, Donald Trump is doing way better against Elizabeth Warren than against Joe Biden or than against Bernie Sanders. And that's all great. And we've already had a discussion about that. But there is another storyline buried in the polling, and it is about education and it is about race. And it exposes so much of what we've been saying for the last several years. There are a whole bunch of ways that we can slice up the polling data for Donald Trump versus his opponents. We can look by age group. We can look by income. We can look at all sorts of things. But take a look at this. We're putting up data on the screen, which shows that Donald Trump is absolutely destroying Biden, Bernie, and Warren among voters who were white without a college education. Okay, Trump won in 2016 over Hillary by 26 over among voters who are white and lack a college education. Trump is leading Biden and Bernie by 24 points each right now among white voters who didn't go to college. Trump is crushing Warren by even more, by 26 among white voters without a college degree. This is why Republicans don't want tuition-free college. They know the numbers. This is why Republicans aren't actually doing anything to improve the circumstances for minority voters, because they are so overwhelmingly not with them that it probably feels like a worthless investment of time, resources, and money. This is not rocket science. Now, race is a component in the sense that black voters, Hispanic voters, other voters, presumably other includes maybe biracial, Asian, Native American. Trump gets destroyed in every single one of those races, among those demographic groups, against Biden, Bernie, and Warren. But when you look at white voters with a college degree, Trump lost in 2016 to Hillary among that group, and Trump is losing to Biden, Bernie, and Warren right now. So there is a party that benefits drastically from keeping people uneducated. What do you think their policy is going to be to education? Don't teach critical thinking in middle school and high school. Don't make it easier or more affordable for people to go to college. Don't do tuition-free college. Don't provide student loan relief. And that is exactly what they're doing. Now, there's an analogy here to voter turnout. Republicans do better when they suppress voter turnout in elections. So what policies do they want? They want to remove people from voter rolls. They want to increase ID requirements. They want to prevent people from being allowed to register on the same day of the election. It's totally transparent if you're paying attention, which we have been. I was thinking, there's this idea of 1984 versus Brave New World. These are two really important dystopian novels. 1984, of course, by George Orwell, Brave New World by Aldous Huxley. It's very common that people will compare or liken what's happening right now to 1984. But the late Neil Postman wrote that very often when people say something is like 1984, there's a better analogy to Brave New World by Aldous Huxley. And I believe that that's what we're seeing right now. And I'll give you an example. Orwell feared or painted a picture of books being banned. Aldous Huxley feared that there would be no reason to ban books. And that's the case right now, because you have an entire political movement, the American right-wing movement, built around people who have no real interest in thinking or in books or in reading or education or epistemology or critical thinking. They don't need to ban the books because the people that they're appealing to aren't reading any books. And like Neil Postman said, Orwell feared that the truth would be concealed from us. Huxley feared that the truth would be drowned out in a sea of irrelevance. Orwell feared we would become a captive culture. Huxley feared we would become a trivial culture. I believe that what we are seeing right now is much more along the lines of the picture painted by Aldous Huxley in Brave New World, in this particular sense, than by George Orwell in 1984. It is really scary stuff, and you need only look at the numbers to understand where the policy comes from that we are seeing among the modern Republican Party. Disgusting, but somehow we've got to fight it. And 2020 and that election is just the very small first step. It's an important first step, but it is a comparatively small one given what we're up against. We have a voicemail number. That number is 219-2-DAVID-P. Speaking of ignorance, that is exactly what this voicemail question is about. Take a listen.
Hey, David, I was just going to make this question quick. What's your opinion on Americans accepting their self-inflicted ignorance? Thank you. Have a good day.
Yeah, I would actually put it a different way. It's not about Americans accepting self-inflicted ignorance. There are Americans who wear that ignorance like a badge of honor because they have been bamboozled by the Republican Party into believing education is liberal indoctrination. You don't need to be, history, who cares? What other countries think and do, who cares? We're America. We do what we want. We know what is best. We know what is right. It doesn't matter what anybody else does. So it's actually worse than merely accepting that self-inflicted ignorance. It is a movement that wears it as a badge of honor, and that is the scariest part of it. And I don't know what is going to turn it around. We've got a great bonus show for you today. A Republican candidate has been charged with distributing fake sample ballots on Election Day. Krispy Kreme Donuts has struck a very interesting deal with a college kid who drives hundreds of miles to resell their donuts. And we will talk about a very interesting study out of Japan about the 4-day work week, not Tim Ferriss's 4-hour work week. We're not there yet, but the 4-day work week. All of those stories and more on today's bonus show. I hope you'll join us there. You can get instant access by becoming a member at davidpakman.com/membership or a patron at patreon.com/davidpakmanshow.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Let's call this meeting to order. Monday, November 4th, 2019, the Newbane Board of Select Board, Board of Select Board, Board of Select Men, Board of Select Persons. Excuse me. It appears to be no reason. Well, let me start off with, I would like to take a moment, personally anyway, and say thank you to the road crew in particular, and to some of the power crews and phone crews and their contractors for the work done on the outage recently. Could have been a lot worse, and we really appreciate what they did, time they put into it. No reason for an executive session, so we'll go to the approval of the minutes of October 21st of the regular meeting. I think you've all had a chance to look at it. May I have a motion?
I make a motion to accept the October 21st meeting minutes.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on it? Hearing none, all in favor of approving the minutes of October 21st, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions?
One.
Thank you, sir. Okay, the budget meeting for October 28th, we have minutes of that as well. That's in addition to the agenda, the old agenda that you may have gotten. The updated shows that. So may I have a motion on the minutes for the October 28th budget meeting?
I'll make a motion to accept the October 28th budget meeting minutes.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor of approval, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions?
One.
Thank you. Moving on to road business and turn it over to the road foreman for his report.
As Pete mentioned, we had a fair number of trees and wires down with the storm last Friday. The last few customers had their power restored yesterday, so I think everybody should be in good shape now. The bridge work on Hunter Brook Road is almost complete. The second bridge should be open by tomorrow. We're waiting for the guardrail to be put on the bridges, and we're putting some rock on the bank for the approaches. We had someone hit a new section of guardrail on Depot Road several weeks ago. Do you want to try billing the insurance company for this? And it'll only work on the accidents where police respond to. A lot of times they get hit and we never know who does it, but I don't know if that's something you want to try to pursue or not.
Yes, I'd say so.
Do you know if the police were called for this one?
Yeah.
They were?
Yeah. Oh, smash the ring all out. Mail me.
Yeah.
I think it's a sense of the board that if you could contact or that we should contact the insurance company.
Okay.
And we'll take appropriate steps to get that done.
You should have an access permit in front of you for 203 New Fane Hill Road. We reviewed it and everything looks good on that one. And the Depot Road box culvert and the sand salt shed project are moving along slowly, very slowly. And one thing I forgot to add to the report is I did get one price for the stonework on Cemetery Hill and for the walkway out front here from Nathaniel Noyes. So it was $1,000 for the walkway and $2,500 for the stonework up on Cemetery Hill. And it'd be spring before you could do it anyways, but.
Is there a motion to accept Mr. Noyes' bid on the stonework as listed?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it.
Is there discussion? We've been looking for someone for this for quite a long time, and it's nice to have at least one.
Well, if he's not going to be able to do it until the springtime, should we wait?
I think you need to get somebody booked or they'll be booked for the whole summer. That seems to be the way they work.
I'd like to get at the top of his list,
Book months in
or
advance.
close to it. Yeah.
What's he doing to the sidewalk out here? Just patching the cement or something?
Apparently he needs to fill in underneath one of the big steps. He said it's gone underneath. So he's gonna fill underneath, fill all the cracks. He seemed to, I can't remember what he said the material was he uses that's supposed to patch it fairly well, so. But I guess there's a big void underneath one of the big steps and so he's gonna fill under there.
Will he have to like take that apart?
It sounds like he's gonna work it under somehow.
Oh.
Push it from underneath.
Okay, so we have a motion. I'm sorry, did we get a second?
Yes.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor of accepting Mr. Noyes' price on work on the wall and front Walkways, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Anyone abstaining? Thank you.
You should have an access permit there somewhere in here.
Yeah, we have an access permit, complete with a check to cover it. It's steep, 203 Newfane Hill Road, Bruce Santangelo. It, maybe you could further describe it for us.
It's right on the flat across from Ryan Drew's, you know. It slopes away from the road, good visibility. There was nothing that we saw that was bad about it.
He's creating an access road to his property, is that what it is?
Right.
Wasn't there a barway there originally anyway? Yeah.
It's good to have a historian on the board.
Been around a little while.
Yeah. Okay, is there a motion to approve the access permit for Bruce Santangelo?
I'll approve it. Make a motion.
I'll
Second it.
Thank you. Discussion on the motion as moved and seconded. Hearing none. All in favor of approving the access permit for Bruce Santangelo, please say aye.
Aye.
Any negatives? Any holding back? Okay, thank you.
May I make a motion to accept the road foreman and road commissioner report?
Second it.
Discussion on the motion before us? Hearing none, all in favor of approving the road foreman's report, please say aye.
Aye.
Negatives? Abstentions? Thank you. Administrative assistance report, I think you got a copy of that in your packet. Is there anything you'd like to add to?
No.
If you've had a chance to.
Do you want me to read it?
He usually reads it though.
Go ahead.
Budget season started last week. My time has been devoted to researching this process to make sure that a timeline is kept for the report to be completed. As I continue to receive the special appropriation requests in the mail, the folder is becoming quite full. I've completed a research of the special appropriations that appear in the town reports of our surrounding neighbors. I will have at our next budget meeting a full report for your review. The budget committee has been formed in order to start and keep expectations within reason. We have formed a small 4-person committee consisting of Mr. Sapodsky, who has construction experience, Ms. Brown, our treasurer, and Mr. Fitzpatrick on the select board, and me. We will present information to the board after town meeting. And then I might have added to it. There was a request from last meeting on Mr. Gray, who was our maintenance. Excuse me just for a moment, I need to pull up. Okay, I was asked a few weeks ago to research the property maintenance contract we have with Mr. Gray. He has been working with the town for an excess of 4 years, has established a reliable, responsible, and professional business. He does have an excellent job. There has been no concerns or complaints. Mr. Gray and his family are respected citizens, property owners, and taxpayers in this community. His rates are reasonable and well within range of other property maintenance business, what other property maintenance business charges. So that's what I found out.
Thank you.
Is that contract a yearly contract, or do we need to look at it again?
No, it's just a subcontractor. It's, unless there's reason or an excuse to look at it again.
And his rates have stayed the same?
His rates have been the same for the last 4 years.
Anything else?
That's it.
Excuse me, thank you.
Thank you.
May I have a motion on the administrative assistance report?
I make a motion to accept it.
Second it.
Discussion on the motion. Hearing none, all in favor of approving the administrative assistance report, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstentions? Your timing is incredible. Scheduled members of the public, liaison group, Catholic County.
Okay,
You have the floor.
great. Well,
The
I'm glad we
stage
got here
is
when we
yours.
did. You had said 6:30, but this is great. This is fine. Get to bed earlier. Let's see. Marissa, our third liaison, is not well. She is from Brookside, so this is an unfortunate event. However, Bud Bergman, the liaison from South Newfane, and I are here to go over this document. Is it in your packets?
It is.
Yes, it is. Okay.
It's
Does
most of
anybody
our
need
package.
one? Because I have some extra copies. I think one of the did make copies.
There's some on
Um,
the,
Would anybody like a copy? Thank you. All right. So, first of all, thank you for having us. And thank you for your attentiveness and being supportive. And I just want to say a big thank you to Jay. In all my 24 years in the village, this is a wonderful experience to be able to work with someone like Jay. So let me just leave it like that. So to review what's been done since the October 2018 meeting, just digital signs. Good. This is, some folks I know in the village were still coming, and they were thinking 6:30, so there might be a trickle-in effect. So actually, Breeze, when you, if you could share, when you see people come in, would you mind giving them one of these? Thank you. I'd also want to acknowledge Breeze Bratt, my partner, who actually kind of got this ball rolling in May of 2018. Got it rolling again after our having done many studies as villages since 1995. So just to review what has been done thus far since the October 14th forum in 2018. I won't review that, but if anybody has any questions about that, you can see me or you can see it online thanks to BCTV. That forum was held at Williamsville Hall, and from that many suggestions were culled, and we worked some with Shelley. We've spoken with other people who are now on the board, Angela. Marion's been supportive, etc. So, Carol. So since then, the digital signs, there are two now, and those you guys were going to do anyway because of the reporting of the dangerous roads. Painting speed limits on the roads, that's in the works. Thank you, Jay. Horizontal signage has proven to be very effective. albeit not so much so when it's covered with snow and mud. Larger signage is ordered, not yet posted. This comes from the reports from all the studies which address signage and the size and placement and wording of signs. Also, the yield to bridge traffic changed to a stop at the corner of Dover Road and the Arch Bridge per Project Newfane BF recommendation happened, but it's for those of us who try to get out of the village by the Stone Arch Bridge, it's problematic. It has yielded a lot of obscene gestures. So traffic studies have been done November 29th by the RSAR in the RSAR mode. May, there should be a paren after in the formal. There was one, Marcus Miller from Bree Transit did a drive-through at Breeze's urging and querying. And then of course there was the cable speed tracking in July, late June, July. Also done has been the Williamsville signage. Originally we had somebody primed to design and take on that project. Those two people have backed out, so I reinitiated in early October and I sent the select board a recommendation for signage. And it can happen very easily and very quickly if you accept what I proposed. Points. And Bud, please chime in whenever, okay? Please chime in whenever. Oh, yeah. I hate this stuff. It's okay. It's what you get for being an actress. But I'm not acting. But so point one, studies confirm we do have a speeding problem in our villages. We don't need any committee or any more documentation of that. Point two, the use of the 85th percent.
Let me add to that. The speeding problem, I mean, this is a study, and I think that you say if you can get into the statistics, but without question, virtually no one drives the speed limit through these three hamlets. I mean, that's what it shows. It also shows a huge amount of people drive at extremely faster speeds. So the study seems to confirm that.
And we can look at the data in a little bit on the reverse side of your sheet, okay, in terms of the actual numbers that we're looking at per day. And if you break those up into morning drive, evening drive, that's advertising talk, but you can see that there's a high concentration of dangerous speeding in those day parts. So the use of the 85th percentile, I'm referring to page 1 of the summer report, is moot, we believe, for villages. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, actually it's right there on that document. So if anybody needs to know what I'm talking about, if this is the study, so basically saying that the speed limit is set by what the 85th percentile is doing, unless there is a circumstance such as a high population of kids, or you're in a village, yada yada. So that does not apply to us, we believe. Point 2, the rubber speed humps on Guilford Street by Living Memorial Park are deemed effective by the professionals down there. They cost $4,500. Bud has seen them as low as almost $400. Those are custom made. They are reported as effective. They are removed in the winter. The several stop signs on Cedar Street in Brattleboro are effective. I'm just saying this because everybody says more stop signs. I want you to note that the state totally discourages use of extra stop signs. Okay? State records in recent years identified 4 town roads having the highest number of vehicular accidents that also included bodily harm. Those are Dover, Grimes Hill, Depot, South Wardsboro. Recently, River has been added. Okay. As a result, the town purchased portable battery-operated speed signs, and it's an effort toward traffic calming. And thank you, Carol, for sharing that information. Liaisons have heard some increasing concerns from Williamsville, where folks are afraid to walk their dogs, all the way down to Brookside, where folks with young children have moved in. 5 accidents on Dover Road were reported to the state trooper in 2018.
And I'd like-
No, the October 1 to October 1, yes.
I'd like clarification. People walking from Williamsville to Brookside?
No. Liaisons have heard increasing concerns from Williamsville where folks are afraid to walk their dogs
To Brookside?
Brookside, okay, my punctuation's bad, thank you. You got me. What I'm saying is that everywhere along the road, we have trouble. All the way from Williamsville down to Brookside. Okay?
I thought, I was giving a lot of people a lot of credit for walking a lot.
Amen to that. Just, let's just pray
Thank
to
you.
God that they survive the excursion. Okay. So I'm sorry for that. I can clean up the punctuation. Shame on me. The placement of 25-mile-per-hour signs that would indicate concentrated areas of dwellings needs to be evaluated with an openness to repositioning signs. This is also in the state's reports, okay? Because there's some crying wolf kind of signage going on that really needs to be addressed. There are 25-mile-per-hour signs where there are no dwellings and higher speeds where there are dwellings, such as in Brookside. State reports confirm this. Just so we all remind ourselves, Dover Road is a Class 2 highway and we have to work within those parameters. It's considered a major route between Brattleboro and West Dover. That's a November 18 study, and most direct route to Mount Snow. Ugh. But that's what it is. Hey, how are you? That's my neighbor. A question here, Breeze had a document for you. The question is, what has happened as a result of the November 8th study regarding encouraging increased enforcement in our villages by state police? That was one of the outcomes of November 18th. Okay. Those are points made. Okay? The purpose of where we're going now is to look at, first we'll take a quick look at what the recent traffic study tells us, then we'll look at short range and long range. I don't want to just sound like white noise at some point, so can you stop me with questions, comments, whatever? Jean?
I understand.
Yeah, I think you need to tell your name.
Oh, Jean Howard, Williamsville. We can't use speed bumps in the village. For the very same reason you said, right?
No, you just hold tight.
Okay.
Hold tight. That's #1 recommendation. Okay. Those are just points made. That's just sort of background. Anything else in terms of the points made? Okay, Bud, am I doing okay?
You're doing great.
Okay, please go to the back of this, of what the recent traffic study shows us, okay? We're not going to go over every village, all right? Note please that the Williamsville listings are are both directions. When you get to South Newfane and Brookside, you have east to west breakdown. I suppose if you look in any one of these lines, for instance, Williamsville from the Gristmill Lane, on a weekday average of 2,085 drivers, 313 a day are driving between 36 and 50, where the posted speed is 25. 21 are driving over 50. If we can assume, and our bedroom's right on Dover Road, that there's not many of those cars are going overnight, and during the day it does back up a little bit, you're looking at morning time and evening time as having an incredibly high concentration of people speeding. May I remind you too that we have bus stops all along that way, and both elementary kids catching a bus and middle high school kids catching a bus in these time periods. The LNG bus would drop kids off, I guess, around 3, and then there's a late bus. So even when the evening traffic for folks speeding through is at its greatest, you will also have kids getting off buses. Yeah.
Janine Rose, Williamsville. I'd like to note that every day I see the school buses come by without kids, and they're speeding too. That's an amazing thing.
Well, there's a little wrist slapping that needs to go on there, right? I don't have the authority, but somebody should say something.
May I just suggest that if someone definitely sees a bus or a vehicle and they think it's going too fast, call the owner of the bus company or the town school district, whatever you see in big black letters.
It was going too fast for me to catch it today. I mean, that's incredible.
Well, I know where the bus company is, and so just make a call directly to the
I would.
dispatcher? Okay.
I wouldn't hesitate.
Okay. Okay. I'll make friends. Okay, that's good to know. And this is all, of course, being recorded thanks to our amazing DCTV.
Good.
You can look down at these numbers, guys. I don't have to read them all to you. But where we have our 25 mile an hour speed limits, for instance, South Newfane, westbound, west of South Newfane Church, 26 going over 50 miles an hour through that little village. Whew.
Got rid of them.
Pardon me?
I said, we got rid of them.
Rid of who?
They're gone. They went through fast.
Oh. So I will let you read this on your own for a little light bedtime reading, but in the meantime, in the interest of time, before I go on to action steps, are there any questions or comments regarding what that summer study showed? Let me add one thing before you say something. Every one of these cable readings, 2009, 2014, and this one, they have all been done in our warm summer months. We need to have this study done at the height of ski season. Right. Because that's just as bad, if not worse. So that's one recommendation. So are there any other things about this stage of our presentation? Yes.
So what I saw from the study when I originally looked at it was that it seemed as though it's all weekday. I would assume that most of them are local people traveling and they're speeding.
I don't think we can make assumptions like that, Shelley. There's nothing, I want to be very careful about saying, oh, it's the neighbors in Dover.
Well, the
Yes.
school bus is driving fast, but I mean, it's weekday. It's people that are traveling during the day and they are speeding.
I see, I know that Jen Stanchfield, our former rep from Brookside, said that what they get is from the Dover line, and Dover has cops, going down that hill, they are tearing through.
Going rapidly.
And not slowing down. So yeah, those are locals. But I don't think any of us here has data to say it's mainly our neighbors or it's mainly out of towners. I do know that personal experience, when I do this to someone from Vermont, there's sort of an embarrassment and they do slow down. When I do this to someone from another state, more often than not I'll get a gesture that I can't use right now.
That's what I gained from it. Was mostly local during the weekday and it's the summer.
I don't think so. No, it's nuts. Yeah.
Okay, but everyone has their opinion.
Well, no, but these are assumptions, and I think we have to look at the data. We can go back to the report. It does break down weekend, weekday. We didn't want to data you out ad nauseum. Bub and Nancy.
No, I looked at it all. I know what you're talking about.
Do you mind if I call these people, or do you need to call them?
I wish you would.
Okay, but
I would say just Bud Bergman, South Newfane, lived here since 1995. Been involved in some of these issues since, say, 97 anyway. I think we can say one thing, nothing really has changed in all that time, despite the studies, and my personal hope is maybe this will be the time. And I personally see it as a speeding problem, but also as an opportunity to help these villages have more of an identity and feel more like villages, because that's their hope. And so there's two parts to this. As you know, I did some drawings back in the 90s, and again, with some suggestions, most of which are on Annie's list. And my great hope is that actually something will occur. The speed bump thing is probably the most important thing that can occur in terms of actually having an effect, because, you know, drivers, they don't stop for the stop sign necessarily, they don't slow down because it's a village. They will slow down if there's a bunch of speed bumps. And the trick is how we do them so it's acceptable, you know, to the road crew and all that.
Could I
And that's the
interrupt
first thing in action steps, so we're going to get in there very soon, yes.
for a moment? I would hope that the liaison group would get together and say, these are the things, these are the 3 or 4 or 5 or whatever,
Yep,
things
right
that we are really, really interested in.
That's right here.
Well, I think we've done that, Pete. And,
Okay,
right
okay,
here.
I thought that maybe there was a possibility for boiling down some of this, because there are some things here that are, okay.
Well, the
I step back.
The drawings tie to the wording, and the drawings show stop signs, speed bumps, things like that, if that's helpful.
It may look like a lot of verbiage, I just wanted to be sure that things weren't lost, but the 2 action steps recommended in boldface on this document are basically the salient points at this point. But if you'll just bear with me, I'll try to be as succinct as possible. Nancy.
Nancy Riga, Williamsville. So I want to make sure that 2 points that you're talking about is the first page, installing speed bump pumps. Is that what
We're
you're talking
getting
about?
right there.
The first page.
In just a minute, yeah.
Okay, so that's the, it's not the action steps long range. That's long range, which is
We're trying to
bigger.
do short range
Yes,
and long
yes.
range
Okay,
because
so
of fiscal
I just
considerations.
wanted to clarify that.
Absolutely.
So yes, I've been involved in this since I've been here, 1992. I hear they're speeding in the middle of the night. It's amazing how fast cars go in the middle of the night. It's scary to me. It's not just during the day, and it's weekend. It's I know that we can call UPS. We can call all those trucks and stuff. The companies that go fast too. That's something that we can do. I encourage the speed humps as they have them by Memorial Park. Is that what it's called?
Yep, Guilford Street.
Yeah. They're brilliant, and you can take them out if you need to, if the town wants to take them out for the plowing, but they're not going to kill the car, but they slow people down. And I really, really think we've been trying to get them for years. So
Yep,
I'm really hoping that happens.
That's numero uno from everything that we've called, so thank you. Was there anybody else who wanted to touch on the data section before we go on to recommendations?
I guess I want to say one more thing. Wish more people were here. The covered bridge, between the covered bridge and the cement bridge coming to the post office, it's like a dragway. I've been told by neighbors there that if they feel like they're on Indy 900, 500, whatever it is, and they like ram it up to go around the curve over the bridge, which is beyond me. And then there's the post office where people are walking. There's also a Timpson Hill. Kids walk on the street from Timpson Hill.
You send us pictures of that, which I've actually shared with you guys.
So,
just pictures of a group of maybe 7 or 8 preschoolers with 2 teachers walking on Dover Road. Any other points on the data before we move on? Okay, so given what's already in the works, posting the larger speed limit and speed limit warning signs, painting speed limits on roads, you know what I'm talking about. And I've had a conversation with Jay about this. We have actually, and you know, it's not a 3-foot number that needs to be there. It's a 6-foot number, so that's what is forthcoming. Circulating the existing digital signs. Among Beyond that, we recommend first and foremost installing speed humps in our villages as soon as fiscally possible and feasible. And it's recommended that a task force be appointed to research and recommend placement of same, of course, given all of our restrictions and parameters. Okay, I know that on that table that came out after the November 18th study, you know, speed humps were not there at the top of the list of being like, ooh, ah, great solutions. Okay, the things that are the number 5 out of 5 great solutions are median islands, roundabouts, road narrowing, and road jig-jagging. It ain't gonna happen on Dover Road, so we're going for what has come up again and again and again. Change the surface of the pavement. You get the speed, and Bree's got pictures. We were over in New York State and saw them on a side road, and you have pictures. I mean, we can all go around in our region and take photographs of these things that work. That is number 1 recommendation among us. When I say task force, I know that I've said that committees give me hives personally after 24 years in teaching me. But a task force is a different thing, as you all know. A task force says, okay, we're gonna do speed humps. Where are they gonna be? And of course, you guys have to think, how are they gonna be paid for? How are they gonna be paid for? And what's our timeline? And of course, the speed humps in Bratt are removed for winter plowing. I get that. But if we could ameliorate the problem for 3/4 of the year, wouldn't that be better than not at all? I mean, and it's like a circus up here in October these days. I'm great. It's great for the economy, but boy, of course, I think November could be prettier. But anyway, beyond this short range, most of the recommendations in the 2018-19 study reports involve signage. So it's further recommended, and I didn't have a chance to really go over this with my fellow liaisons. We just each got a copy of the 2018 study, and I read it and called it. I was thrown off by the power outage, so I just got to that this morning. But it seems to me there is so much involving signage in terms of where signs should be, what size they should be, that it's in terms of to further improve our situation here. If and maybe Jay, you don't want this, but I'm just thinking if a group of just a very small group of people got together, looked at all these reports, and said, okay, these are the signs that we need to be paying attention to. This is what we can do short term in terms of signage. Because for us to go over all that signage stuff now would take forever. Let me just say that signage comes up in each of these reports. And it's a biggie. The size of the sign, the placement of the sign, the wording of the sign. So that may help, Pete, in terms of looking at the other the other bullet items here. One request that comes up again and again for Brookside is if the village of Williamsville has a 25-mile-an-hour and the village of South Newfane does, the village of Brookside with its many, or several, many for us, young kids now, they too, they really want their speed limit to be 25. So that's recommended, that's our third bullet. Reconsidering stop sign at Concrete Arch Bridge, that's a signage issue. Ensure completion of the horizontal signage, that is in the works. That is rated 5 out of 5 in terms of effectiveness. Digital monitors. You know, if I could ask for it for Christmas, I would. There should be one in each village, including this village. And those are rated 5 in terms of effectiveness. You could throw that under signage on a task force and say, what's the most feasible, what's the most effective. somebody stopped at my door, and I wasn't there, but a friend was there, and said, you know, tell Annie that, you know, there are these digital monitors that will clock your speed, take down your license plate, and ticket you. And I don't think that we want that. So anyway, research needs to be done. Why not? Oh, okay.
At least we can find out who's doing the speeding.
Then we will find out. It's like Hester Prynne in the Scarlet Letter wearing the A, you know. Adding thickly settled and pedestrian crossing signs, again, that signage, the Williams Hill signage, I need to hear from the select board whether what I proposed a month ago is a go. If you want me to go with the sign maker I recommended. Does this ring any bells?
You're talking about the signage for the village of Williamsville?
Yeah, which has already been approved by the select board years ago. And so now I've got someone to make the sign, we just have to decide on the wording. I'll take care of the deciding of the wording because I'll canvass all the neighbors, but is it okay to go ahead with what I proposed to you?
You've only got, I think there's only one bid on that, wasn't there? There was just one.
There's not
sign,
a bid.
or not a bid.
It's a sign maker I know who's waiting for the go-ahead to give you a bid. Does it have to go through the whole?
Guess you better refresh my memory because I can't remember what the hell it's.
All right, I sent it. Winetta, do you remember getting that?
I remember seeing it.
What was the sign?
Huh?
What was the sign?
Well, the sign, just like Brookside and
Just like
South
Brookside,
Newfane,
it's
have an entering Williamsville,
Just a village.
just a village sign.
Right.
I have a means of going ahead with it.
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
Okay, that's fine. So I'll just have the sign maker send you an explanation of what he'll do, okay? Because I don't want to, this is all about the three villages on this side, with all due respect to the village of Newfane. And thank you guys for this time for our villages, yes.
Those, excuse me, those signs should all look the same for all three villages.
Yeah.
Well, oh, no, that's not, I understood that Brookside could choose its own design, and South Newfane's is different. There are two different ones now. Why not have a third different one?
Whatever.
Okay. Well, no, I don't mean to be argumentative, but they're already different.
I think we're beyond that, yeah.
Yeah, I think we're beyond that.
Okay. School bus stops, I think somebody has to look at school bus stops and how, just to make sure that we're not in a danger zone with that. Addressing the dangerous curve by the Green Iron Bridge, state reports and recommendations exist on this. And I'm just saying that somebody mentioned that there was a complaint about the Williamsville Hall, and so there was a suggestion to put another exterior light up at the Williamsville Hall, which doesn't seem like a terribly big.
It's in the works.
Okay, great. So see, Pete, we can already cross something off the list. So.
Not yet.
All right, so that's short term. What do people have to say regarding short term? And what do people have to say regarding the appointment of a task force? Do you like the idea of having two task forces, one on humps and one on signs? Okay.
Well, I like the idea of people coming in with suggestions, and then we can find out if we can do them, just like the speed bumps. I almost thought
I think we
Jay had something on that one time from, because that's a federal highway, right? Federal funded, it's not just a state road or whatever. And I thought they said that we couldn't put that kind of stuff on that
I
road.
know we can't
They did.
dig up the pavement, I just don't know whether these
It's
fall
just
into
speeds
that
on the
same.
bump.
Yeah, you can't change the surface. And
And we couldn't narrow the lanes, and we
could
can't.
narrow,
Right.
and, yeah.
So we'd have to check on these. I talked with Steve Barrett from the town of Brattleboro about the ones they used. Effective, they removed theirs last week for the winter. Very noisy, and all the neighbors noticed it, and so that's something they'll have to be aware of. Every trailer, everything goes over, it's very noisy on the pump, so.
Those ones over on Memorial,
Yeah.
they're huge. I mean, they're a couple feet wide across the top.
If I may butt in for a moment, I suggest that this board be the task force. There's no sense in my mind of getting yet another group in the middle. we have the responsibility. If we have to sit down for an hour or so and work through these things, I think we should do it. That's me,
And I think as far as the town goes, we only have a certain amount of money available. So anything beyond that is really, it's unaffordable at this point.
Right, but then we're looking at planning into the future and trying to designate funds for the future, right?
I mean, my thought is, and there's the village of Newfane, and they've incorporated, and they have done their own sidewalks, their own curbing, their own lighting.
Their own taxes.
And their own taxes. And if you really want to be a village, you may want to look into incorporating and having 3 trustees. And then that way, those people over, in Williamsville or Brookside, you have your own village and you can make your own decisions as to how you want.
I suggest we leave that to others.
Yeah. But I mean, that's a suggestion. I mean,
Please.
and it's available.
Not really on a big road like
Back.
I don't think that that's
I mean, there's
fiscally
money
advisable to give our little villagers extra taxes. That was Newfane's prerogative for sure, but I would not want to see my neighbors be taxed more.
As I suggested, that's another area that we could deal with sometime in the future. Let's get back to this, please.
Okay, so any questions regarding short-term? Yes.
Is it at all proper to ask for, to raise money, a donation for these $4,500 items, or?
I don't see why not, but that's just me talking.
I mean,
I would have one big sale.
Yeah, I would think a lot of people might be enthusiastic about participating
In fact,
they live there.
So Gina said it, I didn't say it.
I
think
also
you need
agree.
to hear it, that we will help, at least in Williamsville.
Yes.
And I'm sure that South Newfane and Brookside would say the same thing.
We'll help raise
We
money.
will pitch in
Now, what are we talking about? Pitching in for what, though?
the humps.
The hump. If it's legal to even put them on that
Yep.
road.
Yeah,
Yes.
I thought they said they couldn't put them on that road.
That's what I thought it was.
No, the state said that, we couldn't do it.
couldn't dig the pavement up and do anything like that.
We've talked about this for so many years.
I don't think you can put speed bumps on it either,
It's
not on that Dover road.
There are questions to be answered. The responsibility comes here. We have to get through these things, figure out exactly what it is that we are, yes, can or cannot do. And then, if there are areas where we can ask people to put a couple extra pennies on their tax check, fine.
So what I'm hearing is the select board is willing to aggressively, I'm just gonna say this, not like in 2 years, see what the law is, the rules are about putting humps on that Dover Road. We've been trying to do this for many, many years.
Well, I know we've been working on quite a lot of this the last year or so, pretty good. And it comes up, it's one of the things that comes up on our meetings all the time.
So has anybody ever talked to the state or?
Jay's been in touch
Oh,
with
yeah.
them a lot.
Yeah, so they say we can't or we can or
They looked at the proposal that was drawn up before the rubber
yeah,
bumps came out, and that was a no. But they haven't seen this one yet.
okay.
so.
And well, as far as the signs too, a lot of the bigger signs, that was all being done anyways, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That's already in
And
the
their,
works.
I mean, their placement is pretty limited, there's parameters you have to follow, so, as far as placement of them, there isn't a lot of leeway for where we can put them.
Right.
Going up through, they'll be bigger signs, to meet the new standards, and, the one thing they did criticize is the fact that it's 25 miles an hour on the flat by Walters Field over towards the covered bridge. They think that makes people speed up, so then when the village comes, they don't slow down again, whereas if you started the 25, when you got almost to the post office, that people are more apt to slow down.
Well, that's,
Same with South Newfane, they thought it started too quickly.
that's what I was saying about the cry wolf signage, that all has to be reviewed. And then also, we do know that there are some signs, and it's acknowledged here, what's already in the works, larger speed limit and speed limit warning signs under signage There is also, pedestrian crossing, I think we said it's settled school bus stop. It's not just the speed limit signs. So that's why I was hoping that we could put it under one big signage hat. Breeze and then Nancy?
Breeze Verdant. I've said this before in previous meetings that I think a certain amount of creativity could be brought to this situation. I commute into Brattleboro daily, and I go on Cedar Street. The second I saw those two stop signs on Cedar Street, my mind just went BS. There's no call for stop signs there. They're creatively sticking stop signs. They're visual speed bumps.
There was on Friday at 7:45.
No, they're there. Yeah.
But no,
I stopped at them.
They put them there creatively to slow traffic down. There was no call. There's tiny side streets that nobody drives on. There was no call for a stop sign there. So they got creative to slow the traffic down. So I will say this, not to muddy the water, it's on the sheet here that if it comes down to, nope, yes, we can't put the speed bumps in here, then what's creative? So Jay's, I think this is actually Jay's idea that if we, we don't have the means to put in sidewalks, we don't have the means to cut out a notch on one side due to one lawn has a septic field clearly coming right down to the road. However, if you went, I get really confused, I would call it the north side of the road, the side with the eatery on, and you just did do a gravel, continue the sidewalk around John Julian's place and created room for people to walk, put a crosswalk over right by Gristmill Lane to complete to the post office and did the same thing on the other side, painted a pedestrian crossing, and now put signs out as you're entering the village, slow, thickly settled pedestrians. I'm a jerk like anybody else. I mean, because I'm not going to be a hypocrite in this situation, I've really learned to slow down, and that means I'm like, whoa, I'm doing it all the time where it wasn't on my radar. But if I enter a village and it says thickly settled pedestrians, that registers in my head. Mm-hmm. I don't want to hit somebody. Mm-hmm. That puts it's consciousness. It's all habits. Mm-hmm. So you have to. This is a relevant story. One time I went in a hardware store and the guy, when I went to write a check, handed me a gold-plated cross pen. And I said to him, I can't believe you gave me this pen. And the guy said, well, guess what? That pen's been in this hardware store for 10 years. He says, because people don't pocket pens intentionally to steal them, they're unconscious. They're just not thinking about them. This pen makes them think about it. So something that we're all busy, we're all stressed, we're all overstimulated. Something that catches the attention. And I think thickly settled pedestrian crossing, have one by the eatery and the town hall if we can. If the speed humps can't happen.
That's great, and that all would go under that, like, what can we do in terms of revamping the signage? It's perfect.
And it'd work in the winter as well.
Right, because
the walkway you mentioned.
We need something. Well, and that's actually number one in the long range steps on the reverse of your page, so if you want to just take a look. But Nancy?
Just confused a little bit. There's a covered bridge, and then there's the cement bridge, and then there's the post office. So from the covered bridge to the cement bridge, the speed limit is what?
25.
25. And it's only what? A quarter of a mile? It's not that long.
It's 0.33 miles from Baker Brook to the covered bridge.
So that's about a half mile.
Half a mile. So is that too long of a period to have all 25 the whole way through?
That's what they felt.
That's what the state felt.
Because it doesn't have the feeling of, houses close to it.
So they're wanting to go through this cover bridge slow and then speed up for whatever.
35,
and then slow down at the cement bridge. So they can just speed up a little bit in that time. I just want to clarify that.
So the problem is, Nancy, it's all about the crying wolf around signage.
Yeah, no,
The problem I have with that is that if they don't slow down in time when you're coming out of the post office, you're cooked.
I pull out of there all the time thinking, I hope I won't get hit.
Right. Other comments around short range, and then I will briefly go over long range. Yes.
I have to believe that somewhere There was a state highway going through a little village where they have speed impediments. I mean, I keep hearing we can't do a speed bump or this and that, but I just have to believe there are examples of this, if not in Vermont, somewhere, and VTran might look at this. Second thing is, we all drive roads in Vermont and are often under repair. And they're sometimes under repair for a fair distance, like when I drove up to Chester the other day. So maybe we should just get VTran to repair the road in the middle of the village for every other year, for 6 months, and that'll shut things down a little bit. And that's like we go through all the time. That was Chris Petrak's idea, by the way.
I like that. Warren Park, yeah, like a little trooper. Thank you. I like. Let me just, in terms of long range, Williamsville, as Breeze just presented, thank you. Sure-packed walkway from Eatery in front of Julian T-Bowl, Nanneberger, Riga, and Ham properties. Then a crosswalk with pedestrian crossing signs to the front of the Walker property to the post office. It can't go any further than Bijan's property because of the septic, but Sure-pack, nobody that I know of in my village wants, or in your village, wants big high sidewalks. That's not what we're aspiring to, I don't believe. But the Sure-pack division between this is where cars and, to give some safety and to say, look, we walk in these villages, believe it or not. Old concept, but we still do. So that's one. The village aesthetic enhancements drawings that Bud did provide simple, effective means of improving the aesthetic and functional qualities of the villages. We must enhance each village's village feel and appeal, and villagers can be key in this process. Develop more roadside green space, also in Bud's proposal. That's rated number 5 out of 5 in terms of effectiveness. Nurture relationship with the Sheriff's Office, which is now under new leadership, reportedly more willing to assist and patrol our villages. I'm hoping that's true.
I saw no. Is that true? Is it?
Over $50 an hour.
How much?
Over $50 an hour.
But then, when we get the speeding, how much money goes to the town?
Depends on whether the person gets fined or not.
Can I just speak on the speeding thing and the tickets? I've heard in the past, when I was the head of the village calming traffic, I don't know, whenever it was, in the 90s, that people, we had tickets written, and this is word of mouth, but that was local people, and they basically said, we're not gonna vote for you next year if you give me a ticket. So that is really screwy.
Well, it is to the point that the person that they're talking to, the law enforcement officer they're talking to, is not elected. So if they're going to take it out on the sheriff, okay, fine, neat, sweet, and dandy, but that's pretty. Yeah.
The last things are just the obsolete school bus signs and encouraging, as the villagers, encouraging uses of our public halls, the Williamsville Hall and the South Newfield Schoolhouse. Change in mindset is something that Bud has mentioned, Breeze has mentioned. Jen Stanchfield talks a lot about this. I mean, really, Bud breaks it down, an 8-second difference going, going the speed limit versus going way over the speed limit. Editorial to Deerfield Valley News. I'm happy to write an editorial just to raise awareness among those guys, not in any kind of confrontational way, but just like, hey, we don't have cops, you do, not like that. But raising awareness among our Dover neighbors, and then finally, as a long shot, somehow working with Mount Snow to say, could you kind of discourage this residential area as a highway? That is what we have put together. And now, I would hope that the select board would give you guys a chance to speak more and ask questions, share your thoughts. I think, with all due respect, I think, we culled so much here. And I'm a little bit crestfallen and a little heartbroken to hear that the speed hump thing really might not be feasible. And as Bree said, it's okay, we're gonna pick up our cookies and make it work. But other comments or questions around this? Yeah.
Well, we talked about stop signs before. We've talked about putting a stop sign, three-way stop sign, Baker Brook.
Oh, that's on here, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, but we talked, this was years ago. We talked about doing a three-way stop sign. People were complaining that, you know, you're gonna hear the engines rev up after they stop, but that's a reality that could happen. Three-way stop at Baker Brook and.
If the state weren't so against stop signs. Also, we need to have the state do a reading during the winter. That's the other recommendation.
Yeah.
It can be revisited, I'm sure, the three-way stop sign.
I mean, it's not something I want. I'm not wanting any of this stuff. I'd love to have to just drive slower.
I mean, Norbert and Janine are right there, and it would be in front of their house that that stop sign would be.
Yep.
You know,
But
and I can't even leave the driveway to go to the post office when I have two dogs. I mean, I've got this, that, and the other, and they're all speeding through. It's really very challenging, I have to say. So I don't care.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
In terms of what you're saying there, Buddy, you haven't seen the speed humps other places in Vermont. This problem's in Europe, it's everywhere. It's endemic, it's ubiquitous, it's just everywhere you go. Once it's on my radar, so when I drive around, gotta go through small towns, upstate New York, the Adirondacks, people got signs up front, please slow down. Yeah. It's everywhere. Where were we? We were up taking a walk up around Saxton's River. Somebody had a sign that said slow the F down in their front yard. That's going, yeah, tell it like it is. So what it seems to me is it's coming. The state of Vermont is going to have to do something realistically because this is a problem that's not going to go away. It gets worse and worse. I've been on Depot Road, right in the middle of the curves. Somebody came right across the lane right at me, and they realized they were texting right in their steering wheel on Depot Road. Everybody's distracted. It's getting worse, so it is coming. And I think if the state hears some noise coming from the select boards out of their villages, that we're grappling with this issue, and that it's going to happen. The noise is going to get louder. The state's going to have to step in and start saying, you know, this is what's going to, some technology is going to come along that's new, or they're going to do something.
Well, we did have the local sheriff in, and we looked at the price like he had said, but you know they don't just you know watch for speeding. You know, they're policing. So it's hard to say to them that
the town of Newfane's contract is with the state police. We don't have one with the sheriff's department. Only the incorporated village of Newfane has a contract with the sheriff's department.
The state police will run extra patrols as well.
So the sheriff does
for fun.
Williamsville or South Newfane or at all?
What?
They don't have a contract with the town.
They don't have a contract with them.
So my question was at the end of these pointing, what did happen as a result of the November 18th understand that there will be increased enforcement by the state troopers? Has that happened? I haven't seen it.
It's by contract, and we haven't decided as a board to do that.
To do what?
To
No,
go with
they work
the
so many hours.
They work so many hours. I don't know where they
I'm talking about
patrol.
the state police now. In the November 18th
Oh, okay.
study,
I thought that was a miss.
there was a statement regarding the encouraging and increased enforcement in our villages by state police. That was something that the then select board was going to do. Ask the state troopers to pay due attention to our villages. I'm just wondering where that stands.
I
What
would
was
think
that
that
done?
that's something that we just have to call them and suggest that they do more patrol.
Yeah, it makes some money.
Well, we only contract with them for 10 hours a month.
Right, but
We can contact them.
ask them to go over to Williamsville and Brookside and South Newfane.
Well, we actually told the state police when we hired them, one of the reasons we got rid of the sheriffs, the only thing they did was write tickets. And we wanted people out patrolling our town roads because there was a lot of break-ins and everything else. So like we said, we wanted, I think Marion and Carolyn might have been on the board then, and we wanted patrolling on all our roads, not just Williamsville or the hall, I mean the center of the villages or all of them. We wanted them to travel around. We said we didn't care if you wrote speeding tickets, but if you see somebody speeding, pull them over. But you don't sit there as a trap trying to get people that Might be the guy going to work, might be the guy coming home from work that's made $80 or $90 that day, and you just took 75 of it out of their pocket, you know, for going 5 miles an hour too fast. But if you encourage them that we want you to pay for yourselves through the town, I mean, I don't give a damn. If we're gonna pay them $10,000, I don't give a shit if we get $1 of a speeding ticket to help pay that thing. If we're gonna do it, it's because the town can afford it. I don't want them there just thinking they gotta write $10,000 worth of tickets on everybody that's coming through that town just to pay for it.
Are we talking sheriff now?
Either one of them.
Either.
Yeah.
The sheriffs don't do criminal. That's why we didn't hire them, because if somebody's breaking into your house, the sheriff is gonna drive right on by. Because there was one, I think it was one of the guys up on Wiswall Hill at the time, had somebody bothering him up there. And they called the sheriffs and they pretty much said, if he comes in your house, shoot him. You know, because we're not gonna be able to make it. So it's up to the state cops when it comes to criminal. So that's what we said. That's why we went with the state police at the time. Figured our money was better spent having them travel up around Grout Pond, any one of our roads. And you do see them a lot on the back roads now. And
but what you say is only true for the village of Newfane. If there's a break-in Williamsville, they wouldn't come.
The sheriff?
The sheriff wouldn't come.
The sheriff wouldn't come.
The sheriff doesn't come. We don't have a contract with them.
They're not gonna come if it's in the village of Newfane.
He told us.
Wait, did they come to
Please,
Newfane?
one person at a time, please.
I'd like to ask Angela, because Angela is the treasurer with the trustees for the village of Newfane, because the village of Newfane pays out of our dues, our taxes.
Our taxes.
We were with one group and then we changed to the other. Do you want to say something about that?
Since I've been the treasurer, we only have used the sheriff's department, and we pay a one lump sum per month for a certain amount of time for them to patrol the village of Newfane. So, and they do traffic enforcement, speeding.
And then the rest is with the state.
Right.
But the sheriff also had said that they would be more apt to be able to come to an emergency quicker than the troopers, because they're patrolling such a larger area. And we only have 10 hours a week contracted with the state troopers. So I think the sheriff's office, would do policing.
It depends on the contract in which they give us. So
well, the state
we
police
can't really say.
State police, if it's an incident where you got someone breaking in or a shooting or domestics or all that, they automatically come. That doesn't
right,
cost
the trooper
taxpayers.
automatically comes. Right, exactly.
Right. So what we got them is additional to beyond what their call of duty already is. I mean, I thought the state police have been doing a pretty good job. I mean, you do see them along a lot of our roads.
Yeah.
And they do stop quite a few times speeding.
They are.
So.
Yeah. Yes, please.
Yes, I'm going to the class about Vermont and the government of Vermont, and you're in the class too. And the sheriff, the newly appointed sheriff, told us that he does not have a contract to come to our village. And that would be state police. But since they're sparse, they have to go very far. The sheriff also has to go very far to deliver papers or escort prisoners or whatever, but not more. And when he comes to your village, it comes out of your, I don't know, what do you call it?
Budget?
No, it's not your budget.
No, the
There's an
incorporated
extra-
village of Newfane has an extra tax per year that we pay
Correct.
the sheriff's department to patrol the incorporated
Right.
village.
So if we have an emergency, the state police will come if they can. I mean, we're not, it's like triage in a hospital. That's what I understood.
It takes them a long time to come, yes.
And half the problem is that law enforcement agencies are understaffed at this time too, so
Right.
that's another issue.
Seriously understaffed.
7 troopers, yeah.
Oh my God, yeah.
For the whole area.
Yes.
And it's all over the state with all of the agencies.
Not protected at all.
Carol, might as well speed.
The more I listen to this discussion, the more I like the idea of a digital speed sign ticketing speeders. I think that would be the most effective and the least expensive. and it would get over the fear of driving over speed bumps and having to have them maintained, and the extra, all of the extra. There's many good ideas here, but when you really get down to it, there's nothing as effective as a ticket.
Coming back from New York City, getting in the mail a ticket,
Yes.
and I'm like, what? And it's because I went through an orange light. I mean, that is awesome. I think that is awesome.
And tolls too, they do
And
it too.
Everything, yeah, tolls on the road. I mean, I don't think it would
Talk about
say
Big
to
Brother.
the people going through that we're a bad town. I think it would be saying to the town, the people that we care about the village.
So, well, the select board is the task force, Bree.
Just another creative thought. I'm good at those. The state of Montana, it's my understanding, just said, okay, let's get realistic here, folks. It's a huge state, wide open highways. They said, you know, realistically, we know everybody's going to speed. Okay, so we're setting the speed limit, I think, of something 85 miles an hour. You know, it had been pretty high already because people are just hauling ass through, you know, the maybe it's 75. I don't know the number. I know I'm not just taking this out of a joke book someplace. That they said we're going to set the speed up here realistically, but we're telling you if you hit that or go 1 mile an hour over that, we're going to nail you. You know, we're allowing you realistically to do what's happening here already, but if you go over that, we're going to nail you. So that is just something I could see. Like we're all saying, going 25 miles an hour is pretty tough. I have a hard time doing it, right? Makes my motor hurt or whatever. But you know, if you said, okay, let's get real here. Nobody's really going to go 25. I don't mind people going 35 through the village. It's when, oh God, like Nancy says here, you're laying in bed at night and you hear somebody flying through, then you know they're going 60 miles an hour through there. You know, it's just upsetting. But if you just say, okay, you know, we have these devices. If you go such and such a speed, you are going to get a ticket. You know, that actually is kind of a realistic thing. Just a thought.
I'm going to be mean. I'm going to call it. We have a sign-in sheet that I wish everyone would sign before you leave. The board will take all of this under consideration. We will probably have a public meeting so that people could respond to things, and maybe we'll have some of the ideas, more information on them and or boiled down a little bit. And in the meantime, please keep your ideas and thoughts coming. There's nothing better than ideas and thoughts that you can work on. I don't want to say a whole lot about what I think about all of this, except that a trailer hitch on the back of a Ford F-150 halfway out in the road is one of the best speed control measures that the village of Williamsville has. Thank you.
Can I just say one thing? What I will do, just as a summary, is I would like to redo this document, and I would like to put on it another bold-faced piece, which is around the digital signs, just to really emphasize our discussion around that. Okay, if that's okay, so I'll send that to Winetta.
And just when you're specific, the Ford F, whatever it is, with the thing in the back, you're talking about the lights flashing?
Oh.
What are you talking about?
It's a pickup with a Reese hitch sticking out on it.
What, with a what?
Walter.
So you don't lose the side of your car as you go across that trailer hitch.
Wait, say that again. So I'm
The truck is parked nose into the garage, and the rear end of it sticks out pretty far.
They're doing it. They do that in South Newfane. It's great. I love it. I think I see it. I see it in South Newfane, and I'm like,
whoa.
they park right. So a couple of years ago, I parked right in front of my house for a couple hours every day.
Where in South Newfane? South Newfane is a pass-through village.
It's where right after the Great Iowa Bridge coming this way. There's a bunch of white houses. There's they like have a fire pit over here, and then
they have cars everywhere.
They live in the road, which is awesome. I don't want to live in the road. But I did park my car in the middle of the road one, 6 summers ago for 2 hours a day, and that slowed traffic down. But
the other thing I want to say made me think, God, maybe all of us along Dover Road should get an old beat up car and we move from different place to different place. But I also want to say that should you need like canvassing of all of us on and right near, like Jean, the Dover Road, in terms of like, well, I guess probably the villagers wouldn't want that. Let's not make any assumptions about what the villagers would or would not put up with at this point. I mean, I hear people when we talk about the speed hump noise going, yeah, I get it. But then I know I can walk down to the post office. Yeah. So let's not make any assumptions, oh, the villagers would do that and all that, because we can connect with our villagers. They're right there. We're not in Scarsdale. We can actually connect with them, and we do. And thank you, Carol, for being way up on the hill and coming down with your concerns.
I just want to say that I don't live in the villages, but I drive through the villages. And I have a daughter and a husband who drive almost every day on the villages, back and forth. They commute. And, there have been a lot of accidents on that road. And I think we had just a most current one, on the road. So something does need to be done. I'm still voting for the digital ticket giver signs.
So we liaisons will look at one last document, but then we will submit to the
That
selection.
should take care of it.
And I think you're hearing us say that if you need task force help, not a study committee, if you need task force help, I know I for one would sit down ad hoc, meet a couple times and nail this thing. And I bet that I'm speaking for many people in this room. There's a lot of intelligence and experience right among us right now. So let's use it. But let's not go back to studying whether or not we have a problem. I think we've established that. Is that okay? Merci beaucoup.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Please sign in as you sneak out.
You want us to sneak out?
Oh, no,
I also came to talk to you about...
I'll bring that up later.
She goes through that stop sign, she don't even slow down.
Take care of my drinking problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It is. Bags there. Thank you. Am I leaving my bag?
And installing potholes to the west.
Yeah. That would prove perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Revert to dirt road. Say we'll go back to a dirt road.
Yes. Go back to what, the dirt road?
A dirt road.
Yeah.
1956, paved at the village.
Is that right? Whoa.
Over there?
Winslow, 56.
56.
Okay, we picking up here. Unscheduled members of the public. Right, have you something for us?
No, I'm so sorry.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks to Jay for all the work he's done on this.
Yeah, we're relying
Helps
on
a-
Jay.
A great deal.
Thank you, Jay.
Old business. We have a questionnaire that we talked about recently about the opiate suit that is pending, brought by the town of Bennington. And the question is, do we, for the town of Newfane, wish to stay in the suit, which we would by not taking any action, or get out of it so we don't have to worry about keeping in contact with attorneys and seeing where it's going. My understanding is that we have an opiate problem, but it's not as bad as some, or as bad as it might be. I would like to have some suggestion as to the direction for us to go on this. Stay in or get out?
If we stay in now, when it comes time for the attorney fees, do we have to chip into all that too?
Well, the attorney's fees would be deducted and then they would split up, I believe.
No cost to us, just if we won.
Not individually, no. The class is represented by attorneys already, and they get their...
If they win.
If the towns win, the attorneys get paid, then whatever the judge says everybody else gets.
It's a class action.
And I suspect,
So they do
there is no indication here of how that would be determined. Would it be determined by the number of cases and so forth? And one of the things that I forgot to mention tonight, but did last time, is that this is primarily aimed at towns that have their own fire and rescue squads, and they're putting out a lot of money and a lot of effort as a town or a county. And that's not our situation. The volunteer fire departments and rescue, we can't help them.
But would this lawsuit help them?
No,
even if the town filed it?
Towns and counties.
Right, but we do.
But we would appropriate, we could appropriate.
We put money into the fire department.
Right. The question, no, sorry, go ahead.
No, if it's not costing us anything and we are just named in the suit, and if they do win, I mean, we're supporting the action. If they do win, then we would maybe see something, and then we could appropriate it to the rescue services.
Does the fire department stuff get involved in all that stuff, Jim?
Yeah.
It goes in stages. You won't see any for a few months, and all of a sudden you'll see a bunch of them. So, did you guys get the letter from the Attorney General urging the towns to participate? I got that in email today.
To do what?
To participate in this.
Oh, to participate. Yeah. I think we should.
I haven't seen that, no.
Especially with the Attorney General saying that. They've looked at it. I think we need to lend our support, for it. That's my feeling.
Well, if that's all it is just the support for it, I mean, I can't see where it hurts. It could come back to bite your ass later on if you didn't. If something did come up about it, so what is it? We want to stay in or out then, right, you said?
Yeah, if you want to get out, you have to take action. If you want to stay in, you sit back.
I think you have to do it
I'll
by...
make a motion we sit back. Especially like what Jay was just recommending and how they said it too, so I haven't seen that. But
That we support it?
yeah, we stay with it, whatever we're supposed to be doing. Because it's probably about the time you got out, it'd be something that really would come up it could have been handy at one time or something, I don't know.
Okay, we have a motion to take no action, which means that we stay in the suit. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Hearing a second, is there discussion on the motion as seconded?
When you say no action, is that what we have to do, is take no action because we're already named in it or something?
Every town is in unless
okay.
they sign this form and
gotcha.
send it back. Further discussion? Hearing none.
No, but thank you for discussion.
Hearing none, all in favor of staying in the opiate suit, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you.
It's getting to be a real problem.
Yep. Any other old business to come before us?
I have a couple of questions. Did we ever finalize the local emergency operations plan?
I believe so.
It had to be done by like May 1st or something.
It was a long
Okay.
time ago.
Okay, I just, because what I saw was that, I guess Shannon was still around then at the time, huh? Because Shannon's name is on the
Well,
point of contact.
It's done, so we don't have to worry about it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sorry.
Thanks for bringing it up, though. That's good. Any other old business? New business. There is, I think you have them in your packet. Colorful gizmos that say that the state has just changed its mind and says that you can put a banner over the highway if it is not up for more than 21 days and it is 16 feet and 6 inches above the highway. I would recommend that we refer this to the Planning Commission for inclusion in the zoning bylaws, which do include a section dealing with signs. And I think that's the easiest way and the best place to deal
May I
with it.
ask a question? Mike, you remember last year, I think it was, we talked about wouldn't it be possible to have a banner for the Heritage Festival? And if I remember correctly, it had to do with the Vermont, that it was a state highway here on Route 30, and that it wasn't allowed. Is that correct?
Now they're allowed.
That's what this is all about.
But they're allowing it?
Yes.
So I'd even recommend something like this going to like the Heritage Festival people who design that.
Right.
Yeah, the church, so they know it. So next year they can put their sign up instead
Right.
of off to the side like they've had it this
Yeah.
year.
But I'm
I think your recommendation is correct in
Right.
getting it to the planning commission as part of the bylaws.
okay. I don't think we need a motion on that unless someone disagrees with me.
We're just asking that it gets there.
I will get in touch with the chair of the planning commission and
Do you want me to scan it and send it to him?
no, I'll chatter with them.
Okay.
I'll go to one of their meetings.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Anything else under new business? Correspondence. Wrong green folder. There's a note from a gentleman named Scott Smith, lives on Adams Hill Road, complaining about people using the bottom entrance to Adams Hill Road as dumping ground, mattresses being rained on, other things. He thinks something needs to be done, at the very least, a no dumping sign with fines and hopefully a camera. I was on the phone when he called, then he called again. I told him I would give the message to the board. He sounded very discouraged. And this is, I assume, from you. Thank you. Anybody else familiar with this particular situation? I'm not, unfortunately.
People leave their rubbish there to be picked up by the rubbish people. I don't know how much of it's that, and that has never been one of the spots where we've had to pick up stuff.
Right.
As like River Road where that has been
Over
so
the
bad.
embankment, yeah.
But-
Where's Adams Road? It's out on
Almost to Dover. Yeah, Adams Hill.
Adams Hill. Where's that?
Just where you get the Dover line or Gilbert Bridge.
Yeah.
I think sometimes people put rubbish out and then the garbage guy won't take it, and then it maybe stays there for a while. I don't
They
know.
won't take mattresses, so
Right.
You have to pay extra for mattresses.
have to get somebody else chase after it.
We can put a no dumping sign there. But
Yeah, no dumping.
I don't know that I don't think it's the same thing as what we're getting on River Road. I think it's people trying to get rid of their stuff and just, it's not getting picked up, and I don't know. We'll put a no dumping sign up and see if that helps.
Thank you. That's step one.
You gonna put a sign up, you said? No dumping?
We'll put one up.
Yeah.
Continuing with correspondence, excuse me. This is a message that was forwarded by the town clerk. It comes from well, the subject, let me start there, I guess, instead. Vermont Music Sector Asset Mapping Project, inquiry relative to outreach. Okay. Fairly long, I'll try to read it. Burlington, October 25th, calling all musicians, concert venue owners, and businesses that support music in Vermont. Big Heavy World is gathering data about Vermont's music sector with a survey based on the Austin Music Census with the guidance of a world-class consultancy. Our mentor is Sound Diplomacy, an internationally recognized firm that facilitates regional efforts to build community and economic development systems serving music throughout the world. Their clients include the United Nations, Mayor of London, Greater New Orleans, etc. Vermont is fortunate to have Sound Diplomacy as an ally. Sound Diplomacy founder Shane Shapiro said, "We're thrilled to support this initiative by Big Heavy World to dig deep into Vermont's music sector to better understand its strengths." I wish I had read this before the meeting, I'm sorry. I think this is the meat of it. To find out more about how National Endowment for the Arts grants impact individuals and communities, Big Heavy World's volunteer crew is helping spread the word, and the data that collected will supplement the statewide creative economy survey hosted by the Vermont Creative Network. Data gathered will help Big Heavy World, Vermont Creative Network, and ultimately the legislature and other stakeholders learn and act on community and economic development priorities that will strengthen music industries in Vermont. They're not asking for any endorsement or contribution, so I'd say that we are, if anybody wants to read this and find more information, it's available. I do not see that we have to take any action. I apologize for not having read that before the meeting and said,
at least you didn't have to sing it.
Sorry?
At least you didn't have to sing it for it.
Okay, this is from the Secretary of State to Select Board. As you may have seen, starting next week, I will be traveling the state on my biennial transparency tour. Tour is a great opportunity for municipal employees, local officials, volunteer boards, commission members, and engaged residents to get a training on Vermont's transparency laws, open meeting laws, and Public Records Act, to better understand the requirements of local and state government to operate openly and transparently. For the first time, I will be providing a short presentation where I outline the work we're doing in our office and with you across the state. I'm emailing to ask you to help me by promoting this opportunity for your municipal colleagues, select board, council members, municipal volunteers, and residents. I appreciate any assistance you may be able to provide. As always, I appreciate the hard work you do for Vermont in your communities.
So there's certain dates on there too,
Yeah.
when they're holding those meetings.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's one.
The closest one for us would be Hartford, Williston, Rutland, Barry, Middlebury, Brattleboro. November 13th, Select Board Meeting Room, 230 Main Street. All the others are out in the Parker Brush. Okay, we have a letter here from Fisher and Fisher.
That was the letter that was sent to
The union.
the union.
Yeah.
That's just
To-
for our file records.
To Joe Winrich, the chair of the West River MUUSD. And he outlines, I could read it. I represent the town of Newfane. Pursuant to action taken by the Newfane Town School District that resulted in June 29, 2019 legal notice enclosed with this correspondence, I write to request that the West River Unified Union School District, hereafter MUUSD, take any and all actions necessary to convey the real property upon which the solar fields lie at Newbrook School. Legal notice created an obligation of the Newfane and Newbrook school districts that was assumed when West River became operational on July 1st, 2019. Following the posting in 3 places and publication of the legal notice in Brattleboro Reformer in accordance with the terms of 24 VSA 1061A1, no petition was received by any legislative body challenging the proposed conveyance. As clearly articulated by the last sentence of 24 VSA 1061AA, unless a petition is filed in accordance with subdivision 2 of this subsection, the legislative body may authorize the conveyance. It's the town of Newfane's understanding that the parcel of land was conveyed to the Newfane Town School District by warranty deed of the Valley Lions Club dated August 7, 2017 and recorded August 14, 2017 in Book 139, page 40 of Newfane Land Records. This further the town of Newfane's understanding a portion of the real property conveyed to the aforementioned Valley Lions Club deed may contain the ball fields used by the students at Newbrook. Town of Newfane has no intention of restricting access or preventing use of the ball fields. Should the West River MUUSD express interest in keeping the ball fields with the Newbrook school property, the town of Newfane does not object to that goal. Clearly, in such instance, additional work would need to be done in order to subdivide the ball fields from the solar fields to remain in West River ownership. Town is glad to assist West River in securing a survey of the relevant lands with a subdivision application for the real property. I would like to lay out the next steps in order we can file necessary deeds for the near future. First, unless the West River MUUSD has a survey of the solar fields, a survey will need to be commissioned. The town is willing to pay for this service if the survey does not already exist. The survey should indicate a subdivision line between the fields and the solar array such that the survey sets forth accurately the subdivided parcel that will be conveyed to the town. Again, we want to make sure the playing fields, which are beneficial to the students of the school, are owned and maintained by West River MUUSD. Second, once the survey is completed, West River MUUSD will file an application for subdivision with Newfane zoning personnel and file any state subdivision application. If the West River MUUSD would prefer, the town can act as applicant, but the forms will still need to be signed by West River as co-applicant owner. Third, upon the issuance of the relevant permits, the West River MUUSD will sign the appropriate deed. Last, West River MUUSD will confirm these transactions with the solar company such that the lease payments will be paid to Newbrook PTO as voted by the Newbrook School District in late June.
Please let me know who will be the contact with whom I should be working on this matter. I look forward to working with you and accomplishing the work. Robert Fisher. That's where we are until we hear from them. But we should be ready to take the actions that he outlines we might be taking. I would prefer certainly that the current owner, MUUSD, do the zoning permit. However, if we can help, it's fine. That's it for correspondence, unless someone has something else they want to bring up under that heading. Okay. Has anyone any announcements they would like to make? I have one suggestion I'm going to just throw out and leave for your consideration, and we'll talk about it later, particularly if we decide to go do specifically. I would like to meet with the zoning, with the planning commission, the zoning administrator, probably all at the same time, conservation commission, and so forth. I think it'd be useful to have a regular meeting. Maybe you have done that. If you have, I apologize that I didn't know it. But I think it would be useful to keep them knowing that we're thinking about them. So,
Yeah, because we don't get a report or anything.
no, well, there are things that happen, things that are our responsibility. We appoint the zoning administrator with the recommendation of the planning commission. There are a lot of things that come together or don't, and I think it'd be useful to try to set something up that would make it obvious that we know, we think, we worry, we whatever.
That's between the zoning and the planning.
Well, zoning, planning, it could be the Conservation Commission.
Right.
I think anybody that's out there somewhere.
Yeah.
Pete, talking about zoning administrator, down in Williamsville Station, they took a house down, I'm gonna say 4 years ago. Don't quote me on that. It was either 3 or 4 years ago. It doesn't mean any setbacks now. All of a sudden now they're building another house there. How the hell did they get a permit for that?
It's a good question. Unless you want to ask Merle, I will.
Well, I never find them in here. I've come a couple times with these. Yeah, because
Tuesdays and
that's,
Thursdays from 1:30 to 4:30.
Okay.
Are people allowed to build on an old foundation or something? Or?
well, it's, yes, if it's done within, if it's done within
a certain time
a year or so.
Yeah.
But this has been, I'm gonna say 4 years, the building was taken down.
1:30 to 4?
4:30.
30.
I just don't think it's right, that's all.
I'll follow.
Thank you.
Is there any other business announcements or anything else to come before us before we go to pay orders? Last chance.
Call this meeting to order. I want to add 2 things to the warrants, if I can, bills. It's capital fund and the reappraisal fund. So when we get to that, if we can add those. So can I get a Motion for the minutes for October 9th.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of October 9th.
I will second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, how about the minutes for October 16th?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of October 16th.
Okay, I'll second those.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
I'll abstain. I was absent.
So, can I get a, motions for the bills warrants 9, 9P, capital fund warrant 2, and reappraisal fund 2.
I'll make a motion to approve bills for payment, warrants 9, 9P, reappraisal fund number 2, and capital fund number 2.
I'll second it.
Discussion on that?
Good.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Recognition of visitors, no one's here. Road foreman's report, Lee's not here. Anything under correspondence for information anybody would like to discuss? Quite a bit of stuff down there, so if there's anything. Okay. Correspondence for discussion and or action. Geraldine, you
Yeah, so I was asked to look into this paperwork that we got for the national prescription opiate litigation and to call VLCT, which I did. So I wrote something up that will help us to understand what this paperwork was and what this litigation is, and I read a couple of articles, talked to VLCT. So I think that I'll just say that I'm going to suggest that we not exempt ourselves from this, exclude ourselves from this. That was the recommendation from VLCT and what we were inclined to do at our last meeting as well. And VLCT said that they don't imagine there's going to be paperwork that's going to take up the time of the town office staff. So that was a concern that we had. But anyway, so we received paperwork from the United States District Court that would allow us to exclude Dummerston from what's being called the National Prescription Opiate Litigation. So first, a bit of background. So counties and cities across the country have sued manufacturers, distributors, and retailers of prescription opiate drugs, seeking, among other things, reimbursement for money spent addressing the opioid crisis. All of these actions have been centralized into one court in Ohio and are referred to as the National Prescription Opiate Litigation. So the court responsible for this litigation has certified a voluntary negotiation class, of which Dummerston is a part, because the class is defined as all counties, parishes, and boroughs, and all incorporated places, including without limitation cities, towns, townships, villages, and municipalities. So Dummerston is included, as are all towns in Vermont. So as one might imagine, it's very complicated to have a whole slew of different opioid-related lawsuits all playing out in different U.S. courts. So a judicial panel decided to streamline things by putting the more than 2,000 pending lawsuits under a single federal judge. So the consolidated lawsuit is called the National Prescription Opiate Litigation. And this is a new use of class action under the Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 23. It reflects a unique nature of the national opioids litigation. So unlike any mass litigation before, thousands of cities and counties nationwide are pursuing claims against major defendants. So the goal here is to recover money to help fight opioid epidemic and provide prevention and treatment services going forward and change drug companies' practices. So my recommendation after the research I've done and talking to VLCT is to remain in the class and not to opt out. I did speak with VLCT and this was their opinion as well. They did say that we could check with our town lawyer if we wanted extra assurance that this was the right thing to do. But joining all cities and counties together as a negotiation class gives them maximum negotiating power, makes the negotiation of comprehensive settlements a more practical process, enables defendants to know the group with which they are negotiating, and enables class members, of which Dummerston would be one, to vote on any resulting settlement offers. So we have until November 22nd to decide whether to opt out or not. All class members are automatically included if they don't proactively opt out. So if a class member wants to participate, it doesn't need to do anything at this point. Only class members that wish to exclude themselves and not participate must act. So by remaining in the class, a town risks foregoing its own lawsuit if a class settlement is reached and approved. However, I can't imagine that we would have any interest in Dummerston to engage our own lawsuit against drug companies. So I think that risk is not relevant to us. We don't stand to receive any big sums of money in a settlement. If and when a settlement is reached, each town's share of the settlement will be distributed in accordance with an allocation model. The allocation model uses 3 factors based on reliable, detailed, and objective national data to determine the share of a settlement fund that each town will receive. 3 factors are relevant here. The factors are: 1, the amount of opioids distributed within the county or town, the number of opioid deaths that occurred in the county or town, and 3, the number of people who suffered opioid use disorder in the county or town. Ultimately, the model allocates settlement funds in proportion to where the opioid crisis has caused actual harm. So again, my recommendation is not to complete the form that would exclude us from the class action lawsuit. I would rather give the National Prescription Opiate litigation the maximum negotiating power by remaining in the class. And for anyone with questions, the relevant website is www.opioidsnegotiationclass.info. So, any questions? And I don't know if we need a motion about whether or not we're going to
No,
do
we just
anything.
don't have to do anything if we don't want to. The only motion we'd have to make is if somebody decided we wanted to do it. Other than that, this is great work.
No, very thorough.
Good.
Thank you.
Yes, very good, thank you very much. Right. Moving on, new business. We've got green up selection of town coordinators form.
Which I have.
Oh, okay, I'm just sitting there.
Yes.
Okay.
So I've got it filled out with the 2 coordinators are Mark Brown and Whitney Harrison, and I will send that up to the, I'll email it up to the Green Up Vermont.
Good, so you get that all set taken care of then?
Yep, so I'll send that to them.
Okay. So we have 2 approve errors and omissions of certificate of grand list, which, like Lori said, they're not errors by the listers or any, it's just the wording on them, but there's 2 different ones. If we could get a motion for those ones. For
I move that we approve the errors and omissions certificate to the grand list.
I'll second that.
Discussion. Okay, there was 2 of them, and like I said, it was not the listers, it was just
Well, errors and omissions, that's just
Right.
the title of the certificate. And so who provided us with this information?
The listers.
The listers.
The listers provided it
Yeah.
for us. So, okay, any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, unfinished business, anything? Okay, upcoming agendas, we have a budget work session on 10:30 at 6 o'clock. I sent an email to Eric Kleinbeck from the Energy Committee, asked him if they could show up, and the fire department, I called Rick Lumen, and they will be here.
Oh, good.
And I think I might call Jack Mannix and see if we can get the farmland protection in. And
Great.
see if we can do that.
Fire department and...
So, anything else? Anybody else want to add to that, or? That's enough people, I think, to see.
I think that would be.
Yeah, I
And-
think
and-
that'll be,
Yeah.
plenty.
Because on the following meeting, we'll have Lori and Charlotte, and I've got the library trustees coming to that one.
Okay.
Okay.
And we still have to set a date with the social services group?
Yes.
Who has-
After the
After
fifth.
November
they
6th.
finished. Oh, and
They're-
when did they say they were gonna finish?
November
The
6th.
6th.
Oh, okay, great.
So,
Yeah.
yep. All right, anybody else have anything? Motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second?
All right, we're adjourned.
All right, it's 7 p.m. We're calling to order today's meeting of the Brattleboro Development Review Board. It is October 16th, 2019. We only have one application tonight. And what we're going to try to do is be a little bit prompt here for the sake of you folks, and because our meetings are usually pretty long, so we want to take advantage of this opportunity.
Yeah, sorry to have to get you all out for this, but.
Oh, that's all right, that's all right. Some people are going to get an earlier supper than usual. I know that your application has been before us before.
Yes.
I do the same opening remarks at every meeting, whether there's members of the public or not, and so, pardon me, because you've probably heard this before, but I'm going to give you the same.
I could hear them again, thank you.
Well, then you may as well hear them again. So, at the DRB, we hear applications for land development in the town of Brattleboro and appeals of zoning administrator decisions. Procedurally, the Development Review Board operates on the record. What that means is that we take a clear record of testimony from the applicant and any interested parties, and then issue a written decision with our findings. Applicants and members of the public should be aware that because we are on the record, this is your only opportunity to comment on and provide evidence related to an application. In the event our decision is appealed to the environmental court, the court will not take or consider new evidence or testimony at its hearing. Instead, it will look at the evidence from this hearing at the DRB, the regulations or applicable law, and it'll determine if the evidence supports the findings and decision of this board. Only interested people that participate in this proceeding tonight may appeal a decision made by the board, so I strongly encourage you to speak up at this hearing. Because we're on the record, I'm going to ask that you swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to give is truthful. So if you think there's even a small chance you're going to speak, I'm going to swear you in now. And one of you had better get sworn in, because somebody needs to. Do you hereby swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the cause under consideration will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury? Okay. That was a yes, right? Okay. Applicants require a majority vote of the full board to succeed. That means four votes out of 7. Do we have any conflicts tonight? Okay, so we have a procedure when we have less than 7, but we don't really need to talk about that. Okay. After taking testimony, the board will close the public hearing and may vote on your application. The board will issue a written decision within 45 days of the close of the hearing. And while we might vote an application during the hearing orally, it's the written decision that controls the timeline for an appeal. It should be noted that the town of Brattleboro is a party with an interest in land development applications, but the town has no special status before this board. The documents provided to us by the town planning department, the town attorney, or any other town department or employee will be considered in exactly the same way as information from the applicant or any member of the public. The first order of business is to approve the minutes from our meeting of September 18th, 2019.
I so move.
Second.
So moved, second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Mr. Bannon, has our meeting been properly warned?
Yes, it has.
Do any board members have any conflicts of interest, or have they had any ex parte communications related to the applicant?
None.
You're not related to Sharon Gentry, are you?
I'm not.
Okay.
She's with the law firm, right?
She's with my law firm.
Oh, okay.
That's why I
Yeah, no,
asked.
I've been here for like 40 years. I think she's fairly new in town. I
Well,
don't
by
know.
Vermont standards, you're right. I think she's been here for only 10 years or so.
She's a piker.
But yes, so as long as you don't have any relation to her, that's easy. So what we tend to do, and we don't really need to do this because we don't have any members of the public, but on the off chance they come in, I'd like you two to sit up here, or whoever's going to talk to sit up
Both
here.
of us are going to talk.
If you're both going to speak, if you could sit up there, that's better for the microphone.
Yeah.
That microphone does not amplify you. It's for the people who are watching at home.
All those people, yes.
You would be surprised.
You'd be
You would
surprised.
be surprised.
I'm sure my mother-in-law is watching.
You do? Are you?
It's not a live broadcast.
No, it's
but
not
it'll
live,
get
but
in
it's-
rotation.
We have a devoted audience.
Yeah.
and
Interesting.
if
I
we
watch
do
town
things-
meeting on VCTV, of course, but
If we have people who come and they're not near the microphone, I will hear about it.
Oh.
I will hear about it.
okay.
But anyway, if you could please just tell us a little bit about your application. It doesn't have to be in a high level of detail, but the less detail you give us, probably the more questions we're going to ask.
Okay.
And that's fine.
Okay. It's a little over a 10-acre parcel of my original land, which it's at the bottom of my property. It fronts Bonneville Road, and one side of it is on the driveway, which is now called Bonneville Lane. We had to name it when, one came through before even, because we just had the 4 original houses on there. That's all there are. And I don't know what to say except that I think we're appearing before you because there seemed to be some question about an extra residence on this driveway. So I've brought Tim Hamilton, who is a neighbor and a friend in full disclosure, but he's been maintaining my driveway for the 40 years almost that I've owned the house, and my in-laws before it. So he knows the driveway, and I'll let him take over and tell you what he did with Brian and what his opinion is. I think you have the map there that he drew that Brian had asked him.
And while you tell us whatever you're going to tell us, can you tell us how stormwater comes off the driveway? I'm happy to have you tell us other things too, but I'm going to want to know.
The road is an easy road to maintain in that it had culverts put in when it was first built. And because it's all wood, both sides of the road, for the most part, there's nothing accumulates. Very absorbent ground. And so maintaining the road surface and keeping it good is relatively easy every couple of years. The issue was with the subdivision is to just make it more, to have a passing area along the roadway, which there is a small one there now, but you wouldn't be able to pass a fuel truck or a UPS truck. Yeah. And so there are 3 to 4 pine trees that are up at her end of the road that are within a couple of feet of the road. So by removing them, it would be easier for winter maintaining and then just make this passing area a little more adequate. There's already on the hairpin turn on the drawing, there's a very adequate turnaround for any vehicle short of a semi-vehicle up there.
I don't even know why they couldn't, because it does go
but
into
anyway, so Brian observed that when he went with me up there that one time. It was pretty minimal what would need to be done to meet up with the standards.
Mr. Hamilton, is the road crowned so that basically the runoff is on both sides fairly evenly along it?
It all has to go either through culverts. I mean, the straightaway heading down to Bonneville Road runs on both sides, and just dissipates into the woods. And up in the upper area where the trees would be removed and the turnaround, then it comes under through culverts and just goes into the woods from there. So there's no lengthy runoff, and the woods just absorb it all. There's no direct stream, no down to the stream by Bonneville itself.
It's all somewhat on a hillside, of course, too, so it
Sure.
drains the natural way.
Are there any trails that the public use in the area that's going to be developed?
Not that I know of. I mean,
I assume you've walked around it and you're fairly familiar with it, right?
Tim or me? Oh, I'm very familiar with that.
Anybody?
Yeah, I'm in the woods all the time. When my
Okay.
grandchildren come to visit, they build forts. And,
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. So you would know if there was a heavily trafficked trail back there, probably.
Well, it's really a private road. I mean, the Bonneville Lane has the private sign on it. I was very worried about naming our driveway because I thought it might invite every Tom, Dick, and Harry up there, but I lost the fight about it. So, it's posted, so there's no hunting, of course, and there's a private sign at the bottom. So I get UPS truck up occasionally and things like that, but my vendors and stuff. But basically, it's I don't have any trespassers, if that's what you're sort of inferring.
Well, I was thinking more like, is there a hiking trail that people go along?
There's like an old logging road that the people who bought the top piece of the property, which is why I appeared here before, about 4 or 5 years ago, I forget exactly, they bought it for the extension of their own property, which fronts Bonneville, to protect it. So they walk up there once in a while. They take a walk down Bonneville and then up Bonneville Lane to their property and then walk back across and ford the stream somehow. I don't know how they do that, but you know, that's the only people really I ever see even walking on my driveway, except the one who lives down from me who walks his dog.
It's not like Round Mountain Trail.
Yeah, no, no.
Yeah.
Is that the Chapman?
Well, Chapman.
Anderson's, isn't it?
Well, the Andersons bought the house that lived way up on Bonneville.
Yeah.
I mean, own the house that bought the property that's contiguous with theirs of mine to protect theirs. They just wanted it to stay, you know, undeveloped. Chapman is an old name. You're looking at the old,
I'm looking at the survey.
Okay, right. Chapman was the one who lived at the bottom. She has since died, Alice Chapman. She was a sixth grade teacher in town for years and years. That's actually owned by the children of the same people that live in the middle house.
The Mayhews.
Yeah, well, it's, oh yeah, what, Eeyore.
Iowa and Olga.
Yeah, but I'm trying to think how they pronounce it. Markey, M-A-R-K-I-W. They've been neighbors for 30 years anyway. And then the house at the, close to the Bend has just been sold recently. That was owned by Judge Gressing for a lot of years. But when he died, it got sold to some people whose name I can't even remember now. They lived there for about 2 years, and now the people who are there is a father and his daughter. We have little hill parties occasionally. It's a very congenial little group, but those houses have been there for all the years, just about that we've owned the house, the original house at the top.
Are the utilities to your property buried, power lines and such?
No, they're above ground.
They're poled?
Yeah, they're unpoled.
And that's what the new property would be served by to an extension?
Yeah, it comes right by their property, between their property and the driveway, which, I mean, they would have obviously rights and responsibilities of the driveway too.
Sure.
I'm assuming, whoever buys it.
Is there a right-of-way already, or is your plan after the subdivision to?
I don't know where they would want to put it, you know, I mean, where they bend off of what is the existing Bonneville Lane, which is the driveway originally, would depend on where they're probably gonna exactly site any dwelling. I have very specific things about what the dwelling would have to be, just to protect my neighbors and me. It has to be a house, and can't be a 2x4 or something. I mean, a lean-to. But, I think it would depend how far up on the hillside they would want. It's to clear the trees and build, and they probably want the driveway to be, I mean, they can go off anywhere because there's no impediment. It's just the slight culvert that they'd have to figure out a way across. But.
And I think you said the tree removal is not that extensive, 3 or 4 trees?
Yeah, that's what.
Say that again?
The tree removal for the passing area, or the pull-off, whatever you want to call it, it's not that extensive, 3 or 4 trees?
No, they're all fallable trees. They don't have to have a tree company, and it's stuff that I do anyway.
And it'll remain fairly heavily forested. It's not going to look that different to the untrained.
Oh, no, not at all. It'll just make it a little safer for passage. And those are the trees that Brian cited, I believe, if I'm correct, with Tim when you were on the visit. So that's why those were decided.
I wanted to get my orientation here. We're working from this map. I don't know if you've seen this one.
This one?
Yes.
Oh,
No,
okay,
no.
the survey.
The survey.
Yeah.
So am I presuming?
I can come look at it with you since I don't have a copy. I didn't.
You don't mind?
No, not at all.
But I'm picturing myself driving up Bonneville Road,
Mhm.
and it sort of, if I remember, the road sort of zips around a
Yeah,
little bit.
there's a fair.
Yeah,
fair-
and then, so what we're talking about is right there off to the left, and then Mather Road's the one that connects
Yes,
over to Greenleaf?
exactly.
Okay, that
Yep.
gives me
Yep.
an orientation.
Yeah, okay.
And so your house is presumably here.
Let me get oriented again now.
Is this your house?
Yes,
up there?
that's my house. Yeah, that's my house. This is the one that's been sold.
Yeah,
to
and that's the
Andersons.
property they bought to sort of,
This is just all the rest of my
Oh,
property.
I get it.
It's been subdivided so that if I wanted to, but it's
Yeah.
not as accessible, and the road that shows here is really like a logging road that would have to be, it's not the driveway actually bends around a hairpin here and then comes into my
yeah, it would.
house there.
And then just for the lay of the land is if you're Bonneville Road here, you're sort of up, it goes up a hill
Yes,
there,
it
doesn't it? So it all goes
up
up.
to my back wall up here.
Yeah.
Bucks Dr. Dompier's house, and
Okay.
his house is actually on Thayer Ridge Road, which is the road
Thayer
over
Ridge.
South Street.
Okay.
Yeah, so mine goes just about to the crest of that hill, and then it starts.
Oh, okay, okay. So some of the properties that come off of Bonneville end up going up against the
They
properties
do.
that come off
They do
South
because
Street.
Bonneville bends around this way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I sort of know this area a little bit.
Sure.
I know it very well, having lived there all these years.
Other questions for the applicant?
How many people use East Bonneville Lane?
Well, I'm the original house, and then the three that are shown on the left side of the driveway as you go up. All those houses have been there for at least 30, well, they've all been there since before I moved in.
These would be the ones that would appear here?
Yes.
Okay. Do you follow?
That's what I assumed.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, they've all been there for like more than 40 years, because I've lived in the house that I'm in now, that my in-laws owned it from 65 on. And I think they were built, well, as a matter of fact, I know one of them was built right after that house was built in 55, because they built it on spec. That was the Chapmans, actually. And she built the first one, then she sold that and ended up living in one at the bottom. But she's, as I said, she's passed now, so she's not.
And it looks as though the road and what would be considered the right-of-way is being retained by your property.
Yes, they pay a sixth of the plowing bill, each one of them down at that end. And when Tim has to come maintain it, which is every few years, grade it or whatever, just because it's, as he said, it's pretty easy to maintain, thank goodness, because that cost me a fair buck.
And this new lot will be using that same access?
Well, it used the bottom part, because I assume they're gonna take their own driveway off like right across from one of those houses there, depending on where they site their house. I would think they'd want it to be as efficient as possible getting into the garage or whatever they're gonna have with their.
And you will have something in the deed that you sell to them that they're responsible for the maintenance and
Right,
the plowing and everything else?
The 1/6 of the driveway, that's the way.
It'll be
the
1/6.
That's because they're on the bottom half, they're less than the bottom half, so they're, it's just, that's the way it's been worked out. I mean, I'm okay with it, so, and the other three are doing that now, so that's the way I've talked about with my realtor, that we would write the.
No, it's always good to make sure that that's in the deed, that everybody knows.
Right, they need to understand it, yeah.
Everybody knows that they're responsible for
Right.
paying for the maintenance, and
Right.
everything's written up in the deed.
I mean, I don't know if they would have a choice, maybe Brian would know, of putting their own driveway in off of Bonneville and not have to deal with any of that, but they'd have to get across the stream there, so that I think it might be cheaper or more efficient for them to just go off the current driveway,
Yeah, they would have to get additional approvals to do
Right.
that.
Right, they probably
That would
wouldn't
only be
want
if
to.
they didn't have other options.
Right, right. I mean, it's fairly easy. I mean, the driveway is very adequate at that end for sure, where the three are already using it, so, yeah.
I think it probably makes sense to add a condition requiring that there be an easement for this property owners.
Pardon me?
I think it probably makes sense to add a condition
Yeah.
requiring that there be an easement
Yeah.
for lot 3 from Bonneville Lane.
East
Make-
Bonneville.
East Bonneville Lane, make it
Yeah,
figure out
right.
where it goes. Other questions?
Yeah, I know that you came over and talked to Ian about the map, which is I'm looking at, because forget the other one.
Can we give her a copy of the map? So
Yeah,
can
she can
follow
take
No,
it?
I've got it right here. Oh,
you want me to come
I
over?
want her to be able to follow
all right,
you.
then yeah, follow it on there,
Thank you.
because
Sure.
apparently on the other side of Bonneville Road, there's the Meadow Corporation. If you look on the map and that part of it,
Yeah,
you have a highlighted area that has absolutely no dark line to show the connection.
let's see, I'm not sure, are you talking about across Bonneville Road?
Now, I'm talking about this little part right here.
Wait a minute, let me come see, because I think it'll be easier if I can.
Oh, I think that yellow line's not supposed to be there.
Well, then, this right here, this one right here.
Oh, I don't know what that is. Oh, that may be the stream? I think that's the stream.
So this
Because-
is, there's nothing that crosses over
No.
that way.
No, No, that's just the regular, yeah, I mean, I didn't make this drawing, so forgive it, but it's not the same kind of line as this. That's the way the stream goes, I think. There used to be like a
Right.
beaver pond up here that I think that has been undammed by the
So
beaver.
where does this tree removal
Oh.
come in?
Right in here, right up in here. See, what we're doing is, this is upside down to this, right? So,
Right.
you know, sort of, if we come off
I'd rather
Bonnieville.
skip this one, yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
now we're the opposite, the other way.
All right.
Okay, so now we're oriented the same way. See, this is Bonnieville Lane. East
Right.
Bonnieville Lane, rather.
Right.
Okay, here's East Bonnieville Lane.
Right.
And when it comes up, it goes by the 3 houses that are here. Boop, boop, boop.
Yeah.
And then it goes around the bend and the trees that,
Right in this area?
yes, that are in this area. Right.
So if somebody uses this property, how would they exit? Their only exit would be to Bonneville Lane? That's it?
Come off the Bonneville Lane. But,
Okay,
yeah,
that's
and the
where
other
their driveways would have
yeah,
to
well,
go?
the other driveways go off there too.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
that's the way, yeah.
All
I mean,
right.
there's plenty of room for it.
So the sort of layout of East Bonneville Lane has that big long sort of, or the first part is a very straight section
It is.
that has the 3 houses shared. And so
right.
the idea is the new parcel
Would just have a driveway across from theirs.
Yeah.
Right, right.
I have a question for Brian. What is the allotted amount of space, you know, if somebody were to build a house on that spot, how many, are we limited to the amount of acres?
You can add, I believe it's in the rural residential district. Yeah, so it's 1.5 acres per unit.
So they could reasonably put in 9 houses there?
They could subdivide it again in the future, but that would be a different approval.
Okay.
I'm hoping they don't, obviously, because we don't want that kind of density there. That's why I'm trying to sell it as a 10-acre parcel.
Okay.
Yeah, and we're only approving it for 1 house.
Okay,
Anything more than
all
that,
right.
they'd have to come back.
Checking.
I mean, the idea is it's so lovely and private where we are on that hill, and yet we're 5 and 10 minutes to town. So it's, you know, it's appealing for a lot of people, and I think people like the idea of privacy if they move to a place like that, so.
Sure. Other questions? Is the road short back? Is the road short back?
Yeah, it's stone dust. It's, yeah, sure back, same, yeah.
Glad you're here, I wouldn't have known.
Yeah.
All right, so my thought is it's probably appropriate to have a motion to approve application 2019-137 with conditions requiring that there be an easement for the benefit of the new lot from East Bonneville Lane, that the stormwater improvements be satisfactory to keep the stormwater off the road, that the new home be oriented for solar power if possible, to the extent possible. Location of the future home site reviewed by the board for compatibility, forest cover to be maintained, and that road and stormwater elements not impact the wetlands. I guess
I so move.
Second.
Second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your coming before us tonight.
Well, I appreciate your coming to hear it.
No problem.
Theirs, that's his, isn't it?
Good luck.
Thank you.
I think it's appropriate to hear a motion to adjourn.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0.
Well, thank you very much for.
And that's what every meeting is like.
Every meeting's like that, yeah.
What was that record one we had?
When did it go?
Felicity wasn't able to be here tonight, so I'm acting as chair. I'm the vice chair.
Appropriate.
I'm at 6:02. So announcements? Sure. Well, you all kind of got the introductions, but we have two introductions tonight. We have Andrew, who is the planning tech and 911 coordinator for the town. So Andrew started October 1st, and he was at some of the downtown design plan meetings, at a lot of them. And so he comes to us with a lot of skills, a degree in urban planning and sustainability, and some great skills that we're looking to put to use. Are you from the area, or did you move here?
So I went to high school in Connecticut. I guess that's where I really grew up. I was born in Seattle. Went to college in Washington State, Bellingham, Washington. My family brought me back over here, and in this job too, I could say. I've been looking for jobs probably for 3 months. It wasn't really going my way in Washington, so that's kind of when I made my way back east. But I'm here now, officially a month in, so it's going well. Yep.
And so you're found an apartment in town.
Yeah.
Settled in.
Yep.
And you're going to can he be a town meeting member and work for the planning board?
It's a good. It's funny.
Brian has been, and he works for the planning department. So
yeah, and he's
I
also
think
lives in the town.
Yeah. Right. So you have to be a rep town meeting member. You have
of course.
to live in town.
Yeah.
But yeah.
There's always that balance when you're a planner for the town you live in. Where's
Well, sometimes you need expert knowledge.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
As a town meeting member.
Well, that's my philosophy. I want to live in the place I plan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's good to be here. Looking forward to working with you all.
Great.
Welcome.
And welcome to Prudence, who is the newest planning commissioner. So that's exciting. I've worked with Prudence over the years. When you were at the hospital and you were at the Department of Health. So.
Yes, yeah. I was at the Department of Health for 5 years. I was district director and retired last spring from that job. And then I was at BMH for most of my career.
As a nurse? You were
No, administrator. I was in VP for most of that time, doing physician recruitment and planning and operations stuff.
And if I could just add, Prudence works with or volunteers with the Brattleboro Coalition for Active Transportation. So she brings a lot, like she said, healthy community design, biking, walking, that kind of thing. Awesome. There's interest. So anyway, did we go around? We can go around and introduce everybody else, or yeah, sure. Okay.
I'm Josh.
Hi, I'm Tom.
And Kathy. Of course you can ask if you want to know something more.
Yeah, next time I need to say more. I'm just gonna follow you.
Do you want to say where you work, or if you work outside the home?
Yeah, I'm a project manager for the company.
I own my own little motorcycle shop out of my house.
I've been here 2 years. I'm working on fixing up a house for half a year now. I have a degree in public health, some relation to and sciences. So.
Yeah, and I've lived in town for 14 years or something, and I'm currently river steward, and have been on the planning commission for a long time. I don't know. Yeah, and I have 2 little kids. Great. Oh, right, so I gotta, okay, any other announcements?
Announcements, so. I'd like to introduce myself.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Ricky Rosati, and I applied for the sustainability coordinator position, so when I saw that as there's an update on the agenda tonight, I knew I should be present.
Okay.
Great.
And did you want to introduce yourself too?
Oh, I'm Mary, I just wanted to observe.
Okay.
Awesome.
Thank you.
So this is an announcement. I know at one of our last meetings in September or August, we had talked about doing away with the density in certain residential districts. And a couple weeks later, I was approached by the state. They are working with the Congress for New Urbanism, which is a national nonprofit, on a project called Zoning for Great Neighborhoods. So they're looking to make to find zoning code changes that they can make to make housing more affordable, communities more walkable and whatnot. So they chose Brattleboro as one of the reviews they were going to do on our land use regulations, and I spent today in Montpelier. So if I am stumbling over my words, it's because I spent a lot of time in the car today, and I'm a little tired. But yeah, so I had to give a presentation of where I thought some of the challenges, or where we found challenges to be in the code. And they have a couple of professionals who are going to review it and give us some feedback on that, I'm hoping within the next month. So Felicity and I had talked in putting together the agenda that we were going to hold off on kind of finalizing the zoning amendments that we want to make and wait to get feedback on them. Two of the things that we talked about today were maximum building footprints, and also the density, as we I had mentioned, we kind of struggle with that. So it wouldn't surprise me to see them come back with recommendations that we just get rid of maximum building footprints as well, because we have some other different controls. And then one of the professionals also made the comment, so we have building articulation standards where like every 20 or 40 feet you have to have a change in the facade. And she was suggesting that we probably do away with those too, because what they're seeing pop up is these, she called them zebra buildings, where instead of actually changing how the building is articulated, like by bumping it out or something, they're using materials or colors to kind of create that change, and she calls them zebra buildings. So that was an interesting, I haven't come across that before.
That'll be fun to Google later.
Yeah, no, that's what I thought. I'm like, we'll have to check the zebra buildings out.
So it sounds like a good thing then. It's a good opportunity.
It's a great opportunity. I'm pretty excited about it. So
Even better than Google, I just learned about Ecosia as a search engine, and they plant a tree every time people search. And they don't do any ad tracking.
Can I ask, so the state architect came and he did that presentation on becoming a
CLG.
Thanks. Are we, what's the process for that? Or do we decide we're gonna do that, or is there still steps in that have to occur?
There's steps that have to occur. I think we did decide we were going to do it. I had Andrew take a look at the materials as well. I think at this point it's just getting it before the select board. The major step is that the design review committee is going to need to transition to a historic preservation committee. But they're willing to do that, and we'll need more members with certain backgrounds and skills that they can bring to that. At least the majority of them have to have it in accordance with the law, the best we can do with that. So that'll be, we've been talking about moving that forward.
That's okay.
So.
What is CLG?
Certified Local Government, which I don't think is the most appropriate name for the program. It really has a lot to do with like historic preservation. Yeah.
And
Sue, you guys probably can get a better
yeah, and I
understanding what it
think
is.
like my takeaway from the presentation was that it will just enable us to have greater access to grants for historic preservation work. But that presentation was videotaped, I think, by BCTV, was it?
I believe it was.
Yeah, so
I'll try to
you
find
you might be able to just watch it on the BCTV like archive.
Cool.
Yeah. Yes. All right. Other announcements? Anyone? Okay, so then public comments. And we have a member of the public.
You today.
Yep.
No? Okay.
Well, I'm curious, when you were talking about the urban design, was there any focus on making sure that new buildings provide water filtration for residents?
No.
Is that on the agenda?
It's not, because we view that more as building code, and we don't have building code in Brattleboro.
That sort of thing would be regulated at the state level, right?
It could be, yeah.
required or not, but water systems.
Mm-hmm.
At the state level.
Some jurisdictions, they have a building,
Sure,
building
Burlington.
code or development code, like where I came from in Washington, my internship, we had one, so we had those kind of standards, for water and, yeah.
So next on the agenda is to approve the minutes of September 9th. And I think Andrew just handed out comments. Is there any corrections or changes needed?
Need a couple minutes?
Yeah, take a go. So you applied for a climate adaptation workshop, is there?
I did. I had not gotten an update. I thought they told me the end of October I would hear. Haven't heard anything yet. It was nationally competitive, and it was a pretty simple, quick application. Still waiting to hear. Still have my fingers crossed.
So any changes or, do we have to make a motion to adopt it before we discuss? Is that the proper?
Yep.
Yeah,
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of September 9th.
We need a second for that. Here. I'll second that, I was there. Okay.
Who seconded? I'm sorry.
I did. And any
There's the three of us, right?
discussions or changes or discrepancies, concerns? No? Okay.
Looks good to me.
So, those in favor of approving the minutes, say
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay.
Have you been, are you actually
So that's
a
for-
member?
I'll abstain just because
She's-
I wasn't.
Yeah, she's actually a member
Only the
of
three
that.
of us were there.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
Yeah, so
I
are
Are
mean,
you-
you can still vote if you
Oh,
want.
you are a
But
member. Oh,
she
yeah.
was not a
She
member.
is,
Prudence
yes,
was
she
not
is.
a member, so
Oh.
But at the time, yeah.
she should abstain.
All right, so yeah, so that's 4 in favor
yeah, take
and
that.
then 1 abstention. Okay. Let's see, and then next on the agenda is downtown design plan. So take it away, Sue.
All right, sorry, I'm just trying to
Are you
look up something for
projecting?
the next part.
Are you projecting
Um,
somewhere? Is that what you're looking at?
So.
Yes, we will.
What we wanted to do was just have kind of a recap. It's not gonna go there, Andrew, I'm just gonna do it on the wall.
Oh, yeah.
But that's for the next part. Yeah, so we wanted to have a recap because several of you were at different events with the downtown plan, so there was the Better Block Challenge in September, which was the 3 pop-ups, which I know several of you got to see. And then there was also the Places for People charrette in October, which some of you were at the kickoff meeting or various events along the way, and then the recap meeting. So I wanted to use this time to kind of talk about it, see what we thought worked, where maybe there needs to be some more work done. I mean, I can kick it off. So, the Better Block Challenge, I thought Friday night had the most activity, I think, going on in downtown. So the library pop-up was pretty successful. The alleyway, they only staffed theirs on Friday night, and they were able to put up art and the lighting and whatnot, but I don't think the impact was as great as here at the library or the bike lane on Flat Street, sorry. I thought the bike lane, worked out well. Prudence, you weren't there that weekend, were you?
Yeah.
It was a lot of work to set it up, but there seemed to be a lot of interest in the bike lane. They had also run a petition, and they had a lot of people sign it and were interested in seeing a permanent bike lane on Flat Street. So, if you want to jump in, we're recapping and providing thoughts and what we think needs to.
Of the better
work
block
that went
challenge
on.
and the places for people.
So we started the Better Block Challenge, which I know you came by on Sunday. And
Yeah.
we had
All through
All
Main
through.
Street and checked out all the projects, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had a booth down in the Latches. That was not a great place to be, especially Saturday. The consultant liked it because she could observe what was happening with Malfunction Junction, but we did not get kind of the walk-in traffic. It would have been better had we known it was going to be such a gorgeous weekend to kind of move a table around and have been stationed at each site.
Oh, yeah.
For sure. That wasn't worth it to have kind of a drop-in place. Josh spent some time Sunday morning as well. There were a couple more people. We moved outside and were trying to get people to take the surveys.
It's a lot warmer outside.
Yeah.
I saw it Friday evening. Remember when I came by that Righteous Art Space? And I wondered how it was the next 2 days, like in the middle of the day, maybe when it wasn't in kind of that interim time like it was Friday evening, where maybe people were, some, were still at work, or some were going home to get dinner, or out at dinner, or not out roaming downtown yet for nightlife. Friday seemed a little lackluster as far as participation to me, but I wonder how during the middle of the day, Saturday and Sunday were.
I thought that, I know the bike lane was more successful on Saturday than on Sunday, and they did more programming on Saturday. They had the blender, they had a couple of rides, and they just seemed, it was a bit more programmed. I think there were people that didn't quite know that they were supposed to ride in that area because it was marked off parking spaces. It was a little,
yeah, some of those things can take a while to adopt.
The library, I think they did well all weekend. I mean, because they had the seating out front, so people would come and sit down and read and maybe partake in the art. And in the evenings, like I think on Friday night, it got a little dark and the lighting's not that great out front.
I felt like the way of the three, the way that the library and the downtown organization teamed up and did that one, I thought that would have the most, or it hypothetically could have the most like repeat success. Once people like catch wind, like people with families with kids catch wind, like, oh, maybe the story changes every 2 weeks. This is something to do every Saturday, or like, and go downtown. It's just one more thing to entertain the kids, and then end at the library, maybe there's snacks and they can meet up with other families. Of course, the bike lane wouldn't, if it was to repeat, wouldn't have a station with people greeting you at the end of it every time with a poster and interactive board. It would just be a bike lane, which would be great. I could, like I've said before, I think other streets might be in need of it more, but Flat Street is maybe the most feasible, and that's why they chose that. And I like the idea of that alley becoming like a public destination, but I kind of didn't really see that so much with their effort that weekend. It was nice seeing art on the wall, but that was kind of the extent of it.
Yeah.
Some nice lights they had too.
Did you have some feedback? Because Jessica has run placemaking, creative placemaking workshops, so.
Yeah, I thought it was maybe, it was just such a small selection of projects, and it was such a short time period for them to be up, that I don't think we really made a big impact or were able to gather as much input as we could have. And I think, I was there for Saturday for the tabling, and I stayed there for for 45 minutes, helped blow up some balloons. But nobody came in, and
Where was this?
at the
At the
lecture
lecture
stage.
stage.
And yeah, it wasn't a super welcoming or interactive or creative or engaging space to be in.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, the more engaging spaces were for the charrette. It really was supposed to kind of just be a directional thing, but I think it was probably a missed opportunity there. For sure.
Just and the people that I encountered on Saturday, I took my daughter and we walked up and down Main Street to see all the different projects, and people were curious about them, but they didn't know how to figure out what it was all about or why there was a book page in the planter or so the I guess the branding of the project, the sort of message about what all these little pieces were. Even in the alley with Insight, I know they did they had like more of an event on Friday night. Is that true? Kind of and no. Okay. Yeah, but yeah, it was hard. I ran into a lot of people at the library that were like, "This is so cool," and they had no idea that it was part of a bigger thing. They thought it was just something fun the library was doing.
Yeah. No, I agree with that, which is why I also think like having tables at the different places to have some interaction would have been better. So, yeah, we definitely learned a lot about that. So the charrette.
Which I missed.
The charrette did not have great attendance throughout. I think the most of an audience we had was at the recap meeting that was down at the museum. The Saturday event, which was the drop-in studio, was awesome, but probably one of the least attended. But the people that came actually came to sit down with the landscape architects and address certain things. So it was a great opportunity. But that definitely, again, 118, I love the space of 118 Elliott. It's really flexible and it's easy. But the activity on Saturday to draw people in at 118 Elliott Street isn't happening at that end of Elliott Street. And Andrew and I brought flyers over the high rise because we know that the residents there have some challenges of walking in the downtown, and not one person came over. Whether they got them or not, it's a locked place, we dropped them off. So that was kind of unfortunate, but for the people that did come, I think it was really worthwhile. Friday night, lots of people stopped in. That was kind of the art focused evening of what kind of public art do you want to see? Do you have suggestions for locations? So we got, information out of that. And then, so there were more kind of photo preference services. There was photo preference on Friday night. There was also photo preference stuff going on Saturday. And our consultant Brandy has actually turned that into another survey, an online survey that people can do. And we haven't printed out copies yet, but it's kind of the photo preference to kind of pick up and get more feedback.
I like that survey.
Yeah. Yeah. We ended up, the first survey that went out, we have probably around 550 responses to that one. The last I spoke to Brandy late last week, we had about 100 on the photo preference survey.
550, that's really good.
Yeah.
Does that include the ones we got from Groundworks and?
I'm including the ones we
Boys and
did.
Girls Club? Okay.
Boys and Girls Club
Yeah.
had it. Groundworks had some.
Yeah.
We still get people that come in our office and fill it
Yeah.
out and put it in the box.
That's what I
so.
think the answer would be.
Great.
Yeah. Did you guys have observations on the charrette work?
I definitely wish we had more time and money, and more participation, but that's always the case. I think the attendance was good for, you know, a Brattleboro event. You know, I don't think we should be discouraged or bummed about the numbers at all. You know, I think it is what it is. You know.
I really liked, I participated in one of the walks, and that was just really interesting to hear different ideas.
Oh, yeah, the walking.
Yeah, the walk was talks were
Walking
great.
talks were-
Yeah.
yeah.
Was that good?
It was really good, yeah, I went to the one that was like in the northern end of town.
Yeah.
It was, yeah,
Mhm.
it just made me think about things that had.
Where'd that go through? Some of those parking lots along the river and the
Yeah,
common maybe?
it started at Municipal Center and went to like High Grove and
Yeah.
down
Oh.
behind the,
Rec center?
Rec center.
Rec Center,
Yeah, okay.
yeah.
How was the attendance on that?
They were not.
Not much, but you know, everyone there was engaged.
There
We had
There was
some great
there was somebody on
conversations.
every walk.
Yeah,
Because
Yeah,
at least one or two
I was
people.
trying to find you guys, but I couldn't find you.
Oh, well, we were at, you know, it changed throughout the, you know, we started in the north and kind of midway
Yeah.
south.
Yeah, no, I had the schedule and I.
Oh, just finding us. I know we were small, so.
Because I didn't have it.
Nipple.
So,
How's the survey results, how are they gonna get processed or shared with us?
they will be shared with us, and one of the next steps that we're gonna talk about is the final report, and Brandy and I were actually talking about how she can, ways that she might be able to incorporate those into the final report, because we're gonna talk about a graphic way to possibly do it. One of the things that, despite efforts, there was like 0 youth participation. And that was pretty discouraging. I tried to get the information in, at least the survey, even the youth participation in the surveys has been really low. So I met last week with Jack Clark. She works for the Brattleboro Area Prevention Coalition, and she actually staffs, co-staffs 2 clubs at the high school.
Cool.
One which we'll probably definitely be going to and doing some work with them. You know, kind of maybe something that had gone on at the shed. And then the other one who they're gonna think about a little bit more, so try to make some inroads with the youth, because it's definitely a missing voice in this. So that will be good. Maybe it'll lead to a couple of other things. Jack is also in her work doing, working, I think, she's working with a group, and they're gonna be doing a survey about where people hang out in the downtown and where they go with their families, where do they go with their friends, where are the places they avoid. And we talked about, she's hoping to get this together in the next month or so, and then maybe having the high school students come present to the planning commission in January or February with their findings. So I thought that would be great.
So, process-wise, what is our role in taking the consultant's report, this presentation by the young people? Like, how is that going to become a downtown plan?
So the consultants basically took all that work. They're going back, they're doing some more design work and kind of thinking about it. The plan that they put together will be a draft that will come to the planning commission so that we have an input, and can ask them to revise areas or whatnot. Brandy and I talked, I thought it was too soon for her to come tonight to a meeting, but she will be here in December, so we can talk about survey results and have all that information as we move forward. They were viewing it as needing a couple months to put the plan together. And she understood that we wanted a little bit more outreach. So.
And that'll look like sort of like the master plan with big goals, and then how to, the strategies of partnerships.
Yeah, implementation, yes. And so the next question and the next thing on the agenda is, what do we want it to look like? When they proposed when they put in a proposal for the project, it was left a little open. We could do a poster, we could have a traditional document, and then there's another suggestion, which is a story map which would be, do you know story maps,
Yeah.
Kathy? Andrew, if you want to just join us a little bit more.
Yeah, so I'm not sure, are you guys familiar with ArcGIS Online?
Oh,
ArcGIS? ArcGIS Esri is a platform where you can make story maps. I made one when up in my academic career. It's basically, it involves, a lot of it's mostly visual representation, what we're trying to talk about, but obviously text can be included. But it's an online format, so that's one thing we'll also need to really consider, is the accessibility of this. You can make them into PDFs, but you also, that takes a lot of work itself too, because the format has to be changed and played with, and but it can be a really cool way of representing the information that we collected, the consultants collected. And it's a creative way of doing things, and it's fun. That's kind of how I think about it. I mean, Kathy, are you familiar with the 2D? Anything you can pipe in?
Yeah, I mean, when I was thinking about how, like, what format to present it in, that's kind of what, you sort of having that ability to, like, an interactive thing where
Yeah.
you can kind of look at downtown from different points of view, or maybe see if there are different scenarios, right, or different.
Yeah, like, you kind of what I was thinking is that you can have this whole map of downtown, and then you can zoom into different areas, different parts of town, and talks about, specific place-making activities, or pedestrian, what kind of what do we want the public space to look like? The waterfront, for example, off of Depot Street, what could be there? What's the possibilities? What could it look like, when the new bridge goes in and that whole area changes, to be able to show those different scenarios in a visual and, again, creative way could be something.
So is it like some GIS maps I've seen where there's like a column on the left and all sorts of overlays you can?
Not exactly like traditional GIS.
I'm gonna show you.
Yes, here we go. This is, yeah.
And this is just, Brandy had sent me a couple of different ones just to get an idea. Let's see.
There's so many ways of doing them, which is.
So the first couple ones she sent.
I guess you don't need to see.
I can see. Yeah.
Approaching the recommendations in a similar format to these. So anyway, they're. Let me go back and show you this one. So this is a waterfront walkway. It's very graphic. Let's see. So you can have kind of the background information about the area.
And there's generally like a pathway through it, right, in
Mhm.
terms of the way that it's structured, so you're controlling the narrative of.
Yeah.
I just want to see if
Where is this?
Okay,
Nice.
so there you go, so.
Vancouver Island.
Thanks.
Yep. Mhm.
So they're talking about a trail here. So you are, in this case, they are using a map.
Mhm.
It's just, it is, again, it's all online, you don't need a special program to run it, but you do need a computer.
Yes.
So I guess my one concern is there some way to do a story map online and then also kind of have a printed
So this is
version
the
or
plan and
something?
implementation section. We had talked about having like an executive summary or some sort of smaller document that would accompany it.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just trying to see. So kind of highlights the different areas and, what was done. This is just, let me see if I can pull up another example.
So who maintains this then?
Who maintains it? Well, it wouldn't be a changing document. I mean, it would live on the town website.
Oh, so people can't go, because you were saying something about like adding things or whatever.
Well, I guess so obviously Brandy's gonna be creating it. You're talking about like editing it, like.
Yeah, so the general public can't go in and do anything with it.
No.
Okay.
They have their
No,
one.
no.
No.
That's basically
Yeah.
I thought you were saying
Yeah,
that people
Brandy
could go in and like change.
Brandy
things
did not.
around.
Oh, no, no, no.
She
There
has
was a
a
Sims
game like that, that would be really cool.
Like Lego
Sims
blocks.
is how I
or
learned
Yeah, those
planning.
were just ones she sent me to kind of,
Yeah.
you know, to take a look at.
So what's the, okay,
You know, these are some of the issues we're dealing with, sorry.
who is the audience for this, and, how or why are they using it?
Yeah, what's the point?
Yeah.
So the audience is, local, you know, it's the public, it's,
If it is
local
one.
government officials, it's, you know, people that work for the town, if we're writing grants and, you know, just kind of it's to move, it could be the downtown Brattleboro Alliance, the DBA, it could help guide, infrastructure projects in the downtown or grants
Economic
that we see.
development.
Yeah.
So like to keep people, to like monitor project, like progress
Not
on
to monitor
and
projects,
stuff.
to put forth the projects that how we
Yeah.
wanna see, you know, put forth projects to kind of get the downtown that we envision, that we have come up
Yeah.
with this common.
I could see it being useful in the sense that like when we're building the bridge going across the river, like just to keep people, you know, up to date on dates or whatever, so that, you know, there's.
It's not
like,
meant
it's
for
not
that, I mean, it's, think of your
It's
town
like
plan,
it's more of a
think about it.
visioning, yeah.
It's like a sub-area plan to the town plan. Think of it like, you know, it's downtown.
It's just more visual town plan.
Yeah, because I
It
mean,
is
the
more
town
visual.
plan talked about creating a downtown plan. This is
Yes.
kind of, so, you know, we're in a way implementing that, but then here, we're implementing many things, you know, so,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's setting forth projects
Yeah.
or changes that we wanna see in the downtown, whether it's we want wider sidewalks on Main Street, or we want better sidewalks, or we want more street trees, you know, we'll see what comes out of it.
So it could be something that I'm having a little trouble thinking about how it would be used and how people would engage with it. So the planning department or Public Works, if they're gonna redo the sidewalks, they would refer to this
Yeah.
when, I don't know if they have to pitch projects to the select board, but if they're doing a big change, maybe.
Yeah.
They would bring this along with them and
Yeah.
have a nice, beautiful presentation to
To
separate
say,
them and
look,
say,
we voted for this.
We voted for this, this
Yeah.
is part of our.
Or there's
plan."
support for this, yeah.
How do they get that on this though?
Well, that's what we've been doing with all the hour. It's not, they're, like, different departments aren't putting projects on
Yeah.
there per se.
Okay.
It's
So I didn't
more,
really- I'm
it's
trying to
more of
figure
a
out what's
public,
there.
a public process
Yeah.
of what does the public wanna see in
Yeah.
downtown.
And then it's gonna result in a recommended master plan, right? That-
Right.
Yeah.
That we vote on ultimately in the
Mhm.
select board.
Yes. We'll take it to the
Excellent.
select
We'll take
board,
it to the
so
select board,
hopefully
yeah,
they'll
yeah.
vote on it and, you know, it'll become kind of a guiding
An official
document for
document, yeah.
decisions.
Yeah.
So it's just a town plan with.
It is, it's
picture.
just.
It's an old-
Yeah, it's just,
Yeah.
I mean, it's in its core.
Yeah, no, which
Yeah.
I'm totally fine with that, that's awesome.
That's what a
Yeah,
lot of
we need
planning
more
is, it's
visuals,
like-
yeah, exactly, yeah.
Is the
I'm just-
goal in making it creative and interactive and beautiful and visual and online?
Yeah,
Is the goal engaging more people in the implementation of it? Or is it just to have a tool internally for the town?
I think it's both.
okay.
It's both. I mean, so,
And then, if the engagement piece is part of it, then is there some kind of call to action or conversion where we can get people engaged through this piece in
That's
process?
that's a good point. So if somebody looks at this and they're like, I'm really inspired and I wanna know how I can help, you know, what, how will they know what to do?
To tag on to that, I wonder if we can know, like, what sort of format would be the most persuasive to the implementers, the builders, the people who cut the checks. or who have control of the public
Mhm.
verse book or whatever the phrase is.
Yeah. That's the public.
I know, but
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes to implement, to go from plan to the next step, there's like requirements for the format or the content that's in it, right? Or,
Not really
No.
for that kind of thing. I mean,
Oh.
there's, funding. Usually one of the biggest challenges to implementing is funding. This is another one that I have up that incorporates video that was taken through their process, so that's something that, we've worked with BCTV to record some of the events, so something like that can kind of be
Is this a different town?
incorporated. Yeah.
Okay, can you click through real quick?
So you can embed videos.
As you can see, Canada's really, they like using their story maps.
That's not a real city.
Yeah.
That is a vision.
It's Epcot.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they go through their engagement process.
It's pretty
So this is one that she pointed out as liking the format of, and can see something like that, so. I'm just trying to get to the.
I think it's a nice idea, as long as at least we can have something that can be for people who don't have access to online and can still give them at least the message. And I like the suggestion of having a really clear call to action for people who find it. I think that's something that we can figure out if Randy could suggest how to do that. It'd be nice to have that in there.
I like it because if Brattleboro had something similar to this, it would make us look like more techie and advanced.
Yes. Well, it's one of those
Like a
interesting things,
facade
like,
of, someone knows what
usually
they're
we
doing.
sit here
It's too late
at
to
a
apply for the
planning commission meeting and you're all on your laptops or whatever, because we've kind of moved to the, let's not print so many copies of things, so there's that benefit to it.
Yeah.
This is, so with a story map, Jessica, this would get to your question about the survey, because there were lots of questions targeted at different parks and whatnot. She's thinking that she could actually kind of create some maps with pins on it, and you could click on it to see what respondents said about the various places. So it kind of takes that survey result and puts it right on a map, which I thought sounded attractive.
That would be cool.
See.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do you need an action from us in this kind of agenda item, or is it just sort of getting some general feedback to direct Brandy? Or
Yeah, I mean, I
get a
think,
sense of-
I think she'd like to know what format we would want it in, so some sort of clear, I don't know if you need to take a vote, but, I'd hate for her to get into one of these story maps and then all of a sudden we're like, no, but I think she is okay with the story map and kind of an executive summary or a couple page handout.
And who's guiding like the artistic direction of it? Is she?
She is in her team.
Yeah.
Do all the different formats conceivably have as much content and actual, ideas proposed and things figured out, but they're just in different formats? Or like if we choose posters, that kind of have a lot less.
I think a poster
meat and
will have a
potatoes
lot
to it.
less. I
Yeah.
think that,
Yeah.
You have
I
to
think
not,
that
right?
you
That'd
get so
be
much
huge.
more information on a story map.
Right.
yeah. I mean, we did
They're
get.
so accessible to people that are using them downtown.
When
Yeah, people
you
may
say-
feel daunted by a
Did you say a
100-page
poster?
document.
We have a poster hanging in the office that the state of Vermont did with their Vermont Downtown Action Team that came around. You miss all the background information that you could put on a story map or that you could put on, in a document.
Mhm.
But it's a good visual of future projects.
I have never seen it.
You haven't seen the
I've been
video?
on the planning commission for like, what I mean?
Come by
Like a poster
come by the office.
occupies one spot in time, and this story map, 100 people could be looking at it simultaneously all over the place. I just feel like in terms of like accessing the information, something like this makes more sense. If, you know, if Brandy's willing, it would be great to have a story map, an executive summary and a poster, but, you know, like, I don't know.
Or what if we did a story map and just a poster?
Like a one-page
Poster.
handout.
And then we have a PDF of it.
Here's an
Yeah,
example of a
just
poster,
somewhere.
of our VDAP poster.
I'm more concerned about, like, do we need to archive that information somehow if it's only kind of in a story map? I mean, the poster would sort of.
There is a way
archive
you
it.
can archive story maps, I've done it.
Yeah.
Is there a way you can summarize this in maybe fewer words?
In fewer words?
Business card of the poster.
Well, so there's your map, kind of the, okay, so they were suggesting, let's see. Okay, this is Harmony lot here, so a potential open space, a parking and event space here. Potential infill on, okay, it might be where the snow block is. Yeah, potential infill development here. Future conversion of a bridge to pedestrian bike only pathway here, so this is Bridge Street, waterfront park area, so it's a lot of similar things that we're dealing with in our downtown plan to actually, at this point, there is an idea for a cultural campus down off New England Youth Theater where NECA could potentially come here and the music center was gonna go where the CF Church building is, so, you know, some of those organizations make different decisions. But this is, you know, like the idea of a poster, and it's like a 3x4. We have one in the office, so. I think there's more information that can be shared with a story map or with a document, but.
Also, to consolidate it down to like one page, we can have it say, go to the Brattleboro website to find out more information, you know, like on this specific things, instead of cramming that much information in one thing. If we're trying to do a handout too, if that's the goal of all of this. Because I really like the idea, you know, of the,
What is it called? Story map?
Story map.
I do like having one somewhat like this visual of the whole area that people can look at and be like, wow, look at all these new proposals of ways to add vitality. And then they can go to a story map or something to delve deeper. But something to really hook people on. You know, posters that can be put around or a simple one-page sort of email that will show that. I feel like with a story map, it's attractive, but it seems a little overwhelming. Like you don't know if you're seeing it all. There's all these different paths to take and different tags.
That's a good way to put it. There are different paths
Yeah.
to take. I mean, I think you can create it as simple or as, you know, if we do story map, that's a good thing to think about.
Like, what story do you want to take? The bike ped story of Brattleboro's future, or the public art story, or the
Choose your own adventure.
choose your own adventure?
Yeah, and I was thinking, like, does she have to, if she's gonna make a story map, does she storyboard it in a certain way? And is there, like, how do we iterate it, or can we, right? Like, does she present it to us in a way where we can comment on it and then she
Can
would
you
make
speak to that? I've
changes,
not created a
or-
story map, but Andrew has.
Well, there has to be. I mean,
You
like
have to
you
have
need
a plan
a draft.
for how you're gonna.
Yeah.
Like.
Well,
Yeah, I
what
hear
I'm
what you're
thinking
saying
is that,
with
you know,
storyboard.
when she came to us in January, February with the potential draft 1, I'm not sure how many, do you know how many drafts she plans on making or whatever?
No, but I
down the
mean,
road.
maybe it could be sooner in December if.
Well, maybe
we're having
instead of putting all the information in there, she can just have placeholders,
Mhm.
you know? And then just with a general idea of what it could look like, a vision, and then we can give her input and then it can evolve into whatever it can be. I mean, you can save as you go. It's not like, you know, it's like you're not publishing until you publish it.
Yeah.
So,
I think the 100, 200 page PDF comprehensive document has been done many times.
Yeah.
So I
True.
don't think any of us are throwing in our ticket to the hat for that. Right? Let's do something a little
something
different.
new.
You don't want to endorse that?
Unless it comes with a metal binder, a metal plastic.
I mean, and if it's not required by any implementers to have some sort of standard document, then let's go with one of these other ones.
Yeah, and sorry, go ahead, Jess.
I was just wondering, I mean, I was gonna take it back to the conversion idea. Do you want to finish your comment on this?
So I was just, like having that online presence, I feel like might serve other purposes that where a book or a poster wouldn't, like the call to action or, helping people understand like what Brattleboro looks like a little bit or what it's like.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of the poster idea. I just, like when I visit a community, I love seeing that out in the community, seeing where things are going and why I would ever want to come back. Yeah, back to that call to action thing. With the plan, have implementers been identified, and is there action or ways that
There will be.
people can?
Yeah, there will be. That might, once there's, so it's gonna come in phases, obviously, because it's gonna be expensive to implement it. So maybe that, when there's a specific project that's gonna be getting underway, maybe that would lend itself to a poster then. This is part of a bigger plan, and, because a lot of this will take a long time to accomplish.
That's true.
Or a more specific plan. Instead of a bigger plan, like a more specific thing to like focus on instead of.
Like, let's say something happens with the Preston lot first, so then there's a poster about the Preston lot. It can be in the context of the master plan, but it really would be focused on that one thing that was starting to happen first.
Well, I know when I was, my past senior year, my senior planning studio was a downtown plan. And we looked at catalyst sites to really spark implementation.
What sites?
Catalyst.
Oh, Catalyst.
Yeah, and kind of going off what you were saying, Prudence, is that you focus on those certain sites of what could be there, and that's kind of how we made our final plan, was focusing around 6 sites, and that kind of led the way for what the future could look like for the downtown we were planning for. But I think that it kind of helps put you in the direction that what I realized, at least. I mean, I think it's okay to talk about everything, but I think when you talk one of those specifics, people actually can see what it could potentially look like and wrap their head around it.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if in it she, based on the information she's gotten, is there like an actionable list, or is there like a, like what are the next steps things in terms of, I mean, you could,
part of
I
what
like
the-
the frames of thinking like, take the pedestrian view, take the art view, so there's something intriguing about that, but it's also like, there could be a framework for how you implement the plan. And whether that's like starting from catalysts or starting from
We also, phase it too.
a particular frame.
A phase plan.
Yeah.
5 years, 10 years, 20 years out. I mean, that's very common in the planning practice. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Or like a list of priorities.
Yeah,
or something.
priority list.
Yeah, like what is the thing that she heard the most often?
Mhm.
I'm really curious to know what that is. Like what she heard over and over again.
Are there things we can learn from the two, at least that I know of, past neighborhood plans? Like the West Brattleboro plan and the Putney Road plan. What were those, like 10, 15 years ago or something, right?
So the West Brattleboro plan was 2007, 2008. And that one is kind of had a lot of photo preference type stuff, which then got translated into the zoning districts and the building design guidelines. So we haven't really seen a lot of development out in West Brattleboro. It's a little constrained with the floodplain. So I would say, but we used that plan most recently. The state's looking at resurfacing Route 9, and we said, well, hey, what about a bike lane and sidewalks, or bike lane actually, because there's some challenges to sidewalks out there. So that's kind of how that plan is there weren't really major projects there. There was a, there is a desire for a green in West Brattleboro, but that's not moved forward, and a lot of the right of way is the state of Vermont, so it's kind of been a challenge. The Putney Road master plan is an interesting plan, and it really involves massive population growth.
Right, yeah, it kind of was hinged on, a massive flux of people coming here and money and development. Yeah.
Wait, did that not happen?
I wonder if there's a way, I mean, any proposal is, or individual specific proposals in the plan is subjective in terms of if it's achievable or conservative or bold, but I wonder if we should set the overall theme, or not theme, but like tone. You know, just like, hey, let's just propose easily achievable things, or just propose the biggest, boldest things that excite everyone. But then it's like, are any of those going to happen?
I think easy goals.
Yeah. So.
I think I think some of the stuff that you might see. So I know at the closing meeting there was a lot of discussion about sidewalk width or bike lanes on Main Street.
Yeah, that was nice. They
and
proposed,
that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I think those are. It could be a really bold idea to get rid of some parking on Main Street and widen the sidewalk.
Yeah.
So I think that, but then there's going to be stuff that will probably be recommended for Bridge Street or the waterfront, which we know that area is changing. I mean, that is kind of our catalyst site because we know that the Hinsdale Bridge is going to move, and that's going to change that.
So
the way that is. So are there things we can do to make that
Yeah, I do like the format of where there's like a big bold proposal made, but then also a more easily achievable one, because then people are like, oh wow, they get inspired, and they're like, well, this is reality. So, and then they're like, oh, and look, in reality, there's this easily achievable minor change, and then it might make that easier to happen.
It's like a good cop
by having the
kind of thing.
The radical thing, yeah, or Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. I heard that analogy from a scholar of it.
All right.
So am I hearing a kind of a consensus around you're intrigued by the story map, you like that direction rather than just a 100-page paper document, right? So I'm not sure I'm getting a consensus on whether it's an executive summary or a poster to kind of follow, to accompany it. But maybe I can have more conversation with Brandy about that too.
I would love to see one image that tries to encapsulate everything. I mean, without detail, of course, because it can't be detailed, but.
Definitely for the folks that don't have access to the internet as easily as some others, definitely need some sort of printout, but it'd be awesome to keep it small and minimal and.
Another option could be having a map station that's like laminated outside, that's big, like you can use, other towns have them in places like malls have them, like you are here, and it shows like where the rest of the areas like around that spot, or they could be like as big as like 5 by 5.
Could even put it behind glass.
Yeah, or plexiglass.
Exactly. No, the Common Ground has those like window displays that they never use. There used to be like books inside them, and now they're just empty. I don't know if you guys remember those. I just think it's a sweet spot for a map of Brattleboro, like a "You Are Here" map.
Yeah. And I think I would also just some step or two in the iteration of it to like check in. I mean, it's partly a little hard to get your head around like what it can look like, so I feel like that'll help.
Okay. Maybe we can do that. Have one in December.
Yeah. Whatever.
Yeah, if we could definitely see aesthetics before she gets too far into it, before they're turning back.
Okay. Cool. It's exciting. All right. So next on our agenda is sustainability coordinator update.
Actually, there was one more additional outreach.
Oh, sorry, I thought you.
So I talked about our plan to try to engage more youth. We also talked about, we didn't really feel like we had got enough feedback from the business community. So I'm gonna try to figure that out. I mean, we had worked with DBA and did a morning, one of their merchants meetings, but it was poorly attended. It was the Tuesday after Labor Day. So we need to do some more outreach, whether it's just face-to-face and stopping in the stores and having discussions with them, but we do need more.
Because
Do you need support on that? Do you have a?
We don't have a plan yet.
Deb?
For the business.
A couple.
Sorry, I don't want to.
Just.
I definitely think we need to go door to door to the business community, especially for how strapped thin they are and how they have no time, and, you know, to get any information on them. We need to see them at their places of business.
I agree.
During holiday season.
I agree.
Yeah.
And I don't need to, because I have plenty to do, but I would go with whoever wants to do that. For example, with the businesses, I'll volunteer to do that if need be. If someone else would rather do it, I would definitely pass it off, so.
Okay, cool. We'll let you know when we're planning that way if anybody is available and wants to come. Okay, thanks.
So is this still sustainability coordinator update?
Yeah, so Felicity just asked that this be on the agenda because you've all had an interest and supported the position. So the town is in reviewing the, we're in the process.
Okay.
Still, we had an overwhelming response of applications, and it was pretty amazing. That's good. So, now we're down to an interview phase. So, hopefully, I think in the next month or so.
Do you know how many people applied?
I believe it was 74 applications.
Wow.
That's great.
There may have been more that came in after. Yeah.
Great. All right. And then potential land use regulation amendments.
Yeah, so we still had, so now we're waiting for the Congress for New Urbanism to give us some feedback, but we've had a couple of other things come up, and we wanted to come back to the industrial zoning district discussion. We seemingly had a lot of requests for shipping containers for people to put them in their yards for storage. It's a new thing, and we don't have clear guidance in the land use regulations.
You had, say that again. You had many requests for people to ship.
Can I use your computer for a second?
Yeah.
Are they converting them into homes?
They're not, no, they're just for storage.
And so that's
Somebody is selling them in town apparently.
Different than like sheds.
Yes, we view them as different than sheds.
Like storage purposes.
Well, the sheds are storage.
I mean sheds, yeah. Other like cargo containers, those
Yeah, I
metal. So this is some, you'll see is a draft code. What I want to find is the.
Do you have your flash drive?
Wait, which is the blue or the black?
The blue. Blue underline. I just
So,
want to look up the section again.
We
look at that section.
haven't addressed shipping containers as a accessory structure. I do know that they get used for housing, and we probably have less of an issue with that as opposed to using it as a storage container in the residential areas. So the interpretation has kind of been that if you were allowed to have mini storage in a district, then we would allow a storage container. So that would open up the service center, the industrial zoning district. That we have less of a problem with than in the mixed use area, which is smaller lots, smaller buildings, kind of more dense development. Same with the neighborhood center and the residential neighborhood. So we've had some requests in the residential neighborhoods. We do allow them for temporary storage, so if you're undergoing renovations in your house and you want to put one in to store your stuff, we would say, yes, we'd give you a temporary permit. But right now, we're of the opinion that they should not be allowed for permanent storage in the residential neighborhood districts.
Right now, we're of the opinion as in we're not.
We as in
budgeting.
staff, we have not, it's been our interpretation of the zoning that
Yep.
you couldn't have it in the residential neighborhood in the
Okay,
mixed
so
use.
it hasn't, I don't know why when you, I was assuming it was residential, people asking to have these for storage containers, but it sounds like the requests have come from like businesses or like industrial uses or something?
Well,
or is
no, I
it-
mean, somebody wanted to have one on their residential property.
Yeah.
They're a way more structurally sound and affordable way to store stuff
Than
than
like a
a
shed.
shed.
Than a shed,
yeah.
They last
It's
like
true.
250 years opposed to 40. Yeah, and you can buy them cheap
I thought about
now.
asking for them in the residential, so.
You had thought about
I
asking.
hadn't asked yet, but I
Yeah.
probably was going to.
Well, I mean, that's what we're here to discuss. This is kind of our interpretation. If the planning commission feels differently, that's why you're, I mean, maybe, you know, maybe with some buffering and, you know, maybe they could be acceptable, or maybe you don't feel they need to be buffered.
What do,
I mean, I like this point about it must be screened from view. It says just the front property line.
what
But
do?
that's not for residential though.
Right,
Oh, yeah.
right.
Yeah, the way that,
But I-
that we've drafted it is it would not be allowed. It would, so it'd be service center
In
and
industrial
industrial.
district.
Not commercial, because I know a couple of commercial spots with them.
Service
Service center
centers.
is
Oh, okay,
commercial.
gotcha.
But there are some that have them, so, what is it, is it Coda and Coda up on Putney Road? They have one. The dealership on Canal Street has one, but those are all pre-existing
Yeah.
under the old land use
Yeah.
regulations.
How often do we see other small town USA of like 12,000 residents dealing with shipping containers as storage units? Like, have we done
I
any
don't know.
research on what other towns do?
I wasn't, I'm in the jurisdictions I did research on, I'm not sure what their population was.
Yep.
So that's something we can look into, if you want to get some numbers and an idea, yeah.
Andrew, what were you seeing in terms of were towns permissive of them? Were they?
They were allowing them, but usually it wasn't on residential property. If it was residential, it was a temporary thing, like during a construction project or, some sort of addition, something like that. But usually it was commercial district or industrial.
And so the main reason for that is the aesthetics?
Well, that's one, and then, public health and just, kind of, you think back why there's zoning, land use,
Yeah, they're people's view.
Yeah, and I think some communities are, also NIMBYism plays a role. Yeah, but I mean, obviously, if I was a property owner, I'm not sure if I'd want this storage.
But someone can build a shed of the same size that's ugly, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
some-
I've got
Yeah.
one.
All right. Well, then I'm all for it.
What's
I
the
vote so.
typical size of a storage, a shipping container? It's
Well, 6 feet in height
tall.
is usually max. And I
Really?
think.
They're taller.
It's
A lot of
10 by
taller.
20 or 10 by 40
You're
are the
right.
two
Yeah.
standard sizes.
Well, from what I saw, they want to allow them to be more than 6 feet.
Yeah, it says no more than
Yeah.
6 feet on here, but they're like 8 feet tall.
Yeah.
Normally.
Yeah, so I think the ones that they were thinking
Super
about were
awesome.
smaller
Yeah.
storage. So if we were looking at an industrial, maybe we could look at expanding it to be a little more.
Typical
the appropriate
size.
Typical
Yeah.
size.
How many requests have we had?
We've had 2 or 3,
Yep.
something like, recently.
In the year, in 2019, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so maybe more before that?
Well, the people who ask
There
are
are
a small
some-
percentage of the people who want to do it. Right? That's what the teachers always said in class, right? They're like, all right, there's no.
I'm just
no
curious to
dumb
see
questions.
if this is actually a big deal for people, if it's, because this is exciting, especially when it comes to how we have such minimal space already, and what storage can do is free up living space. So if we can free up living space, then we can meet other needs all at the same time. So what some people consider an eyesore isn't an eyesore for everybody.
That's
I don't
true.
Very
think,
good
I don't
point.
think storage containers are ugly,
Mhm.
but they're definitely not pretty. So it's all-
Utilitarian.
Yeah.
But if they're screened,
Yeah.
from the front.
Would you want them screened just from the front, or do you think they should be screened from abutting properties
Abutting
as well?
property, yeah.
Like, should they be screened all around?
What are,
And are you gonna screen them with arborvitae, because I can't stand it. No, just kidding.
what are our chicken coop rules?
Our chicken coops need to be 50
50.
feet from the nearest structure. And they need to, no roosters if you're in the residential areas.
No roosters in the
Is it
storage
like,
containers.
how much,
So you have-
how far from the property line?
Yeah, how far-
There's a.
Neighbor's
I
property
don't,
line,
I don't think there's a property line, are you
There
pulling
is
that
one.
up?
I'm trying to
I think it is,
I
it's
think
50
it's
feet from
50
the.
feet from
Yeah, yeah.
any
From-
adjacent
if our
dwelling.
chicken is not in there, what do we call it, foul?
Foul.
dwelling on an adjacent property.
Oh, okay, there we go.
I got it
You
up
got
right
it,
here.
you got it.
Yeah.
So you can have it right at the ends of your house.
Yes, you
It's
can.
gotta be far away from the.
Yeah, but that also has noise and smell.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
chick, that's what.
This doesn't.
It's hard to
What about-
I can see a lot farther than 50 feet.
Depends on what's in
Or you definitely can. What about, for instance, you're allowed to have animals like livestock in Brattleboro if you get permission from your neighbors, from the
No,
abutting
that's
neighbors.
not.
Is that not true?
That's
Oh, is that an old thing?
It's conditional use approval.
Let's go to the
Yeah, no,
therapy.
we don't do anything where if your neighbors say you can do it, it's okay.
Okay, gotcha. Cool.
That's
Then
right.
we don't even do that with this either.
So shipping containers are, I mean, they're pretty, okay, they're not ugly, but they're unattractive, but they're cheap and very available, right? So they
And-
become,
Is there also somebody in town that's selling them? Is
That's
that
what
you
we've
said?
heard.
So
Oh.
it's a local business that's providing them as well. Seems like another good reason.
Interesting.
Like the shipping industry is in such fluctuation right now that all these containers are flooding the market. They're just like super cheap right now.
is
And
that,
so
is that what's going on?
Yeah, and so
Yeah,
like
they're
who
cheap- I
knows?
mean, they're cheaper than a shed at Home Depot. You could be buying a shed
Yeah.
at Home Depot that's like 6 by 8, or you could buy a shipping container that's much bigger for the same money and lasts longer. That's why I was looking at it.
And I think there is a concern in terms of the appearance of them.
So are you, we've been, like, we've had these kind of iterate up these various changes.
Mhm.
Do you need a vote from us at this moment, or is this kind of like?
No,
There's
I mean,
other
no, we
things,
don't,
like-
no. Yeah, there's other things. This was one that we wanted to present to you. We don't need a vote at this time, so if you wanna think about it, or, yeah, we don't need a vote tonight.
And the DRB asked us about this.
No, it's just something we're seeing in the office.
You're getting interest.
That right now, we don't have, we've got an interpretation of our land use regulations, but there's no clear language.
Could a veil be defined as a mural?
I'm sorry, could a what?
You said that it may be
Screen?
screened, yeah, with a veil. Could that be defined with a mural?
I think what we, and if we look at our definition, I think it's what fence
It-
or
yeah, I mean, it
vegetation.
doesn't, you're right, if you're looking at what our regulations
Yeah.
have right now, no, but it could be,
Tweaked.
it could be tweaked if we were,
Yeah.
we don't have to use the word screen, we could say it could be screened or painted or
I'll-
made artistic. or-
I'll go like a little personal with it since I seen an interest in it. If I were to put one on my property, I would follow the shed rules, and then it would follow the shed rules about placement if I were to ask to do this. And I would also cover it in a way to screen it and make it really look like a shed when you're, looking at it, but that it would be a shipping container on the inside. And that would be more economical for me than to actually go to Home Depot and buy a shed. So I don't, this is just me as like a single person. I feel like that would be reasonable if it looked that way for my neighbors. And if my neighbor did the same thing, I would feel like, yeah, that's fine. But it seems like the interest you have gotten is not in residential districts. If I'm understanding by your recommendation, you've got service center and industrial interests, and it could be that maybe we approach that, think about that first.
So we had interest originally in the mixed-use zoning district, so in that little area in between the hospital and the Price Chopper
kind of along-
area,
yeah, Canal
right?
Street,
So along
yep.
there. Originally, we had interest there, then we had it in a residential neighborhood, and then we did have one in the service center. In the service center, we said we do allow mini storage in the service center, so it was associated with a commercial business, we said, okay, there. We did say no on the other two because that's not districts where storage, mini storage is allowed. And, you know, we weren't thinking that it was like a shed or, I mean, it is an accessory structure though,
Right.
to a
Yeah.
primary structure, so it is providing storage like a shed would.
And that's the section we thought would be most appropriate to include it into, is the accessory structures. I know me and Brian, discussed other areas potentially to put it, but, Sue thought, and I agree that it made most sense to put it there. And then we could just, because then we can really talk about what zones it should be in, what are the standards. Then, it could, if we thought about putting in maybe another figure and then including it in, like, how, I'm not sure if you looked at our land use regulations, but, every section has like permitted uses and conditional use chart, and we thought about just putting it in there, but we thought maybe it could be interpreted different ways, so make it as clear as you can, so everyone understands.
I really like the shed rules, like abiding by the same rules. The one concern I would be is especially folks without the resources to building a fence or planting greenery or anything. If you're buying a shipping container, you're on a budget, and you have a lot of stuff to store. I love the idea of pushing this through and approving it, but I feel like we should all do some research. I'm really curious to know what other towns are doing for the same exact situation.
I would love to see some more information on the size. I would love to see the possibilities of doing it in residential and mixed use and what that might look like.
There might be, for the size, it might be worth considering something about how it's constrained by the, we have other things that constrain how much of the site footprint can be filled up. So, I mentioned earlier there's sizes up to like 10 by 40. My lot, you couldn't even get a 10 by 40 on it. So that would naturally be very constrained, and for a lot of the lots in the residential urban core, they're quite small. So I can't remember, but I know we've got quite a bit of stuff in the document that restricts, how much of the space can be taken up, and that might be worth figuring out, how that naturally just limits what the sizes of these things could be if someone did it. And I do like the idea of, if we were considering it for residential, figuring out some sort of screening thing that would be economical. The other thing I thought about is, if you think of, we have a lot of people who are renting here. I'm a homeowner, but this could be a benefit for people who are renting. If a landlord has something like this, it's economical storage, it's out of the rain, it's a place where somebody who's renting can store things as a benefit of being a resident in rental, rather than having to pay for a completely separate storage place, which is pricey, and can be prohibitive to some, especially if they don't transportation.
I'm wondering, the consideration of like it in the rural. I just had all the zoning districts over here in the rural, and then also in the mixed use. And then, do we need to consider the flood hazard overlay district and not having it there?
Those shipping containers can float and get taken away.
Well, that's what I'm thinking, like, are we creating a
found one in
hazard?
quite a few on Island.
So if we have a flood,
After I
we'll
read
go into our shipping
Shipping
containers
Yeah,
in
I
our
mean-
backyards and people.
I mean, we do have, the floodplain overlay.
So we,
Code.
right now, we have a definition for small accessory structures that with a floor area of 200 square feet or less. They are permitted in the special flood hazard area. They're not permitted in the floodway, which is like the more restrictive part. So.
But would a shipping container be 200 square feet or less?
Well, it could be if it's a 10 by 20.
Yeah.
And they do come smaller. They have even.
I was just, the first result that came up when I searched said there's two standard sizes, 8 by 20 and 8 by 40.
Okay.
So that's 160 or 320.
Okay.
The only other thing I would say, just because it's permitted doesn't mean it wouldn't need to be elevated. So.
You're talking about only floodplain?
In the floodplain.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that is exempt from.
They have to float because all the shipping ships, if they capsize, then all the goods sink to the bottom of the ocean. That would suck.
Okay, so you want
Okay.
more information on what other towns are doing about the size? Are there options for screening that is economical? We want to consider allowing it in the mixed use and the residential neighborhood areas.
And then rural as well.
And rural, sorry.
But all, like rural residential, rural, and.
The rural district.
Just the rural districts, okay, gotcha.
And then the last piece, is there any special considerations for the flood
Yeah.
Okay.
areas?
Okay. Well, we can do that research.
Intriguing.
Sexy shipping containers.
Intriguing. Okay, and
Wait,
then you
so,
also.
sorry, just real quickly, so what is it about the zoning regs currently that don't allow in your interpretation?
It's our interpretation that it's different than a shed.
It's just not a shed.
Because it's got a different
Sure.
foundation, you know, it's constructed differently, different roof pitch, all that.
Okay.
So that's kind of in the interpretation.
Industrial zoning district lot coverage.
Yep.
Do that, or?
We can have a quick conversation about it.
Well, for some reason, my thing wasn't saved to this.
I don't know.
Don't know. You have, no, you don't.
Was that the driveway?
Yeah.
Are you on the deed?
Alright, well. Alright,
So we had
You can
talked
bring it
about
back
the
to
lot
it.
coverage. These are all our town plan photos.
That's right. I have this and we can pass it around and I'll just describe it. So Sue, do you want to just kind of give the intro?
Yeah, so,
Yeah.
we were looking at the lot coverage in the service center. If you might recall, we thought it was a little low. And then we got to talking about the lot coverage in the industrial zoning district. So you had asked us to kind of figure out what was the impervious coverage in the industrial zoning district? What was the average kind of impervious zoning district? Right now, we have it at, I think it's 60% you're allowed to have impervious coverage. So we were trying to figure that out. Unfortunately.
Well, what I found is that for like the totals, about roughly 30% of the land in the industrial parcels is impervious right now.
Roughly 30%.
Yep. Total.
In the total zoning.
Industrial
Okay.
zone, yep.
We couldn't do a parcel by
We couldn't
parcel
do, yeah, because of,
basis yet.
potentially tomorrow I could fix that, but, so we'll stay in touch in terms of parcel by parcel data. The reason I couldn't do it is because in order to combine, I'm not sure if you guys know GIS, but basically if you want to combine a similar field, you need similar, like there's basically an attribute table that goes with that GIS data, it's metadata to data. And then you need to have similar field for each, so like impervious service to the industrial parcels. So it needs to be something that would bring them together, and there isn't for the data I have.
So you have to build.
Yeah, so I have to build that. So we'll get back to you on that, but so what we found is that we've got the totals. As you can see, the northern industrial parcels have a lot more impervious surface compared to the southern end for different reasons. On the southern end, it seems like you could build more, but again, another conversation with Brian Bannon is that there's some wetlands and topography issues, unfortunately, though, in those areas that are constraining some economic, industrial development.
So essentially, we're gonna have to come back to
Yeah.
you with it.
Yeah. But that middle one off of Putney Road has some availability. I haven't been out there to that site, but
What site is that?
it's off of Putney Road. Do you know what?
The full flex field?
Okay.
No,
Is that what you're thinking of?
Thank you.
It's across from.
This one right here. Here's Putney, and then
Oh.
A vacant lot.
Yeah,
Industrial
big vacant
parcels?
lot across from McDonald's, isn't it?
Is it?
That's not industrial zone.
well, it says it was in our database. Unless you think that's incorrect, I can remove it.
Wait.
So it's when the page expands.
So you're saying that our
Wow.
allotment is 60%, but we're down at
kinda
like
warmer.
30%.
For impervious, yeah, that's impervious. And that includes like the building itself, the concrete.
Because that's,
um,
that's the marina.
some to the soil and,
Yeah.
yeah, and
So
Brian says the only thing we
But
could do is
that's
get
not
a did on
industrial zone.
pervious surfaces, and we could see how much is pervious, if that's helpful in any way, but it's just another analysis.
There you
go.
Yeah.
I think that's incorrect. We
Okay.
don't have any industrial.
Gotcha. Well, I'll update that GIS data then.
So I need a reminder why this came up.
So,
That would be Sue.
it came up because we were looking at the lot, we have lot coverage. You're allowed to have 60% of the lot impervious in the service center zoning district. And we were finding that was too low.
That was too restrictive.
That was too restrictive and kind of didn't meet the general guidelines for what a service center zoning district would be, which should probably allow a higher impervious coverage. So we came up with this, we'll allow you up to 70%, but that 10%, so you get the 60, but the extra 10, you're gonna have to do that on your property so that your stormwater is being managed on site instead of running off into the town system or the state system. So that then brought up the discussion of, well, what about the industrial zoning districts?
Right.
What are they like? So Andrew started working on that, but we've got a data issue right now that will get
Yeah,
resolved.
because definitely parcel by parcel is going to get you a better idea of what's actually going on.
So what we're learning then is that the industrial zones are usually as impervious as what they should be. But it's hard to say because
Could
we're
be, not
sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, 'cause this is, again,
impervious is a,
yeah.
you've gotta manage that stormwater if it's all running off,
Yeah.
and that's a cost that the town bears, or
Mhm.
the state bears, or, the environmental degradation to the rivers and whatnot, so.
I think it's
Yeah.
But if we have too high a percentage of impervious, then that would limit development potentially of
If it's,
that
if it's
lot.
too low of an
Too
impervious.
low of an.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
So, we used to allow up to 90% in the service center, so this is the Putney Road area. Well, the Crosby Brook is impaired in part because there's all this sediment running off. So then we were like, well, we've just allowed too much pavement and roof and that kind of thing. So we scaled it back to the 60%, but that does seem to be a challenge to meet when you're trying to, especially on a small lot, like some of the fast food restaurants are smaller lots. So the Friendlies, which would ideally be redeveloped at some point, so. So that's how the whole thing kind of started.
Because of the Friendlies lot? Or?
Well, because we had originally been at 90%, then we went to
Yeah, okay,
60%,
yeah.
and then people would look at that lot to redevelop, and it would kind of be a little bit of a barrier.
I wonder, there's something about pervious pavement in there as being kind of an exemption from the coverage limit, but
Yeah.
only if it's for overflow parking and has a bunch of grass in between these spaced pavers, but like,
Yeah.
how well does, I don't know if anyone knows, I haven't researched, but like a full regular looking parking lot, but made of pervious pavement, not with grass growing up in between the wheel wells and everything, but how well does that work too? If that, if
Prevent sediment runoff.
yeah, I mean, it's supposed to take in all the water, right? That's how they advertise it.
Yeah, there's all different BMPs and
There's-
there's different levels for each installation, so it kind of depends on, maybe on the porosity of the soil, and it depends on the exact
Maintenance.
So that's
thing,
a-
and whether it's
Okay.
maintained or not, and.
So that's something where a solution could exist, but it's hard to write it into rules because there's so many variables.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I would say there's kind of a menu of options that, there's places like the UNH Stormwater Center that have done a lot of research on what's effective in our climates. And
Yeah, and
There's
I think.
there's no state person who judges that or permits that, or?
There's
Well,
permitting
there's
if
the-
there's 3 acres or more of impervious.
Right, and it's like 1.5, I'm about to
Get
read
into
the whole
1.5.
stormwater draft, yeah. But it doesn't come into effect in our side of the state until 2033 or
Yeah.
something, so it's like,
Evaluating pervious pavement.
well, where there's a smaller parcel, like say
Oh.
acre and a half or something, where you're gonna have to start to mitigate for your impervious surface. It doesn't hit us for like more than a decade, which is crazy.
Does Act 250?
We can talk stormwater someday.
Yeah, let's talk stormwater.
Does Act 250
I
play
really
into
enjoyed
this at all?
that time we had.
What's that?
Act 250
I
play
don't-
into this at all?
Does Act 250 what?
Play into this pervious percentages at all?
I don't think so.
Not at the
Yeah.
moment, no.
No.
Not unless
Yeah,
they.
sorry, I put it on for
It's being reviewed by the legislature right now, like there's some, we're working in the second year of possible changes. All right. So, Saba, anything else? Is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Good morning. My name is Technical Sergeant Joshua Thomas, and I will be joined by my co-MC, Technical Sergeant Jenna Burley. We are delighted to have you join us this morning. The Green Mountain Boys are the first in the Air National Guard to fly the F-35s. Today, we celebrate this accomplishment and the airmen of the 158th Fighter Wing. Assembled at the rear of the hangar is the Hannaford Volunteer Fife and Drum Corps, named after Captain Nathaniel Hannaford, a drummer who fought during the War of 1812. Since the Revolutionary War, Vermonters have answered the nation's call. The dedicated and professional airmen of the 158th Fighter Wing always stand ready. Without further ado, it is my distinct honor to present the men and women of the Green Mountain Boys. In addition to those entering, no more than 1,000 feet away are the remainder of our finest watching live.
Please rise. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay standing for the arrival of the official party. Please remain standing for the presentation of the colors by the 158th Fighter Wing Honor Guard and the Hannaford Fife and Drum Corps, as well as the singing of the national anthem by the Mount Abraham Union High School A Cappella Choir, Sweet Transition.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Brigadier General Greg Knight, the Adjutant General of the Vermont National Guard.
Good morning. Now surely, with a day as auspicious as this, we could do a little better. Good morning. There we go. So I was talking with Colonel Smith a little while ago, just wondering, can you bring up the snow barn? Hey, how we doing? I was just wondering, you're not that far away. If you all made enough noise, could we actually hear you? How we doing? No, it was worth a try. We tried. Welcome, everybody. What a tremendous day for us. Today, my comments will be succinct. It's a tremendous day for our Guard and for Guard Nation, and I'm certainly proud to be a part of it. Of all the people we recognize today, our leaders, our supporters, our community stakeholders, by far the most significant attendees today are our airmen. Your work ethic, your pride in service, your consistent excellence, and dedication to our nation made today possible. You make the aircraft fly, so thank you. At this time, it's my privilege to recognize the members of our official party, the Honorable Phil Scott, Governor of the state of Vermont, the Honorable Patrick Leahy, United States Senator from Vermont, Mr. Greg Ulmer, Vice President and General Manager of the F-35 program for Lockheed Martin Aeronautics, General Joseph Langell, Chief, National Guard Bureau, Lieutenant General Scott Rice, Director of the Air National Guard, and Colonel David Smith, Commander of the 158th Fighter Wing, Vermont Air National Guard. I'd also like to recognize a number of our honored guests in attendance today. If you would please hold your applause until I work through the list here. Former Governor of Vermont, the Honorable Jim Douglas, U.S. Ambassador of the International Civil Aviation Organization, the Honorable Thomas Carter, Vice President, Customer Requirements, Lockheed Martin Aeronautics, General Retired Gary North, Senior Enlisted Advisor to the Chief of the National Guard Bureau, Command Sergeant Major Chris Kepner, Lieutenant General Retired Michael Doobie, former Deputy Commander, U.S. Northcom, and former Vermont Adjutant General, Lieutenant General Retired Harry Bud Wyatt, former Director of the Air National Guard, Major General Michael Degnan, National Guard Assistant to the Commander, Air Combat Command, Major General Retired Donald J. Shepard, former Director of the Air National Guard, Air National Guard Command Chief, Chief Master Sergeant Ronald Anderson, Director of the F-35 Integration Office, Brigadier General David Abba, and representing the F-35 Lightning II Joint Program Office, Brigadier General Donald Cothern, Assistant Program Director for Development. I'd also like to introduce our Vermont National Guard Senior Leadership as Assistant Adjutant General of Vermont, Ken Gregg, Brigadier General Craig Campbell, Brigadier General Stephen Lambrecht, Brigadier General David Manfredi, Brigadier General Richard LaBelle, State Command Sergeant Major Nathan Chipman, State Command Chief, Chief Master Sergeant Brian Marchessault, Wing Command Chief, Chief Master Sergeant Darren Mousy, and unfortunately not in attendance today is Chief Warrant Officer 5 Jim Woodworth. He's our Command Chief Warrant Officer. And please also join me in recognizing all of our other general officers and senior enlisted leaders in attendance. I'm also honored to recognize our many members from our State House and Senate in attendance, our distinguished civic leaders and community partners who continue to offer their ongoing support of the Vermont Air National Guard. We're deeply indebted to you for your faith in the work our airmen do here, and are honored to work alongside you to continue to carry out the mission of the Vermont Air National Guard. To our many retired members of the Vermont National Guard in attendance, thank you for all you've done. And finally, to our airmen, again, we're here because of you and your accomplishments. Thank you for what you do and continue to do through your service to the Guard, for Vermont, and this great nation. Thank you. Distinguished guests, please join me in welcoming the Honorable Philip B. Scott to the podium.
Well, good afternoon. What a beautiful day in Vermont for so many different reasons. I want to thank General Knight, Lieutenant General Rice, Colonel Smith, and their teams for the opportunity to be here to celebrate the official arrival of the F-35s to Vermont. I also want to thank National Guard Bureau Chief General Langal, as well as Lockheed Martin Aeronautics Vice President Greg Ulmer. And last, but certainly not least, thank you, Senator Leahy, for your steadfast support of the F-35s from the very beginning and through the entire process. Your commitment to our state and our nation is much appreciated. So thank you very much. When I think about the Vermont National Guard, immediately I feel a sense of pride. Whether it's the 86th Brigade or the Green Mountain Boys, the common denominator is the quality of the people and the sense of service to country before self. This in itself makes the Guard one of Vermont's most valuable assets. And there's more, because today we're here to highlight the Air National Guard, who have been essential in strengthening our position in the aerospace economy and helping us in our work to attract suppliers and manufacturers. For decades, the Air Guard has served Vermont and our nation with distinction. And it's because of this leadership that Vermont is the first National Guard unit to receive this next generation technology. For me, I think about my friend, Brian Doobie, who's here today, telling about his day on September 11th, 2001, when our F-16s flew over Ground Zero and stood ready to engage and defend against any and all who sought to do further harm. An image that best defines just how important this organization is to the defense of our nation, our values, and our way of life. It's also not lost on me the tremendous sacrifices of the men and women of our Guard. You, who step forward to serve our country, are among the best we have. You often put your lives on hold, get sent thousands of miles away in order for us, here at home, to be able to enjoy the privilege of living in the greatest country on earth. Members of our Guard travel to far corners of the globe away from their families and friends, missing dinners, sports games, recitals, birthdays, anniversaries, and holidays. You put your lives on hold and on the line for the greater good, and your families are sacrificing as well. But you do so for our nation and for us. So for that, we are forever grateful. And we're also grateful to have you here in Vermont. The arrival of these aircraft marks the beginning of an important new chapter. The Air Guard and the F-35 are an essential part of enhancing the vibrancy and vitality of the region and the state. And I'm proud that Vermont will continue to play such a significant role in the defense of our nation and our community. To the members of the 158th Fighter Wing, it's your excellence, your track record, and your exemplary service that made Vermont a candidate for this mission. So job well done. I know I speak for all Vermonters when I say thank you for all your efforts on our behalf. Again, it's my honor to be here today to mark this important occasion and new mission for Vermont. Thank you so much for having me.
Please welcome our next speaker, the Honorable Patrick Leahy, United States Senator from Vermont.
Not a bad day. Yeah, it's when Marcel and I left our home in Vermont in Middlesex, and this is what we said as we drove over. But I think it's a privilege to be here today. General Engel, thank you for coming to Vermont. Governor Scott, thank you very much for what you had to say. I'm so proud to have you here as our Governor and Commander-in-Chief. Brigadier General Knight, thank you. We keep in touch all the time, and I appreciate that. And all the other distinguished leaders who are here. But I hope all of you will let me say that I especially want to say hello to the men and women, my fellow Vermonters, who are going to be operating the most advanced aircraft ever designed. I'm as proud to stand among you today as I was that day in December when the Air Force first announced that Vermont Air National Guard has been selected as the first National Guard unit in the country to fly the F-35A. Now, that applause is for all of you, and you deserve it. I've advocated fiercely in Washington for a national defense strategy that works in both diplomacy and development abroad, but also the ability to defend our home against any threat we may face. I think most Vermonters agree, as I do, that as a nation, we need an air defense. We need an Air Force. We need technology that keeps us ahead of the rest of the world. Now, technology has changed dramatically since the F-16 was designed. I still thank then Colonel Mike Doobie, who took me for a ride. I survived, and in one of the few two-seaters of the F-16s. You don't have a two-seater of this, darn it. But I think of the F-35 as the next era of air defense. It's the aircraft of the future, but as a Vermonter, I am proud that my fellow Vermonters are leading the way. I supported this basing because I believe in you. I believe that you are the best. And I believe as part of our community, you bring our Vermont values to the Air Force. You're hardworking, you're creative, you're dedicated to serving others. You always strive to improve, but you also have abilities that shine throughout the country. Among you serve some of the best in the country, with incredible records as those who do the maintaining of our aircraft. The ability to make impossible deployments happen. Remember how fast you deployed over New York City after 9/11. And you have award-winning top pilots among you. We Vermonters, even before our state was accepted into the Union, you are doing the same. You will accept the enormous responsibility of defending our nation. As Vermont Guard has so many times before, you will fly this new aircraft with excellence. You will lead with excellence. You will reflect Vermont values. You make our state very proud. You will make the United States of America proud. I thank you.
At this time, we would like to share with you a brief video showcasing the importance of the Air National Guard to Vermont and the transformational capabilities the F-35 will deliver to our men and women in uniform.
We're a couple of weeks out from what we call peak leaf peeping season, so that's when we do see a lot of tourists come into the state of Vermont, but a lot of changes going on around the base at that time, not only with the foliage, but obviously with the new aircraft coming in.
I grew up in Vermont, up in the Northeast Kingdom, which we call it around here, and I had, in college, I got the bug to serve. So 31 years ago this month, actually in a couple days.
The Guard is very family oriented. We are around each other for better or worse with our squadron mate. So I'm flying back with the squadron commander, which is Lieutenant Colonel Scrappy Merrick. I know his family well. He knows mine. We're great friends that go way back, and I think that's really just a testament to the Air National Guard and what a tight-knit family we really are. I love flying the F-35. It is a great aircraft. It's just an exponential leap in technology.
Internally, what matters is the displays and the avionics compared to the F-16 is it's like going from just learning to walk to being in space. I mean, the advancement in technology is phenomenal.
The big difference, I would say, is how smart the F-35 really is. It flies, it comes down, and it tells you pretty much what is wrong with it when it shuts down. It'll tell you pretty much whatever you need to fix on it.
The jet's like a big sponge. It absorbs everything it sees and hears and displays it to you in a very user-friendly format to understand everything that's going on around you, unlike anything I've ever seen before.
It's a tactical game changer to have all that available to you in such a pilot-friendly environment. You really are, with your signature management, with those stealth characteristics, they have no awareness that you're there in many cases.
I've been on the receiving end of this in the F-16 trying to find the F-35s, and you just can't. And now that I'm on the F-35 side of things, it's a lot more fun.
You definitely feel like we've tied one hand behind the enemy's back and they're trying to fight us in an unfair fight. And that's obviously, as a fighter pilot, where you want that fight to be as unfair as it can get.
We are here today to celebrate the first two F-35s landing in Vermont. there's been over the decades just a lot of pieces have fallen into place to be able to put us and position the Air National Guard to be ready for this right now.
The flight line is the center of gravity. That's where we all come together. We all come as one team to make this jet ready for each flight.
Vermonters should be really proud about this team here. You know, Vermonters are hard workers and really dedicated, and we've shown that. You know, that's the reason the F-35s are here. And it will provide defense for this country that the F-16 couldn't do. And it really allows us to be on the front edge of technology and flying. Being fielded in the Air National Guard concurrently and proportionally with the Air Force, and as a total force, with the Guard right there as full partners in this new mission, that's huge for the Guard. It secures our future. When you look out to the next, 4 to 5 decades, the F-35 secures our ability to execute our federal mission and our state mission. That's really important to this country and really important to Vermonters.
Please join me in welcoming to the stage Mr. Greg Ulmer, Vice President and General Manager, F-35 Program, Lockheed Martin Aeronautics.
What a beautiful day. If you can't feel the electricity, you're not breathing. Colonel Smith, we've got some new iron. We've got some more iron coming. So just thinking to fast forward another 9 months or so, there'll be 20 F-35s here. And we're very, very proud to be a part of this. Good morning, and thank you all for the invitation to speak at this incredible milestone for the Vermont Air National Guard. And thank you to our military, our government, our community, and industry officials who are here with us today celebrating this important milestone. To Senator Leahy, Governor Scott, General Lingle, Lieutenant General Rice, Brigadier General Knight, and Colonel Smith, it's my pleasure and honor to be with you here today, celebrating this historic occasion, thanking you for all you do in support of not only the F-35, but in support of the National Guard, and of course, in support of our nation. The history of the Green Mountain Boys spans 3 centuries of dedication and selfless service. From your humble beginnings at the Revolutionary War to F-16s, as you've heard this morning, patrolling our skies on 9/11. The Green Mountain Boys have a legacy of keeping our nation safe. Today is truly a change of the Guard, and I am proud that the Green Mountain Boys spent the last 33 years safeguarding our skies in the F-16, and I'm even more proud as your new era begins today with the F-35. We are honored to provide the Vermont Air National Guard with an exceptional leap in technology. The F-35 is the most advanced fighter ever built, providing our men and women in uniform with the capabilities to accomplish any mission, but more importantly, it ensures that you come home after each and every mission, no matter the threat. You deserve the most advanced technology, and now with the F-35, you have that advantage. Today, I congratulate you on your new chapter. Your years of hard work have prepared you and your team to receive the fighter of the future. This is a monumental accomplishment that you achieved through your commitment, hard work, and excellence. Your efforts paved the way for the Air National Guard, which has plans for more than 300 F-35s in the future across more than 15 Air National Guard bases. And lastly, I would like to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you to all the men and women in uniform who are here today, that will be here tomorrow, and who selflessly serve our nation. We are so deeply grateful for your service, and we are so proud to support your nation. Congratulations on this compliment. I very much look forward to seeing you in our skies. Thank you.
It is now my honor to welcome General Joseph Lengel, Chief of the National Guard Bureau.
Well, good day, everyone. It is indeed an honor for me to be here. Governor Scott, Senator Mrs. Leahy, General Mrs. Knight, Colonel Smith, to Command Chiefs, Command Sergeant Majors, honored guests, ambassadors, friends, the Green Mountain Boys, men and women of the Vermont National Guard. Hello in the snow barn, wherever you are, whatever direction that is. I could not be more proud to be here, and frankly, it's all been said, it just hasn't been said by me. So if you will allow me for just 1 second to say that, you know, Senator Leahy, this is such an important day, and I know it's a long time coming. It's you know, the part you played and all the elected leaders and all of this unit played in this day, it really is, it is remarkable. You know, I owe, and the National Guard owes Senator Leahy great gratitude for elevating the position of the Chief of the National Guard Bureau to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And with that, it is my hope that we can continue to grow, maybe more than 300, Mr. Ulmer and the F-35 realm. But it is indeed a great honor to be here, and this state has contributed long and often punches well above its weight in terms of its contribution to the national defense, and it has since the beginning of our nation history. And it's only proper and appropriate that the Vermont National Guard and the 158th Fighter Wing be the first recipient of the F-35 in the National Guard. I do want to start off and recommend that the long history and track record of this organization, and as an F-16 pilot, I must think back to the 30 years of the F-16 and the role that it played in our national defense, and the role that this organization played in using it to support not just in 9/11, but even more recently on its rather no-notice deployment to the Middle East in 2017, when people thought the Guard needed long lead time and long notice time, that in a matter of weeks from notification, this organization had packed up and flown to the Middle East and helped defend our nation against counter-terrorists and ISIS. And it was an amazing thing that said a lot about the Guard and a lot about this unit. And, you know, as this airplane and in the F-16, as much as I love it, you know, the Air Force does three main things. And if you're the United States Air Force, you are responsible to surveil the planet. Know what's there, know the threats, know everything about the environment in which we might fight. And the second thing it does is the United States Air Force allows the United States of America to project power, to range the planet, to take our capabilities and to go when and where our nation needs it to go. And the third thing it does is it provides option to the national authorities and the leaders of the United States to hold any point on this planet at risk of attack. Should some enemy need to be attacked by our nation, this platform behind me has replaced the F-16. The F-16 can no longer guarantee that for our nation. But combined with our ability to surveil the planet, combined with our ability to range the planet, and combined with the capabilities embodied in this amazing platform behind me, we can, if our nation needs us, hold any point on the planet at risk of attack. It is part of a bigger system. We think about air power in terms of the F-16 and the platform that most of us know and are familiar with. This is a different concept of war. This platform behind me is part of a greater architecture. It's part of air, land, sea, space, cyberspace, and undersea. It is part that brings together the way the United States is going to have to fight in the future as we execute the national defense strategy and protect our nation against future threats that we know it's going to face. And without the capabilities of this platform and the recognition that it is part of the United States Air Force as 21 fighter squadrons of General Goldfeins Air Force, 55 total fighter squadrons are in the National Guard. And I look forward to the day when the next Madison, Wisconsin, and when Danley Field and the follow-on 13 bases that we heard about earlier transform themselves into fifth-generation fighters to prosecute the national defense strategy. I think it's incredibly important and says a lot about this organization. As I stand here and witness to this new age, I just want to say just one thing about this organization. It took a vision to see this. It took persistence, and it took a track record of sustained, excellent performance demonstrated by the 158th Fighter Wing and by the Vermont National Guard. And I can't let it go without saying thanks to the many leaders whose shoulders we all stand on, many of them in this room, past and present, not just leaders in the Vermont Guard, but leaders throughout the Department of Defense who took part in the building this total force that our United States Air Force has today. And I couldn't be more proud of it. And as I approach the end of my career, I'm much closer to the end than I am even to the middle. I look forward to watching the future of our United States Air Force. And they also are in this room today. And the future of the Vermont National Guard. And I just want to say thank you very much for the service to our nation. Thank you very much for what you do every day to keep our nation and our homeland safe. And thank you for letting me be here today to be part of this great event. Thank you very much.
Next, please join me in welcoming Lieutenant General Scott Rice, Director of the Air National Guard.
Thank you and welcome. I'd like to thank you for something that is near and dear to me personally, as well as professionally. And I want to thank Vermont. I want to thank the 158th to being one of the best and to being on the tip of the spear of our culture of Americans. Because we all know that freedom is costly. In fact, freedom is probably not free, as some of us have learned over our time in the military. And freedom stands in our nation, in our communities, in our great state of Vermont, on the culture that we have built over time. This thing we talked about, this exemplary service that the Governor Scott had talked about, this dedication to improve that Senator Leahy talked about, this game-changing iron that sits behind me that Mr. Ullman and General Lengel talked about, the capabilities that this brings to our nation is just unbelievable, over the top, and it's a new chapter in this culture of excellence that's here, clearly here present, and all the people we saw at the Snow Barn, to all the people that are here in uniform, and not only that, the people here from our community, our friends, our neighbors, all of our political leadership, our industry, that all comes together to create this culture. But culture is built on a rich, deep history, and a history that makes a heritage, and a heritage that builds this culture. Just think about it. Almost 250 years ago, in 1770, when this history and this chapter was opened for the National Guard here in Vermont. As Vermont became the 14th state, you count the stars on that tail, and there's 13. But I look at that and I see 14 because I see that VT, which is the 14th state in our nation. And I thank you, Governor, for leading, and you, former Governor, for being here and a part of this. Well done for having this great state of Vermont. Well done. It's truly awesome. But I'd like to correct the record from last night. I know Smitty, Colonel Smith, talked about this deep, rich history, 10 years that the Air National Guard's been working to get this iron here, and I think he exaggerated. It's really 250 years. And if you doubt me, you think that man is a young man, Colonel Smith, just look at his picture in that emblem there when he started this. I think we used to call you Ethan Allen. He had a vision back then 200 plus years ago that said, I'm going to put iron on the ramp in Vermont, and we're going to protect not only this community, this state, we're going to drive our nation to be able to reach out and touch anyone, anywhere, anytime, as General Lengel said, to implement our national strategy at any moment. But you know that history in Vermont is pretty rich. You've got names like Sedgwick, Hannaford, which we heard their drum and bugle corps. I mean, even presidents have come from here, Arthur and Chester. But names that we know and are so familiar with now that have added another deep, rich chapter to that culture that's here, names like Doobie, Wyatt, North, Ambassador Carter, Shepard, and even Steve Cray. And why do we do all this? And why do we have this such passion to build this history, make this heritage that supports this culture that is so near and dear? We do it for our future and our freedoms. We do it for our families. My wife is here, Nancy, because she's a part of this culture. And the two of us love it because we know that with this culture, with this capability, with this service, with this dedication to improve, we're going to present a future for our kids and our two granddaughters, which are Natalie and Juliet, because they're ready to get in that and fly, fight, and win for the U.S. Air Force. Thank you very much.
We would now like to share with you a video highlighting the rich heritage of Vermont, the Air National Guard, and the Green Mountain Boys as they enter their next chapter with the F-35.
We observe today a celebration of freedom, symbolizing an end as well as a beginning. Let the word go forth from this time and place that the torch has been passed to a new generation of Americans born in this century. Proud of our ancient heritage, let us go forth to lead the land we love, at home and around the world.
Welcome to Vermont, the state of freedom and unity. Charted by the French explorer Samuel de Champlain, Vermont became known as the Green Mountain State. In the mid-1700s, this humble state formed their first militia, the Green Mountain Boys. Spearheaded by Ethan Allen, the famed Green Mountain Boys have blazed trails of action, innovation, and independent thought stretching back more than 250 years. Who would have imagined that this small-town militia would someday be pioneers in the Air National Guard with the most advanced and capable weapon system in the Air Force? Just a small New England state surrounded by maple trees, cornfields, rolling farmland, mountains, and weather as tough and gritty as its people. This is our beautiful state of many seasons and courageous characters. The people here believe in something. You'll meet unprecedented work ethic and a lending hand. Welcome to the land where the job always gets done. From rising floodwaters at home, to short notice deployments, the Green Mountain Boys are always ready. This all-volunteer force serves a dual mission, supporting the communities of Vermont and building partnerships around the world. This is your Air National Guard. It is who we are. The selfless service demonstrated by our founding fathers has become deep-rooted in our members, whether they are in or out of uniform. Supported 24/7 by our families, our friends, and our community, we are able to honor this tradition and continue a legacy of greatness. As John F. Kennedy once said, "Today our concern must be with the future, for the world is changing." This mission starts here. Our airmen are excited, and our airmen are committed to this challenge. This is it. And we are ready. And these are your Green Mountain Boys.
Where do I start? As you know, I'm Colonel David Smith, commander of this amazing wing. The very first, and certainly the finest F-35 wing in the Air National Guard. You know, before I get started, I just was thinking as I watched that video, one of the neatest things about the Air Guard is our family. And our family is this entire room. I mean, it's our airmen, our communities, and retirees, but I hope you felt that video was pretty powerful. We have an amazing public affairs team that put that together. But when it came to doing the final narration on that, Chief Mozzie, my command chief, and I were sitting around, and a name immediately popped into our head, and it's Sarah Byers. And Sarah Byers is one of our honorary commanders. So that's the kind of stuff that the Guard, we have a community that's so involved in what we do and supports us so much that we can put together a video like that and connect the community, and I'm really proud of that. I'd also like to, before I get started, I mean, what an amazing day, what an incredible day. The base is perfect. I mean, it's so pretty this time of year, and there's been so much work that's gone on behind the scenes to put this production on. And I would just like to thank the team from Lockheed Martin, all of our airmen, for the work to invite you all here so you can enjoy and share this really historic celebration with us. We are so proud of this, and we're so thankful for all of you. And I said it last night, you know, when I look at this audience here today, and the Snow Barn, the whole thing, it's about family. It's actually pretty easy to sit up here or stand up here and talk today because there's so much energy, there's so much support for us, and we feel it, and we thank you for it, and we're so proud to share it with you. So with that, I'd first like to just start by thanking all our speakers today. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. You know, what a tremendous honor for me to be standing here today in this ceremony. By far, the proudest moment in my 31-year career here as a Green Mountain Boy. And there's a question that I frequently get asked, and it goes something like this. How is it that such a small state like Vermont was chosen as the first F-35 unit in the Air National Guard? And I'll tell you why. You just watched it on that 3.5-minute video, and it's up there on the picture on the screen. That's why. And it's really quite simple. It's because of our people. These airmen, and you can clap for them. their families, the communities that they represent, the 73 years of our heritage. It's the nature of what we do here. Hard work and a commitment to service, excellence, and to each other. I want to thank you for being here as we celebrate this momentous occasion and for traveling to our small state in one of our most beautiful times of year. Senator Leahy and Governor Scott, two Vermonters committed to the airmen and families of this wing. Thank you for your many years of support. General Engel, General Rice, under your leadership, we brought the F-35 to Vermont and the Air National Guard. General Knight, you're a part of our Air Guard history, and you know what our airmen can do. And Mr. Greg Ulmer and the Lockheed Martin team, the F-35, wow, what an amazing airplane. Our country needs the F-35, and your team delivered. And now you have these airmen and the airmen in the snow barn on your team. Just wait and see what they can accomplish. And there's a snow barn. All of us, you got us all. I also want to recognize other distinguished visitors and guests, and it's a long list, but just to frame who's here today, you know, we have general officers from across our Air Force, we've got honorary commanders, we've got senior enlisted advisors, command chiefs, we have Vermont legislators here today, business leaders, community leaders, and friends and family. And finally, I'd like to welcome the airmen of the Green Mountain Boys, past and present. And frankly, it's because of you that we're celebrating here today. Over a decade ago, we embarked on a journey to bring the F-35 to Vermont. And what's so special about today is that we've done this together. And we celebrate here today together. We've shared a common goal to bring the F-35 to this wing. And that goal has been achieved. Our F-35s are here. These airmen are training on them, and we're flying them. And we've opened the next chapter of our history. Being the first F-35 wing in the Air National Guard is significant in so many ways. The F-35, this new mission, secures our future for decades. It secures our ability to defend this nation, to our nation. And it secures our ability to execute our state and our federal missions and to support our communities. This is just the beginning for us and for the Air National Guard. Over the next 9 months, we'll bring the remaining F-35s home here to Vermont. What an honor. And we are so proud that we were the first right here in Vermont. For 73 years, the Green Mountain Boys have built the foundation. We've done the groundwork. We will never forget our legacy, and we will never forget those who served before us. Our families and communities have been an integral part of our team and provide tremendous support. We cannot do this without you. To the airmen of the 158th Fighter Wing, congratulations and well done. You are an amazing group of professionals. Thank you so much for the work you do day in and day out. It's truly miraculous. It's because of you, and there's no doubt about it, it's because of you that we were ready for this. It's because of you that we are all gathered here today to celebrate this. You have blazed the path for the Air National Guard, and I am so proud to serve alongside you. Thank you for everything you do. None of us know what the future will hold, except for this. The 158th Fighter Wing will be ready. We will be ready with the F-35 to do what our nation calls upon us to do, and we will do it really, really well. And future Green Mountain Boys, they will do the same thing. I could not be more proud as we move forward together and write the next chapter of our history. What an amazing day today is. It's incredible. I can't thank you enough for being a part of it today. I hope you can stay and enjoy spending time with our airmen. I look forward to shaking your hand. I look forward to social time and fellowship with everyone here. There's great food. But the most important thing I would ask is if you can spend time with our airmen, and they're excited to tell you their story. So thank you very much. It's been my pleasure spending a little bit of time with you this morning, and I could not be more proud of standing here at this very moment, celebrating this, I don't even know what words to put on, this occasion, this historic event with all of you. So thank you very much.
Chaplain Wilson Treffs will now offer the benediction.
Well, good afternoon. For all those who are comfortable and able, I would invite you to please stand and join me in a prayer of blessing. Heavenly Father, we stand here today privileged to be Green Mountain Boys, warriors, called to defend holy values such as freedom and justice. We pray you would utilize us as your instruments, delivering your will and defending your values, using the F-35 as the avenue for this mission's success. We humbly ask for your blessing over this aircraft, placing your hand of protection, swiftness, and precision over all those who fly it, maintain it, and support it in its various functions. We pray these things in your holy name. Amen. You may be seated.
This concludes today's ceremony.
I'm sorry for my lateness. I had another meeting this morning, but thank you, Katie and Eric, for your hard work on this draft. I think most of you have a draft in front of us. I briefly had a chance to skim the news this morning, and I understand there's been another incident where a person who had been charged, I think in your area, Springfield area, who had been charged and been found not guilty by reasonable insanity, is now back in jail for a new crime. So I think this is very timely. It's a problem that Vermont's facing. And while it has Sears, Lyons, and Clarkson on it, certainly any other senator is welcome to sign on, and House is welcome to introduce companion bill or whatever you want to do. So, with that, turn it over to you.
We're going to call David Cahill to listen in.
The late David Cahill.
He's not dead yet.
Well, as we're concerned, if he retires, he's... At least they were husbands. David, you're on speakerphone. A number of people from the press are here, and this is Dick Sears.
Good morning.
And Joint Justice Oversight Committee. First, before I turn it over to Eric and Katie, we want to actually, on behalf of this committee, express our thanks to you for all your hard work, both as Executive Director of the Office of State's Attorneys and now as State Attorney in Windsor County. Your work with this committee and both judiciary committees has been stellar, and we wish you nothing but the best in your future endeavor.
Thank you, and it is my
Mr.
pleasure.
Mum. We like the Mr. Mum role.
So did John Tracy, he was a mom too.
Anyway, thank you, David, for all your work.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Hi, it's Eric Fitzpatrick with the Office of Legislative Counsel, here with Katie McClinn from our office as well. We're here to talk to you this morning about some proposed legislation regarding the insanity defense and the issue of competency to stand trial. Katie and I have both drafted some of what you see in front of you, so we're divvying up the language that you have. I'm going to talk about Section 1, which has to do with some court processes and Department of Mental Health procedures regarding the insanity defense. And then Katie's going to segue in after that and talk about Sections 3 to 5, which have to do with some data gathering, reporting requirements, and the creation of a task force. So we'll segue sort of in the middle after a few minutes. And before actually I get into Section 1, I kind of want to remind the committee, and it's good that we have David on the phone right now and James Pepper here in the audience as well. The committee will probably recall that I think a couple of meetings ago you had asked that David and James come up with a proposal regarding some of the issues that the committee had been thinking about regarding the insanity defense, competency to stand trial. I think the committee was particularly concerned with victim notification, with the length of time that the Department of Mental Health's initial commitment order lasts. So those issues are addressed in the bill. But just to remind the committee that that's the genesis of where this concept came from, and I can certainly answer any questions you may have about how it works, what the language means, what the structure is. But if you have questions about, well, why was this approach chosen as opposed to that approach, you probably, and it's good, they're on the witness list, you'll be able to hear from them afterward. But those sorts of questions, I think, you'd be, they'll be better to answer than I would in that case. But as far as how the language works, I can at least get you started on that, let you know what the proposal is, and any other questions about why those approaches were taken, I'm sure they'll be able to answer after that.
And obviously this is a draft bill that can be changed before it even gets introduced, but when it does get introduced, it'll go to a committee or two committees. I think both Senator Lyons and I are committed to taking it up in the Senate Health and Welfare and Judiciary Committees jointly this year, hopefully in January. So if people aren't able to testify today or speak on the bill, please recognize that you'll be given plenty of opportunity when the bill does get taken up in earnest in one of those committees or both.
And as you mentioned, Senator Sears, we're actually getting a pretty early start on this, so there's going to be plenty of time for any changes you or any of the other.
And if people have suggestions, they're free to send them to myself, Senator Lyons, or Eric, or Katie.
One other quick background point before we get here, it's just interesting, I thought the committee might want to keep it in the backs of your minds, is that timing-wise, there's actually a significant insanity defense case that's pending before the United States Supreme Court right now. It was actually argued last week. It was the first oral argument of the court's new term this year. It doesn't deal with the same sort of process procedure issues that you're looking at today, but it does deal with a very significant issue of whether or not it's permissible constitutionally for a state to repeal the insanity defense completely. That case involves the state of Kansas. I think there's 3 other states that actually have abolished the insanity defense, and the question is whether that's constitutional or not. So I think you can be fairly safe in predicting that the court's going to have some broad general statements to make about the insanity defense either before this year is out or early next year. So it's good to keep in the back of our mind when we're working on it in the Vermont legislature as well. So with that in mind, as I said, Section 1 sort of deals with procedures and processes related to the insanity defense, and I'm going to move right to Section 1. And before we get into the weeds of the language, I'll just mention a big picture of what's going on here and what the proposal is. There are pretty detailed provisions laid out in statute for the procedures that have to be taken by the department and by the courts for defendants who are found not guilty by reason of insanity when their competency is at issue. That's very, very specifically laid out in statute. And what the proposal does is it essentially makes a carve-out. It takes from the general statutory procedures in these sorts of cases, there's a carve-out for a particular universe of cases. And these cases are where a person is adjudicated not guilty by reason of insanity for a homicide or an attempted homicide. So in that particular range of cases, what this proposal does, it says, okay, so there's going to be a different set of procedures that apply. And that's kind of the big picture sense of what's happening. As I say, it makes a carve-out for a particular type of criminal case when charges are brought based on homicide or attempted homicide. So with that in mind, well, what are the specifics of this procedure? How is it different from what you have in existing law for cases generally? And as you may recall, I talked about this last time I was here. When a person is found not guilty by reason of insanity, the court has to hold a hearing. Right? It's the very first thing the court has to do is have to hold a hearing and determine whether or not the person is going to be committed to the custody of the Department of Mental Health. And that's based on whether or not the person is a danger to themselves or to other people. And that's right there in existing law. If you look at lines 4 through 12, that's what that provision essentially says. If the court finds that the person, the term of art that you've heard many times is person in need of treatment or in need of further treatment. But what that really means is, are they dangerous to themselves or to somebody else? And if the court finds that they are, then there has to be a commitment order to the Department of Mental Health. That's the general way that the existing law works. Now, if you move up down to subdivision 2 there, goes through lines 13 to 19, also existing law. This sort of generally says, all right, well, if a person is committed, what procedures apply? You may recall that not only is there this forensic approach for people who are coming into the Department of Mental Health system from the criminal angle, there's also a civil commitment process. So a person can voluntarily commit themselves, they can be involuntarily committed civilly, even though it's not related to a crime at all. And what this existing language says right here is that the language that governs those sorts of procedures, that's what applies in this criminal context as well. So if someone comes into the department through the forensic process because they've been found not guilty of a crime or incompetent to stand trial, and then they're committed to the department, the procedures that apply generally are the same ones that apply when someone comes in civilly. So that brings us to our very first point of how the particular types of cases are going to be treated differently in this proposal. You see line 13 there, this says except as provided in subdivision 2. That means that this is the carve-out I was mentioning. So carve-out is except as provided in subdivision 2, okay, fine, the Department of Mental Health handles these folks in the same way as they would under the civil process. And that includes, you may recall, the fact that under that civil process, the initial order of commitment is for 90 days. So that initial commitment order is 90 days, and then they can always get an order of continued treatment for the person, and those can last for up to a period of a year. And those can be brought continually one after another when the circumstances are appropriate. But that initial one is for 90 days under the civil commitment proceeding. So you see here the carve-out that is made in subdivision 2, lines 20 through 2 on page 3, is an initial order of commitment pursuant to this section shall remain in effect for not less than 3 years. See that? So that's the first major policy difference here. If the person is committed under the order was adjudicated not guilty by reason of insanity for a homicide or attempted homicide. So that's big difference number 1. In those type of cases, initial order is 3 years rather than 90 days.
One of the basic questions maybe Katie can answer is where are they held? As a forensic patient, are they held in or maybe I'll ask the mental health department that, but where are they going to be held if we have, I don't know how many beds we have. I know the institutions committees in the Senate and the House probably know better than I how many beds we have, but I've heard there's a shortage.
Where would they be held? Under DMH or DOC?
If they're on an order of hospitalization, then they're in the custody of the Commissioner of Mental Health.
Right.
So, since we don't have a forensic unit, they'd be held wherever the department places.
I think that's correct.
Thank you.
For 3 years?
Yes.
Initially.
Well, that's something that might come up.
So, you mentioned forensic unit. So
would you think that the detention unit would be in an existing facility, or would it be in a different facility?
I have no idea what the administration would recommend.
Okay.
I'm going to ask the administration for recommendations since they've shown an interest in this bill. And we're hoping to work with them on something that will be acceptable to them. Something that
and the reason I ask is because it gets pretty, not fuzzy, but who are these folks under the control of? Are they under control of DOC? If they go into a DOC facility, they become under their control. Unless there's an MOU, it gets really, really squirrely.
Under current law, I believe they'd be under the Department of Mental Health, and the Department of Mental Health would be responsible for where they're held. That's how it works currently. If it's a 90-day or longer placement, they're in the Department of Mental Health. So
we can talk to them about that.
Right.
So, but I'm on a different topic area unless we want to continue this discussion.
Well, hopefully we can get
through the bill. No, I'm still on this. So just to be clear, we are now saying, this is proposing that a court could order somebody held for 3 years, period.
Or more.
Or, okay.
Minimum.
A minimum of 3, regardless of what happens. So I'm being held for 3 years, even though I, have overcome whatever. I'm back on my meds, etc. There is no provision.
Presumably been found guilty of murdering somebody, but because of insanity defense,
because I was found insane
at the time of
this.
As I understand it, and David Cahill, I think, explained that at the last meeting. They've been found guilty of the crime, but not guilty. Help me here, David.
Have they been found guilty of a crime?
Yes. Good morning. So a person who is adjudicated not guilty by reason of insanity, the people who are covered by this change in law are those who have been adjudicated to have factually committed the offense but are excused from legal responsibility because they were insane at the time of the offense.
You all agree with that? So a court has found them guilty, period, and it's the same, but they haven't had a trial to dispute.
I think David Cahill's words are important.
Okay.
Yeah, so what this means is that there is a final adjudication. So jeopardy has attached, all of the due process on the criminal side has occurred, and the verdict is that the person factually was the person who committed the murderous act, and then the defense has proven the affirmative defense that the person was insane at the time, which is what accuses them from legal responsibility. That verdict is either handed down by a jury, or if the defendant waives jury trial, that verdict can be handed down by a court.
So I guess my question would be, if they're then committed for those 3 years, but in the first 2 years of that commitment, they go through treatment, and then the Department of Mental Health says, through this treatment, they've overcome that mental illness that caused them to commit that criminal act, are they still remaining under the custody of mental health for that extra year?
Yes.
Yeah.
So one thing that's interesting about this language is that the terminology is order of commitment, not order of hospitalization, not order of non-hospitalization.
Line 7, it's a very important point Kate's raising. So if you look at, she's referring to line 7 in the existing statute.
Thank you. So to me, that's an umbrella term or a more general term versus the specific order of hospitalization or order of non-hospitalization. So as we know, a person has to be treated in the least restrictive setting, and they have to be receiving clinically appropriate treatment. So if a person initially is committed on an order of hospitalization, they're receiving hospital level care until the clinical staff determines that they perhaps do not need that level of care. this order of commitment language would also cover a transition into the community, perhaps under an order of non-hospitalization, where they would maybe be required to have continued counseling or required to take a particular type of medication.
So the upshot of that is that for that 3-year period, they would have to be committed to the custody of the commissioner. That doesn't necessarily mean that they would be hospitalized.
Why don't we go on? I think the other language, it's a minimum, and the other language is further into the draft. I had the advantage of reading the draft before I got here. So, but not on the way up. Not while I was driving. But maybe we could go into some of the other language that describes it's a minimum, and then there's a hearing held to determine whether it should be longer.
So can I just ask, currently it would be a 90-day, the initial would be 90 days, and then it could be
up to a year.
Up to a year.
Each continuing order.
It would be a similar situation as far as oversight. If after 90 days the person was on medication, could be released from the hospital.
Yes, it's a clinical determination where the clinical practitioners are always trying to hold somebody in the least restrictive setting necessary to treat their condition. So if after the 90 days it was deemed that that person no longer needs hospital level care, then there might be an order for continued treatment filed, but perhaps it would be an order of non-hospitalization, so they'd be in the community.
And in this proposal for homicides or attempted homicides, it would be up to 3 years, a minimum of 3-year oversight.
Yes, as drafted. And it doesn't specify that it would be under an order of hospitalization or non-hospitalization, it just says commitment.
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Before we leave, and I understand you want to move on in the draft, but before we leave that spot on page 2, what was the thinking, if any of you can tell me, behind 3 years being a number? So we're going from 3 months to 3 years. Is there a specific data set that goes along with that?
Suggestion of State's Attorney Cagle.
Right.
And the Office of State's Attorneys, and I think there was some victim input in that.
That is correct. I can speak briefly to that if you'd like.
Please.
New Hampshire has a 5-year order, and frankly, I knew that, or I strongly suspected that the committee would not reflexively do what New Hampshire would do, and that they would want less time. I consulted with my colleagues and victim advocates and thought about some prior cases we had had, and we decided on the 3-year term proposed because that was the amount of time that, in our opinion, as laypersons, it would take for a person who had been insane, committed a murder, went into treatment, got stabilized, got medicated, then perhaps decided that they didn't like being on their meds, started to act out again, and resume their cycle. In our view, that's the period of time that's required for the staff observing the individual to see the full cycle, not just the upswing of, I'm on my meds and I'm feeling better. We want to see them come back down again, decide they don't want to take their meds, and see what they act like when they do that.
And if I could, I understand that. If I understand the proposal, though, it's not people who have committed homicide alone, it's also people who have attempted homicide?
Yes, that is true.
So do you see no difference between those categories?
Well, look, if I stab somebody in the neck intending to kill them, my intent is the same regardless of whether they actually bleed out before the EMTs get there.
But could there be less violent attempts?
Well, the Vermont Supreme Court has, with great specificity, defined what attempt means in the context of murder, and I think we all know what falls short of it. Making plans to shoot up a school without starting the shooting falls short of attempted murder, and it's not. So in light of that narrow definition, I am going to stand with my assertion that attempted murder in Vermont is the real deal.
Okay, let's moving right along. I'm cognizant of the time. I know I got started a little bit late and I asked a question which I shouldn't have done.
Thank you, Senator. So yes, moving on. The next piece. So as we're we're just discussing of how long the initial order of commitment has to be. This next section of proposed changes, sort of continuing along with the idea of this carve-out for homicides and attempted homicide, has to do with what happens when the person, after they've been committed, there's proposed to be a change of the person's status, whether that be discharge or some other change of treatment or status, and what needs to happen at that point. And this existing law right here on page 3, I'm going to speed through it since we're cognizant of time, but that basically lays out the process that applies generally. You know, as I say, we're making a specific provision now, or the proposal makes a specific provision for homicides, attempted homicides, that's different than what's existing law for crimes generally. So obviously that brings up the question, okay, well, how's it different? And you specifically say there, you see the language, lines 1 through 4, that lays out when it applies. This subdivision applies only when the person is committed after having been adjudicated not guilty of reason of insanity for homicide or attempted homicide. So in that universe, these separate provisions of procedure apply. So what are they? Well, first of all, you see that at least 10 days prior to, and I'll sort of set out for you really quickly here what the primary differences are between this and how defendants are treated generally. Now, it's similar that something has to be done at least 10 days prior to discharge. You see that. But what has to be done is that this notice has to be provided to the state's attorney, a victim of the offense, and the criminal division of the Superior Court. So, how is this different from what has to be done now? 3 ways you can take a look at that paragraph. First of all, the existing law only applies when a person is discharged. See that in line 5? So notice provision only kicks in when a person is formally discharged. I think David and Matt and James and the department will be able to talk about this in more detail than I can, but my understanding is that a formal discharge is not the only way in which a person's level of treatment may be changed, and that a person, either because, as you see, it goes on there, not only a formal discharge, or if a person, treatment of the person is discontinued in a secure residential recovery facility. Now that's Middlesex, so that's not a formal discharge, but it's another way in which a person's treatment might be discontinued. Or, line 6 and 7, a determination not to apply for an order of continued treatment. Remember, because after that initial 90 days, they can apply for continued treatment for up to a year. But they may just decide not to do that, in which case sometimes the person then leaves custody of the department. But that's not a formal discharge. So the idea here, you see, that's different. It's a broader range, it's a broader sweep of actions by the department which could trigger this hearing. So it's not just a discharge, it's a discontinuation of treatment or a determination not to apply for an order of continued treatment. Going on, who does the commissioner have to provide notice to? The state's attorney. That's the same as under the general law. But you see a major difference there in line 9, any victim of the offense. See, that victim notification is required for this hearing in the homicide context. It's not required in the general provision that applies to other types of offenses. And you see lines 9 and 10, it's the criminal division. In the general provisions, it takes place in the family court. It's in the family division. So you see 3 main differences right here. It's a broader range of proposed actions by the commissioner that can trigger the hearing. The victim gets notice, and it's in the criminal division, not the family division. Everybody see that? Those are the 3 primary distinctions there. So the commissioner, what happens next is there has to be what's called a public safety hearing. That's on line 12. That's a different terminology that's used, but it's similar in the sense that a hearing is required. But again, you see something very different in the next piece there. The state's attorney and the victim both have standing to be heard at the hearing. So you statutorily give the victim standing to be heard. Something else that's new to this provision you see in the next sentence says the party seeking the proposed action shall have the burden of proving by a preponderance of the evidence that the proposed action will not cause an unreasonable risk to public safety. Now, that's different than what the process is generally in a couple of different ways that are very significant. The first is that the burden of proof, who has to prove that that the person is no longer a risk, is on the party seeking the action. It's not on the department anymore who has to prove that the person is still remains a danger to themselves or others. It's the person seeking either discharge or, and sometimes that might be the person's legal representative, might be the person, him or herself. And the burden is by the preponderance of the evidence, more likely than not. And it doesn't use the danger to self or other standard, it's unreasonable risk to public safety. So it's a different process, as I said, than is currently existing where the department has the burden under existing statute for other types of offenses. And it's similar to Actually, the federal law has a very similar provision. The federal insanity defense law has a very similar process to this, that the person seeking discontinued treatment has to prove that they're not a risk to public safety anymore. And actually, in the federal law, it's clear and convincing evidence for more serious cases and only a preponderance for less serious ones. So that's pretty much it. The rest just sort of follows on that. You see that the court makes that finding by a preponderance that there would not be an unreasonable risk to public safety by this proposed change in treatment, and they issue an order permitting proposed action to go ahead, whether it be discharge or discontinuation of treatment, not applying for an order of continued treatment, that sort of thing. And if they don't make the finding, then they issue an order saying you can't do it.
Can I kind of stop there and take testimony from people? And I realize there's 3 or 4 more pages of reporting requirements, but I'd prefer them to be taken up by the regular committee. So I think that can be massaged, and if people have concerns about those requirements, let us know. But I think you've been through the heart of the thing. Is there anything you want to add, Katie, to that?
Nope, I was just going to cover the reporting requirements.
Well, I think the heart of the matter is here, and I want to make sure we have time to hear. We've already heard from David Cahill. Do you or James Pepper have anything to add to what's been said so far?
Just very briefly, Senator. First, because it's maybe my last chance to talk to the committee, I want to thank all of you for your work on this issue and for the years of working together. Specifically, I want to thank Senator Clarkson, Spears, and Lyons for getting this bill going, and Eric for drafting it. I just want to make a few quick observations, which are that it is critical that we consider the interests of the 99.999% of Vermonters who are not murderers and not attempted murderers. And we also need to keep in mind that when these people are released into the community, it's often not going to be into your neighborhood or my neighborhood. It's going to be into the neighborhood of people who right now are too busy at work to even be, or trying to get a job, to even be at this hearing or paying attention to this hearing. And it's not an academic issue. One of my insane murder defendants, who was put in DMH custody in December 2018, was out in Springfield, Massachusetts this October. He was in DMH custody, by my math, it's about 10 months. And just the reality check on that is that, on the federal side, John Hinckley Jr., who shot President Reagan and James Brady, he was in a secure facility for 35 years. They really wanted to make sure that he was not a threat before he got out. And this is not speaking ill of the Department of Mental Health. They are following the law, and they are doing their job, and they're going to be here in this room asking the right questions today. What we need to do is reimagine the law to do a better job protecting ordinary Vermonters who don't want to get shot, stabbed, or bludgeoned. And that's really what it comes down to. And I'm happy to answer specific questions when the time comes. I would note that HIPAA is probably going to get bandied about, healthcare privacy law. It's a federal law that also contains an omnibus carve-out for state exceptions. So if you wish to create an exception to HIPAA, such as this statutory scheme can work with the public safety hearing and with the 3-year commitment period, you can do that. That's within your authority. With that, I'll turn it over to the others.
Thank you very much, David. And the next, Pepper, do you have anything to add?
The only thing I would add, James Pepper, Department of State's Attorneys and Sheriffs, is that before this was a bill and it was just concepts, I presented it to the state's attorneys at our last state's attorneys meeting, and there was just universal support for it. So that's all I'll add.
Thank you. Matt Valerio? Would you like to add anything, or you want to wait?
I'd rather wait.
Okay. Morning Fox of the Department of Mental Health.
For the record, Morning Fox, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Mental Health. I'd like to start by saying thank you to the committee for having this time. I also wanted to thank Senators Sears, Lyons, and Clarkson, and legislative council, Eric and Katie, for drafting this piece of legislation. I think this is a very important piece of legislation, and I think it deserves the attention that we're providing it, and I think it also deserves the time and effort to discuss all the finer points. I think overall, the department feels very, very positive about many aspects of this legislation, and we're moving in a very good direction. There are some pieces of this piece of legislation that I think over time and in different committees, as Senator mentioned, will be brought up in January. I think we'll need to have some of those discussions to tweak the finer points. Questions around HIPAA and privacy and abilities to do that. 3-year commitments, as brought up by Representative Hooper and Mr. Nash, around the question of if someone's treatment is doing better, then at what point can they discharge. Some of the clarifications I think that I think are needed. Due to time, I'm not going to go through point by point throughout this piece of legislation. One point that brings up a concern for me just in hearing today. First, want to say there was very few points of concern. I actually was very pleased at the description from Eric in this piece of legislation. When we get to a hearing for a discharge and a court decides yes, move forward, that's one thing. But when a court says no, don't move forward, then that brings up the question of then where does that person then reside? As has been mentioned in this committee today and at other times, as Eric and Katie both mentioned as well, the department mental health treatment has to be in the least restrictive environment, both by state statute as well as federal regulations. And so I think there will be need for further discussion around what would that look like and where someone would go if the hospital has determined that a person no longer meets hospital level of care, and yet a court has decided that the department cannot discharge. Where then shall that person go? The concern that I would have at the department is that at some point we would either be in conflict with state law or our federal regulation. And that's a fairly untenable position to be in. Not looking forward to violate a state law, nor violate federal regulations, which could put our federal funding at risk. And so I'm happy to answer other questions, but I think from a broad perspective and knowing time is short today, I wanted to just kind of mention those things and be available to answer any questions.
I think it'd be fair to say that this bill does lead us to questions about our ability to hold forensic patients throughout the system, whether it be for this crime or other matters where we just don't have that capability, and most other states do. And I think that if nothing else, this will allow us to begin to talk about how we should be dealing with forensic patients.
I just have a question for clarification. To be in the least restrictive setting by statute, is that specific for folks with mental health within the Department of Mental Health?
Yes.
So if it got shifted over to DOC, DOC does not receive any Medicaid dollars, is not under the global commitment. CMS has no jurisdiction over DOC.
That is correct.
Did you have a question?
No, I was just wondering about the oversight once a person is discharged, or, you're questioning who has the jurisdiction, where that person goes, but what kind of oversight is there, and what does that entail with regard to the department?
Generally, as is set up now, if someone is discharged, well, first of all, let me clarify. Discharge from a hospital is different than discharge from the care and custody of the commissioner. As I think it was Katie who mentioned earlier, that this piece of legislation speaks about commitment, not hospitalization. And so there are more people who are committed to the commissioner who are in the community than are in the hospital. There are people under the care and custody of the commissioner on what are called orders of non-hospitalization. And so it would be under that guise would be my expectation as we're describing. As far as what type of oversight does that have? Orders of non-hospitalization have been a fairly hot topic in recent years and for quite some time actually around what level of oversight does it actually provide, what impact it does or does not have on public safety and things of that sort. The tools that the Department of Mental Health has at its access to are tools to help people to engage in treatment, to help encourage people to continue to engage in treatment, and to work on their mental health issues. We are not set up, our tools are not set up necessarily to provide that strict oversight in public safety as might be found in through the criminal justice system, corrections, probation, parole, etc.
Final question.
Technical one for Eric in a moment, but I'm just hoping that the Department of Mental Health and I guess corrections will be looking at how do we staff this, how do we fund this, how do we manage this. As this moves through, the legislation moves through our process, we're going to have to be asking some really hard questions about how are we going to make it work. And so that's going to take a lot of work on your part. So I'm not asking you to answer that now, but... And I would just, not in an answer, but just in a response, piece of this legislation that we didn't get to earlier around the task force or study group, I think is a fantastic idea. I would even add to it the idea of bringing in an outside consultant who has worked in other states, helping develop forensic systems of care. I think that can only add to the benefit of our own conversations. I think we've been having a lot of internal conversations for the last several years around this topic, and so bringing in some other expertise I think could also really enhance that work as well.
I want to point out, as a resident of Bennington, long before mass shootings became a factor, we had a shooting in a workplace in Bennington that we're fortunate only one person was killed. But before HIPAA, we all knew who that person was, and we have followed her throughout her journey. And there were other people too who were very high publicized. This problem exists today, whether we pass this bill or not, and that is we've been avoiding discussing what to do with it. We've discussed what to do with the forensic population. We haven't solved it yet. And if this bill forces us to deal with that problem, that in and of itself will be an improvement. It's amazing to me when I think about my years of service here. I came here shortly after that, and we're still, haven't moved forward. That's 20 odd years ago.
10 years younger than me.
And I'm younger than, wait a minute. I'm longer than I am.
That's right, 10 years less than me.
Dean,
I understand
but
that.
so I think that it's sort of like, it's like it's saying, well, the problem won't exist if we don't do this bill anymore.
I'm not suggesting that. I just want to make sure that if we do it, or whatever the outcome of this process is, that we're putting the resources in the right place to take care of it. And that we haven't made ourselves feel good by passing something that is not
I appreciate that. I just
funded.
felt like I needed to mention that the problem exists and the department has been.
A lot of folks have been asking us to attend to this.
So this is ongoing. Many of the issues that are embedded here in the bill are things that we've been talking about. But I think the reporting section is absolutely critical, and I'm happy to hear you say maybe an outside consultant is needed, because if we're going to do it right, we need to do it right and be effective with results.
There are many models throughout the United States, and I think it's important for us to look at what will work for Vermont, because what works in other states doesn't necessarily work here.
I mean,
So I think that's an important
I
piece.
said Mary was the final, and Butch is the final.
Just a clarifying question. So this bill brought forward as a result of what happened in Chittenden County, and some testimony from SA.
No, actually, I think it was a dinner conversation with Allison Clarkson and David Cahill about what happened in Chittenden and what happened in Springfield with the person who David was speaking about. And was it Springfield, Mass?
Springfield, Vermont.
It was both Springfield. The murder was in Springfield, Vermont, and then he was on the street in Springfield, Mass. This October.
That's what I thought you said. So,
So
that's the genesis.
This does nothing to change the authority of the state's attorney to dismiss a charge prior to adjudication in the courts.
I don't know that it deals specifically with that, no.
But I did hear James say that all of the colleagues were on board with this bill. James Pepper, I think I meant to say that. All of your essays were on board with this legislation as an avenue to not have to discharge firearms.
Exactly. I think it would have changed the calculus in Chittenden had this bill been.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Stay tuned. And if you do have suggestions, feel free to contact myself, Senator Lyons, any member of this committee, and well as Katie and Eric. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to switch gears and...
We have one more witness, David Chair.
Where is he?
On the phone.
Oh, I thought there was only one person on the phone.
Well, I'm going to hang up and call David Sherry now. Is that David? I'm going to hang up, okay?
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye, thank you.
I had no idea. I apologize, Mark, that we're running late, and I apologize to the witnesses from the House that we're running a little bit late. Still my goal to get to lunch before the...
Hopefully this is, I wasn't able to... Are there going to be a lot of clowns?
To complete calls beyond your local...
Sorry, guys.
But you don't have much foliage coming in, so...
Well, the buses are still scheduled.
They're still scheduled.
This is David Chair.
Hi, David.
He's on the phone.
Yeah, Justice Oversight Committee is here.
Hi.
Waiting for Senator Sears.
Go ahead, David, please. Any comments on this legislation?
Thank you for inviting Senator, and just briefly, a few comments. Our office certainly supports the goals of legislation. We believe that we, as a state, do need to have better mechanisms in place to assure public safety on an ongoing basis for these cases, especially as is provided for in this legislation. For the most serious cases where there is an adjudication of not guilty by reason of insanity. I apologize that we're not able to have somebody there this morning, but we are reviewing the bill carefully. We're also doing, our criminal division is working on a review of a 50-state survey to gather the best wisdom we can from other states and be as helpful as we can be to the committee, and to the legislature moving forward to try to get the best bill we can, and we are eager to work with you on that.
Great. We look forward to working with you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to hang up, David.
Bye.
Bye. All right, we're going to switch gears. At the last meeting, we ran out of time for Mr. Hughes. We didn't have time, and the discussion was what's the act number, 60?
This is Act 54?
Act 54. I get confused with all my acts.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. So, Mark, if you want to, I think everybody knows Mark here. Anybody who For good or for Skylar Nash.
How are you, sir? Hello, Representative Cooper. Thank you. My name is Mark Hughes. I'm a resident of Burlington. I've resided in Vermont now for the last 10 years. I'm a retired Army officer, and I'm a lifetime member of the Veterans of Foreign War, and also a member of the Will Miller chapter of the Veterans for Peace. I'm the Executive Director of Justice for All, and also I'm the current interim coordinator for the Racial Justice Alliance. I'm a commissioner of the Burlington Police Department, and I'm also the architect of Act 54. Racial Disparities in the Criminal and Juvenile Justice System Advisory Panel. As a result of the work of Justice for All and the Racial Justice Reform Coalition, as well as countless committed hours to Vermonters and tireless hours from you legislators, that was made possible. So I thank you for that. And thank you for having me to testify before you. I understand we're supposed to be done in 6 minutes.
Well, we're going to give you a little more time.
Okay, so just trying to gauge what I want to give you here. So I'm going to kind of skim what I prepared, and I will modify it and offer you testimony, written testimony, and moving forward. How's that sound?
That sounds good. But please feel free. I mean, it's not your fault that we're about 10 minutes. Well, maybe it is. You and I were.
I was getting ready to say that. It is my fault.
You and I were meeting. So that might be partly your fault.
So how about we split the difference? We'll shoot for maybe a 15-minute.
That would be great.
Maybe we'll try to save 5 for questions.
Yep, that would be good.
Thank you. After 2 years of community outreach and engagement and collaboration and relationship building with the public officials, and also a deep analysis, Justice for All created a comprehensive plan to address systemic racism. One of the things that I wanted to share with you is just part of that deep analysis. Vermont has prided itself in being, I'm quoting from the report, the first state to abolish slavery. A closer examination reveals that the Vermont Constitution, acted in 1777, updated in 1786, in 93, and amended in 2010, constitutionalized slavery for minors and also for the punishment of crime from the beginning to this day. So it's just some of the analysis. I wanted to just briefly also, this is what this whole, and I want to properly premise the testimony and also properly frame why it is we're talking about the criminal justice system. This conversation started surrounding a discussion about systemic racism, which we'll talk more about here in a minute. One of the other components of that particular piece of deep analysis was international research. The year that this was done, the United Nations, in response to recent events in the United States, issued a formal warning under its early warning urgent actions procedure. The committee, which monitors implementation of International Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, stated that, quote, there should be no place in the world for racist white supremacist ideas or any similar ideologies that reject the core human rights principles of human dignity and equality, end of quote. They concluded by calling for the United States government to investigate, quote, investigate thoroughly the phenomenon of racial discrimination targeting, in particular, people of African descent, ethnic, ethno-religious minorities, migrants, yada, yada, yada. So there's a lot of deep analysis that has gone into our efforts to move this state forward in addressing systemic racism. The other day, a couple of days ago, in Burlington, I conducted a forum on, it was called Systemic Racism. It was called Systemic Racism, Roots, Impacts, and Solutions. And one of the things that I present in that presentation is a preeminent researcher, and his name is Joe Fagan. And he's just about as white as everybody sitting up here except for Skylar, and almost as old as our chair. So this gentleman here this is a quote from him. I think the guy
looks older.
I think he is. This is one of the quotes from this gentleman. We'll move straight into that testimony. Systemic racism includes the complex array of anti-black practices, the unjustly gained political economic power of whites, the continuing economic and other resource inequities along racial lines and the white racist ideologies and attitudes created to maintain and rationalize white privilege and power. Systemic here means that the core racist realities are manifested in each of society's major parts. Each major part of the U.S. society, the economy, politics, education, religion, the family, reflects the fundamental reality of systemic racism. Again, Joe Fagan, if you don't have the opportunity to pick up his book called Racist America, Roots, Current Realities, and Further Reparations, you may want to try one of his other 69 books. So after a little while, we built a coalition in moving a legislative agenda in 2017, and the Racial Justice Reform Coalition put forward H492 in 2017. The bill was the formation of a Racial Justice Reform Oversight Board, was the theory, with the responsibility of conducting management and oversight of the implementation of racial justice reforms across the state, including within the criminal justice system. These responsibilities included compliance oversight of the fair and impartial policing policy, as well as race traffic stop data and data collection, training, Title 20, 2366, and 2358, which you fictionally refer to as FIPP. Other responsibilities that were initially sought in this legislation included providing a number of recommendations to the Criminal Justice Training Council and the Vermont Bar Association surrounding data collection, model training, and policy for law enforcement, prosecutors, public defenders, judges, and correctional officers to recognize and address the implicit bias and conduct statewide oversight on the adoption and the implementation and advising the Criminal Justice Training Council model training and policy to use of force. So this was in play almost 3 years ago with the introduction of what would become Act 54, which ultimately would produce the racial disparities in the criminal and juvenile justice system advisory panel, which is what we're here to talk about. Now I want to stress that the bill, it further mandated that the panel educate and inform businesses, educational institutions, state and local governments, the general public, about the nature and scope of racial discrimination and the systemic and institutionalized nature of race-based bias, and advise and consult with the executive and legislative branches of state government on the assessment of racial impact of policies and legislation. Again, this was the input to H492. H492 required that the board report to the General Assembly and provide as a part of that report recommendation on methods of oversight and professional regulation of the criminal justice system, including statewide program for civilian oversight of law enforcement, processes and methodologies to achieve an independent prosecutorial body for investigating and prosecuting law enforcement or alleged law enforcement misconduct, instituting a public complaint process to address misconduct in the criminal justice system, expanding jurisdiction of the board to address institutionalized racism in education, health services, access, employment, housing, and the like, prohibiting racial profiling, including any associated penalties, and requiring law enforcement to expand its race data collection practices, and finally amending the Constitution to ensure that it was clear that slavery is prohibited in the state of Vermont. H492 mandated appropriate use of force training, called for immediate adoption and prescribed an update process for the fair and impartial policing policy, and it also gave the board responsibility for the management of a centralized race data repository. Now, Act 54, which resulted from H492, which obviously comes out the other end of the pipeline for others who are listening, it created a racial disparities in the criminal and juvenile justice system advisory panel, which I think for the interest of time, I want to kind of skim over that part of it, because I think everyone on this panel understands what resulted from that particular legislation and what it produced. I will I want to be very clear that H492, and this is incredibly important, H492 was crafted to create an organization with the authority to manage and oversee the implementation of racial justice reform across the state, including within the criminal justice system. That's what H492 was created to do. However, Act 54, the output, established a panel to review and provide recommendations to address systemic racial disparities in statewide systems of the criminal and juvenile justice system. It calls for the Attorney General and the HRC Director to provide recommendations in other systems and extends the deadline and provides updates to the fair and impartial policing policy. In our analysis, Act 54 directly addresses 5 of the 20 original intended goals. 5 of the original 20 intended goals that we were trying to implement to address systemic racism in the state of Vermont. And we are here to talk about a portion of that. Most importantly, Act 54 requires the Attorney General and the Human Rights Commission to jointly report to the Justice Oversight Committee on a systemic racism mitigation strategy for housing, employment, education, health service, and economic development. And my hope was that's what I was here for. My hope is that it would be this committee who would call our Attorney General and our Human Rights Commission Director back into accountability for the report that was released on December 17, 2017, regarding all of these systems as they impact systemic racism across the state. And I ask you, I implore you, I implore, if I can say without a pull tooth, Mr. Chairman, to do so. Now, here's some of the things that came out of that report, just briefly. Equality remains elusive for many people of color, both nationally and within Vermont. These are all quotes from that report. Disproportionate numbers of people of color in our jails and prisons. Here's another quote. White people continue to control virtually every power structure in the country, including federal, state, and local governments and their agencies, corporations, businesses, and schools. Quote, in 2010, white people had 8 times the wealth of black people. By 2013, the rate was 13 times. Here's another one. We live in a white supremacy culture. All of these being quotes from the report, the aforementioned report from the HRC and the Attorney General. The need for white people to understand implicit, unconscious bias, white privilege, white fragility, and how these contribute to the maintenance of non-white systems we currently have. Here's one. The status quo is unacceptable. Nothing short of a comprehensive, data-driven approach will alter the landscape of Vermonters of color and indigenous Vermonters. And the second to the last is we must undertake a statewide analysis of ways in which state government actively or passively contributes to these disparities, collect data to determine our baseline, and set goals for reducing those disparities across all agencies in areas of service. And the final one is people of color have waited far too long for the equality we promised in word but not deed. It's time to remedy that wrong. All quotes from that report. I did come prepared to, but am not going to provide a deep analysis of the assessment that I made from the panel, and I will submit.
Could you work with Mark to get us a copy of that report so you can send it to the committee? I probably have it somewhere, but I've lost it.
So 18 months ago, in 2018, then chair and I, the vice chair at the time of the Racial Disparities in the Criminal and Juvenile Justice System Advisory Panel, we submitted your report. You submitted a report to the legislature. I see that it's posted now. As of September 6th, it was posted on your site. I thank you for that, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I obviously lost it. So
that report was also delivered to this entire committee on my last visit.
Okay.
So
Is this it, Mark?
that is it.
All right, good. Thank you. Thank you.
So in addition to recommendations to the Vermont Criminal Justice Training Council and the Bar Association, the report provided a discussion on specific charges of the panel, as well as a segment addressed to the General Assembly with specific recommendations. And please note that the process and the scope of the document is at the fore of the document. I will not bore you with that detail, but please take the time to review the process and the scope of how that document was actually prepared. I think you will find it interesting at best. The legislative recommendations in the report are essentially as follows. If you do have that report in front of you,
Yep.
you can go ahead and go over to page, I think it's page 8. How about if we start at page 7 at the very, very bottom, if we're all formatted the same way. And what you'll see is the legislative recommendations, and this is as per Title 3 of 168, that's 4 and 5 and 6. Recommendation 1 is to clarify that the Human Rights Commission's responsibility, and reallocate resources towards explicit bias training. The second one is mandate that the Vermont Criminal Justice Training Council report progress of the Attorney General Working Group and report that directly to the Attorney General. And then 3 is designate the Human Rights Commission as the primary agency responsible for fielding reports of alleged explicit bias. 4 is allocate resources to use the Community Justice Center network as satellite locations for fielding reports of alleged explicit bias. Again, this report was released 18 months ago. This predates the Attorney General's implicit bias reporting, incident bias reporting system. Allocate resources to use, I beg your pardon, 5, classify racial profiling as a criminal offense under Title 13 of the Vermont statutes, and revise Title 2366 by adding requirements to collect use of force data. Additional legislative recommendations are provided as well. You'll see there's a mandate for appropriations for the development and deployment, this Mr. Chairman goes to our conversation this morning, of a centralized data management platform which enables the management of statewide race data collection, provides user-friendly viewing of collected data, and also serves as a tool to enable supervision and support individual accountability. I will just note with this, and I do so strongly, is we've been collecting data for a number of years now across 79 agencies.
My goal would be to wrap up within the next 5 minutes.
Wrap up in 5 minutes it is, sir.
Yeah, we're already beyond the 15.
And where we are right that is if we surveyed the folks in this room and you asked by a show of hands where that data resides, and if anyone in this room has seen that data, I think the outcome will be poor, and we all know that. So the question is not so much, as you said this morning, Mr. Chairman, not so much how much data do we collect, but what are we doing with it? So this data repository, I think, is pivotal, and it also supports H284, which you'll hear more from the ACLU, one of our alliance partners, on later in the session. Assign the management of data platform to an agency that has systemic racism mitigation. Our hope was that would be the office of the Racial Equity Executive Director. We must be careful not to place a cape upon her, because I think we all know she already has too much to do. And we should also be having conversations about what we will do about creating a staff of people around her. Mandate in conjunction with stakeholders, race data collection, model fairness and diversity policy, systemic racism awareness training for the entire criminal justice system, to include the Community Justice Network, the Crime Victim Services Network, as well as justice systems contractors. Create an independent and funded equity commission to mitigate systemic racism. And since this has been written, we have implemented Act 9, and I thank you for that. Wrapping it up, a further discussion on racial disparities in the criminal and juvenile justice system advisory panel. Absent proper framing, it really misses the larger justice oversight concern. Because this racial justice, this mitigating systemic racism, is still a justice oversight concern. As I yield and wait for and pause for questions, I would say that the questions that I would ask is: Are we placing the proper amount of time and resources into dismantling this systemic racism in Vermont, and what does it look like beyond the criminal justice system? Our existing government structure was not designed to disentangle this apparatus from its DNA. It was designed to protect itself, to self-heal, and also to adjust. To change this requires new thinking and also a willingness to transform this, the fail-safes that enable the existing system to protect itself to one that autocorrects to justice for everyone. no matter what you look like. Justice in housing, justice in education, justice in employment, justice in health services access, justice in economic development, and yes, justice in the criminal justice system. I yield for your questions.
Well, thank you. Are there any quick questions? Yeah, Scott.
I think you kind of touched on this, Mark, that I think oftentimes discussions about racial equity, it's framed around criminal and juvenile justice, but I have the Attorney General's report in front of me, and I see education, labor and employment, housing, healthcare, economic development. And as I look at your agenda, it's been pretty consistent. So what have been some of the obstacles from us getting past criminal justice so we can get to these other points that you kind of touched on?
I think just really briefly on that, because I think I'd like to talk more about what's been working, but really briefly on that, I would say, of course, if being on the other side of the table, within the criminal justice system, racial justice sounds a lot like criminal justice to them, and obviously there's going to be a level of defensiveness there. When you say, hey, we want you to collect all this data, we want you to implement all these policies, we want you to do all this training. And I think obviously, there's been pushback in the justice system, but don't just put it on the police. I think that we've diverged from Act 134 with Susie Wizawani in 2012, where we originally thought to go after the entire criminal justice system, and then due to nobody's fault, we just kind of focused at the police because I think everybody thought it was low-hanging fruit. Well, I think enough is enough. I think what we need to do is we need to start looking beyond the law enforcement. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that they're doing right, far more than any other component of the criminal justice system. But if we keep looking at the criminal justice system, we're never going to be able to look at housing, to education, employment, and health service in the manner in which I think we should. Now, let's give ourselves credit for H1, or Act 1, ethnic studies bill that was just passed. Thank you so much for that. That was done, and we can't walk and chew gum at the same time. But I think, though, that there are, Act 9 is another one. Act 9 is a beautiful thing. And I think there needs to be some building out of that in terms of the things that we're doing right. And I think one of the most important things we're doing right is we're having these conversations as well. But I would just strongly encourage the committee to lean into systemic racism. I think one of the most important things that we can do is that educational component, and that is not just educating folks out in the community or organizations or businesses, but that you would come to understand what systemic racism really is, so you can properly legislate around it.
Thank you, Mark. I'm sorry to break it off, but I appreciate your testimony. I want to say...
Appreciate the time, Mr. Chairman.
There is a bill in the House Judiciary Committee. I think that they're going to take up on the data collection. I think it's critical. I agree with you. I also want to say that just your remarks are helpful in looking at we're set up in committee structures here. And so we parse out portions of this problem. And we don't get to look at it as a whole. I mean, you mentioned education, you mentioned health and welfare, you mentioned opportunity in jobs and housing, and et cetera. And it encompasses the whole, but unfortunately a lot of our work is sparsed out here, there, and everywhere. So when I function and look at it, I'm looking at it from the perspective of the criminal justice and juvenile justice system, not necessarily the problem over here. So that's part of we need to look at things more holistically somehow.
We had a similar issue, very briefly. We had a similar discussion in this room when the Attorney General and the HRC Director was doing this work, and what we broke out into is what we call a horizontal section. Now, that's not reflected in the report, but...
One thing I hope you'll keep in mind and keep us honest on is one of the things that comes up from time to time is not only how the criminal justice system responds to someone who's accused of a crime, but also when somebody has a complaint of a crime committed against them, is there bias there? It comes up with the migrant community recently in Addison County.
Back to equal protection.
The question of whether there's equal protection for those groups when someone is harming them. So Thank you very much, Mark. I really appreciate it. I apologize for rushing through the agenda, but I think you got a little more than 15 minutes.
I think I did. I thank the committee as well.
Closer to
Mr.
20.
Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. I apologize to the House members, but you must be used to it. Us being a little bit late, so I'm going to start with Representative Larkey and ask, and then follow with Representative Taylor and Representative DeMauro. I know I think most of the testimonies is regarding corrections issues, so, but we didn't, we just had a big headline of correctional facilities. Part of our goal was to have the commissioner after lunch, and part of the reason for an 11:45 lunch is we're hoping to beat the leaf peeker crowd, if that's possible. So, hopefully explaining why we're here, why we're a little. Oh, and while Peggy's setting up, I went to a meeting at Bennington College 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago, regarding closing Rikers Women's Prison. Interesting that Bennington College would host a thing on removing people from Rikers when we're dealing with the same problem here in Vermont. But that's Bennington College, and they got the money to do it from somebody there. And I did have a long conversation with them, and they're very interested in working with us on issues related to Vermont and our correction system. But it was fascinating because many of the same issues we've been talking about here in terms of the women's facility are going on at Rikers. And I just saw on the news on the way out the door this morning that the city council in New York City is supposed to close Rikers. So, and I don't know how long, I mean, that won't be around the corner, but so they're talking about new facilities for women and what's the best way. So with that, welcome, John.
Well, thank you. I represent John Kalaki, and I'm in South Burlington, and the women's prison is in my district. So I just wanted to share this past few months. I've been there 3 times. First as visiting with the Women's Caucus, which was really terrific, and then in response to letters I received from inmates who are not feeling safe. I think you all know far better than I about how ill-equipped and under-resourced our facility is. And there are many complex physical, emotional, and psychological issues present, exasperated by intergenerational trauma. When I was visiting there, I was told there were 4 mother-daughter pairs living in this facility. More therapeutic and vocational opportunities are desperately needed, as well as a paradigm shift in the internal culture of this institution. During my first visit with the Women's Caucus, many issues need to be addressed, and I just want to make sure, because I'm bringing forward the voices of the women that spoke to me, they don't want to be forgotten as we look to create a new facility. There are capital improvements that are needed desperately in the current facility. From my perspective, many of the women are being warehoused. The gym equipment is shoved in a crowded room. The living conditions are very, very crowded. Many of the women were sitting on their bunk beds glued to their screens. The most vibrant room was the room where children get to visit with their mothers. But that's, as you know, on a weekly basis. I mentioned in that visit that this was in my legislative district, so people should feel free to contact me. And one inmate told me, well, I've done my time. And I said, well, great, so why are you here? She said, well, I come from Rutland, and my mother offered to put me in her house, but there wasn't a separate bedroom, and there was no transitional facility available. So she was on a waiting list to leave prison, even though she had done her time. In July, I received a rather dramatic and lengthy dossier for one inmate detailing alleged guards' misconduct. Clearly, the inmate was triggered and emotionally traumatized from the incident. Included were numerous copies of complaints filed. What was interesting for me as accompanying this was a package, was a short letter from, they have open ears coaches in the prison, where peer-to-peer that you help people work things out. And I want to quote from the open ears coach letter. The problem here is that there's a young woman who came to this facility to serve her time, and in doing so, taking full responsibility for her actions that led her here. Instead of entering into an environment that is intent on correcting negative social behaviors, she has experienced trauma. She is not alone in this. The current process available to address staff misconduct does not work. It compromises these women's safety and mental health, leaving them feeling unheard and without hope. So when I got this letter, I called the superintendent, Teresa Stone, and subsequently met with her and the assistant superintendent, Lori Perkins. I was told an official investigation was done about the alleged misconduct, and all that the superintendent said she could say is the guard still works here. At this meeting, I asked if I could meet with the open ears coach who'd written the cover letters, and she had stated that many other women did not feel safe. They were feeling unheard and without hope. So Assistant Superintendent Parks and I met with this woman, and at that meeting she reiterated her concerns about the lack of safety in the prison for women. She herself had filed 3 complaints about abuses and never heard back from any of the complaints. Parks said she would investigate this because they were filed before she was employed there. And subsequently the superintendent Parks, or assistant superintendent Parks, told me she'd gotten back to the inmate and it had been resolved. In September, then I received another letter with a cover note from a mother of the inmate, and she wrote, "My daughter asked me to send this to you." In this letter, the inmate, she detailed various issues: lack of outside recreation, being out of stock of several medications, including antibiotics, antidepressants, and Suboxone, and from her perspective, severe understaffing. This inmate claims she was physically assaulted by a supervisor and filed a complaint. In receipt of the second letter, I emailed Commissioner Michael Touchette. Hello, there you are. Asking if I could meet with him because I wanted to share these letters with him. He was great. He emailed me right back, and I'm quoting, "In quick retrospect, if you have information about a lack of safety for women at CRCF, I prefer to hear about it now so we can address any immediate issues." He sent along a cell phone number. We had a great conversation immediately. I really appreciated the commissioner as well as the superintendent, assistant superintendent for meeting with me. In separate conversations, though, both the superintendent and the commissioner really mentioned that more training was needed for the guards. This seems imperative, particularly how to work with women that are experiencing such trauma. Although I sit on the House General Housing and Military Affairs Committee, I feel it's important that I represent these women in my district trying to bring their voices forward to you. I look forward to working with all of you. You all know a lot more than I do, and the progress has been incredible. But I think we really want to continue to improve the conditions so when these women rejoin our communities, they can be successful. Really important. Capital improvements, desperately needed in the current facility. Therapeutic and vocational opportunities must be expanded. Administratively, a more transparent complaint process needs to be instituted, and inmates need to hear back in a timelier manner. And guards and all administrative staff need additional training to more appropriately act with these women. Thank you for the work you're all doing, and thank you for letting me speak on behalf of women in the Chittenden Regional Correctional Facility. I appreciate it.
Any questions from Representative?
Thank you. for the rest of us who live in the Chittenden County area and have worked on this for many years, your perspective is very helpful. Appreciate it.
So I do have a question. Have you been in any other facility in Vermont?
I haven't.
So it would be good to compare, because we have approximately in-state, approximately 1,750 defendants incarcerated, of which 150 are women and 1,600 are men. And I'm very careful in saying this, but what women are experiencing, many men experience as well. And some of our facilities as well do not provide therapeutic setting and proper areas for educational. And also there are issues within those facilities as well. So I think when we look at these issues,
Yes.
we need to look at the whole system.
I'm so with you on that. I just felt like I was bringing forth from my district women's perspective that they wanted me to.
Appreciate it. We will get a response from the commissioner after lunch, so apologize that the timing doesn't.
It's all good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kirk Taylor, Representative Kirk Taylor from... That'd be great. Okay? That'd be great. Representative...
Devereaux. So I'm the one that suggested that they come in. Kurt has taken some tours of some women facilities in other states. The first one being in Maine, where they have a new therapeutic reentries facility on top, in addition to their regular incarcerated facility. Carl Devereaux went there with corrections folks and BGS folks to take a look at it, and they have some of the information. And next, a couple weeks from now, in November, there's a new women's therapeutic facility in Concord, New Hampshire. And 5 of us are going to go over there, along with some folks from DOC and BGS, to take a look there. So I thought it would be good for the committee to see how some of our other states, neighboring states, are pursuing issues with reentry and therapeutic needs of our incarcerated population.
So Kurt's bringing up his slideshow here, but I've got, for the record, Representative Carl Devereaux from Corinth. I've got some information from Maine on the contractor that they used for their for design of their reentry facility, and there's a brochure on the reentry facility. And the same contractor or architect also designed the new women's prison in Concord, New Hampshire that Representative Emmons, or Vice Chair Emmons, mentioned. So I'm going to do a very quick run through on the Maine facility. It is adjacent to the Maine State Prison, which is a male facility. It's in the northern part of the photo there. The women's unit, you can see it's a darker unit to the south. It or well, it'll be south on the slide, but that unit houses 100 women, and you can see the 2 living wings on the bottom end of it. In between those wings is a very large common area, which has it's a 2-tiered common area with couches and sort of a comfortable sitting space upstairs. Downstairs is more desks and places for people to do work. The main guard station is just adjacent to this. And then the other part of the facility that you can see to the north, well, it would be north if this was geographically correct. That larger piece is programming and services. So the mess hall is there. There's a hairdressing facility. There's a gym. There's a library, and family visitation spaces there as well. It's all very open. There's a lot of natural light. The building was built in 2002. And
In my mind, it's an example of what is possible when we talk about building a facility that does not re-traumatize its inmates. And the remarkable thing about it is, if you've spent any time in prisons, this summer I've been to 5 prisons, 4 of them here in state and 1 in Maine. And I usually roll my eyes when people talk about this, but you know, you hear about there's certain energy in the room or that sort of thing. Well, when you go to a prison, that energy is something that you key into really quickly. The women's unit there, the energy is very different from what it's like in Chittenden. There aren't, because it's open, it's not disorienting in the way that Chittenden is, for those of you who've been to Chittenden. There aren't doors slamming, there aren't guards yelling. They're really geared towards making sure that the facility there itself does not re-traumatize its inmates.
Carl, can I interrupt? Is that not the reentry center, but the women's?
This is the women's prison.
So that would be comparable to what's at Chittenden
That's
right
correct,
now. These are for folks who are being held.
They're all
and they're not ready for reentry yet.
That's right. They've all been sentenced. They have a separate county facility for detainees in Maine. So that's the women's prison, built in 2002. And then you can see the reentry center, and that's on the brochure that I'm handing out. It's also there's also that electronic version of that brochure with the testimony materials for today.
So I want to interrupt you again.
Yeah.
So we've got the Maine State Prison, and then the women's unit
That's the bottom
connected,
there.
and that's
Yeah.
so. The Maine State Prison also is housing the males.
Yes.
And how many males are in there? Do you know? Do you remember?
I seem to recall 500.
And how many women are in the women's unit there?
100.
Just for the women's unit?
Yes. The women's unit houses 100. The women's reentry center houses 100.
So they have 200 beds total?
They have 200 beds total.
For women, and they have 500. Is this the only place in Maine that houses the women?
That's correct, with the exception of detainees who are held in.
And men, do they have another facility for
They have
men?
2 other facilities for men.
Okay. I just want to get...
They have a pre-release facility, and then they have the Maine State Prison, which is higher security.
Okay, sorry.
So I did say something about the energy is different there, and normally I'd roll my eyes if someone said something like that to me, but it is palpably different than Chittenden. The women are calmer there. The guards there's an overall much lower level of stress than you find, I would say, in any of our facilities here. The reentry facility is just downhill from it. It was built in 2017. It houses 100 women. Women go there when they are 9 months and 1 day from their minimum release date. They are pretty much immediately given a job. And some of them work, there's a laundry facility there where they do all the laundry for the prison up the hill. They do guards' uniforms there as well. There's a culinary program within that facility that is run by the former White House pastry chef for the first Bush. And then just across the street, you can't see it, but the Maine Society for the Protection of Cruelty to Animals has their horse stables there. So some of the women go over there and work, and they have other employees, Dunkin' Donuts and other folks in the area that employ women. So that's a very quick high-level review of what's going on in Maine.
Can I quickly ask, are any of these pamphlets representative of what's inside the women's unit?
No, no. That one is. That one's their reentry facility. So with the reentry facility and the women's unit, they've got a total of 200 beds there.
So how do they get to the reentry? Is everyone automatically, when they have 9 months and 1 day left,
They go
automatically
there.
go there?
Yep.
They don't have to earn it?
I
think they have to earn it.
There are some, they have to be drug-free, I believe.
They also get tested a lot at that facility for drugs, and they know that if they are found dirty, then they end up going back up to the other unit. So there is that incentive.
The supervisor, the superintendent there, she says, and she said this numerous times during our visit, she said that they have the best carrot in the world there, which is that virtually all these women who are incarcerated there have children. And they are able to use that carrot to get better behavior. And if you see the facility there, you can see how that really works. It's really geared towards these women dealing with whatever trauma they've had in their life, getting the help they need, and then moving on to the reentry facility.
Do they have more contact with the kids when they're in the reentry?
Both of the facilities have large family visitation areas.
You had mentioned that they get like a week, 1 week visit, or 1 day a week, whatever.
I don't know I think it's probably on an inmate basis.
You said something about horses.
Yes.
The reentry folks work, some of them work with the horses. Do they have dogs there by any chance?
I don't know. They may very well have dogs, but there were stables across the way. I don't.
Would they have stables and the guards haven't been bitten by the horses?
No, I don't think the guards accompany them to work. I think they have.
They go off-site?
Yeah, they go off-site for work.
Oh.
Just to give some light to check, Commissioner, corrections.
So we're taking up the dogs after.
I know, yeah, I understand it, but just for the committee to understand, if previously, in 20, 30 years ago, we allowed administrators to go out to the community unsupervised, and this is the same concept here in this facility.
That was the original
Concept.
Burlington and Rutland that are all the two that go left. There was Woodstock and St. John's. Well, St. John's is still there. Burlington, St. Johnsbury, Rutland, and Woodstock were all sections for reentry.
There was another interesting
Before the
thing.
term reentry was in vogue.
Another interesting thing regarding visitations was the facility down the hill does not have razor wire fence around it, anything like that. In the visitation place, you look out and you don't see a big fence, you see a road. And I was told that they get many more visitations because the kids come in, the husbands come in, the wives come in, and husbands. It's an atmosphere that makes them feel as if they aren't in a prison. And so they're more comfortable bringing their kids.
You can really see that in the brochure there. It doesn't appear to look like a prison at all. So that's it for me, unless there are other.
I have a question on Maine.
Yeah.
Hi. In Maine, this is. Did you hear any comments? It's a male-female compound. Looks like in the Maine piece, Maine State Prison. Females down on the lower end, and males in the upper end, about 500. Were there any comments about the male and female being on the same site?
So the one comment that I heard was about the booking area there. When women come to the prison there, because they don't have any sort of a close custody or segregation section of the women's facility, they have a housing unit in the men's facility where the women go for seg and close custody when they come in to the facility through the county system. And they said that it is not ideal. They were very clear about that. But aside from that, we didn't hear a lot about problems with that type of thing. They're once they're moved out of that, they go to the women's facility, and there's not. It's far enough away that it's separated enough by the grounds and other ancillary facilities there that there's not really an issue.
Fencing between the two?
I don't believe there was fencing between the two, but I may be wrong about that.
Between the two?
Between the women's and the men's.
Yeah, there's a fence that goes all the way around the main state
Yeah, but
prison.
between the two,
But
between the main state prison and the women's unit.
No.
I didn't think that there was.
Thank you.
So, Do the males there have as much opportunity to, I know you probably, maybe you didn't visit it, but is their building similar to the women's unit in terms of the atmosphere? Or is it more similar to what we have for our male facilities? Maybe you didn't visit it.
I couldn't really speak to that. I didn't go in there. I know that they have a separate pre-release, they have 2 separate pre-release facilities from that.
In another part of the state?
Yes, Bolduc and Mountain View.
So they would go from the state prison to there?
It's, if you start at the top of the men's prison, that's, I think, the oldest, and you walk down, which is what happened with me, and you go from the oldest to the newest. So there's a variety of things that are facilities there.
When you stand in the middle of the women's unit, the women's prison there, you can look down the corridor for each of the housing units and see virtually all the doors in those. You can also see the 2 common areas, and you can look back down the corridor to where all the services are. And there's an enormous amount of natural light. It is not a facility that is in any way disorienting the way many of ours are, or closed in terms of hallways and other areas.
Also, Butch, in response to your question there, Representative Shaw, in response to your question there, I heard the same, that there's difficulties with the women that are in that other unit separate from the actual women's units, part of the men's. And the problem is you have to maintain sight and sound separation between men and women. So they had to clear the whole hall before the women could come out and go to programming and things. It was a real encumbrance.
So it's a deficiency in the construction then, not in the programming?
It's because it's been retrofitted probably.
So what did you see in Michigan?
I saw this. So I did have prepared testimony, which you have a copy of, and I'll just go through it quickly. I'm Kurt Taylor, a representative from Colchester, and I visited about 9 different facilities, prison facilities related to, many of them related to Vermont, some of them not at all, but including the one in Pennsylvania when we had Vermont's inmates there, and Mississippi, and the women's facility in Maine that we saw, and also now in Michigan. I went there to visit their women's facility. I was given about a 2-hour tour by the warden, and my wife actually accompanied me, and that happened in August. It's called, it's actually the Women's Huron Valley Correction Facility, which I'll call WHV. It's in Ypsilanti, outside Detroit. So it's fairly close to a large population center. Even Ann Arbor has a large population, which is also close to. It's the only women's facility in Michigan. There are also county lockups that jail and house women temporarily. And all the inmates in this facility are over 18 years old. It was built about 2005 and 2009. The other all three Michigan facilities were consolidated into this one. They're held. The inmates there are held at 3 security levels. Originally, they were called minimum custody, medium custody, and close custody. Those names have been. The names I have up here. Are those the ones? No. Anyway, that's what they are. The first custody level allows for the women who are sentenced to 7 years or less. They're allowed more freedom in the facility. A limited number of minimum custody inmates are allowed to leave the facility and leave the double razor wire fence for work details only on the prison property. So no inmates actually go out and work in the community. The facility has a capacity of 2,400 women. That's more than the total number of men and women incarcerated in Vermont. It is a big facility. The slide here shows down in the lower right-hand corner the correctional facility in Vermont, so you can get a comparison of the size of ours related to theirs. And along the top, you can see a number of inmates in each of the building types. And Representative Gallo talked about the buildings. You can see they're kind of, some of them are V-shaped, where there's a wing and a central area where you can look out both wings and you have a common living area. All the others are similar to that. They all, in a lot of the contemporary prisons I visit, that's the design of them, to have a central, airy, common area and wings going out so that you can see down each wing and see the doors, make sure the doors are closed and things like that. The economies of scale are significant, as you can imagine. A female inmate in Michigan costs about $39,000 a year, which is a little more than half of what a female inmate costs in Vermont. But Vermont does not need a facility with 2,400 women. Though the Michigan facility in many ways does not compare to Vermont's needs, I did learn some interesting things from it and some valuable things from my visit there. I find that when I visit facilities, I never know what I'm going to come out with. A lot of them look the same and you get lost in them and you pick out little details, but when you leave, I think about, okay, what did I learn from visiting this facility? So, and sometimes it's surprising. After visiting the Mississippi facility, what I took away was, one of the things I took away was I had never realized how transgender inmates are handled. That whole issue of transgender inmates relating to male and female. It's not something that just came up during that visit. It could have come up at any prison. So in Michigan, I learned a couple of things. One was that every state's Department of Corrections is the target for litigation. The legal library, when we walked by it, was filled with female inmates doing research. In 2018, Michigan DOC was dealing with 740 lawsuits. In the mid-1990s, several lawsuits were filed against the state of Michigan that resulted in nearly a decade of litigation and a $140 million settlement to the victims. There's a lot of difference between large states and small states, but I suspect that even a small state could be hit with a $140 million lawsuit. And it also required changes to the way women are incarcerated in Michigan. According to the agreement, Michigan DOC would develop and maintain a policy regarding sexual misconduct, sexual harassment, and retaliation. The settlement also addressed screening of prospective employees, staff training, prisoner education, and the process for investigating allegations of misconduct. As a result, restrictions were placed on which supervisory positions can be performed by male corrections officers. So in the facility that here, the living units were supervised by only female corrections officers, which when I talk to some people say is really not that good an idea, even though it does perhaps reduce the possibility of harassment and rape. But it's an open issue as to whether that's a good idea or not. Anyway, there was a court settlement that said I had.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yep.
Just curious, what was the rationale for it being a bad idea?
Well, I was told, talking to Jennifer Spassky, or I'm not sure what her title is. Jennifer Spassky.
Oh, Spassky?
Yeah.
She's our Department of Corrections PREA coordinator, prison rape.
The PREA coordinator for DOC here. I asked her about that. And she said, well, she's not so much in favor of it because these women have a whole history with men. And if you can be the kind of corrections officer that counters that history, then you're a very good influence on that inmate's development. So yes, if we have good corrections officers who know how to handle women and how to deal specifically with women, then they can make a very big difference where a woman sometimes has the attitude, you know, I struggled to get to this point. You know, man up, come on, you can handle the situation I do, because I'm a woman. And so it's different dynamics going on.
Thank you.
Yeah. There's also an additional week-long training course for any corrections officers that are going to work in this facility, and including guidelines on how interactions with female inmates are different from those with male inmates. When considering long-term plans for Vermont's correctional facility construction, we must consider the legal landscape that not only dictates how and where a facility is built, but also the potential for lawsuits regarding those incarcerated there. Concerns that any new facility in Vermont have adequate lighting, program space, atmosphere, as Representative Dimlow mentioned, are important, but the qualifications, training, salary, and working conditions of those who work in the facilities is equally important. My Michigan visit made me realize that the men and women whose primary job is to oversee inmates and who interact with them daily must also be considered in the planning of future corrections facilities and policy in Vermont. Questions on Michigan or Maine?
What type of programming and training opportunities were there in Michigan?
There was lots of, and they're building a new, what did they call it? Something like Skills Village, a whole unit that they were in the process of building for the women to learn a number of different skills. The interesting thing about is that we've always tried to be gender neutral in my thinking. That's kind of, but in terms of a women's facility, you sometimes have to push that aside and say, okay, what's the reality of the situation? So they have programming in cosmetology, programming in these things that are very more women related. And you think, well, shouldn't they also have other things that they did from jobs in the male industry? But they said they won't get those jobs. So we train them for the jobs that they're most likely to get and want. And so it does lock that stick that there. But they have.
I don't have the skills to do the other job, so I'm going to get the job you trained.
Senator Lyons, the senator from Chittenden County, would like to ask a question.
Yeah, so in terms of the health care for the women prisoners, what is available for them and how is that handled? Do they have a separate clinic? Do they have a separate facility area?
This is where you hit the economies of scale, because they can have full-time psychiatrists, a lot more doctors and nurses and things like that. They are, and it makes it that much more available.
So do they have behavioral support systems, behavioral programs?
Yes.
As well as psychiatric or mental health programs and physical health programs?
Yes, I'm trying to remember the exact words that they use for the kind of behavioral therapy that they use, but I can't remember at the moment.
Sounds pretty robust.
Senator Baruth has a question
that builds on that a little bit. So am I right that this facility has a capacity for 2,400?
Yes.
So I'm struck by the contrast between what you've described, facility with 100 max and 2,400 max. You were talking about energy and the feel of the place. Would you, I don't know if you shared your information, I know you went to different locations, but is there any lesson for us to take about appropriate scale and benefits to be had from small environments as opposed to large?
Well, these 180, these are small units within a larger unit.
Okay.
So within these smaller units, you might find that same atmosphere and atmosphere that he's talking about. And yes, it's there too.
If I can just add one thing to that. Last week I was at Southern in Springfield and getting a tour of that facility, and the superintendent said the great thing about Vermont facilities is we have small facility problems. And at larger facilities, problems with gangs and that type of thing is much more a challenge for staff. And at our smaller facilities in Vermont, we don't have the sort of population levels that would create a problem like that.
So in thinking about Michigan a little bit, the racial differences and the population is different. So I don't know how you can determine racial disparities in a single visit, but
it's really,
observations or data on that.
It's really hard to compare facilities across states.
Sure it is.
The whole judicial system may be different, the culture is different, history is different. So it's tough to try to.
One of the things all of them, both Michigan and Maine have, is they're not unified systems like Vermont. So you have a number of women being held, for example, in Maine, which may be more comparable, but they're held in county jails or other locations. So they have that ability for short-term, so you end up with a more long-term. And part of my frustration with our system is that it's becoming more and more clear to me anyway that part of our problem is the housing of the folks who are on detention with the folks who are long-term being anything over a year. And it would be good if we could ever get back to a system where people who are short-term were held much closer, or on detention, much closer to their home area than those who are long-term. And what we have now is I see people in the male population anyway getting sent from Springfield to wherever to make room for somebody who's, the commissioner will talk to this more, but I think that's one of the things that when we look at our system that presents a problem, and I hope we'll continue to consider the detention population separately from the sentence population. Final question.
I noticed that you have, you note that there are 43 people in a high security. Is that one of those separate facilities? Are they segregated that way? And I guess I'd have the same question on the mental health side. Do they have a particular building that is devoted to people with identified mental health issues?
I believe so, that they would be separated. The units that you see that are kind of identical, those are all would not have the special beds or the close custody ones. The buildings.
One of the interesting things about New York City is they're putting programs in, realizing that they have a lot more than we do. They're putting programs in various boroughs, like the Bronx and Brooklyn and so forth. So they're trying to put the housing in those places so that the people can be closer to home. As they try to get rid of Rikers. Thank you both very much for coming over.
So as I said when we started, there's a few things that would like to pick down a cop in New Hampshire. I missed it. Because they have a similar program for women as the men. So Butch and I, Kurt, Carl, and DOC and BGS.
Good luck. I'll be at the facility in Anchorage, Alaska.
When are you doing that?
Going to see my daughter.
If we get back, try to get back in quarter of, it'd be helpful.
Thanks.
If we're a little bit late. We've got a majority of the committee here, and
And we have Mike.
I do want to say that hopefully I'll get a chance to read this document.
That was hard testimony to follow.
That's very important.
It was dense.
It was dense, yeah.
Deal with racial disparities in our justice system.
And beyond.
Data came up today with Mark, and data keeps coming up. Those of us on the Justice Reinvestment 2 working group, the one brief update is they're having difficulty getting data that doesn't exist, pulling it together. So I think it's something we really have to look at. And yesterday during the meeting of the Child Protection Committee,
that came up too.
there's lack of data there too. DCF saying that they just can't communicate, and then the courts and different systems.
Is it because of IT stuff, or is it they're switching from
Their
paper
system,
to-
they say, is 25 years old,
they're all
something like
old.
that.
Which then? Which
DCF.
DC, okay.
That's across all systems though. 'Cause
Well,
when
that's AHS.
we were working in Burlington with the Code for America people on trying to create an open source tool to aid Vermont legal aid with expungements, and they're talking about going in and getting that data from court records, and they're like, what are we doing here? They wanted to be, more aggressive with trying to make it easier so you could speed up that process, but they're like, we just basically just have to scrape that data because it's just not compatible with trying to create a tool.
And a lot of it was paper driven. I mean, and everybody is way out over here in our state government.
Okay, well, Commissioner Touchette is here.
I did not presume to be, I apologize. I was
Well, he's here to talk about correctional facilities in Maine and Michigan.
I am.
I didn't know you had gone to Michigan, but...
I did not go to Michigan.
Okay, but you don't have to talk about Michigan if you don't want to. I really am interested in Maine, what you saw there.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to do right now is I was hoping to show some additional pictures of the reentry facility, and I think I just figured out another way to do this. So,
okay.
So are you going down to Concord too?
I won't be available that day. I
Okay.
apologize. I know that Al Cormier will be joining. He's the facilities executive. Oh boy. Pressure's on, everybody's watching.
Not me. Check my emails.
IT is on its way.
I think
While he's doing that, reminder everybody that our next meeting is in St. Albans.
Yeah, we're gonna carpool.
When is that?
Well,
That's next.
I've got to figure it out.
That's November,
Yep.
Is this the 16th?
no, that was, we just looked at it.
we have a meeting on the 13th, I believe,
Here,
in
yeah, somewhere.
Montpelier somewhere.
Yeah, that's going to be at the room 410 of the tax building.
That's a boardroom?
Yes.
Okay, the
You
boardroom.
know,
That's at 133 State.
there's a possibility the State House will be back.
Actually, we just got another email saying that we're closed at least till the 15th.
I wonder if they do this in New York State and any other state. I can't imagine.
So I don't think that's.
You know, this is what...
A few more rooms.
Don't get me going. I shouldn't say anything. But really, you know, does any other state house in the Union get closed for 2 weeks for wiring?
No, we're doing
I mean,
a
my
generator.
God.
We're doing a generator.
Standby power.
We're doing generator.
Well, for God's sake, I mean, you know, I can't imagine. Are you responsible for this?
Yes, we are. We are. It's in the capital.
Put our hands
Well, I'll tell you what, if I'd seen that, I'd have voted against the Capitol bill. You know, I don't know any other state that would close their state house. You know, I got a call the other day from a staffer from Massachusetts for a state senator in Massachusetts. And I'm thinking, can I talk to your staff? And I said, no, I am the staff.
Now we don't have a state house.
The thing is, they
Now we don't even have a state house. I don't even have a desk in the state house.
They don't even work in
When
the
they
state
remodeled the
house.
Utah's
That's why.
$1 billion into. Part of the cost was for 2 new office buildings, one for the House and one for the Senate, behind the existing State House in Utah.
Well, I need an office building for my staff.
You're that big?
My staff is huge.
You got Scott.
I'll take the building. That's for me.
So you can blame Butch and me,
All right.
because they're putting in a whole new
Well, I'm
generator.
glad to know who's responsible.
Well, cheer up. If we hadn't done what we did,
First
they'd be
day of the session,
excavating
I'm going to
back
ask
there.
to change my vote on the Capitol bill.
We do lots of stuff in the Capitol.
November.
Oh.
I thought-
10 and 11 are going to be closed till the end of November because of a painting project too.
Commissioner, while we're building a new facility, maybe we could have a new Capitol down in Bennington.
You know, there's some irony to this conversation, and that this is what our correctional facilities experience all the time.
Except they can't move that.
So
That's
that's
they can't move out.
You don't get to close.
No, we don't get to close.
Anyway, your trip to...
Yes, thank you. So, Mike Touchette, Commissioner of Corrections, I appreciate the opportunity to further the conversation about our visits to other correctional facilities around the country. To be clear, I did not attend with Representative Taylor in Michigan. He did that on his own. I did go to the Maine Women's Correctional Facility this summer with a number of different people, and there was a scheduled trip to the Concord New Women's Therapeutic Facility. I only have one copy of this.
Carl's handed some of those out.
Okay, this is it's a little bit different and might have a little bit more information than, oh, you do have that, perfect.
Yeah,
I apologize, okay. I'd like to show you some actual pictures of the facility from the inside that are more than what you actually see in the brochures, because I
You're
think it's really
handsome, but I want to see the picture.
And as we scroll through these pictures, the one question that I continue to ask myself is, in which environment would we expect any human being, regardless of a criminal conviction or not, to thrive, to be engaged, to be well? And if you've walked through the Chittenden Regional Correctional Facility, in contrast to this, again, that's a question I ask myself, and I think it's a fair question perhaps to ask of the committee too, is when we're looking about how we can best achieve the outcomes that we know we're capable of, but are in many cases limited by the infrastructure that's available currently. This is kind of where my head is going, is in an environment that is not only conducive to the treatment and well-being and being trauma and gender informed, but it's also important to realize, and we heard this directly from the line staff at the main women's reentry facility, they would never ever go back to work up on the hill again, because this environment fosters people to be human beings, it fosters a sense of community, and their stress levels have significantly diminished because we haven't created this environment where it's all about immediate accountability. I know where you're at, your doors are locked, and if you're engaged in inappropriate behavior, we're going to hold you accountable to that. The whole dynamic is different, and it's evident from the time you actually drive onto the campus, where you're greeted happily by staff and by offenders that are just walking around. There's no fence around this facility. They're free to walk around. It was like we were walking into any state building, right?
So I know we're focusing on women because for us we're looking at the Chittenden facility, but also would this also be appropriate for males?
Absolutely.
I don't want to lose sight of that.
Nor do I. So to be clear, this is a minimum security facility. All of Vermont's facilities, absent the work camp side of the St. Johnsbury facility, are all medium custody facilities. This is a minimum security facility, so there is less security. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. My question fits in with that. Just the abundance of glass, for instance. Yeah. Is this special shatter-resistant glass or something? No?
They would be if they were in the Senex piece.
That's correct. If they're if you recall the bigger picture, the bigger facility up there, those would have been plexiglass. They would have been strengthened and hardened.
Okay.
This is just like you would find in any consumer retail space, quite frankly. And again, it's the environment that fosters good citizen behavior, as opposed to building this infrastructure that's designed to anticipate bad behavior, which oftentimes can promote bad behavior. 50% of the Vermont in-state population, both males and females, are minimum custody. 80% of the males out of state are minimum custody inmates. 80%, which is not surprising.
Are the folks in Mississippi?
Yes.
Are minimum?
Minimum security custody.
Minimum based upon
facility behavior.
Facility behavior, not upon the nature of the crime.
Right.
Yep. That's engagement in their case plans, that's not getting in trouble with DRs, that's participating in groups. And so this is not surprising to me, quite frankly, because people that, quite frankly, the group that's out of state are pretty significant heavy crimes, murders and so on. And oftentimes that's a singular offense, and it's not, a person doesn't necessarily, certainly not in all cases, but generally, they don't have a lengthy criminal history. They have a significant one single crime. And so that's not surprising to me that our out-of-state population is minimum security. They have a long time to serve. They're generally an older population, so they're less inclined to be rambunctious. And so I was surprised by the number of minimum custody inmates we had both in-state.
How about in-state again?
In-state's 50%, just about 50% for both males and females. So I'm just going to quickly scroll through some of these pictures, and I want to talk about some of the features that I think were really impressive to me in thinking about thoughtful design.
These are all sentenced people.
These are all sentenced.
They're not detained.
That's correct. Yep. This is the library area. All of the lighting and all of the paint schemes that you see in these pictures. This is the general entrance area. Were designed so that the paint and the lighting was all picked out by a psychiatrist, and it was supposed to be there's some science behind color schemes and lighting that help improve people that may be struggling with depression and mental health. This is a common area. Again, there's no fencing around this facility. The ladies can feel free to walk out here and have lunch if they'd like to, play a board game, visit with their family members. This is they have their chow hall. Again, they have a culinary class there. Their pastry chef was incredible. George Herbert Walker Bush ate very well.
Well, it's only down the road, down the road a little way.
Another area of the library, and I apologize. This is just an exercise room. It's built right into just off of the general living areas. As you can see, there's no lights on in that room, and there's plenty of light. So there's you can see just over here that there's a fair amount of lighting. Dedicated yoga room. I'm sorry?
They have a problem with contraband?
No, and here's what we heard from the staff very directly is it is so, people don't want to lose this opportunity to live here that they are willing to really work on recovery to not lose this and go back up on the hill. While the hill, the women's side and the actual prison component is still substantially better than what we're offering to our Vermont inmates here. This, by and away, is so rewarding. It humanizes their experience at the same time that they no walkaways, and on occasion they do have people that have relapsed.
So what we heard from Representative Demrow is that they are 9 months and 1 day from their release date.
Correct.
Is when they can qualify to be here.
Yeah.
But up to that point, they're up at the main the facility up on the hill.
That's correct.
Which is a medium security?
That is medium, yeah. I think they have one section that is closed custody, but that can be, closed custody can be built within a medium security general setting.
So do all the women end up going through this reentry program?
If they're sentenced, yes.
If they're sentenced?
That's correct. Yeah.
And what if they don't stay clean? They go back up to the...
Every case is individual, and that's kind of like what Vermont is you take in, I don't think I heard Maine state that any violation and you're back up on the hill. I think as people are transitioning to a normalized lifestyle, sometimes that can be a challenge, particularly if they've been incarcerated for a very long time. Their approach, much like Vermont's, is don't throw away the baby with the bathwater. Is let's understand what the behavior is and how it's manifested, and let's target that as opposed to the actual behavior.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you. So you say the population goes there is within 9 months and 1 day of their release date. In Vermont, do you have a feeling for, I'm sure you don't have that number, how many females are eligible for that criteria, and is that the right number? Would that be the right number for Vermont, the length of time?
The 100 beds, so there's two ways of looking at this. One is the actual point of reentry, or how far they are from reentry. The other is really custody level. And so I think that's a decision point that we would have to work through is, are we going to say a housing environment like this is going to be contingent on when the release date is, or are we going to base it on what their overall security needs are? So I think in between the balance of their, being mindful of public safety and victims' concerns, I think we've got to strike a balance there between release date and level of security required.
Representative Hooper.
I'm not thinking about this correctly. Help me. When we start talking about reentry, it is the day I am eligible at my minimum sentence date, more or less.
So
talking about reentry.
Yeah, so reentry planning begins well in advance.
Well, theoretically it does.
Well, no, I think the law says you do.
That's right, we do.
But upon your min, you are eligible for
release. And so that reentry planning happens well in advance of somebody's actual eligibility for release. And that's, so again, Vermont has RF, which is the 6 months prior to minimum release, and then there's CR, which is at their minimum release.
The law, I don't know how much the laws follow, but the law says that you have to start planning from the day they're admitted, sentenced.
That's accurate.
So that actually is not the crux of my question, as much as I'd like to have a discussion about that. What I was trying to ask is transitional housing that Maine is providing is they're providing prior to their release date, and they're allowing people to go out. Is that what this is?
Yeah,
as opposed
that's exactly
to
right.
the way we do transitional housing. And I used the wrong words. I'm sorry. I said reentry planning, but what I meant was the release date.
Yeah.
And we look at transitional housing from the day you're released from a facility to transition into. And so are we talking about changing our model so
Yes.
that, and are we also talking about the state running transitional housing as opposed to what we do today, which is contracting for it?
Look, very good question. Thank you, Representative. So this facility kind of reckons back to the late 80s and early 90s here in Vermont Department of Corrections, where we actually had a cohort of males and females, primarily out of the Chittenden Regional Correctional Facility, who would go to the community during the daytime, get the services, work, et cetera, return to the facility at night, and in the same time they were able to earn some money. Conceptually, that's how this facility is run. In regards to transitional housing as we know it here in Vermont, I don't have a good sense whether or not Maine uses anything even close to what we use. One of the distinguishing differences about Windham County in this facility is this county they wanted this facility there because they've seen such a value added to their communities by having this population reintegrate there. It was profound, considering some of the challenges we find here in Vermont, to have a community saying, the only contingency they put on this facility to build it there was you cannot make it look like a prison. That was the one and only contingency that they put on the Maine Department of Corrections as they built this facility.
Looks beautiful outside.
It's incredible. Inside and out, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
So were they more receptive because it was a female population, not a male population?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't say for sure. I didn't ask the questions. Other than the fact that the community has seen incredible benefits by having those people re-entering the workforce. This is a living unit.
If we were to go in this direction, similar to Maine with the reentry, shouldn't we consider the old model of perhaps reentry closer to home? With this model, we'd be putting everything in Chittenden County somewhere, wherever Chittenden County would accept it, and having, say it's 75 beds rather than 100 and 100. Would it be better to have 30 beds in Rutland, Bennington County, 30 beds in southeastern Vermont, 30 beds up in central Vermont, and maybe 50 beds in Chittenden County? I think there's value to the old model that we got away of only because of construction and other issues.
Security issues are the primary.
Security issues, that we should take a look at why we were doing that 20 years ago, or more than that, actually. When 1970 something.
Well, so Furl began in 88 or 89, and that was the vehicle to allow people to actually live.
But the facility overcrowding that you're facing, you don't face in the women's facility, right?
It's not a comfortable level. Quite frankly, it's not a comfortable level, but it's not anything near.
Not as
males.
acute as you have with the males.
We are not. We don't have people sleeping on the floors all over the place in the women's facility. We're at 147 this morning, and we have an occupancy of 175. Big asterisk in that. 175 is all of the beds. That includes our infirmary, our booking, our segregation, our mental health unit, and those, quite frankly, cannot be used 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for just anybody.
What about the detention numbers for women right now? You have those off the top of your head?
Around 40 or 50, I believe.
So of the 170, 40 to 50 of them are detention?
200.
Yeah, it's about
Let me double
average.
check that, though, I might be confused on that.
No, part of.
Well, no, I'm just saying detention plus.
Mm-mm.
No?
If it's 145
Mhm.
or there, probably 40, 45 of them are detainees.
Oh, I see. So,
Yeah.
so less than 150.
Oh, yeah.
I guess the reason I'm asking, it doesn't need to be the exact number.
38.
38. The reason I'm asking is that whatever we do, in terms of if we do have a new facility or facilities for women, it seems to me it behooves us to have separate, at least separate, some separation of the detention population from the sentence population.
I agree.
And it may not be, there may be, I don't know how to deal with that. It's a problem because your main thing, you've got, I assume is detentioners in county jails in Maine.
That's right, that's right. And we absolutely agree. We should not be co-housing pre-trial, pre-detained, or pre-adjudicated individuals with persons that have been sentenced under the presumption of innocence. And often, if somebody is not guilty of a crime and they're now being housed with a person convicted of an aggravated assault, we've inherently increased the overall risk for that individual just like that. And there are certain risks that need to be considered. For a pretrial individual, they're more likely to be keeping their head low and behaving because they're trying to get through this process. And if they get stuck with somebody who's problematic, they oftentimes feel compelled by virtue of the environment to engage in that.
Moving right along.
So, thinking of pretrial and post-adjudication people, we tend to say we can't do this around here. Could the possibility exist that we could house that same population in one facility, segregated from each other?
That population being whom?
The detainees in the sentence with a properly designed facility.
The answer is always yes. The question is, what are the impacts and who are the stakeholders? And so access to courts will be a real issue, particularly for somebody has to travel.
I mean, currently your detainees in the women's facility most of them are all in Chittenden, and you just take them where they go.
Correct, and unless only after they've been arraigned. So if they're being arrested down in Benedict County, they'll spend a day or two in Springfield until they're actually arraigned, and there's kind of a determination of where to go.
But that's just slow.
It's just
apparently that's a way longer conversation than we're
Well,
going to have here.
I would think the model of keeping the detainees separate from the sentenced folks and also keeping the detainees closer to their home would be much easier to attain with the male population than the female, because you already have those facilities. You've got Rutland, you've got St. Johnsbury. When Springfield was built, that was built also as a regional facility and central to replace the Woodstock. So that's there for the region. And then you could also go back and convert Chittenden back to the regional facility for males. The question then becomes, what do you do if you were real clear that those regional facilities for the males were for detainees only? It's easier to achieve that for the males, but then what do you do about the women? What do you do about the women? Do you do a facility for the women that has to be located someplace, and then you physically separate the detained women from the sentenced women within that facility?
I want to be clear that this environment
I don't know.
is not just specific to appropriate for a female population. This is appropriate for about 50% of our state
I
population.
think we got the picture, and I'm so pleased that you're going to solve the problem you just described.
No, I just think we all agree about the regionals, that they should be operating for detainees.
Yeah.
But in order to get there, you can do it better for the men than the women.
Well, we could change the law and give it back to the counties.
Do we have county
Put
government?
it on the property tab.
So, I still still need to understand the male-female issue. I heard this morning that in Maine, there can't be any sight or sound. Please explain.
Sure. The Prison Rape Elimination Act establishes clear guidelines for all custodial residential institutions across the country to ensure that people are not subject to sexual harassment or sexualized behavior. And so part of that is certainly a separation between a male incarcerated population and the female population. We actually did that many years ago in Chittenden, and they actually did, they had co-ed education and recreation, and having been an officer there at the time, I can tell you, I fully understand why we have PREA today.
And would that apply equally to a reentry facility?
So there's one question that is not clear to me, but generally the answer would be yes. The question that is not clear to us, and we've asked our PREA auditor to explore this a little bit further, is at what point does the custody, meaning if it's a transitional housing program, we grant money to transitional housing all over the state, and they're not required to follow PREA. Because even though they're still under a supervision, they're not in the direct custody of the Department of Corrections. So trying to think broader and bigger than what we think we can do, we really want to explore all options that are potentially available to us and thinking about how we move forward.
Other questions about facilities, if we can move to the dogs?
Sure. If I may,
Can I ask you
one more
about
picture.
the facility?
You're not getting away from facilities. You're not getting away.
Go ahead, quickly, please.
But you may not
I'm trying to
have,
keep us under.
I'm just real quick, you may not have the answer right now, but did you get some budget analysis for all of this?
1/3 of the cost of what's proposed by Vermont BGS, $100,000 a bed. In fact, they saved so much money they added on more beds by this construction.
Because it's not built to that higher level of
It's built
security.
incredibly, it's incredibly energy efficient, first of all, so there's a fair amount of savings there. And yeah, I mean, the typical prison construction that we've done in this country for the last 3 decades is not needed. It isn't needed, but we've built that with one goal in mind, and that's containment, and it's not about rehabilitation. So it's time to really think about moving towards a rehabilitative infrastructure that's necessary.
So 1/3 of the cost?
1/3 of the cost, $100,000 a bed.
Can you, when we go to St. Albans on the 8th, can you keep in mind this whole idea, show us how, when we're in a particular wing, how it would be different if we were in Maine or wherever?
Sure.
How it would be done differently. And it might be easier when we're right there.
It might be, but quite frankly, it's going to be, I think, if I understand the question, that they asked correctly, there's operations that we can change, but the environment doesn't change itself.
Right, that's what I meant.
But you'll certainly see.
Well, how would it be different?
Perfect.
From what we're looking at right this minute? I mean, obviously, I'm in a room that's unfortunately going to be closed because of the House Institutions Committee.
But not the correction.
For months. And
we've got a couple of those.
But I would like to have this conversation, seriously, when I'm right in the middle of a facility. Like, it was easy to see when I was at Woodside, what would this look like if we were to do a new one? And how would we do it? And one of the things, obviously, would be, at least have cells that, were a little bit more humane.
My last point.
Like that. One of the things they had on the reentry facilities for New York is the women actually had the key to the room.
That's right, so does Maine.
So does Maine. And so that was a huge shift for them. That was their private space.
Right. And this is a private space too, and you can see this is a far cry from any cell that we have in the state of Vermont. Again, humanizes the experience.
Single occupancy?
Some are single, some are double. Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for the opportunity.
Just as a backdrop, Senator Ash and I had visited a facility somewhere, I think it was in New York State, where they had a program for inmates to work with animals. And then we talked with Sheriff Joe's office down in Arizona before he went to jail and received his pardon from the president. But one of the, Sheriff Joe wasn't known for progressive things at all, but one of the things he was progressive about was using animals. And they had programs for horses, they had programs for dogs. Anyway, the program I saw in New York had dogs, inmates training dogs to become service animals. They were puppies who would then become service animals. It just looked so good, and I came back, and Senator Ash and I worked hard on the Senate Judiciary Committee to get this program in place, and then all of a sudden one day I find out it's no longer in existence. And so maybe we could start there. I don't expect to. I understand one of the dogs bit a guard, and that's how it ended.
Yeah. So I appreciate the opportunity to talk about this. For the record, the idea, the purpose, the intent, and the value behind this program, the decision to end the program is not a signal that we don't support the initiative. We had partnered with the Blue Star Mothers of Vermont to train and provide veterans returning back to Vermont who were suffering from PTSD with therapy dogs. That was the purpose. And quite frankly, who can't get behind that, right? We piloted that at 2 facilities, and within a month of the startup of the program, we had 1 male inmate bitten. We had 1 female inmate bitten, rather pretty significantly. We had 1 officer who almost had his hand torn off. He needed about 32 stitches to put his fingers back together for being bitten by a dog. Because all of these happened within a week's period of time, we suspended the program of concern for the safety of the population and our staff. At that point, we didn't have confidence in how the dogs were being vetted and being determined to be appropriate in the environment. And part of this is experimental in the fact that, again, it goes to the environment. And most dogs, most pets are not accustomed to an environment that is loud, that lacks natural space. And so I think it's a good indicator of the potentials as we think about new construction and facilities, is the ability for a canine to adapt to a prison environment are equally as difficult as they are as a human being. So that program did suspend. We do have interest in pursuing that. In fact, we have continued interest in Blue Star Mothers of Vermont to continue the program. We also have the Chittenden County Humane Society also interested in starting a pilot program. Frankly, I don't know that I know we don't have the capacity to foster 2 separate programs given the staffing resources, the space availability to do 2 programs. I did inquire if the 2 would be willing to partner with each other somehow, and there was a clear no, we're not interested in doing that. In addition, the Vermont State employees, given the employee who was bitten, has requested that any reintroduction of a canine program to a correctional facility go through impact bargaining. Impact bargaining is simply, how does this new program potentially have an impact on an employee? If the employee has an allergy to a canine, how are we going to ensure that they're not in an area where they're going to be exposed? If they have a fear of a canine, how are we going to ensure that their exposure to those canines are minimal? Within the last couple of weeks, I've had a conversation with Commissioner Fasigi from the Department of Human Resources. We've made a couple of requests for the past couple of years towards impact bargaining with the Vermont State Employees Association. That has not happened yet. What Commissioner Fasigi has recommended is that we get a program as close to ready to implement as possible, and then she will ensure that impact bargaining take place with the SCA. Again, and not a signal of our desire to engage in either one of these initiatives. I really have to think about what our capacity is to do this from a human resources perspective and from a space perspective. And having the experience now, the safety perspective is we certainly don't want to expose our population or our staff to bites that can be pretty horrendous. So there's our history, and that's where we're at.
appreciate that. Any questions for the commissioner? Why don't we take a break and hear from Tom Dalton, and then we'll go on to another problem. It's coming soon to your district.
Problems after
We're going to talk about one that's coming soon to your district.
Right. Mike,
Tom?
before we go, how many folks are at the St. Johnsbury facility and how many at Marble Valley?
So from the regional side, 135 on St. Johnsbury and Marble Valley. You want real numbers today, or you want
No,
capacity?
135. What's the capacity at St. J?
St. J and Marble Valley are the same. in the region.
135.
Right. The exception with St. J is being the work camp side.
Yeah. Then that's another 50.
Peggy, would you let
That's
Judge
106.
Cashman know that we're running a
106.
little early? If we can, Judge Cashman.
Judge Gerson?
Gerson.
Cashman. It's been a long day.
2 days.
And others from the court that were running a little ahead of time. So, but
Tom Dalton from Vermonters for Criminal Justice Reform. So when I heard that this was going to be a topic, I reached out to an incarcerated person that I had remembered had participated in a canine program in the past to ask him about that. And he explained that he had participated as a Vermont inmate in Beattyville, Kentucky, in a private prison there. They had a canine program. And he spoke very highly of it. He explained what the structure was. There was a trainer and an assistant trainer for each dog, and the three of them shared a cell together so that, you know, if one of the trainers was at rec or chow or something, there was somebody else that could be in charge of the dog, making sure they're picking up after the dog, you know, caring for the dog. And he said that he felt like it was a very positive experience for everybody. He said that he almost never heard any complaints from staff or people who were incarcerated. And he said that the way they were doing it is they were taking rotations of dogs from Humane Society, giving them 6 weeks of training, I think was the minimum, and then they were getting adopted out in the community having had some dog training. And so part of the responsibility was that the trainer, who had themselves been through a training program to do dog training, would keep a file and would keep records about the dog's behavior and things like that, which I think they found to be an interesting and valuable experience, but also gave the new owner information about that dog as well. So he said, and I wrote down a couple quotes, he said, it allows for an easy vibe and people can let their guards down, interact with the dogs, and I think it is very therapeutic. He said it develops compassion in a place where there is not much of it, and it sort of brings it out. And he said that the dogs were allowed to go anywhere in the facility, that only one unit had the program, but when they were going to the rec yard or other places, they could bring the dog with them. So all of the people that were incarcerated there had a chance to interact with the dogs and benefit from that. And I think we all know that there's lots of trauma throughout the criminal justice system, and I know from Sarah George that they recently put a therapy dog in the state's attorney's office.
Huge therapy dog.
Great Dane. And that they've been raving about that it's really helped them a lot, because obviously they deal with a lot of challenging cases. There's a lot of secondary
Bennington now
trauma.
too, by the way. There's one in Bennington.
Is there? Okay.
Yeah.
What kind?
I think it's a golden doodle.
Oh, okay. And you know, I know that a lot of police officers bond with their the canine officers. So I think we've already seen a lot of examples where having dogs can make an impact in the system. And I hear the concerns about dog bites. It's certainly something that's serious. But I also want to point out that there are risks involved with not having therapeutic environments and trauma-informed environments. Their suicide rates among corrections staff and incarcerated people are very high. PREA has, obviously some important benefits, but one of the downsides is that it prevents people from having healthy human contact with each other. I remember pre-PREA, I would visit Vermont correctional facilities, and a lot of times you would see people greet each other with a hug. And now they're not allowed to do that. And there's also very limited opportunities to have contact visits. So it increases the importance of having the opportunity to be able to have physical contact with another living entity. So I think that that's something that the person that I talked to said that they found really therapeutic, to have that non-judging, positive, happy being in their space really made a difference for them. And I really appreciate what I hear from Commissioner Touchette before this committee and in private. I really feel like the Department of Corrections is making a very sincere and sustained effort to make correctional facilities more trauma-informed and therapeutic. And one of those initiatives is the Open Ears program. And so one thought would be, which I have not discussed with them, I'm having lunch with Annie Ramnisianu soon, and I'm going to float this to her because the Open Ears program is kind of her baby. But one idea would be to pilot it by having Open Ears coaches have dogs. And instead of bringing in dogs that are not trained yet, start with dogs that are already certified therapy dogs, and let that Open Ears coach bring that dog with them as they make their rounds around the facility, because they go throughout the facility and they meet with people that are vulnerable with their mental health, and let that interaction happen with those people. And I think that while they're having conversations with them, being able to focus on that dog and pet the dog and things like that, I think would really help the interactions as well. And plus, the Open Ears coaches have already had a lot of training. They've already demonstrated a certain level of responsibility. We're giving them the responsibility to interact with their peers in a really significant and important way. So it was just one thought of maybe a way that we could look at starting something again. And they bring therapy dogs in to meet children in hospitals. I think that if we had that kind of a dog, we would minimize the risk of dog bites and things like that. I also talked to somebody in California. They have something there called the Honor Program, and it's bigger than the Canine Program, but the Canine Program is part of it. And part of what they agreed to be part of the Honor Program, you have to say that you are going to agree that there's no substance use, no gang involvement, no violence, and no racism, and that you're going to work collaboratively with peers of all races. And as part of this program, you can participate in the canine aspect. And I thought it was interesting that the person I was talking to in California said that the California governor recently commuted the sentence of 3 people who were serving life without parole sentences who had participated in the Honor Program and in the Canine Program. So I think one of the things is that if we want to give people opportunities to change, we need to have opportunities for them to demonstrate that they've changed. And if we don't have programs that allow them to demonstrate that they are behaving in pro-social ways, it's really hard for them to show us, what's different for them. So.
Thank you, Tom. Questions for Tom? Commissioner? Comment?
Just your comments, Tom. Just one point of clarification. For about the last year now, we've allowed the first visit every month. We do allow physical contact.
Yes, that's why I said limited.
Okay, fair enough. I like the idea of providing therapy dogs to the Open Ears, but again, I think that's an issue that we're going to have to negotiate with the BCA.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the problems with the dogs in the state office buildings, special dispensation from the BGS. So anyway, I wanted to, since we got a few minutes here before the next subject, which is, the more I get into it, the more complicated it gets, and that's security in our courthouses. But for our visit on the 8th to St. Albans, one of the things I want to do is have the opportunity to talk to guards more correctional officers and other staff about their concerns about overtime. There's been a lot of discussion about the impact of mandatory overtime on many of them, proper staffing levels and so forth. So I'm hoping that we'll get the opportunity to talk about that. If there's other things that you all would like to talk about, hopefully we can discuss that shortly. So
Senator, while folks are still walking in on that, may I ask the commissioner a question? In the appropriations bill, we authorized 30 new correctional officers. Have they been hired?
No, they have 15 positions are still, I think they're being cleared by DHR right now. Adding 30 at one time, we're not going to fill the positions, but frankly, so we're starting with 15. We have 13 people in the academy currently. 30 people in the academy currently. So by the time those new positions actually get onto our books and we're able to recruit for, will be just in time for the next academy.
So for those, and then is there a plan to bring the next 15 on?
Yeah, well, because we have a number of vacancies already, actually we're down quite a bit. I think recruitment is a challenge, not only for corrections, but throughout the law.
So maybe we can have an update at a...
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe at St. Albans we can get an update on. I want to, make sure we have full discussion here from staff, but also the situation with the new positions and what else is needed.
Yeah, because we sure try to address that issue.
So, speaking of problems, came to my, it's been constant working on the Appropriations Committee on the judiciary budget, as both myself and Representative Hooper do. It's been a constant problem of funding everybody, and courthouse security has been a concern. But the more I get it, once, for whatever reason, Bennington seemed to be a place where the problem got out of hand. And they cut the hours at the little courthouse on Main Street, which houses probate court and some other functions of the civil division. And talking to the probate judge, part of the problem is people who want to access the probate court who work 7 to 3 can't get there in time to access the court. So as we found out, more discussion and private discussions with the sheriff from Rutland County indicated that in some counties they're receiving $75 per hour for Green Mountain Power, for example, when they're, providing traffic duty when there's a tree down or whatever. They're receiving $65 an hour from mental health when they're transporting a mental health patient. But if they transport a murderer, they get $23 an hour. I don't know who's more serious. It makes no sense at all. Then I find out BGS gets to pay $65? $50 an hour if you work for BGS. If you're courthouse security in Bennington County, it's 25, 28. If you're in Windsor County, it's 34. If you're in another county, it's a different number. So we have the courts, not only do we have a problem, but we have them negotiating with 12 or 14 different sheriffs. So that's the problem that I hope to highlight. And we all agree that courthouse security is an important function. Now we'll add more confusion is over at the state office building where in Bennington, where most of the courts are, the hours haven't changed at all. So this is where most citizens go, is to the other one, to the one that's in the picture. So, and the lawyers obviously are upset. So starting with Judge Grierson or whoever want to come up to start the discussion, and I've asked folks from Joint Fiscal to join us as well as Adam Gresham I don't know if we solved the problem today, but at least highlight it.
I think we certainly need to talk about it. It's certainly
Yeah,
not.
the different rates is what really gets me. I mean, why wouldn't the sheriff want to cover Green Mountain Power at 75? I don't know, I'm sure other construction companies pay the same. But.
And it's not a problem that just happened this summer with Bennington. This
Right.
is something that's been building up to this, and it's getting more to the point. But for purposes of this committee, I think you will get more information out of the other witnesses from the court than myself. We have Chief Finance here, Fred Mosley, Pat Gable, the court administrator, and our security. I'm here. I'll answer any questions you have, but I think for the kind of information.
Why don't we pull up some extra chairs and let Pat and Greg and anybody else who wants to join them come up and. I think I did a good explanation of where we're at and how we got into this mess, but maybe a conversation how we get out of this mess.
Should we introduce ourselves for the record? So it's Patricia Gable, State Court Administrator.
My name is Greg Mosley. I'm the Chief of Finance for the Judiciary.
And Brian Grierson, Chief Superior Judge.
And we really appreciate that the committee is interested in hearing a little bit more about this topic, because it has been progressing for a while. And I thought before I turned it over to Greg that we'd talk about the details of our security contracts. I would mention, as I've mentioned in a couple of conversations with Senator Sears, that the problem we're seeing in the judiciary with security is not an isolated problem. It reflects a broader problem in the state regarding the ability to recruit qualified law enforcement for various purposes. And so we have issues of recruitment. We can talk at another time if you want, or now, about why that would be. But certainly in the judiciary, pay is a particular problem, because to the extent that people in law enforcement are interested in that kind of work, they're looking to get pay and benefits if they can. And also, many of our sheriffs employ part-time deputies. And in order for them to be qualified as part-time deputies, there's a certain investment that they have to make in training. There's a certain amount of time it takes to do it. And so these are various aggravating factors. The other thing we pointed out in the materials we provided to you is that we have, for a number of years, been bringing this problem both to the governor's office and to the legislature, because we could see back when we had each of the counties actually did a study a couple of years ago at the request of the legislature to look at security issues there. The point there was, is there some way we could save money? And what the counties actually found, as I'm sure you're not surprised, is that it was quite the opposite, that really it required more investments. And so I've included in your materials the report we did back when we had those stakeholder groups, because they did contain stakeholders that were provided as outlined by the legislature. And now we're at a point, I'll just give you a few anecdotes, and then Greg can explain why this is. So recently at the Barry Courthouse, a full day of magistrate hearings had to be canceled because there were no court officers available from the sheriff's department, really from any sheriff's department. And for those of you who follow the judiciary, you'll know that scheduling of cases and case flow is very important and makes a big deal of difference as to whether or not people have access to justice. In the Washington Civil Probate Division, their court officer had to be moved over to the Family Criminal Division in Barry on multiple occasions because we're shorthanded in Washington County. And that left the probate division without a court officer to cover the probate hearings. During a September jury draw in the Barry court, the court operations manager had to take on the role of the court officer for the jury because we didn't have a court officer. And so she was managing the jury the way we normally have security. But then the fire alarm went off in the building, and she had to take care of the jury, so she was not present in a leadership role to deal with the evacuation of the building that normally takes place. So it was quite chaotic and not a good outcome. The schedule for court officers in Barry has been operating on a day-to-day basis for several weeks, and the court operations managers who are trying to schedule cases never know from time to time whether or not there will be a court officer present. Because we have to do scheduling out well in advance, this becomes a problem. And we have a murder trial scheduled in Barry in 2 weeks. And one of the concerns we have is if we're not able to assure the court officers are going to be there, Judge Pearson may need to reschedule the hearing to a different county. So I mentioned those. Those are anecdotes. But it's a developing story as the security situation is eroding. And so, Greg, maybe you want to go through and highlight a little bit of the
Sure. So we have 24 courthouses in all 14 counties. And for the most part, we contract with the county sheriff to provide the security in those courthouses. There are exceptions to that, particularly in the last few years as that system has somewhat eroded. In Windham County, we hire a private security firm to handle those 2 buildings. We're also providing security in the Chittenden Civil Building. So those 3 buildings are protected by private security firms and not sheriffs. And this past year, as we tried to establish contracts for the remaining 13 sheriffs, it was evident that they were struggling to try and make this system work at the rates that we were paying. And there continues to be 4 counties that were highlighted as problematic. Senator Sears, you mentioned Bennington County. That was one that I was talking to the sheriff early and often to figure out how we could make this work. I'm not blaming the sheriffs. They communicate well. They're trying to make this work, and their dedication to the courts are valuable. And we were able to make that work in Bennington by establishing a temporary 2-month contract while we tried to sort out how we were going to pay for an increased rate. We chose to reduce the hours in the civil and probate building, shaved off about an hour and 45 minutes a day, which adds up to 455 hours a year, and we took that savings and we put it into his hourly rate. And we were able to establish a year-long contract there. In Windsor County, we have a contract, but we're not feeling comfortable that it's going to stay that way. The sheriff has expressed his concern that he cannot make it work at the rates that we're paying. And the 2 counties that remain very problematic are Washington County and Orleans County, where we don't have contracts at the moment that are working. In Washington County, we did sign a contract, but then the sheriff experienced turnover and has not been able to recruit replacements. And so we are struggling very specifically at the Barry Courthouse, where we have a number of concerns going on. I would say that building pretty much is in crisis mode on a daily basis. We're canceling hearings. We're concerned about people's safety. It's not just judicial employees in that building. There are executive branch employees in that building as well. And we're not quite sure what the long-term, even medium-term solution is going to be there. And in Orleans County, the sheriff, again, experienced turnover, was unable to recruit. He's already given up the county-owned building. 2 courthouses right next to each other in Newport. We leaned on the Lamoille County Sheriff, who had a position, so they're covering 1 building in Orleans County. The other building, we're still trying to negotiate with the sheriff to establish a contract there, and we're not quite sure how we're going to make that work. So it's a situation that is rapidly deteriorating, and I expect it to continue. We've got ongoing conversations with private security firms to try and step up and increase their presence in the different courthouses. And we are internally looking at cost-saving measures like the one that we did in Bennington, where we shaved down some hours in order to increase the hourly rate. That report that the court administrator mentioned just a moment ago from 2016 that looked at our security structure mentioned that without addressing the funding issue, that this system was going to deteriorate and crumble, and the sheriffs would continue to have trouble recruiting and filling positions. That was about 4 years ago now, and here we are, they can't fill positions. Barry, specifically, the report suggested that there be 10 court officers in that building, and right now we have 4. And one of those positions is a temporary employee. So it's really handled right now by 3 sheriff deputies, and actually one of those sheriff employees is not even a law
I
enforcement
noticed
officer.
that in Rutland, one of the persons at the door was a uniform. I think he does finance and stuff. He's just down there to help out because of the lack of people.
Yeah, we're leaning on more and more on security guards and not law enforcement.
Senator Brew.
I'm just wondering, this is all a money issue. Have you or your office or everyone together ballparked what it might cost on a yearly basis to bring things up to a reputable standard?
Yes, I've done that math. The question is, what's a reputable standard? Our rates right now, every sheriff contract is unique. They all have different rates. And right now, that range for us is between $25 an hour and $33 an hour. By contrast, the executive branch pays $50 an hour, as I mentioned. And in some cases, transports are even more than that. So to bring everybody up to $30 an hour, the sheriffs that are below 30, to bring them up to 30, it would cost $750,000.
Per year?
Per year.
Going forward.
Yeah.
So if you, let's say we went completely crazy and went to $50 an hour, which is what other agencies are paying, do you know that figure?
I did not run that scenario, but I bet you it's probably in the $3 million, $4 million range.
The reason I bring it to the Justice Oversight Committee, this is an access to justice problem. And certainly that's part of our role here, and I don't know, there may be other solutions besides $50 an hour, but it doesn't make, clearly, and I know there have been times here when getting, and the sheriff will be speaking shortly, but I know that they've had difficulty in getting help for the State House when we've had, events like the governor's speech and things like that. So, I mean, it's not, but the other thing that gets me is the wide variance in payment. You would think at least when you're dealing with a state there'd be one rate, but there seems to be various rates that I don't know.
Why is there various rates?
Because we're dealing with each individual sheriff.
So it's the sheriffs that are driving this. It's not that we have a set rate from the state, correct?
It's also different departments contracting for different services.
Right, but when we're
Transport is different
I know, but
than-
when we're talking about courthouse security, for you folks, to contract with a sheriff, who's driving that conversation? Is it that local sheriff?
Yes, so it's 14 different negotiations.
Right.
And
That's the issue.
historically, it's developed that way because each sheriff is an entrepreneur.
Right. They have to make fees to pay for their budget.
To make it a little more confusing, if you take an individual who is in the criminal court and they need a competency evaluation, mental health evaluation, we will order the local sheriff to transport to a nearby hospital for an evaluation. Once they're in DMH custody, there is a separate contract between DMH and that sheriff. So literally, he could get paid one rate when we order him transported to the facility and paid a different rate if he is transported from that hospital to another DMH facility. There's a separate contract where they're paid different rate.
Sorry.
Yeah, another interesting factor is that there are a number of executive branch agencies within courthouses, and we've come to learn through informal discussions that they like to be there because of the security. And so there have been circumstances where we needed some space in the courthouse, but they didn't want to leave because they had the protection of judiciary security.
It's true in Bennington. The Department of Labor, DCF, the state's attorney, a couple of other agencies are covered by the courthouse security that you're paying for at the front gate.
Oh, go ahead.
I wanted to say, one, the judiciary has clearly been bringing this message to us for several years. And I feel the need to acknowledge this. I've read the report. And we haven't funded. We added a wee bit more money this past year. because of your side of things.
Right.
But we're
You were
still-
0 the last 2 years.
Yep.
You and the governor were 0-0.
That was
Yeah.
We
bargaining
went
chip.
to, oh, I didn't realize that. We went 4 and then 5.
The question that I have, so
We
I
did
think
that.
we are understanding the urgency of the situation. We are talking about sheriffs because that has been the historic way of providing these services, going way back in time. I would hope that in looking at an appropriate solution that we think about how to manage this today. And so I wonder if, in fact, the judiciary should have its own security force, or however you want to describe it, so that you have more complete control over what your needs are and you're able to move people around. So that would be one alternative way at looking at this. And I'm sure there are many other ways to think about this. But rather than just saying we need to increase the rates for sheriffs, I would wonder about what's the best way to solve the problem.
It is true that there are some states who have their own marshal services. Connecticut may be one, but I know Maine is one. And Maine ended up with their own judiciary marshal services for reasons that are similar to what we're facing here. That's a very expensive alternative because what you'll be doing there is creating a larger state workforce, which that may be the good policy answer, but it's important to realize that that would not be a cost reduction approach. The other issues related to a judiciary marshal service, if you will, is right now we do not have employees who are armed, and so we engage the sheriff who provides armed law enforcement who can arrest and the like. In Wyndham, when we lost that was the first sheriff we lost a long time ago, we then contracted with Securitas, which is a private company. We do have some armed officers with them, but they cannot arrest. So although a judiciary marshal service may be an answer, that I think if we're doing problem solving, one would hope that there's a number of ways we can look at it. I do think that it's a state, we're a unified court system now. We're not a county-based court system, and it's security to a state-run system. So I think the idea of having a uniform contract and having some reasonable expectation that either the sheriffs are required to provide the security, and if not, we need to find other options. But I will say, whether it's the judiciary or it's Securitas or it's the sheriffs, the recruitment issues will stay the same unless there's sufficient motivation for people to do that work.
So I wanted to go back to the ballpark figure you gave me, because it strikes me that my question was about bringing existing employees up to the $50 an hour mark. I believe that's what you were quoting me. But we're also talking about the problem of substantial underemployment in various places around the state, which is another aspect. So in addition to bringing the hourly up, hiring more people in places like the place in Barry that needed 10 and has 4. If we went really crazy and we adequately staffed and raised the hourly rate, would $3 million go up to $5 million or?
So the really crazy aspect, just to revisit that, the report suggested that based on best practices in court systems that we should have 30 more positions than we currently have. And we've made a request, I think it was in FY17, for half of that. We were trying to get, I think it was about 18 positions. Just last year we asked for 5 new positions. So we have a number of situations where we have temporary employees because we just have to have a court officer there. And those are not budgeted positions, and that's not something we can sustain. So having more positions is part of our desire. In particular, we found that in courts where there's not a roving law enforcement officer, that they have more problems responding to incidents. because it's because everybody's stationed somewhere, and so when you have an incident, somebody's got to lock the door or cancel court or clear the courtroom in order to go respond. And so we have a number of courtrooms that.
In the Bennington case, where you have the story from the Bennington Banner, that's one person. I mean, they're only talking about one officer.
In some of the courts,
whose hours are being cut.
In some courts, there's only one officer. They have to do the front door screening and the court officer as well. In some of the bigger buildings, you might have one or two people at the screening, and then you know, ideally you'd have somebody in the hearings. But then in many of the civil hearings, we don't have an officer in there. We just can't afford to have it.
You're competing with a number of problems, not the least of which, do you think a solution might be to have one contract with the Department of State's attorneys and sheriffs?
I don't know if one contract is feasible. I know BGS, I believe, is going from one contract to many for reasons outside of financial. What I would like to see is that we get to one rate, that we simply have a rate that the judiciary is paying for sheriff support. And I did run some scenarios that I didn't run them all the way up to $50 an hour, but I mentioned if we brought everybody up to 30, it would cost $750,000 additional above the 2.7 we currently have budgeted. To bring them to $33 an hour, just $2 an hour more, that would be $1.1 million. And $35 an hour would be $1.3 million.
But how would you deal with the Windsor sheriff? You go to 30 and he's getting 33. Would you drop it to 30 for him?
Dropping an hourly rate would be extremely difficult.
Are those numbers factoring in the additional staff to get everybody up to being full
That's
staff?
existing staff.
Existing, yeah.
So when I said I'd bring people up to 30, that leaves the people over, the sheriffs that are over 30 at their current rate. Just brings the lower end up.
So understanding that money's a driver, and I think I understand $50 is what you pay the sheriff, it's not what the employee's getting paid.
That's correct.
It's getting something under that, and that's frankly none of your business what the sheriff pays the employee, I think. How much of this shortage of people is, and I think I've heard it from the Berry area, that they just don't have the help, and they can't either hire to find the help if it's not a desirable job. If you're paying $20 an hour, $22 or $23 an hour, is that factored into that, like the whole rest of the economy is looking for help everywhere?
So I think there are several facets, and certainly that is one. We know there's very low unemployment at the moment, and so in general, the labor pool is smaller, but we're surrounded by states that also pay more. And so once you look at someone who's invested in becoming a law enforcement officer, they do have options. And I think you'll find that even within the current sheriff's department, that they might move from one to another, or move from one police department to another, or the state police, depending on what the compensation is. So I think you have the general labor market. You have the fact that there's an investment to be a law enforcement officer of time and money. We're surrounded by states that are paying more. And I think this is a factor, though I would defer to professional law enforcement, they might disagree, that there may be image issues right now in terms of the way the media is portraying officers in the news and the like, that probably makes it more challenging to attract brand new people into the profession. But clearly, good pay is going to trump a lot of those issues.
I was going to say along those lines, you know, in Burlington, when we're working with BPD, and retention and recruitment has been a consistent problem. The chiefs there have said that that national image of law enforcement right now has been a problem for law enforcement agencies across the country in terms of bringing new people in, dealing with that kind of negative perception of law enforcement right now, and getting people to say, we're going to invest now into a 20, 30-year law enforcement career when I might want some more opportunities to move around careers, or I just don't want to be associated with law enforcement. That's been a big issue.
We have, it seems to me, one of the things you mentioned early on, Todd, is maybe the elephant in the room. We have sheriffs who are entrepreneurs, but are also independently elected officials who have their own police forces, who provide various services to the state and to private organizations and independents. And we're trying to, and they're negotiating individually for various services, and the state has seen fit to have several different rates that they pay depending upon the service. And the judiciary is out there somewhat alone in terms of the lower rates, seems to me. Department of Mental Health can pay more for some reason when they're transporting people. BGS can pay more. I don't know what the hospitals were paying when they had sheriffs covering the emergency rooms. You know, so it's all kinds of different contracts. And you know, we pay for 1 or 2 state deputies and for the sheriff's salary, we the state. And then we pay the security that you negotiate and as a state. But it just, I don't know that that's a very efficient system.
Well, we think it's maybe a good opportunity for us collectively to take a look, do some problem solving, and obviously we're hoping that we'll be funded in a way that we can secure the courts, but we're also willing to engage in that bigger discussion, which is looking at all the different ways we need law enforcement in the state. You know, how can we do that?
I don't want to, you know, identify good guys, bad guys in between here, because I don't think there are any. I think it's a system that's just developed over the years that's now reached a boiling point because of the extreme need for courthouse security particularly, and the need for transport, which the corrections commissioner gets into. People are going back and forth. It's causing him nervous nights. You know, so we need to solve this as a state and work together on. And the probate judge said, "You're kidding me. You're only saving $10,000 by cutting my hours that my office is open." I think you said 12, but you know, that's not a lot of money in a $5 billion budget that we're saving $10,000 in Bennington by cutting, or $12,000, cutting those hours. It just doesn't, in the overall scheme of things, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
No, but given our budgetary discretion, that's kind of the context in which we're working, is we can shave just a little bit here to try and solve.
I forgot to ask her if she'd pay that out of her salary.
But you know, statewide, to really solve the problem, it might take 750, $1 million.
I see that. But what you're saving in Bennington is 10 to 12,000.
Yeah, it's very small numbers.
So it's not like rocket science.
But it seems like this can't be something that we let be the consequence.
We're lucky there hasn't been an incident.
Well, so that's the other thing that we haven't talked about is just, and I'm thinking of the Barry courthouse, where the entryway to bring prisoners in is honestly just horrifying. And so yes, we are really lucky. So there's structural issues as well.
One of the, when I visited the Springfield State Office Building, it's shocking that, you know, there hasn't been something worse there. I mean, the parking lot down below, which is really unsafe for the employees. Anyway, thank you all, the three of you, very much. If there's any, are there any other questions right now? Adam Gresham is next. I don't know if you have any. I don't want, there is no bad person here. It's something that's developed, but it does seem rather odd that you got money to pay those other departments more.
You know, the one thing I would caution you on is when you compare sheriffs, you know, I've heard many times BGS is paying $50 an hour. Make sure it's for light work. It's not necessarily for light work. You know, there's a difference between a sheriff that might sit in the courthouse 8 to 4 or whatever that term is, and someone who you can call on when you have an event or when you have an emergency, that would be a different rate. So just make sure you're comparing the same rates to the same.
Is there a way that joint fiscal could receive a copy of all the different rates from the judiciary and the administration and the office of sheriffs and state attorneys and sheriffs, so that we could at least know what they are?
We can work with you guys to.
That would be helpful, at least.
And what type of work they're doing.
Yeah, and what it is that we're paying for.
You know, I would simply say that we heard the judiciary at their budget hearings when they've come to speak to us. They listed as a high priority security. In the 3 years that I've done this, each of the years, security's been a high priority. I would note, too, that the legislature provided additions to their security budget each year, not nearly as much as they would have wanted. However, there were additional resources put into security. Last year, I think you guys agreed to about 145,000. The year before was 105. The year before that was 175. The year before. So there's been small increases, and notably, it's small relative to what they're saying that they need. And I agree with that. And it's not that we haven't heard them. I would say, however, that to get to the level that they are, at the beginning of budget reviews that we're starting in and that you shortly we will share with you, there is a stress across the entire criminal justice and protection system, and we see it every year. This year, we're starting out. Just to give you an example, this morning we met with the Criminal Justice Training Council. They want money to expand training from basic training from 16 weeks to 20 weeks because they can't cover all the material they are expected to cover in 16 weeks. State's attorneys, we met with them a couple of days ago. They need more deputy state's attorneys to keep up with the crowd of attorneys, evidently, that the Defender General deploys. Yeah. They also need more money for expungements. Expungements are a problem. The Defender General, not to be outdone, he needs more money because he can't afford to keep that crowd of attorneys. If his crowd is thinning out, he can't pay a market rate. I don't mean to make light of it, but this is going on. We haven't heard from the AG yet, but last year he made a very passionate case that court diversion, community-based, is costing him a fair amount of money, and to do it right, he needs more funding. The judiciary, we haven't heard from them yet, but I'm sure we will. Last year they got some addition for court interpreters. They got budget adjustment for Title 4D, some extra money for expungements. But I can tell you that we see this, and we see the stress in the system, and our budgets are our attempt to prioritize what we have available, and it's challenging.
I don't envy you, by the way. Just so you know.
We turn it over to you.
Yeah, well, but some of the ideas that I think we're coming to would be that they would contract with private security to cover the courthouse and then have a roving deputy. And I don't know that that's something that I want to support, but that may be what it's coming to, and we end up with rent-a-cops in our courthouses. I'm not sure that's where we want to be. I know it's a bad term, but it's what we used to call them at UVM. Back when I was there, we didn't have our own police force at UVM,
I would, I guess, just say that we will face in January the same situation we faced in the fire. have to make choices. And maybe one of the choices is, as you said earlier, or someone mentioned earlier, that it's a, access issue to justice. And, you might call it the cost of doing business. We could decide that. We would need to figure out how we're going to fund it.
Well, I mean, I don't know that it solves your problem. One of the other ideas would be to charge, for example, in Bennington, charge DCF, charge state attorneys, charge everybody else that's in the building for the courthouse security that they're receiving. But then that comes out of their budgets.
Right.
It's just a different pocket.
I know,
So close.
but it helps the judiciary.
But do you remember that their pocket is different? I mean, they are a separate branch, and they are effectively providing security for the other
And
branch.
I know, I was here, if we had some way of parsing out the Bennington courthouse so that the court security was on the second and third floor, you couldn't get up to the whole, everybody on the first floor would be terrified that they wouldn't get any security.
Right.
But in Rutland, they don't have that at their state office building, and in Springfield, they don't. Those are just some of the thoughts.
When we're talking about costs, and if the courts are having to reschedule, and which to me says stretching out their hearing times, I mean, there's this cascading effect of costs throughout the system that, so maybe we saved $1 here, but the downstream costs are way more significant that we need to pay attention to too.
Any other questions for Commissioner Gresham? Commissioner, thank you very much. Sheriff, last but not least, thanks for coming over.
It's all right. Sam Hill, Washington County Sheriff.
And your side of the story, sir.
Well, it's a long, sad story. So, I mean, I'll just go over some of my thoughts over I became sheriff 15 years ago. And when I got to the office, I looked at my staffing. I'd been in law enforcement for 20 years prior to that and saw the trends of law enforcement. I've taught at the police academy. I still teach at the police academy, so I see what goes on there. And I told my staff that before I leave, I can see our ranks deteriorating to the point where we're only going to be able to do our state mandated functions, which are transport prisoners to civil process, because we're not going to be able to find the help. And they were beside themselves with me making that statement. They're now seeing that we're not able to replace the 80-year-old deputies that are retiring, and nobody else is able to step up. There's several reasons for that. The full-time academy is always full. Attracting part-time certified or level 2 certified people is becoming more of a challenge, to the point where this September class was canceled because there wasn't enough deputy or enough officers throughout the state to host a class. Many reasons for that are the stigmatism of law enforcement, the level 2 certification, which many small departments and sheriff's departments need, has become really unwieldy, where if you have a full-time job and a family, and I always give the example of my best candidate is 25 years old with a spouse and a couple of kids, they have maybe 5 or 10 days off a year. The phase 1 of the training is 2 weeks. There's about another 3.5 weeks of week-long and day trainings that they have to go back to the academy for, plus additional trainings they can take with us and online. Phase 3 is, they say it's a minimum of 60 hours with a field training officer. We find it takes at least 150 hours to get someone comfortable on their own. So when I sit down and I give this field to someone that I really want, because I've lost 2 people that I've given this field to, taken the job, and within 1 to 3 months of the training said, I can't possibly do this because I have to work. We can't afford, and it was mentioned earlier, the outlier fund. I can't afford to pay somebody for 6 months well, they're not working while they're in training before I can put them into a position. Sometimes the frustration is I have a guy ready to go in 4 months, but the last required training that the academy offers isn't for another 2 months. So we're sitting on that person waiting to get them trained. And that's not anybody's fault. That's just the nature of when things are offered and when they come around. So that's hard, a part of the recruiting problem. The other problem is when I started in the administration of the court administrator's office was different. We actually, I had to negotiate environmental court, civil court, criminal court, family court, and the Supreme Court all separately. Wow. Because everybody wanted their hand into it. And I said, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to do one global contract with everybody's piece included. And that simplified it a lot. But at the time, through the court administrator's office, and things have changed a lot. But at the time, it was a secret that nobody could really find out what the other sheriff was getting paid. And that made it really hard, and that's where the disparities came from. And then, as time went on, and we were all making a go of it, and we were doing it because we really feel sheriffs in the court is the right thing to do. So we have tried very hard to do it, but when several years, many years since I've been here, where we've been level funded or a 1%, and I've gone to the administration and said, what happens when you level fund but your health insurance goes up? Oh, so we have to fund that. Well, I do too. So when I have court officers that are working for me and I get level funded, I'm either taking away from them or I'm taking from another contract that I'm working to pay the health insurance for my person to work in court. My court reimbursement is so low that next Thursday we work very, very well with the courts, and we try. There's sometimes I fill in just because there's nobody else to do it, and you don't get charged for that. But next Thursday, the officer at the Supreme Court is going to follow the justices, and I'm putting another officer in there. I'm going to lose $3 an hour all day long on that officer that I'm putting in there so that the court is covered, because the reimbursement fee isn't what I'm paying my other deputies. So it's an overall global funding. Things have changed where we tried to work with the court administrator's office years ago where, for instance, myself in Chittenden County had in our contract that we were only going to charge for health insurance when we had somebody that needed it. And if you were working for me today and you said, my wife has better insurance, I'm going to take hers, I'm dropping yours, I would go to the court administrator's office and say, cut this line. We're not going to charge that. Our monthly bill isn't going to include that anymore. But in 8 months, if I needed somebody, we'd add somebody else in. We're no longer able to do that. So I'm carrying insurance that I don't necessarily need. But like Chittenden County has a guy that needed insurance in the court administrator's office this year, said, I'm sorry, we don't have that money. So he's debating, can I keep that one person that I have in the court? Because should my other contracts supplement having the guy in the court? The funding that we've been able to secure, we've kept some person. My one guy that's left at the courthouse in Barrie is actively looking. I know that he's got applications into 6 or 8 different departments because we can't pay him what he will get paid somewhere else. I've asked retired people, do you want to come and work in the courthouse? And when I tell them what I'm able to pay, they say, no, I can go here and make $3 or $4 an hour more. So it really comes down to funding. And over the years, I've lost so many of my deputies, including to the courts to work the security for the courts because they're making more money and having better benefits being the family court officer through the court administrator's office rather than working for me because now I'm a state employee and I'm getting state benefits and retirement. And they know the difference because I pay for the platinum plan for my full-time staff. And one of my employees with the platinum plan, and I pay 80% of it, went for an MRI. It cost him $900. A week later, I went for an MRI with the state insurance. It cost me nothing. So they know the difference, and when they have the option to think, can I take a job with the state? And then the state BGS security is making more than any one of my deputies that work in the court, non-certified law enforcement. So,
How can that,
in a nutshell, throughout the,
BGS security makes more than, oh, Adam's gone.
they're making more than some of the starting state paid deputies, transport deputies.
You realize that BGS charges throughout the government, so they don't have. We really got. I'm surprised the House let them get away with it.
I'm sorry. We'll have to bear down.
I'm shocked.
And the issue, let's circle back to the issue in Barry. The issue in Barry has just been, my numbers have dwindled. I had some unfortunate instances that occurred in court where we had to let some deputies go, aren't able to replace them. So I went to the court administrator's office and gave them a month's notice and said, I'm sorry, I just can't fulfill this anymore. The other hard part with fulfilling a court contract isn't even the full-time people. For instance, in Barry, there was talk of magistrate court. At one point, we had our criminal court officer and the 2 screeners out front. We were also filling Mondays and Tuesdays for magistrate court when they had magistrate court. Tuesday morning for relief from abuse orders, and then depending on, now it's in the morning, arraignments on Thursday morning for half a day. We'll come up with employees that are available to work only Monday or Tuesday, or only half a day. When I say, hey, do you want to work half a day for relief from abuse orders on Tuesday, they said, don't you have an all-day detail open? I'd rather work that all-day detail and get paid all day. So it's hard to have the staffing, because I can't have a full-time person to work 2.5 days a week.
Do you think that if there was one unified contract, it would help or hurt?
That would scare me. We've talked about it over the years about just a unified contract of an hourly rate without a mandate that we have to put in. I think it would help some departments to recruit, because I could encourage other people to come to work for me because I could pay them a better salary. What scares me was a conversation that we've had within the 15 years that I've been here about putting them under our executive director's office, the court security, and having the state pay them to make more state deputy positions. That makes me have to fill those positions, and I can't fill them now. So that would be a real fear for me. It's just, are we still going to be in the same boat of not being able to fill those positions?
Well,
I also want to say
I think
that
buildings are a problem, don't you?
we really want to be able to fill these positions, and it's not a good day for me to go down and talk with Rob and say, we can't do this anymore. We just don't have the people to do this anymore.
You just had that conversation with them.
So I asked Pat this question, I'll ask you. How many positions do you have within your department that you could hire for, or are you full?
I can hire as many as I have open positions for. And in Barry, I had 2 open positions that I gave up. The Lamoille is now filling because I couldn't hire people.
Notwithstanding the court system, other officers that you contract out to various towns for, traffic control folks, all the various other jobs that you do.
That is an open answer because it's as many as I need to do the work. And unfortunately, I haven't been able to find those people. So some of my patrol contracts are covered by part-time deputies because, Worcester has a contract, for instance, for $500 for a year. So, there's a patrol every couple of months. So one of the part-time guys may go out and put a little patrol in there now and then. So I can't necessarily support all of my contracts with full-time people. So I could use right now, if I had 2 more full-time people, I could take the court contract back. So it's not even a matter of how many. And then the other issue we have, because there's been times when we had people that we could have hired within the department, that we could be really busy all summer long with the construction and whatnot, but what do I do with that person for December, January, February when there's no construction? So we have to weigh out that. Can I afford to pay somebody to sit in the office for for 3 months because I don't have work for them. And it's tough. I mean, it's a tough issue of how the sheriff's departments were designed years ago to operate, where our state mandated functions are to transport prisoners and serve civil process. And other than occasional carry forward money when they might buy us a few uniforms or a little bit of equipment, we have to work all these other paying details to buy the cruisers, uniforms, and equipment to do our state mandated functions. So when the discussion was, do I want to put a guy in court or send him for a $65 an hour job? I'd much rather send him for the $65 an hour job, but we don't. When we have the contracts, we're filling those contracts. And when we had people in court, it was tough knowing that I'm breaking even on this guy in court. It's a pass-through. And I'm having to give details to some other county because I don't have the people to fill them. So it would be nice if at some point the court enticed us with a little more money so that it was a little bit of a money-making operation so that we wouldn't have to use, I have 2 guys that have worked nights all summer long working construction in Waterbury and on the interstate that I can't use in court because I need them to make the money to support the rest of the department.
If we took away the state mandate to transport prisoners, would that free up staff, sheriffs, to be able to do?
Not necessarily, because the majority of our transports are done by our state paid transport deputies.
So they're a separate bucket of people. But if you had if you could use those state paid transport deputies to be providing security.
They're not going to. They were hired as state paid transport deputies, and that's their job.
But what I thought I was hearing you say is that we're having a hard time finding certified, qualified individuals, and I'm assuming they fall into that area. And if that job wasn't there anymore, wouldn't they be available to do this other work?
They wouldn't. They would look for other work because they are getting paid a lot more, and they're getting the state benefit versus getting benefits through me with no state retirement.
Okay, so if the state paid transport requirement weren't there anymore, rather than doing security, there are enough other opportunities for those individuals to find better paying work.
Yes.
So it's all down to the pay.
Yeah, they would. My 2 state paid deputies before working court security would go to work for another police department.
Mm-hmm. But if they were getting the same pay,
they might still go to another police department because they'd rather do police work
rather than doing security work.
Yeah. There are certain people that's what they want to do. They want to do that security work, and I've had people that really wanted to do that security work, but I couldn't pay them enough because they could make more somewhere else. It's extremely frustrating because, as I said, the sheriffs really feel that we should be in the courts, and it was really hard for me to say we can't provide that anymore, especially over my tenure of being able to build it up. Because when I started, Barrie Court had private security doing screening, and they had screening only when you stepped inside the criminal court. And when I moved to family court, there was a family court officer that worked for the department. That was the only person I had there. Was able to bring in a screener for family court and then move the screening downstairs so the whole building was a secure building. And then to be able to put the court officer in. So we really built that program up with the staff that I had early on, and I was very happy to be able to do that. And now and now I don't know if I'd be able to find the people to come back because those people that may have worked for me over the years have found something else to do.
Thank you.
It's very, very frustrating because I would much rather have the people there.
Well, I wish we could have solved this problem today, but at least highlighting it, making us more aware of some of the challenges we're facing. I don't know what the solution is, but we better find one.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
and
but you have to have
and it's really the two, because even if you come up with the money, it's still finding the people.
Yeah, no,
And to know that if I'm hiring new people, especially level 2 certified, it could be 6 to 8 months before I can even deploy them into the position. And I just want to, I know that I'm dragging on here, but things pop into my head as we go that I really wanted to point out, is the presence of the law enforcement makes a huge difference. And I saw that even within my own staff at the court, because initially the criminal court officer was in plain clothes because that's what the court wanted at the time. And I argued and argued and argued, saying just the presence of the uniform can take away a lot of the problems. Different staffing at the court, I was able to convince them with the new clerk that I thought, let's try it. And immediately, the incidents that we had in the hallway and in the courtroom calmed down. The court officer in the courtroom could hear something going on in the hallway and just open the door and step out. They'd see the uniform and it would calm down. So I think that the presence of the deputies at the court do really make a big difference as far as court security and comfort for the employees and staff that are there.
okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Well, Commissioner, last but not least, I've got to step out for a second. And we can talk about presumptive parole.
Okay, if the executive director joins us?
Absolutely.
You get that title right.
I'll be right back. If you would. Thought I could make it.
Let everybody stretch for a minute.
Vice Chair, Commissioner of Corrections?
Mary Ainsworth, the director of the parole board.
I'd like to call over the executive director.
You cleared the room.
I think this is a fascinating topic.
Everybody was presumptively paroled.
Yeah, right.
So do folks know what presumptive parole is? What the thinking is?
Yep. All right. So the testimony that we've been asked to provide is an update on a report that is due on December 15th of this year to the Joint Justice Oversight Committee. I have read the report, the draft report that we put together, and quite frankly, I don't believe MJ's seen it yet. It's just internal thoughts at this point. The one thing I can tell you, and Mary Jane, if you disagree, I don't think you will, but if you do, please feel free to say so, is everything in corrections is complicated, and as we actually start to dig into this, it's even more complicated than we had even thought it would be. And to the extent possible, we'll provide this committee with a comprehensive report, but quite frankly, I think we're going to find ourselves in a position that the report is going to ask more questions than it answers because of all of the complexities. And if you, the what ifs, if you do one thing, how does it impact another, and then the whole trickle down. One very simple example is last year we passed the legislation around good time and exempted parole status from being recipients of good time. If we went to a presumptive parole model, we fully anticipate that we're going to have a cohort of individuals that said, I'm not interested in parole because I can still be supervised and earn good time at the same time. So this is one of those little, just one of the, probably a clear example for me anyways, of the intricacies that we're going to have to track down and figure out as we go through this. Again, I think as we we'll provide as comprehensive a report as possible, but quite frankly, I think it's probably going to require significant testimony and probably even more research and data gathering to really kind of sort this out.
So if we went to a presumptive parole system, what would we do with folks who are currently sentenced and will qualify for furlough? Would a presumptive parole be effective upon a certain date, and then everyone who was sentenced after that date would have presumptive parole, and those that had already been sentenced would be under the old system?
All of those, again, one of those, unless you have something else, MJ, I think it's one of those areas that gets really tricky. It's trying to figure out what the impacts are, not only to a sentence, but to the victims' communities, to the prosecutors, Defender General's office. Those are all, it's complicated. And unfortunately, our goal here is to make corrections so much less complicated, but in order to get there, we've got to dig through all of these intricacies that have been built up over the last couple of decades.
I think also to add to it a little bit is trying to figure out what the purpose behind presumptive parole would be necessarily. What are the benefits to it versus our current parole system and our current furlough system? Because a lot of these presumptive parole candidates could potentially be going right out on furlough anyway, or they might be paroled at their minimum as well. So it's really, what are the benefits to it? What are we looking at gaining by having a presumptive parole system on top of our already many statuses?
But I think that was part of the thinking. There's so many statuses out there in furlough, and so many situations where someone could violate their conditions, not necessarily creating crime, but violate their conditions in furlough, and after, maybe not the first violation, but maybe after 2 or 3 or 4 violations, then they get yanked back into an incarcerated setting. That those violations is what's driving some of the churn than our incarcerated population. That if there weren't so many of them out on a furlough status, parole has, for lack of another word, not as strict conditions as furlough. You have to prove that the person should not be paroled.
Yep.
Now you have to prove that they should be.
I think, from my perspective, I think going back to our testimony last year too, is a reflection of why we think presumptive parole may have value here in Vermont. One is again, just to simplify the number of legal statuses we have, not only from to make it easier for the prosecutors and defense attorneys to understand, but the victims to understand, and our community members to understand. So when they see furlough and they see parole and they see all these statuses, nobody can make sense of it. In fact, it's kind of an interesting, and we talked about this earlier this week with the Council of State Governments. We spent literally 2 days trying to sort through with CSG and trying to explain how complicated the immediate sanctions programs are here in Vermont. It really highlighted for us that even we get confused at our own statuses, and so it took us 2 days to get through one slide that was presentable to the work group of Council of State Governments. Parole also offers the opportunity for out-of-state travel through the compact, where furlough does not. That certainly is a limitation because we have many people that are under supervision in the community who are either work or need access to services or shopping across the borders. That's prohibitive to a large amount of our population. Those are 2 of the primary reasons that I think we have a real opportunity to think about how presumptive parole has a place here in Vermont. That said, it's complicated.
How often do you disagree with a case plan? Maybe not, maybe disagree is a bad word. How often
I
do you?
don't have the data offhand, but
Is it?
I
might have something, MJ.
was going to say,
Well,
I can give some personal experience since January. I think oftentimes I took the role on in January, and I've seen, if anything, we grant parole more. I think we grant parole more against DOC's recommendation versus not granting based on recommendation, but I can't remember exactly how the numbers were.
yes, the numbers I have here don't necessarily give that distinguish between whether or not the department has made a recommendation and the parole board denied it, or if the DOC didn't make a recommendation and the board supported parole. This doesn't, our data current, the data I have right here in front of me does not.
But you do track that? Could you
Yes.
get that for us,
Yes, we
please?
could.
One of the concerns, if we do away with furlough and go to presumptive parole, are we actually increasing the numbers of people incarcerated versus decreasing?
Right. And so that, again, I think as we look at the good time component of this, that's a real possibility. And so every action has an equal and opposite reaction, right? And so that's what we're really trying to identify is if we say presumptive parole, and we've disqualified parolees from earning good time, then we're going to have people saying, keep me in jail. I don't want to go in the community.
But we could change that.
Yes, but that's what we want to be informed about, is
Right.
making sure that we're identifying all of those potential areas that could be problematic.
Right.
And it's kind of going down a wormhole a bit, but I think it's important that we try and identify where those potential areas of conflict come in so that we're not, to the extent possible, that we're being as informed about this change as possible.
In one area we're already looking at, and I'm trying to figure out an implementation plan now, is we've looked at the early release statute for parole to build in, because it does leave a lot of leeway in developing our own policy and procedures around that. And how do we offer more of an incentive for good behavior to possibly be early released from parole as well?
Of interest in Mary Jane, if you have more information or different information, please share.
Yeah.
But from what I'm understanding is there are several other states that do a presumptive parole status, and in those statuses, they're generally low-risk, non-listed offenders. In Vermont, the federal program includes all of our offenders if they're past their minimum and have completed programming, they're release eligible. And so this is a broader group of individuals we're considering, and that's where it gets even more complicated. It is if we were to look at somebody who is at high risk or had a listed offense, what are the mechanisms that we need to do to evaluate fully the risk to the community, the risk and need factors for the individual, release sensitive notification cases, high-profile cases. We want to make sure we do our work with our communities and the victims. And so this is, again, we'll provide a report, but I think what you're going to find is we're probably going to have a lot more questions to ask and probably some more work to do to really kind of understand the breadth and impact of the system.
When I met with people from New York who are looking at Rikers Islands, one of the things we talked about was in our system, and the woman from, I can't think of her name now, she runs the Bennington, she's a professor at Bennington College, and she does art, and she does corrections. Figure that. But anyway, she said, well, what is your number of people who are being held beyond the minimum? Yeah. I said around 184, 185. She said, well, that's the number you should be looking at. And I'm wondering, maybe it's that obvious. Yeah. So maybe we should, instead of looking at whether there's presumptive parole, furlough, or whatever, looking specifically at that 185 people, whatever the number is, and what is it about them that has not allowed us to release them? Yeah. Why is it we haven't released them? Well, but is that the answer? Is that, I mean, that's one answer, but I don't know if that's why we haven't released them.
No, I mean, so there's a couple
Program's not available, they've been unwilling to participate, blah, blah, blah.
That's right. So,
But those are smaller, but the big reasons are housing and sex offenses.
those are big ones. For the past men eligible for release, there are a number of people who are past minimum, for example, who have refused to engage in this reduction programming. And based on their risk, we would not release them without completing that programming. They've had numerous bites in the community. They continue to pick up charges, whether they be misdemeanors or felonies. They could have a sanction to serve a term of imprisonment already established through the courts of anywhere between, as a sanction, imprisonment sanction, anywhere between 1 to 5 days and up to a year before we would review them again. Again, those are the people that have had multiple bites in the community and just have not found success.
And I'd like to add that those are the cases that are not being paroled as well because of those same factors. really their risk.
And we have a woman, I'm not sure if you're aware of this yet, who came back into her custody today. And she's got 13 previous felony escape from furloughs. She's serving only her time right now for the escapes from our previous iterations of escape. She has certainly had her struggles to try and reacclimate into the community. Escaping aside, being the conviction that's keeping her here with us, the stabilization just isn't there for her.
Doesn't record of escape figure into whether you get furlough going forward?
Yeah, so any conviction while you were previously supervised in the community it's not a absolute no. It is certainly part of the overall continuum of considerations though.
But I mean, somebody getting to 13 escapes, you'd think on number 10, they'd say you can't have furlough. I mean, wouldn't you?
So, you might. At the same time, we're trying to maintain some confidence in our abilities to provide the support and rehabilitative work that we're.
Yeah, you want them out.
Right.
Well, but do you want them out knowing that they have a history of double-digit escapes from the program? It just seems.
And so we do have those cases that are we've determined that will max out.
It works.
Right. Yeah. But I think an important thing to consider here is if you've read the ACLU blueprint, I think these are some of the cases that they noted that the DOC has too much discretion in these cases, authoritative discretion on incarceration. I think those are some of the cases that are going to be directly tied to that. And they're not wrong in that. Having too much is I would argue, but we do have that authority, and it is oftentimes those types of cases.
Because the escape question, was she doing something bad when she escaped?
This is an individual who has struggled with social, financial, employment, drug addiction, a whole host of risk and need areas, and just has not found any success.
And just.
And so we've used transitional housing programs, gender specific or non-gender specific, that we're hopeful to try and help find some successes, even small successes in a case like this are quite frankly paramount. But
I guess the bigger question is, so what if she's escaping as long as she isn't creating more crime?
Well, that's where I think that last year's change to the escape language was really intent to do is, in many cases, previous last year, if you escaped, you got a new felony conviction.
Yeah.
And in many cases, that was the first ever felony conviction, which seems wholly unfair. And quite frankly, what our experience is when somebody takes off, they're generally they're a substance user and they've relapsed and they're fearful of being returned to prison. Yeah. That should not warrant a new felony conviction. And that's part of our gateway to the rehabilitative approach to the larger issues at play in the community.
So, I haven't down here in my notes. We've been talking about this, and Mary jiggled up my mind here a little bit. Talking about B1s in a different scope. We always immediately refer to lack of housing. And lack of housing, I don't think is a fair term that we use, but it's a good catch-all term. How do we? Have you thought about that anymore as we're moving forward with some of this work? How do you define that population? If it's the 180 odd or whatever the number is today that we need to be looking at, we've been, Senator Sears was advised to do. How do we get away from that? The lack of housing seems to be a catch-all for a myriad of other problems.
It certainly is, and I mean that's kind of like the final straw is that we can't find a place for this person to live. What that doesn't tell, right, is the history in there, and that's that they've had exercised every possible resource, whether it be their personal resources through family and friends or through local housing opportunities or through transitional housing. And they're just not welcome back. People aren't willing to take another shot here. So, I mean, ultimately, they probably could be released so long as all the other case planning things are in place, if we could find a place for them that was stable for them to live.
Would it be possible for us to meet with a few of these folks in St. Albans?
Sure.
So that maybe we could hear from them why it is they want to be frequent flyers? Not necessarily related, escaped 11 times, but.
You're currently pending, you're incarcerated, but you could be released if we found a residence. What are the barriers to?
I would like to meet with
now?
3 or 4 people to talk about that who are past their minimum and haven't been
We
released.
could certainly do that.
So,
Or have they been released and then they got back in?
Generally, that's the case. Unless the only, there's probably a small cohort of people who are not Vermonters or not well established in Vermont. That might.
I got the one. I don't know how the rest of the committee feels, but it seemed to me to be most useful to meet with people who got out, came back in, and what happened.
Yeah.
Like,
My only caution is
they may not tell us the truth.
be careful.
they may not give you the whole truth.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Understood.
Just, so how many situations of those folks who could be released, they say that they have housing that they could go to in their mind, but the reality is what you hear from maybe the family member or whatever, they say, I don't want this person, but I can't tell.
That
How
actually
many
happens
times are you put in that position?
fairly routinely, and it's
So
a
the-
tough situation to be in.
So the offender will say to one of us visiting, I have a place to go,
Yeah.
but DOC's not allowing me to go there.
Right.
Well,
It's not a
then-
preponderance, I want to be clear, that's not a preponderance of the cases, but it does happen fairly.
Well, we're not going to swear them in. So
No,
they don't
but-
have to tell us the truth.
But that's some of the testimony we heard this morning, that a person could be released, but they said, well, the bedroom in the place, and I'm thinking, well, maybe there's more to that story than what is being told.
So interesting, Judge Grierson and I weren't able to connect today, but we were hoping to connect because I was hoping to connect with him and say, when a judge orders as part of a probation condition that you will reside as directed, what are the factors that are determined in making that decision? And so everything judicial, of course, is complicated, so there's no easy answer to that. But I'm hoping to connect with a judge to learn more about how the judges use a housing condition as part of the supervision process, and is there an opportunity from an internal policy perspective for us to do a relook at how we determine whether or not a house is appropriate from a just from a realistic point of view. I would much rather supervise an individual in the house that they choose, because quite frankly, when we're done supervision, they're probably going to go there anyways. And so do we supervise to the house and the potential risk there, or do we try to create this false environment for the period of supervision, only to have them return back to that environment without having adequate support and supervision while they're there? So those are the things that I'm wrestling with right now.
Good point.
So, when we were brought up St. Albans and talking to people, when the House Committee was at St. Albans, I was astounded by the number of people in sick bay, and the number of people to service those folks. And I'm hoping that we can go in that area again over there, just so others can see what, whether it's matter reduction or whether it's just a normal flow of people.
Sure. So the sick, they don't have an infirmary there now.
Right, just left, okay.
So
It's a
that's,
sick bay.
there's a sick bay, it's a one, and
The
a sick bay.
protesters are about to shut down State Street, so if you want to get out of here,
Okay.
I suggest we leave.
We can follow up.
Well, you're parked on that side, so you can get out, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I suggest that, I don't want to see Butch running over protesters.
Frankly, neither do I.
We don't want to house you.
I think it's been told.
You're out of here.
I think it's a good point to adjourn on.
We'll have a report to you, but like I said, I think
See you
we're
in
gonna
St.
have a-
Albans.
Okay, great, thank you. Thanks for being with us today. So everyone should have the minutes of the last meeting in front of them. And I think they were sent out a while ago. Any comments or changes? Yes?
Tiny little change.
Sure.
It's Voices for Vermont's Children. We're just using an apostrophe S.
Indeed, yes. Okay, great. That's in the other members present. Is that anywhere else or just there? Yeah, okay, yeah. Great, okay. All right, I would accept the motion to.
So move.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Just that one change, and all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Okay, the motion carries. The minutes are approved, and we're going to start off this morning talking about housing and homelessness, and Erhard Monkey is going to kick us off.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the time on the council's agenda for housing and homelessness. And just for council members, it's going to be a slight change in the schedule because one of our witnesses was unable to make it. I asked Commissioner Sean Brown to come talk about the situation with Vermont 211 and the after hours changes. And in his place, it's going to be Karen Bastine. She has some time constraints. So after some brief comments from me, I was going to ask Karen to speak, and then we'll come back to 211 a little bit later because Mary Ellen Mendel from Vermont 211 is here to speak about the impact and what it means for her agency. And then also, if you haven't had a chance to look at the agenda, Emily Higgins is here from the Vermont Office of Economic Opportunity. She's going to talk about a couple of programs that are out of their office that help alleviate homelessness and provide homelessness prevention resources, that being the Housing Opportunity Grant Program and Family Supportive Housing. We also have Ellen Hender, who's with the Upper Valley Haven, and she's going to delve somewhat deeply into a particular case of someone that she's working with as a case manager at the Upper Valley Haven to help folks kind of understand what some of the successes and challenges are and the benefits of the Family Supportive Housing Program. So with all that said, I wanted to just mention a couple things. First of all, I didn't want to focus a lot on need. I'm sort of assuming that everyone understands at this point, and it's fairly well established, that we have an ongoing affordable housing shortage and affordable housing really chronic crisis in the state of Vermont. And it's really not just in the state of Vermont. It's region-wide and it's national. I did, though, want to give you a couple of quick data points that have just come out since the legislature adjourned. So for lawmakers, especially, I wanted to highlight one of the barometers that we use for housing affordability, for rental housing in the state of Vermont and nationally is through a report by our National Low-Income Housing Coalition, which annually puts together the Out of Reach report and publishes the housing wage, which basically says how much you have to earn to afford a modest two-bedroom apartment in every jurisdiction in the country. And the housing wage in 2019, the average housing wage in the state of Vermont is now $22.78 an hour. So $22.78 is what you've got to earn if you're going to not pay more than 30% of your income for your shelter costs. If you're paying more than 30%, you don't have enough left over for other basic life necessities, and at some point, an unexpected emergency, major car payment, can land you in a spiral of homelessness. That equates to about $46,500 a year in terms of annual salary. And it's worse in the greater Burlington area. There you need just under $30 an hour so if you only have one wage earner in the household, you're basically in rough shape on the rental market. All this is documented. I have a number of handouts that are online, so you can download e-copy if you want. And we also have hard copy. This is the sheet that we put out around that with a whole bunch of data points around affordability in Vermont. They're all over here on the table. I can pass them out later for folks who might not hard copy. And then another data sheet that we get from our national association is a Vermont housing profile, which gives you kind of a very quick look at
just how bad our affordability crisis is. We have just over 18,000 renter households that are extremely low income in Vermont. That's extremely low income is defined as making $24,600 a year. We have a shortage of rental homes that are both affordable and available to extremely low income renters of almost 12,000 rental units in the state. And the annual approximately 68% of those extremely low income renter households have a severe cost burden, meaning that they pay more than 50% of their shelter cost, of their income for their shelter costs. If they're simply cost burdened, they pay more than 30%, and 87% of extremely low income renters, again, with household incomes of less than $24,600 a year, 87% of ELI extremely low income renters are cost burdened, meaning that they pay more than 30%. Also, a handout on the table here and in the committee, on the committee webpage is just a very truncated version of the annual point in time count of homelessness. This is an annual barometer of homelessness. It's imperfect, like many of the other measures. It doesn't, it's a one day, one night snapshot. And just a quick highlight, we've actually made some progress there. So there's a 15% decrease in overall homelessness. 1,089 individuals were homeless, found to be homeless back in January of 2019. Of those, however, 251 or 23% were children under 18. There was that was about unchanged, just about unchanged level to 2018. However, the number of unsheltered individuals went up by 39% to 114 individuals. Of those 1,089 homeless, 133 were fleeing domestic violence, which was a 12%, actually a 12% increase. And homelessness in Vermont, even though we're the second largest state in the country, homelessness disproportionately affects African Americans and Hispanic residents. So I also have a couple of other handouts that I'm not going to really go into at all, but there's a lot of research that's being done, especially on the impact of homelessness and housing insecurity on children's health, and on children's outcomes. And I'll just mention this one from the Children's Health Watch, which has done incredible pioneering research on the connection between health, housing, and homelessness, and talks about all the different ways in which both housing conditions, homelessness, and housing instability affect children's health in a number of different ways. And their recommendations are very similar to ours. They're basically that you need three things. You need additional affordable housing, and for that we need more capital dollars through, for instance, the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board. You need more rental assistance so that folks at the low end of the economic spectrum who can't afford market rents have federal or state assistance to help make up the difference between what they can afford and what's available on the market, so they're not cost burdened. And then finally, for folks with multiple challenges, they will need supportive services because affordable housing and a rental assistance voucher alone are not going to help them succeed in housing. They may have multiple barriers to success in housing, and will need, in many instances, ongoing supportive services in order for them to succeed. And that's the thing that we're actually going to focus a fair amount on today through the testimony. So we're focusing on family homelessness and its impact on children and the programs that help alleviate that. So with that, I should just also mention I had hoped that we could get an update from the Vermont Housing Conservation Board on their 2017 housing revenue bond, which is just about spent out or fully allocated, and has helped us make a lot of headway, but it's just about done. And so VHCD is going to need another major infusion of funds so as not to continue to fall further behind. The housing revenue bond really helped us catch up in the affordable housing sector. Obviously not all the way, but it has made a significant difference over the last 3 years. But with it just about coming to an end, If we don't either fully fund VHCD or get a new housing bond for new infusion, we're going to continue to fall behind again. The other thing I should mention is that there is an active work group that the Agency of Human Services has put together in response to language in the budget last year, which I know Representative Lanfear is very aware of, around the underutilization of federal Section 8 vouchers as a result of insufficient supportive services to pair with those. And that report is due shortly, next month. And so hoping that maybe there might be some time at a future meeting on the council's agenda to A, hear from VHCD, and B, hopefully hear from Allison Hart in the Secretary's office, who has been the primary author of that report. I'm going to stop there.
And I would just interject if I may. You know that we did try to, in the Senate, we were proposing a bond, another housing bond, and but I have spoken to Treasurer Pierce, and I know that she was reluctant to have this state take on more debt, but she's looking into that. She assured us that she will come up with some kind of proposal for other ways to fund housing.
Thank you, Senator. We've been talking to Treasurer Pierce, and also Senator Sorokin's committee is on the road. They're going to be in St. Albans next Tuesday in the third of their series of regional hearings on housing. So,
yeah.
Can I just ask a quick question?
Sure.
So I don't know if you have the answer to this, but are you tracking in any way the impact of the increasing number of short-term rentals being, transitioned away from long-term apartment rental? Can you quantify that? I mean, we hear a lot of anecdotes, but we don't have any sort of quantification of that.
In a word, no. And yeah, there's no quantification. I think the only way to kind of quantify that is through the tax department, because short-term rentals are now, as a result of the General Assembly's action 2 years ago, are all required to pay rooms and meals tax. And so that is really the only potential quantification. I think that marketing and tourism, if I'm remembering right, was going to be doing a study on Airbnb and the other platforms. I'm not sure if that study is out, but I will add that there is a rental housing advisory board that the General Assembly impaneled and provided further instructions to this year. I sit on that board, and one of the things that we're going to be coming back to you with is a request to actually create a rental housing database that includes conversions from rental housing to short-term rentals, so that we can track that. Because right now, the only way to track that is through the tax department and registration for rooms and meals tax.
And that doesn't even really tell you whether or not they previously. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. So
Okay.
the first witness was Karen. Excuse me, not this Karen.
Karen Besky.
Karen Besky. So.
Right. And so Karen. So just Peggy, so you know that Karen is not on the original list.
Yeah.
We're fine. Okay, great. Just want to make sure you're. Yes, please join us.
And will I mess up all of your technology if I close this?
I don't know.
The laptop, Peggy? I don't want to do anything
No,
without your
we'll
permission.
close it almost all the way. How about that?
Okay, well, just wanted to have room for all my papers.
There you go.
Okay, awesome, thank you. So, good morning, everybody. I'm Karen Bastine. I'm the Senior Advisor to the Commissioner of the Department for Children and Families, and I just wanted to say thank you to Erhard for giving us a minute this morning just to brief you on what we're doing with respect to mitigating the impact of the after-hours 211 referral service not being in existence. So Erhard actually very kindly printed one of our handouts, and I'm actually just going to give these back to you, Erhard, if that's all right. So I will be highlighting some of the points in that, so thought it might help you to have that in front of you. So just to take a step back, I think that I would be remiss if I didn't start this conversation by saying how much the Agency of Human Services, and speaking on behalf of BCF in particular, how much we've appreciated our incredibly collaborative working partnership with Vermont 211, and I'm really glad that you all have a chance to hear from Mary Ellen Nundle today. We consider her a very important partner, and we of course appreciate all the services that they provide, and a lot of those end up connecting folks to our services. So, as you all might be aware, connecting people to DCF's General Assistance Emergency Housing Program after hours was a small but integral part of the 211 contract that was managed by the overall Agency of Human Services. So the services provided by 211 from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. Have been subcontracted out of state actually for a number of years. And the provider informed us that due to increasing costs and increasing needs by the emergency housing piece, that it would be significantly more expensive to fund that contract. And so despite numerous efforts and conversations to find a solution, the rates sought by potential subcontractors for that services made this cost prohibitive for us. And so the good news is that, if there is good news in this, is that for those seeking emergency housing through Vermont 211, that there was a number of factors that helped to offset this potential impact on Vermonters needing crisis housing. So I thought I'd just lay those out for you, and these are also included in the memo in front of you. So as you all are aware, Vermont 211 will actually still provide those services until 8 p.m. So their hours will be 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., and I'll let Mary Ellen Nundle speak to those details. And that most people access emergency housing either during business hours, and then the second largest cohort of people accessing emergency housing are before 8 p.m. So DCF will, in addition to those pieces, DCF will continue its practice. For those of you who weren't aware, we will continue our practice of approving housing over weekends and holidays. This is something that we had started doing anyway for folks who are seeking emergency housing through one of the two other buckets known as vulnerable and catastrophic categories. So depending on what their need is, we can approve housing for a number of days so that they're not missing a gap in that assistance. But we also do that for those folks who are seeking emergency housing during our adverse weather conditions as well. So we will continue to do that practice, which we hope will offset this quite a bit. As you might imagine, one of our biggest concerns then in terms of a gap here is with respect to folks who are fleeing domestic violence or have experienced sexual assault who need crisis housing. And so for that piece, and as Erhard highlighted in terms of his overall numbers there, that we have seen a 12% increase in those seeking crisis housing who've experienced domestic violence. So we've actually been working very closely with the Vermont Network programs. We really appreciate their wisdom and their experience of actually also keeping up and running for many years now, many decades actually, a 24-hour hotline crisis service. So we have been working with them to come up with a plan that would allow for folks to seek emergency housing through our partnership. And we're still working out those details, but I at least wanted to signal to you that we're very appreciative of the work that we've been able to get through with them so far, that I think will provide that necessary support. And I think the other piece that's worth highlighting for this committee, because I know this is something that would be of interest to you, is that really since 2015, the DCF housing team, which is comprised of the Commissioner's Office, the Economic Services Division, as well as the Office of Economic Opportunity. So it's really that synergy between providing the safety nets through the Economic Services Division and then the OEO, the Office of Economic Opportunity, as you'll hear from Emily later today on some of the programs that they're managing, that their role is to support and monitor the homelessness service providers for whom we provide a lot of grants to. So we've been, since 2015, these entities have been working to reinvest general assistance funding in community-based strategies. I think that all of us would agree that just sending somebody to a motel without services is not the best approach for getting folks out of homelessness. And so currently in all of the AHS districts, there's at least one program that is serving people with reinvested GA funding. With respect to the network program, several of their programs have actually started to take on managing the motel pool in their area. And we're expecting that more programs will be starting to do that as well. So this is really helping to absorb this potential problem, and frankly, it's getting victims out of homelessness faster and getting them better services. So we will continue to do that, which really, I think, helps to mitigate the impact of this quite a bit. So that's what I have for you in terms of an update on that, and we do appreciate Earhart giving us this time, but also the concern of this committee on this topic.
Yes. Thank you for being here, Karen. You said it made it cost prohibitive. Can you quantify that for us?
So what I can give you is, and Mary Ellen Mendel will probably need to give you more details, but so the General Assistance Program has contributed, was budgeted to contribute $117,000 to 211. Of that, $40,000 was for the after-hours work. As I understand it, the out-of-state provider who came in with the lowest cost estimate would have been 7 times that amount. So it was a significant increase, and I don't want to steal Mary Ellen's thunder. I think that she's in the best position to explain why those costs have changed.
So, and I just wanted to say that I've been to 2 meetings in the last week. We were both, one at Washington County Mental Health and one at Circle, the domestic violence, one of the domestic violence programs, and both of them identified this as a significant issue. And I'm not sure that they're feeling comforted by the things that you've laid out and that you're trying to respond to.
Yes, well, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
I work in a homeless shelter in Addison County, and I just wanted to mention that we do receive a number of calls after 8 p.m., and our course of action has always been to direct them to 211. So I just want to mention that we do receive a number, and I've worked in 2 shelters, one in Chittenden County, one in Addison. But my question is, are you guys looking at next year or other years in terms of, is this something we can find another avenue for that might be less cost prohibitive, or is that on the table to look at moving forward? Is this kind of a short term?
We are hoping that this is going to be a short-term issue, and I would say that those conversations are very much ongoing. And I appreciate your points about the after-hours calls.
Okay. Yes.
Yesterday at the Caledonia Southern Essex COC meeting, we were wondering, speaking for the collective, did the department kind of consider maybe staggering the times, because at 8 a.m. service providers are open and we are available to house people and then be in the community level servicing folks. So is there any conversation about shifting these hours, maybe instead of 8 to 8, like noon to midnight?
I appreciate that suggestion, and I would actually say that would be something that we could have as part of our ongoing discussion. It's a great idea. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you again for giving me the time.
Yes.
I think if we could just switch back to our regularly scheduled testimony and then have Mary Ellen come a bit later to talk about the impact on 211 and her perspective. I'd really appreciate that. I'll also say that we've talked to we've gotten a lot of alarms, a lot of alarm bells have gone off in our network around this, which is one of the reasons that I asked Mary Ellen to come in and talk today, because I think this is just kind of an emerging crisis in the homeless service provider community. And one of the things that we're considering is possibly asking if the legislature could address this during budget adjustment.
Okay. All right, thank you. So then we'll go on with Emily Higgins. Hi.
I would like to use the computer if that's possible to pull up presentations. Sure.
hard copy of Emily's PowerPoint presentation for anyone who wants hard copies.
Is it going to be up on the monitor? Or?
It's going to be up on the monitor as soon as Peggy's got it lined up. And it's certainly on the council's website, but some people like hard copies, so.
Which one it looks like?
I've got two pieces here.
Which one? It'll just get brighter from you, right? Yeah.
That's why I never come here.
Close it and we'll go back to the.
You're welcome.
It was, yeah, it was on. Yeah, this was. Thank you.
Wait, yes.
There's two.
Sorry.
Yes, anyone else for hard copy? Two pieces.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about these two programs with the council this morning. My name is Emily Higgins. I am the Community Services Program Manager at the Office of Economic Opportunity, which is part of the State's Department for Children and Families, which is an agency of human services. I've been there about 4 years at this point, and prior to that, I worked for 12 years at Champlain Housing Trust, which is one of our affordable housing partners, and I managed the homeownership center there. So I've been working in affordable housing and homelessness for quite a few years. So I'm going to start by giving just a quick overview. I'm going to be very respectful of your time. I could spend hours going over these reports, but I'll spend about 10 minutes on each. And I'm going to start with the Family Supportive Housing Program. And I'll stop after each report and answer questions. So the Family Supportive Housing, operated through our office, is specifically tailored for families with complex needs who have experienced homelessness. And this is not a statewide program currently. There are 7 community providers, one of whom is on the council. NICA hosts a family supportive housing program, and they're listed there for your reference. We would love to expand this program to become statewide if possible, because we've seen it have great success with families who are in very difficult circumstances. To be clear, the housing through the Family Supportive Housing Program is not funded directly with Family Supportive Housing. It's actually permanent housing operated with partners, and there's an MOU between the Family Supportive Housing provider and the affordable housing provider. So it's all about partnership in terms of offering that housing, and also those providers work hard to match families with Family Unification Program vouchers through the Vermont State Housing Authority. And the focus of the program is intensive home-based case management, so caseloads are very small, 12 to 15 families per case manager, and there's a lot of effort to work on financial empowerment and strengthening families and using a 2-generation approach. In terms of prioritization and eligibility, households do need to meet the HS and HUD definition of homelessness. And do please stop me if I'm using acronyms that you're not familiar with. I swim in acronyms. And there is a prioritization process to focus on the families with the most complex needs, those with multiple episodes of homelessness, families who have an open case, an active case with Family Services Division in the Department for Children and Families, or families with at least one child under the age of 6. And these are some of the things that we've been working on with the program. Again, I'm going to keep moving really quickly. We do track and report on a number of outcomes job training and education and employment, health and wellness, and housing affordability. I'm just going to, there is a link also on your website to the full report, which is on the Office of Economic Opportunities website and available for download. It's PDF. And that goes into even more detail about all of these measures. But just a snapshot here is, even with this small program, we served 238 children under the age of 6. So that's a significant proportion of the households had multiple children under the age of 6, because there were 210 families served and 484 individuals. We track things like how long the families were homeless prior to entering in the program. As you can see, it fluctuates a bit. We track housing stability. The good news is that over 70% of the households consistently, and sometimes as much as 90, have had very good housing stability while in the program.
Can I ask a question? Sorry.
Yes.
So just back on the length of homelessness, the jump from 17 to 18 was significant. What happened? Do you know?
We were a little bit surprised by that as well. I don't know that we can point to a specific factor there. We have always prioritized families with the greatest need, and there was a shortage of housing vouchers. I don't know if other people have any insight to this, but
is this the average? Sorry, do you know?
Yes, it is.
I wonder if there was a particularly outlying case that could have pulled the average.
I know that in Chittenden County, that was 17, 18, there were some big changes at COTS in terms of how they were, they went from case managers to family navigators, which was a huge change for families. And I think the support that you got in the families, I'm a consumer from the Family Supportive Housing program, just to be upfront. And there was a pretty significant change in the services that were being provided. And so I think there were a number of families that maybe were not getting their needs totally being met through COTS that were not in the program at the time that were then learning of the program.
Some of it may have to do with how, especially in Chittenden County and the Upper Valley, it may have to do with housing availability as well. So folks, may be stacked up in shelter, and there's no place to go. Shelters are full. There's no housing available. Even if you have a voucher, you may not be able to use that voucher in a very low vacancy rental market like the greater Burlington area and like the upper Connecticut River Valley. And so that often determines, and there's been a lot of construction in Chittenden County just over the last 2 years, and so those are factors. And I can't specifically speak to those spikes, but those are clearly factors in the length of the average length of people's stay.
Okay, thank you.
So additionally, we delved into this issue of housing stability a little deeper this year, and in addition to the 76% of households in the program who were stably housed, there were 15% on top of that who actually had a voucher and were actively searching for housing. So over 90% of the households were in a place to be in stable housing, just hadn't quite found the unit yet, the apartment to be in. And then successful program exits. Keep in mind these are families with very, very complex needs, often substance use issues, mental illness, DCF involvement. There's a lot going on there, and over 70% in each year we've tracked it. Of households in the program were able to exit in a positive manner, meaning they were still in stable housing and their lives were getting to a better place. And I'm gonna make sure we have a little bit of time for questions here, so I just want to whip through the rest of this. But want to be clear that we're tracking community connections, so families who have access and relationships with organizations, self-help groups, advocacy groups, coalitions, involved in their community development efforts, and families within a community engagement plan, because we know that connection is very important. And job training, again, we have.
Yeah, well, we have a question, yes, go ahead.
Behind you, sorry about that. In terms of the community connections, a slightly different question, and I realize capacity may be an issue, but are there opportunities for folks in your program to connect with students Act 264 groups? Act 264 mandates that students actually have a cohesive case management approach. And so I know in education we are increasingly tracking homelessness and making sure that students get the resources they need. But if that's not happening, I'd want to chat with folks after, because that's a real critical place, I think, to actually have some of those conversations. Yeah, it's part of that, but then broader as well.
But I would say yes, the family supportive housing case managers are involved in a ton of different training to make sure they're aware of all the resources and connections available. We have talked about education and connection with the schools and the case management, and I can't testify to exactly how perfectly that's happening in every community.
Yeah, because I just worry that that it's
Fitting.
not happening.
It's not
so it's
fitting.
a critical part of students' lives that is then not known potentially by the education system. And I have the agency of education, so that's why I'm talking about this. That's what I bring.
I mean, I think that's a good systems conversation to have around, like, who is the lead agency in terms of holding that meeting and facilitating the meeting, because I think it's sometimes, is it the designated agency, is it the school, should it be the family supported housing worker? I don't know the answer to that, but I think that's a good thing to bring back and think about with the role of these service workers.
Thank you. Okay. We did see some really impressive gains in financial empowerment for these households. So 27% of families had savings at enrollment, and when this is the number of households at the end of the year who were still in the program, 50% of them had savings. So we did see an increase there, and we do have a leverage program to help people increase their savings. And their financial capability score increased substantially over the 3 years, which is sort of a survey that households take, talking about how they feel about their own finances. So it's really a measure of them feeling more financially capable and secure. And then child safety, we can say that 84% of the families with children in the home, so the majority, even if there was DCF involvement, the child was still in the home, living with the household. And only 7% last year and 9% this year of households lost custody of a child during their participation with the Family Supportive Housing Program. And we did do a deep dive into the data around family services division and involvement. 49% had a history of FSD involvement, and 67% of those families closed their case and did not have a new one, had no new case opened while involved with family supportive housing, and no new cases after exit. So we did see some significant improvement there after participation. Okay. Again, we are working and tracking on substance use and recovery. You can see the percent of adults in recovery has been increasing slowly. And there's also tracking around health and well-being. Children up to date with their pediatric visits has increased, and kids receiving mental health services has increased.
I was just wondering, so when you talk about child health and well-being, do you have any supports for parents who may be living with a disability who you know, because with insurance, when you're shopping for insurance, you don't get counted as having 5 people in your household. You only get counted as having 2, because children don't count as households for people who are qualifying for disability for insurances in a lot of ways. Do you have a prioritization for families who are living with a parent who has a disability who's trying to support their child, or is there any supports or numbers of the people in the program that might be in that category?
Not sure I'm totally understanding your question.
Do you have any numbers, or do you have any idea if there's any increase in supports for people who are living with a disability who have children through this program? So is there any...
The adults in the house.
The adults, not the child. So
Yes.
if an adult is on disability and supporting a family, are they given any prioritization? Do you keep any data on how they're doing in terms of being able to access their own health care?
We do. I would say the full report on our website would go into that in a little bit more detail, and I'm happy to answer any follow-up questions as well.
Great, thank you.
I don't know that I have statistics about that in this presentation today. But we do certainly track information about disability of households and making sure they're connected to all the services and that they can access.
Thank you.
Okay. I just was wondering in response to that question, maybe Katie, when the slide you have on substance use recovery and treatment, is that the adults in the household?
It is.
Okay, so I mean that's a little piece of information
Yes.
at least about what that is. And then I was just wondering, when you said successful, back in one of your earlier slides, how do you define successful?
Meaning they're still stably housed, they're not at risk of losing that housing, they have good connections and supports and are moving toward their goals in a positive way.
So for a specific period of time, do you do any after services follow-up?
We do as much as possible. It's not always possible to keep in touch with households after they exit the program, but we don't have sort of an end date for services anymore. At a certain point, it was considered to be a 2-year program, and now it's just ongoing as needed based on the household.
I just want to clarify, the follow-up, so that wouldn't be specific to disability and substance use? You were just asking about, okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure, because I was like,
Yeah.
I get that.
Okay.
Another deep dive we did was to figure out what types of vouchers people were accessing in the Family Support Housing Program, and you can see that the Family Unification Voucher was a huge percentage, 26% of all households. And Rapid Rehousing Vouchers, that's either through the Vermont State Housing Authority and local providers, or there's also assistance through the Housing Opportunity Grant Program, which I'm going to talk about next. And surprisingly, 17% had an apartment with market rent without a voucher.
Can I ask a question?
So yes, I know we got 2 of the presenters before 10:35, so yes. Please.
Is your connection with corrections? So you've got a family support housing, somebody, being released or coming out of prison has a child. Do you work with them? Do you consider that one of you're putting them into the category of this very high needs?
8 o'clock Monday through Friday, because we have other contractual obligations with the Department of Environmental Conservation. We're doing intake on PFA calls, the Department of Health with the lead project in the schools and such in drinking water. So we have to stay open till 8. We want to stay open till 8. We want to be open 24/7.
So who would we call if we wanted to say, hey, how's it going?
I'm sorry,
Who would we call? The agency, AHS?
After hours?
No, I meant to find out how this transition plan is.
Oh, I believe that would be ESD.
Sean Brown.
Sean Brown.
Deputy Commissioner.
Thanks.
We also just quickly we have set up our system. We've done this for 14 years, so we've really streamlined the system and made it very efficient. And I think the agency would tell you the same thing, as well as the district offices. And there's this adverse weather condition, right, that we've all heard about. So when the weather drops and that formula comes into play and the moons are aligned and we had over 11,000 calls just going into what we call a weather line for people to find out if there is an adverse weather condition in their district. And if there is, they can hit 5 and then get a 211 information referral specialist and go through the intake. And if there's not, they usually just hang up. Now we're going to continue that line, but there's not going to be anybody there to do the intake.
All right, well, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just appreciate again, especially going over a little bit. We weren't anticipating administration being able to come testify. I hope folks got a good kind of slice of what's happening in the housing and homelessness world. And this is not rocket science. It's a matter of resources. It's a matter of resources for building more affordable housing, more rental assistance, and more supportive services, because we've got some very challenging families. And the impacts over the course of those 2 generations, ultimately that are being affected by family homelessness is going to ripple throughout other areas of the state budget, and will continue to do that for decades.
I just want to make a comment. I was going to ask Mary Ellen, but I wonder about the opportunity to offset some of that upfront in-state cost, building on her, desire and the wish of all of us that Vermonters would be helping other Vermonters and working at 211 versus outsourcing. If other regions who all need this after hours and weekend coverage, certainly in New England where the calls aren't as great during those times, for the Vermont 211 to be the hub, a regional hub, and take money in from other states to offset that cost of that program. So I think that would be a great business model, and certainly the health department relies on 211 for lots of things, and I think substance use cessation hotlines are key, and so we don't want to do RFAs with other entities, because 211 for sure has something no one else in the state has with their resource database.
Thank you. Alrighty, you're up. Help me grow Vermont.
While she's moving, can I? So I'm feeling an anxiousness around that some things need more immediate attention than others, and I know that we all work in our own circles. But is there, and I'm just throwing this out there, is there a role for this council to respond to or keep track of what is going on with this? How did we get to the point where it got cut off on October 1? I mean, I don't know what happened. That all of a sudden, that there wasn't enough warning, that we couldn't have prepared for Plan B. So something happened. So I don't know about everybody else, but I'm sure that it's on my list now. Mr. Brown, where are you? What's going on? How are we doing?
Yeah, but
and
I'm having a hard time believing that in all of AHS that come up with $240,000 to continue a service that everybody in AHS utilizes.
Right, and that we've worked so hard to advertise to get people to get it in their mindset to call this.
It feels like there's alternative.
Right, and then there's the family. The family that has 3 weeks.
Right.
Anyway, okay.
Well,
thank you for letting me express.
That's the transition at AHS. But I mean, certainly the.
Hi.
Okay, folks, we're gonna move on.
I'm Janet Kilbert. I'm a Child Development Coordinator at the Health Department. I'm also the point person in Vermont for the Center for Disease and Control, CDC's program called Learn the Signs, Act Early, and we're passing out folders. Inside are some wonderful parent-friendly materials on developmental milestones. So really these little brochures, there's a little booklet that talks about all of the developmental milestones, 2 months through 5 years, and also Help Me Grow literature and materials. We encourage you to look through that as we speak. There's our 2018 annual report card in there as well. It looks like this, so please feel free to look at our materials as we're sharing the story of Help Me Grow with you. This is my colleague, Elizabeth Gilman. She's the director of the Healthy Grow Resource Hub, and we're here today to just make sure that everybody's informed and knows about this resource.
All right, so Help Me Grow, here's our objectives. We want to tell you the story of early childhood and really help you understand how important this critical period is and how it's all our responsibility to ensure that all kids have positive experiences so we can really support their health, growth, learning, and behavior. We're going to explore how Help Me Grow tips the scale, really helps ensure positive child outcomes so that all children can realize their full capability and contribute to our communities. Because capable children are the basis of a sustainable and prosperous society, and we all benefit when all children can realize their full potential and contribute their talents. And brain architecture, this early childhood period, is a key time that we can establish this foundation for all of life, for all of long-term health outcomes, development outcomes, learning, school outcomes, and health, mental health, happiness, and success. It's the emerging cognitive abilities are really supported by social and emotional capabilities as well, and that's key for kindergarten readiness. The negative effects of early exposure to adversity can be mitigated. So not all kids have positive experiences in early childhood. Maternal depression, parental substance abuse, homelessness, poverty, rural isolation even can really make an impact and even disrupt cognitive development. So universal developmental screening across all these domains of development, including screening for social contributors of health, those are social determinants of health or social risk factors, can really make a difference in ensuring that young kids get connected with their families to needed resources and services as soon as possible. And we want to do it early because that's when it has the greatest long-term impact. All right, so Help Me Grow, our vision is that, again, all children will reach their full potential, and we really want to strengthen families and their capacity to support children in this work. And our mission is to align all early childhood partners who are working on the same vision. So here are some of our strategies, and we're going to just focus on a few today to let you really know our work number 3, to plug in all communities and families to a resource grid, to a resource hub, if you will, of all early childhood and family supports and resources across the state. And we're trying to support them to connect, not just to tell them about a resource, but make sure they really get connected and that service starts, the home visitor comes, the family was able to appeal the economic service decision, whatever it is that we're helping them with, we want to follow up and make sure they got connected. So we deliver ongoing care coordination follow-up. And we do a lot of training of all kinds of providers across the state in developmental monitoring and screening to, again, make sure we're catching kids as soon as possible and getting them to the right service. Okay, so what is healthy development? So again, mentioned that the brain architecture, if you will, or this construction process of neural development happens very quickly in infancy and early childhood. 85% of the brain is developed in the first year of life, 95% by age 3. So even though we can develop and our brains are plastic, it's a dynamic process that goes on throughout our lives. It really matters if we get it right the first time. It's much more efficient and cost effective if we could support healthy brain development from the get-go. And so one of the ways we do this is trying to kind of support kids with positive experiences and support families with positive experiences so that if people experience hardships, we're offsetting it and mitigating that effect. So we're going to watch a little video here. I can pull it up. There it is. This is a 4-minute video that really tells the story of early childhood, things I've been talking about in a much more, a more comprehensive way.
Science tells us the experiences we have in the first years of our lives actually affect the physical architecture of the developing brain. This means that brains aren't just born, they're also built over time based on our experiences. Just as a house needs a sturdy foundation to support the walls and roof, a brain needs a good base to support all future development. Positive interactions between young children and their caregivers literally build the architecture of the developing brain. Building a sturdy foundation in the earliest years provides a good base for a lifetime of good mental function and better overall health. So just how is a solid brain foundation built and maintained in a developing child? One way is through what brain experts call serve and return interactions. Imagine a tennis match between a caregiver and a child, but instead of hitting a ball back and forth across a net, various forms of communication pass between the two. From eye contact to touch, from singing to simple games like peekaboo. These interactions repeated throughout a young person's developing years are the bricks that build a healthy foundation for all future development. But another kind of childhood experience shapes brain development too, and that's stress. Good kinds of stress, like meeting new people or studying for tests, are healthy for development because they prepare kids to cope with future challenges. Another kind of stress, called toxic stress, is bad for brain development. If a child is exposed to serious, ongoing hardships like abuse and neglect, and he has no other caregiver in his life to provide support, the basic structures of his developing brain may be damaged. Without a sturdy foundation to properly support future development, he is at risk for a lifetime of health problems, development issues, even addiction. It's possible to fix some of the damage of toxic stress later on, but it's easier, more effective, and less expensive to build solid brain architecture in the first place. One of the things that sturdy brain architecture supports is the development of basic emotional and social skills, an important group of skills which scientists call executive function and self-regulation can be thought of like air traffic control in the child's mental airspace. Think of a young child's brain as the control tower at a busy airport. All those planes landing and taking off with all of the support systems on the ground simultaneously demand the controller's attention to avoid a crash. It's the same with a young child learning to pay attention, plan ahead and remember, and follow lots of rules. Like all of us, kids have to react to things happening in the world around them, while also dealing with worries, temptations, and obligations on their minds. As these demands for attention pile up, air traffic control helps a child regulate the flow of information, prioritize tasks, and above all, find ways to manage stress and avoid mental collisions along the way. Having this ability is a necessity for positive and level mental health. Developing effective air traffic control, overcoming toxic stress, and building solid brain architecture are things kids can't do on their own. And since strong societies are made up of healthy, contributing individuals, it's up to us as a community to make sure all young people have the kinds of nurturing experiences they need for positive development. To build better teachers, we need to build better brains.
It's very helpful for grandma. Just saying.
It was the steel cookie balloon, wasn't it?
I know.
Avocado.
Okay, I'll tell you a little more about that video. It's in her training, her newly developed training for everyone that is on-state employees to take, right? Yeah. So, but thanks for watching that, and I hope that gave you a little bit more understanding. But really, we're talking about positive child outcomes that we can influence it. It's not just the family's responsibility to make sure their kid turns out okay. So if you think of child development like the scales, the resilience scale, positive factors, positive experiences get stacked on one side, and negative things like what we've been talking about, poverty, homelessness, violence, trauma, maternal depression, substance use are on the other side. And so our job is to address the negative factors, but we're really trying to front load and weight the scale with positive factors. So nurturing caregiving relationships, like in childcare, schools, parent-child centers, community settings, positive experiences for families like recreation programs, skill-building developmental play groups, pre-K, all these things really weight that scale. And again, it's not an inborn trait, it's not something that an individual has. Resilience is an outcome, and it's when that scale is tipped toward the positive, even when there's negative factors on the scale. So how does Help Me Grow help communities tip that scale? So
And in partnership with the Building Bright Futures Regional Councils, we put on fun family events throughout the years in all sorts of venues across Vermont to really engage all parents, the whole community, in learning more about early childhood development and completing developmental screening questionnaires. And we're really working to expand child find efforts here. These are federal mandates under the Individual with Disabilities Act, Part B and Part C, to find all kids with developmental concerns or developmental delays, make sure they get into intervention and needed services. So we're really trying to expand that capacity, births of 3, and for all families. And some examples, some really cool examples are, we have a moms group in Springfield, and one of the moms came and spoke to our early childhood action plan. I think some of you were there and may have heard her with her little 6-week-old baby. We hold events in laundromats, Laundry and Learn. Come get a free bag of books and free laundry for the day in a laundromat. Libraries, we have movies, and we talk about social emotional development with certain movies that illustrate that, like Upside Down, I think was the movie. So we have free childcare. What is it?
Inside Out.
Inside Out. But really innovative ideas. We use free day at the museum, and we offer developmental screening. We give lots of family-friendly materials and books again. So just to let you know, we had 42 events last year, and this year alone we reached almost 4,000 families with that work. And then the other thing we do to connect families to resources is we operate a resource hub, and this is what Elizabeth's going to share more with you about. But again, we're really trying to connect all families to good learning opportunities and environments, recreation, supportive relationships, and social opportunities, and of course specialized services like children's integrated services. And this really helps those tip that scale and improve developmental outcomes.
That's a quick question.
Yes, which we have a question.
So when you're talking about activities and things like that, what I tend to see, at least in my community, is that families that are already connected are the ones who are sort of getting plugged into those kinds of activities. So they've already, they've gone in my community to the children's room, they're reaching out to other resources, they're already connected. I'm trying to figure out, how do you folks reach the people who are not connected, who are struggling at home if they have a home, or in somebody else's home, couch surfing or whatever? How are you touching those? Are you, what's the relationship that you have with DCF in terms of referrals from families at risk there? And I'm just trying to figure out how you're really reaching those families who are really at risk.
Absolutely. Well, let's hold that question,
yes,
because I think the resource hub is one of the key ways we reach families at risk. So let's listen, and then we'll make sure we got that.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Janet, and thank you everyone for having us today. So as Janet mentioned, I'm the manager of the Resource Hub. We're housed at United Ways of Vermont, Vermont 211. I'm going to talk a little bit about that partnership in a minute, but I want to kind of explain what it is that our role is there at the Resource Hub. So when Janet mentioned that we want to tip the scale in terms of resiliency and well-being, the Resource Hub is that centralized place where families and providers can call and help families get connected to resources in their communities, to child developmental screenings and information about child development, how to connect the services and help connecting to those services. So one of the nice things about the Resource Hub is we are a whole population, so we do serve all families regardless of income or whether or not their child has a delay or a percentage of a delay. We truly serve all Vermont families with children 8 or under and prenatal parents. So when you have a system that is talking to each other, all the players, and you sort of have this grid, so to speak, families can kind of connect in a way where there's no wrong way into that system, and it creates a system where there's no delays in getting children connected to services, especially when it's a case of developmental need or a family that's struggling with some major issues like food and housing insecurity. We do rely on our community partners to do this, obviously. So we want to take those systems that are siloed and talk with them and have them be part of that connection to families to kind of help maybe be the glue to those connection services with our families.
I just want to ask, so I would consider, at least in my mind, the connection is that the parent-child centers are one of your strongest.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. So some of our partners are folks like the parent-child centers. There's some early care educators that we work a lot with, the Spoke and Hub providers, designated agencies, DCF. Those are all agencies that we want to maybe take systems that maybe are difficult to access or maybe a little siloed in who they serve and kind of be that connection for families and for them to connect to resources, for those providers to connect. You know, it's kind of that two-way street that we want to support that bigger system.
And medical homes, I'll just add that.
Medical homes are a
So
big
we're really
piece of it, too.
cross-sector.
Yeah, absolutely. And children's integrated services as well.
So I'm sorry, I look over at Heather and I think there's this whole section of, AOE, so you must kind of, yeah.
Yes, yeah, and I'm going to actually give a little example of a family that we helped navigate some of that essential early ed piece with a service provider. The other piece I want to mention in terms of the resource hub is it's not just that connection to services, it's also care coordination follow-up. So we want to support that family as they're connecting to, as they're working with, and once they're connected to those resources and services. Because we know that when we offer that follow-up and care coordination with families, they're going to stay connected or stay connected longer, or maybe not stop at the first barrier to care. So we want to really help them brainstorm and navigate that so that they can really plug into those services that they need next year. So, as I mentioned, we have to kind of work with our community partners to really do this, right? It's an effort to support families in Vermont. Some of our partners that we work with is the Building Bright Futures regional coordinators who populate a database full of playgroups and developmental playgroups for families that we're able to share with families and service providers when they reach out to us. Obviously, Vermont 211 helps us have access to their database, which includes over 1,000 agencies and over 3,000 programs in Vermont that potentially could serve a family and help support them in their needs. And then we also work with STAMP, and you can read, it's a terrible acronym. But it's really doing that work with perinatal moms who are dealing with some depression, anxiety, and potentially substance use disorders. And so with that opportunity, we were able to create a resource of mental health professionals that really have that expertise in training and serving those families and are able to help connect providers and those parents with those services, again, with that care coordination follow-up to make sure they're making that connection at a very high-risk time for them and their child. So again, it's that two-generation approach. We want to support the parent, we want to do screening for the child and offer those other resources if there are other stressors in that parent's life. It might be food, it might be childcare access, it might be some other issues. And the depth of that, we really spent some time thinking about what would be most helpful in giving that information to a parent. What are issues that might stop a parent from accessing services when they're dealing with some of those mental health issues? And so that resource includes pretty helpful information around, are they on the bus line? Do they do telehealth if this is a parent who lives in maybe a rural community and doesn't have access to transportation? Do they have specialized training in substance abuse and maybe could address both issues with that parent? What insurance do they take to kind of limit that number of doors you knock on to get the services you need, because we know that's when you lose families. So this is a little bit about the impact that we've had. So in 2019, you can see we made over 1,800 referrals for families, with families, and to agencies in local and statewide agencies. That included talking about child behavior, doing screening for food insecurity and social determinants of health that Janet mentioned. We did a lot of work with kinship care providers who were connecting with us because they were taking on children of their families that were dealing with part of the opiate abuse that was happening in their community, and helping them navigate those difficult systems again, because that's what we need to do to keep them connected. So this is what Jen is talking about when we're talking about sort of front-loading those negative effects and trying to tip those scales in the positive. And so one of the too with how we do that is to give an example and talk a little bit about AOE, because they definitely are a partner at our table. So we received a referral from a mental health provider who was working with a mom who has addiction disorder. She also has tremendous depression and anxiety. She's had a lot of negative experiences with social service systems. She has had DCF intervention in the past and is pretty suspicious of statewide systems, and has a 3-year-old daughter who was showing concerns and delays. She was voicing concerns about her daughter's development. The child care provider was voicing concerns. And mom finally agreed to take a step to start the process to get that child connected to some early education services through the local school district. And that had barely started when the child care closed very abruptly. So mom not only didn't have child care, but also that process stopped. She did not feel comfortable or confident to reach out to the school on her own. And this was coming up a lot in her sessions with her mental health provider, who really had to focus on supporting mom. That's really her role, and that's her wheelhouse, and didn't really know a lot about early education and how to connect. And so she referred to Help Me Grow, and we started working with mom with the mental health provider, because this is somebody that she trusted, she had a relationship with. One of the things we try to do is not make a family repeat their stories over and over and over again. It can be very traumatizing for a family. And this is a mom with financial struggles, so her phone doesn't always work. So the mental health provider was the guaranteed way we could get connection to mom. And we reached out to the school district with permission, got the pre-K application, talked to the special educator, and really helped to connect that mom with the help of her mental health provider to her local elementary school special educator to get her daughter assessed and get her into pre-K, so that she was also having that structure, right? That healthy, safe place where she's building up her learning and her other opportunities for social and emotional stability, and kind of building those blocks. So that's the true two-generational approach, and that's the true kind of breaking down a silo, or helping a provider who maybe feels stuck and a mom who feels stuck. And then, Help Me Grow's role is to leave that door open. So in the future, if mom needs support, or that mental health provider has another family they need some support with, we're happy to help. We're happy to step in.
And I think this next slide, I just will add to what Elizabeth said, people call anonymously. So we also get a lot of calls from Vermont 211 when people have, either they're pregnant or they have an 8-year-old or under. They get referred right to Help Me Grow, because we offer that in-depth care coordination. And so if somebody's very rurally isolated, not connected to community supports, they may call 211 for something. That's one way we can get connected. They can not tell us a thing about themselves, and we will help them and eventually try to build that relationship so we can call them back and get some demographic information to do some more care coordination for them. We partner closely with home visiting, and then we also partner with early care and education providers. 70%, I think, so Let's Grow Kids statistic of working parents who have some form of childcare. And so childcare providers can really be these front-loading that scale as a workforce to build relationships with all types of parents and really educate them using developmental screening tools in early childhood developmental milestones. What is social and emotional development? How do they support emerging skills as parents? And so we've trained almost half Vermont's childcare workforce to date, and we are partnering with Let's Grow Kids to train the remaining amount, and we have preschool development renewal funds hopefully coming to help us in that work, continued work. But we have prepared 70 classrooms of kids now. Will be better prepared to go to kindergarten. That's almost a quarter of the kindergarten classrooms in the state. So we hope that all kids will, and all parents will be partners in this work of making sure their kids are ready socially, emotionally, and developmentally for kindergarten, or have the extra support and practice skills, get connected to early intervention before kindergarten for sure. And so this is a great statistic too. We have trained almost 700 cross-sector providers, beyond childcare providers, in developmental monitoring and screening with referral for further evaluation and services. And as a result, from our baseline here, we've seen the average age of referral to early intervention which is special education birth to 3, dropped by almost half. So at 26 months in 2014, now at 14 months, which is a fabulous thing because kids get services longer and at an earlier age.
I guess we wrap up just in the next couple of minutes.
Yes.
Do you also work with pediatricians' offices?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just didn't hear that.
Oh, yes, we're just not focusing on that, but we work with one of our key partners is the Vermont Child Health Improvement Program. They've done years, decades worth of quality improvement work in medical homes, and so we do train pediatricians in developmental screening. We connect them with the resource hub, and we partner very closely, as they're referring to Elizabeth, certainly for addressing social determinants of health and connecting families to resources. And we, with family permission, always let the medical home know the work we've done, so everyone's on the same page. Any other questions? Great. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much.
Can you answer my question?
Okay.
So I think that Auburn has been kind enough to say that she would postpone her presentation, and I think I'm going to take you up on that. Okay. Yes, thank you. Because I see our guests from the Agency of Transportation are here, and or the Agency of Natural Resources. So please come up. Thank you for coming.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Peter Wack, Deputy Secretary of the Agency of Natural Resources.
I'm Dan Dutcher. I'm the Environmental Policy Manager with the Vermont Agency of Transportation.
So we're working on a topic that isn't interesting how it relates to your work, and so I just want to describe sort of what we're doing in general. So one of the main drivers for our issues with dealing with the impacts of climate change is to address emissions from the transportation sector. Emissions from the greenhouse gas emissions from the transportation sector represent 43% of our emissions statewide. It is the hardest nut to crack because Vermonters live in primarily rural areas with long ways to travel, and it is a major driver about ability to get jobs and all sorts of things. But we're good at trying to figure out solutions to complicated public policy issues. That's why we all do this, right? I mean, I'm good at it, but we try.
We hope we're good at it.
So one of the things that we've been working on to try to address this challenge is to work across a regional group of states to come up with a way that creates a larger market and a driving force across the country. So the region that we're talking about is every state, including the District of Columbia, from Virginia kind of north along the eastern seaboard. So it ends up being 12 states and the District of Columbia. We call ourselves the jurisdictions because DC makes things complicated, doesn't let us just say states. We've been in a conversation since 2010 about how to work together on this topic. It builds off a program that was launched at the end of the 2000s known as the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, which is a cap and invest program for emissions from the power production sector, all of our electric utilities. And the idea was, could we do something similar for the transportation sector? As soon as we got into the work, we realized how much harder it was. When you're talking about large electricity generators, it's large single-point sources that have the ability to make huge changes to their operations in one fell swoop. We are all the emissions generators for the transportation sector, right? That's fundamentally what it comes down to. We need opportunities for us all to be able to have different choices and make different choices. So what we've been looking at is trying to figure out exactly how that might work and doing the research necessary to sort of back up what the program might look like. And so last December, 9 of those states plus the District of Columbia agreed to start a process to evaluate a cap and invest program for transportation emissions across the region. 3 states were missing from that statement. All of those states have been actively at the table, part of the discussion. So it really is the whole region. The idea was that we would This was started as a executive branch function, but we certainly understand that the legislature will be engaged in this process to come back to each state to let them then decide whether they wanted to participate. The way a cap and invest program works is that typically in any sort of pollution reduction scheme, say you're all the emitters of whatever it happened to be, I would ask each one of you to reduce your pollution content by 25%, whatever the number might be. Regardless of your ability to meet that, you would have to. In the way a cap and invest works is I tell the group that you need to reduce your emissions by 25%, and you figure out amongst yourselves who can do it most cost effectively. So we get the same level of reduction at the most cost effective method. What we do in Reggie is add the invest component of it, where the way you sort of work that trading is to buy allowances, essentially what the term of art is, essentially your amount of carbon pollution that you're purchasing in an auction, and then we reinvest those proceeds in things that are going to further reduce emissions. The Reggie program, the legislature determined that those should go towards weatherization. So much of the work at Efficiency Vermont that goes towards weatherizations and Vermont Gas and Burlington Electric is coming from the Reggie proceeds. That decision was made in part because we had an existing electric efficiency program. Many states didn't, and so they have plunged most of their proceeds back into those sorts of efforts. The benefit of the investment is that it then reduces the pressure, so the demand pressure for, so already all of your emissions would then be lowered by the amount of efficiency that we gained. And so you would have less work to do, and therefore the market price would be lower. We would envision doing something similar in the transportation world, and we are working with stakeholders to figure out exactly where that point of regulation should be. Because it's really easy in the power production world to put it at the sort of the power plant itself. That's relatively straightforward. That's where the generator is. That's where changes can easily happen, or not easily, but efficiently happen. For transportation, because we're all the generators, we're not going to make every Vermonter go into an auction somewhere online to figure out how they report their own emissions and buy their associated allowance. It just wouldn't work. We'd spend more in compliance and enforcement than we would in the revenue from the program. So we're looking upstream in the fuel supply network to try to understand where it could best be placed. Then the idea is then we take those proceeds and invest them in programs that help Vermonters. And that could come in a number of forms. The region isn't going to dictate how that money gets spent. That will be a decision that the legislature takes on and chooses for itself. Obviously, we'll provide you with some advice on how we might think we might best do that. So there'll always be a balance between how are those investments leading to reduced emissions and therefore lowering our price impact overall, and what are the other public policy goals that we want to achieve at the same time that can be beneficial. Every time we have a new source of revenue in government, we all get excited about the potential for what it could be, but we want to make sure that there's good balance back and forth. I mean, we can be thinking about everything from supporting electric vehicle charging networks and helping people get into electric vehicles and lower emission vehicles generally. We could be thinking about increasing alternative transportation methods, whether that be public transportation or van pooling or any bike-ped stuff. Could be things like how do we support communities to create that sort of vision of the future where they are sort of sustainable within their own communities. They have the village store and the community gathering place that is an anchor so that people are in their cars less anyways. And there's all sorts of ways we could go about thinking about how those revenues could be used that meet our greenhouse gas emissions goals. And so we gave ourselves a year to do this. If you can imagine negotiating, so each state has a representative from their transportation, their environmental agency, and their energy agency at the table. So 13 times 3, you get 39 people around the room, and you have to convince them all to agree on something.
That's
And
me of
over-
150.
and over-
We only have 30 senators, so it's more.
And oh, by the way, none of them actually speak for their ultimate decision maker. Right? And so it's a complicated process where we're trying to work through it, and we gave ourselves probably less time than we should have. But we all understand the urgency of the challenge we face. And so we're doing our best to get to an answer quickly. The current timeline is we just put out, at the beginning of October, kind of framework for the program and what it might look like, what it might mean. I can provide the website information for that if it's helpful. And then in December, we'll put out a draft memorandum of understanding that would essentially be the framework for the states, the sort of draft agreement between the states that would dictate what the program would actually look like. And included in that will be a couple of different options for what the cap looks like. So the cap, sort of where we set the maximum amount of emissions to be and how it declines over time is what ultimately dictates the price impacts at the pump and what we have for investment to make changes. And so people are obviously going to be very interested in that topic.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah,
So.
it's very, okay.
It is part of the conversation that you're having with this program that you're trying to put out is how it affects different populations. I mean, we all know that, you know, low-income people suffer the most from climate events and change, and how they are able to participate in a brighter energy future is a big concern, and that they're not the ones also bearing the burden of whatever choices are being made. And we've done some things in the state with, you know, with low-income weatherization and your transportation and climate initiative stuff in terms of trying to put efficient vehicles in the hands of low-income. We know that the amount of subsidy that is helpful to especially low-income families is probably greater than what we're able to do now. So I'm just wondering where that fits in the conversation of what you're trying to do and how it affects low-income families. And
Sure, that's a great question, and one I'm sorry that I didn't address off the top. And the equity concerns are first and foremost in our mind, because if we think about our transportation network right now, we already have our low-income populations being overburdened by the amount of their resources they're spending on transportation-related expenses anyways. TCI can have impacts both positive and negative on that, and we need to be thoughtful about how we interact with those concerns. Certainly, we're thinking about how do we be sensitive, how do we, let me be clear on one point. So the structure of the cap portion of the regulatory side of things, you can't really make a distinction. Everybody would pay into it, but what you do with the resources on the back end really matter, and how do you mitigate some of the cost drivers and effects there. That could go towards a low-income rebate. That's a possibility associated with the program. It might be useful we're talking about this in general terms, it might be useful to think about sort of hypothetical dollar figures as a way to sort of bracket what we're talking about. So the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, which has been in place for 10 years now, the price, if you were to take that price for what a ton of carbon costs and translate it into the impact on a price of a gallon of gas, it would be roughly 5 cents. So if you think about, if you've got a Vermonter who's driving an old pickup truck and has to drive 20,000 miles a year to get to and from their job, that's about, at current gas prices, it's about $85 extra a year on the $5,000 they're already spending on fuel. So it's only about a 1.6% increase in the overall price of their fuel. But it is, you know, when you have existing burdens, we don't want to necessarily be adding onto those. Or we want to figure out ways to be able to target programs that are going to help all Vermonters be part of that sort of clean energy future. It is the hardest part of this program to figure out, but it's the sort of nature of public policy, right? There are always going to be changes that we make that we need to figure out what the ramifications are.
I just want to make sure that they are, you know, a major concern in your discussions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
My question is about transportation in general, and the lack of public transportation, particularly in rural areas. And when we're talking about access to after school, I mean, it's just, it's more than individuals driving and that cost to them and gas. It's really access when we're talking about equity. And I'm just wondering how you all are thinking or planning around kind of building a public transportation system, particularly in rural areas, that all families or kids, you know, what's your goal or plan? Anything?
Well, this is an existing issue, right, quite apart from climate and energy, and it's something that the Agency of Transportation, working with a lot of stakeholder groups, has been into for many years. Some of you might know that VTrans, in Vermont, we spend a larger proportion of our transportation budget on public transit than most other states. It's quite a significant sum. And we're actually, you know, we could get into a sort of ironic position where if we wanted to divert a lot of TCI funds into public transit in rural areas, we could have more funding than we could reasonably spend, because you don't want to send empty buses, you know, going around. It just wouldn't be cost effective. So one of the things we're looking at VTrans, quite apart from TCI, is how to make public transit more accessible in rural areas in a way that's both cost effective and climate effective. And some of that might involve microtransit, which we're looking into, and other forms of sort of on-demand type transit. And we've gotten some interesting feedback from stakeholders. We've been talking to a lot of different groups in the TCI process. One of the ideas that came up is sort of mass transit for stuff. You know, instead of sending people around to the different places they need to go, you can have some kind of delivery service, which I thought was interesting. I don't know how that's going to pencil out, but a lot of people are thinking about this kind of thing. And I mean, certainly transit's a very important thing on the list of potential investments, especially when we start thinking about equity. And one of the things we can do, I'm not sure how much this will move us forward on the accessibility issue, but in terms of greenhouse gas reductions, converting diesel buses, both public transit and school buses, to electric would certainly do a lot to, you know, clean up both conventional air pollution and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And one of the places to start doing that might be in rural areas, because if you look at the ridership in the more urbanized areas, you're already getting pretty good MPG per rider, whereas, you know, out in the rural areas, not so much. So there'd be some logic to starting there with some of those programs. And we do have pilot programs underway through the VW settlement process to start converting buses, and VTrans is also using federal LONO grants to start doing that. We are right now bringing electric buses into Vermont, and the technology is pretty good. It's pretty mature, especially in transit buses, and it's probably there also in school buses. So really one of the things that TCI needs to do, both in transit and in a lot of other sectors, is to help bring this technology up to scale. We just need mass production, and we need the infrastructure around it, charging infrastructure. Mechanics have to get used to dealing with this kind of thing. And you know, Vermont combined with the other 12 jurisdictions in the TCI region, I think we're something like the third biggest economy in the world. So it could really have a very positive effect on bringing some of these technologies up to scale.
I think the other thing to think about from the Vermont experience, right? And we've been trying to have these conversations with the other sort of northern New England and more rural states in the conversation, because we're all dealing with the same, same existing concerns and the same potentially exacerbated concerns. Is how do we improve access? And I think our public transit systems have largely been based on trying to take a dense urban model and expand it into a rural setting, where our lives don't operate on point-to-point bases, right? We need to go from home to school to work to grocery store to school to home. And right now that we're not set up for that sort of, and so it becomes a complete lack of convenience. And so we don't have the demand to form the basis to be able to sort of make changes within that. My hope is that some of these resources could be used to prove out some of the more sort of creative concepts around how we might address some of these things, whether in the public transit for goods or whatever, or microtransit, or something like Capstone is working on now to sort of take these pools of resources that we have for Meals on Wheels and bringing folks to medical appointments and using it in an effective way to make sure that we can touch more people and help make people's lives better.
Two more questions.
Yeah, I'm gonna just quickly make those comparisons to the economic impact of rural Vermont versus Boston, Massachusetts, or New York City. I mean, I'm not sure that, it appears to me that there's a lot of planning that has to be done to compensate for the expense, and particularly dealing with school buses, for example. I mean, it's rural. Yeah, I mean, it's critical, and then of course, it is about setting up charging stations, and I mean, the economic impact of it will be severe, and particularly for people involved in this community. And I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions, and I know that you're working hard and so on, but I'm not sure if that's really part of the discussion.
It is. Yeah, it's a very important part of the discussion. I think people involved in TCI have been aware of the regressive effect of increasing gas prices from day one, and it's certainly at the forefront of the conversations on how to structure the investment scenario. And one of the things we can do, other than looking at transit, is also just accepting the reality of rural Vermont and realizing that a lot of people just get around in single occupancy vehicles. That's not going to go away anytime soon. And we have the technology today for electric vehicles. In the next few years, we're going to start seeing a wave of new models, including all-wheel drive models, full-size pickups and SUVs. They're going to be expensive, especially at first. But one of the things we can do is to target purchase incentives and lease incentives toward lower income populations, and we're doing that now with a small scale existing incentive program that we're trying to set up. And we're going to start seeing a growing used car market. We're starting to see that already. So there will be options, and I would emphasize too that the cap is not going to be draconian. It's going to start off gently, and I think if we do this right, the economic effects will be positive for everybody involved, because obviously climate change is going to have devastating effects on everyone concerned.
We need to wrap up. Representative Lanford has a question.
Thank you for coming. So from what I understand, you're going to be coming out in December with recommendations or policy draft. And then it's going to come to the legislature. That's why I really wanted this committee, or one of the things I wanted to invite you is because transportation and access to transportation and the cost of it, disproportionately, you've already heard, the impact on this particular group. So they're going to be very, very anxious and worried. I want to make sure that, that we hear you and that you hear us, that those options that come out in December have a way for us to address that population that's going to have need And does it get to the emissions issue? And I know your public transit and access and expanded public transit is big, but also the incentive program.
So thank you. Maybe end on this point, and I think this is a really sort of important point for the close, is the direction that we've gotten from the governor is go out, work with the region, come up with the best possible setup within this kind of framework for Vermont, and then let's come back and we'll have a conversation about whether it actually makes sense. Right? There's no, we're in for sure. There's what are the details? Because until we sort of set the price, so it's like the cap parameters in our economic model, we don't know what the actual outcome might be. And so it's easy to have the conversation in very general terms, but until we see what the results are, we can't come to you and be like, here's what it actually means, and here's the good we might be able to do with those resources. And here's the balance, and here's what the economic impact is, because as people transition to lower emissions vehicles and more electric vehicles, their actual transportation burden drops drastically, given the less expense of either using electricity or simply burning less gas. So those are huge factors that we need the details of to be able to come back with. And so the idea is now in December, we're going to have most of the pieces ironed out at the regional level. But it's enough for us to start the conversation with you to say, here's what we anticipate, so that we can get moving in that conversation.
Well, I look forward to being a partner in that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, committee, here's what what I've been thinking. We have our offsite meeting in November, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. But one of the goals of our committee is to come up with recommendations for the legislature as a whole, and so we want to weigh in on what's going to happen in the biennium, the second part of the biennium. So I'm thinking we will need a December meeting to discuss that, but in between we can have a subcommittee, which I think would be comprised of Representative Lanford and myself and maybe 2 or 3 other people, talk about, kind of review what we've heard at our various meetings, and then come up with recommendations based on what we've heard, and look at what we had recommended last year as well. And then so that then at the December meeting we could have gotten those out to. We'll work with Katie on that, of course. I see her taking notes. That's great. And we would get that out to folks before the December meeting, and then at December we'd spend most of our time talking through them and making sure we agree on those. How does that sound? And then we give Auburn a little time at that meeting also to present. How does that sound to folks?
Will part of that involve other committee members being able to submit things that we think should be?
Absolutely, yes, yeah, definitely. That should be a part of it, yeah. Yeah, okay, all right. So, well, let's just talk about December then while we're on that subject. I think our regular date would be December 19th. Is that right?
We had emailed briefly about the December meeting.
Yes.
And I was just wondering, is there any way that we could give that some time as well?
Absolutely, yes. Thank you for reminding me. I thought of it at one point that I didn't say it just then, but yes, absolutely, we can do that. Yeah. So let's see. Yeah, so December 19th would be. So 9:30 to 11:30 on December 19th would be.
Yeah.
Here, yeah, hopefully here. Okay.
What time,
9:30 to 11.
Is it 11:30?
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
And the State House is open by then?
Yes. Yeah, November 15th.
So as a matter of fact, the week of the 16th, so that week, House Appropriations is meeting for budget adjustments that week. So I'll already be here, so no double dipping.
I think Mike already sent it out to all of us for that day, because I already have it.
Oh, good. Okay,
Yeah.
great. Okay, great. All right. Well, good. So that's about, who would like to join Diane and me in kind of a subcommittee? Carlin?
I mean,
Your part?
depends on how many people.
Everybody might want.
Everybody.
excited that
I'm
you're
not
all
raising my hand.
Everybody's in, because everybody needs to submit something.
Well, that's true, for sure, submitting.
I-
I envision maybe like a Zoom call or something like that, in between to discuss. So Katie would like,
Yeah, I mean,
oh my
if you're
gosh.
gonna do something like a Zoom call or something, maybe you can open it up
Up to everybody, okay, all right, yeah, all right, so Diane and I'll kind of spearhead things, and then I'll open it up to everybody, whoever would like to join in. Would be-
But I'm also happy to submit anything.
Okay. Well, definitely feel free,
Or whatever.
yeah, definitely feel
Hard
free
copies,
by
but-
email, to go ahead and, submit that to me and Diane, and, we'll start compiling that.
Sure.
We're gonna see each other in November.
Yeah, we'll see each other, yeah, that's right.
Do you have a structure for that meeting yet?
Yes, so I'm gonna turn it over
Do
to
we have, pardon?
structure.
Just about
Yes.
the.
I did speak with Tom Donahue yesterday. Was it, yes, it was yesterday, and he's preparing a list, a menu, or whatever, so, speakers and the like. And I would encourage anyone who would like to have someone present to reach out perhaps to me or to Tom Donahue at Bratt.
Can we just talk about, and I apologize, I may have missed it, so are we not doing it the same way we did it last year, where it's gonna be kind of a led discussion, where we as committee members, and definitely a rep or a senator, sit at a table and ask questions and then kind of talk as a group?
I think the program, Tom has some locals coming in to speak to us.
Because I think,
With their issues and to present to us some of those problems and issues that we have in our locale, for example, that I know are spread throughout the state, of course.
so how do people who maybe are in other parts of the state who want to be heard, because it is our public hearing, get to do
Bring your
so?
voice in.
And does that need to go through us, or is that something where, because I know I've shared this with a lot of my different affiliation groups, and there's a lot of, like the AmeriCorps team and the Vistas are interested, and some of the people in different housing and disability areas. So I just want to make sure in special ed, how do they maybe get to be heard or included in that?
I did talk to Tom myself at the last community action meeting, and he did say that they will be setting up something so that the public certainly is open to the public, and they're welcome to come. And there will be some time devoted, certainly the largest portion devoted to hearing from community members on whatever their concerns are. Whether it will be structured exactly like the one in NECA was, I'm unsure, but Tom did say he wanted to have some presenting from the, poverty people, providers, to talk about what their concerns are. When we did something like that in NECA as well, there was a lot of providers and a lot of
I'm thinking
different-
more of like
Yeah.
stakeholders,
Yeah.
people
Right.
who are experiencing
Right.
poverty across the state, who really have some diverse
Right.
needs that maybe don't line up necessarily with service providers. Because I know we had a lot of service
Sure.
providers, and I as a committee member would love to see that be more expanded. I'd love to be able to get family supportive housing participants to come in and talk about the program and their experiences in the program, and special ed and housing, because I think some of the conversation around the quality of interventions and services in Vermont and the amount of money we're putting into those services that maybe isn't coming
Translating.
across, and
It's not translating.
yeah, yeah. The experience you're getting isn't necessarily the information that you hear when you sit in this room.
Sure.
And I think there are a lot of people who might be off-put coming into a room if they're not on a program or if they're not necessarily representing an organization. It's really hard to come up and say, hey, I'm Katie Ballard and I live in poverty in Vermont. Let me tell you all of my most shameful moments and get your pity looks. So I just want to make sure that this is accessible for the people that this committee specifically really is here to be a voice for.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I did relate that to Tom. He
Yeah.
did say that they
Yeah.
would be doing some kind of a public, people would feel free to come in and talk. There'd be a meal and that type of things that
And do we have a
people would be
poster or
invited to,
anything?
so.
I'd be happy to make one if the information came to me. I'd be happy to make one so that it can be shared on
I would just
social media.
contact, are you familiar with Tom Down?
I can get in touch with, I was gonna say, maybe Karen and I.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said you wanted to do.
A
Kate.
poster.
Like we had a
Oh,
poster or
sure.
something for the,
For
you know, for
advertising.
people, yeah, to send a
Yep.
email and everything, but maybe I could get in touch with him and.
Get in touch with Tom.
I think it would be good to be in touch with him and just
He's
impress
got a lot
upon
of
him
resources.
again,
Okay.
the need for that public in that community.
I think that's
folks
really
being
important.
able to
Yes.
have time to.
And we have it out to the schools now, and we have
Great.
it out to different shelters, et cetera, that we're gonna be.
I've been at like 4 conferences this week alone, and I've been putting it out there to everybody at those, like the legal aid clinic yesterday. They were pretty interested in coming down, so.
We had to help
We
people
need to get you
last
something in
night.
your hands.
Yes.
Yeah, no, and I know there were people from the wage, people wanted to come in and at least, you know, talk about their
That's
issues
right,
and
yeah.
that type of thing, so, yeah, hopefully it works for everybody.
And did we talk about accessibility? So if somebody doesn't have transportation to get to Rutland but wants to share, is that something where, because I know we talked about it briefly at the first council meeting, did we